Author's POV. 2 weeks ago. Where the hell did she run, Craig? Vincenzo asks, sniffing the air. I don't know, but tell me again, why are we looking for Veronica Jackson? I thought you wanted to get rid of her. Craig, Castellano's beta, asks, the bitch is pregnant, Vincenzo said, making Craig look in his eyes. I need to know if it's mine. You need to know if it's yours, and Craig laughs, hearing him. She was with you in the last 2 months, and you took her every time when you needed a release. And now you are doubting her pregnancy? And Craig just catches the bridge of his nose and thinks for a few seconds, says, now I understand all her suddenly mood changes. I thought that she was just bored, or that all this exile made her emotionally unstable, but it was her pregnancy. And the point is, Vincenzo asked, let me tell you, Vince, she is your rejected mate. She was a little bit crazy from the beginning, but over all this came the fact that she was banned from her own pack after she allied with you against her own alpha. You slept with her daily, countless times in the last 2 months, even if you rejected her, and that must have been confusing for her wolf. And the cherry from the top of the cake is that she got pregnant with her mate pup, mate that doesn't want her. And again, the point is, Vincenzo asked again, there are 2 adults in need. Sex is like hiccups. When the need strikes you, you can't stop it, especially when you have the solution in front of you. So what's the problem? The problem is that right now she is very dangerous. Her wolf lost the ability to discern things. She is a danger to those around her, but especially to her. Craig said, but looking at Vincenzo asks, do you want the baby? Of course not, Vincenzo said without thinking. In this case, let's leave this place. Federico was already killed, and there is no reason to stay here anymore. Let's find her and end this nonsense. And Craig looked at him. What is the nearest wildlife reservation in the area? She asks suddenly. Olympic National Park, and Vincenzo laughs. Of course, how could I not realize? From there she can reach back to Canada without problem. And the both transform in their wolves that are big and black and start to run to the national park. As soon as they arrive, they start to joke. I feel like a Twilight character, Vincenzo said, amused. I know exactly why Stephanie Meyer needed to set her Twilight novels in Forks, Washington, right next to Olympic National Park. Just look at this place, is a paradise for our species. But what is important is that Olympic National Park is 3 hours west of and across Puget Sound from Seattle. It's accessible via ferry from Port Townsend. Let's go to the ferry. Maybe we can trace her. Craig said, looking around at this fantastic place. They ran for 3 hours among the huge secular trees, feeling free for the first time in the last 2 months, without fearing that someone will trace them here. And with every step they did, Veronica's presence can be felt. Where the hell is she? Vincenzo asked, being very agitated. That stupid woman can be hurt walking around here alone. What if she will meet some fucking rogues? You don't seem to care what happens to her, Craig said without looking at him, just looking at the place. It's not about caring, it's about being a gentleman. She is a woman alone in the middle of nowhere. And looking in the direction of the shore and sniffing the air, Vincenzo said, and she is pregnant. And if that pup is my pup, I need to be sure about it. And he starts to run, feeling something. But when they arrived on the beach, Vincenzo stops his steps in shock. The Shishi Beach access is a bit of an adventure in and of itself because it's located in a remote part of the coastline. The place is full coast tide pools and sea stacks, down to Point of Arches. She is here, Vincenzo said, looking around. I feel her, but where the hell is she? Is so much water around and her smell is dilute. And he turns his head because he heard some noise, but his heart immediately shakes when he sees a small animal running between his legs. Shit, Vincenzo said. What was that? But Craig laughs. Relax, Vince. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is just a marten ferret. Let's go until we draw attention to ourselves. We don't have access certificates in this area. I can't believe I've got scared but a fucking ferret, Vincenzo said insultingly. Why not? Craig asked. Just look around where you made us to come. This place looks like it is haunted. As beautiful as it is terrifying. He said, looking at the huge rocks that come out of the water and are surrounded by dense fog. I feel like at any moment I will find myself with a corpse in front of me. Vincenzo is already annoyed for being here, on this beach. He prefers the deep forest. Shit, his wolf suddenly said. Do you feel that smell? Craig and Vincenzo start to look around, and right then a breeze brought to them the smell they were looking for. There, Craig said, pointing to some cliffs, seeing something shining on the surface of the water, and Vincenzo's wolf suddenly panics. Find mate, he yells at Vincenzo. What mate, dude? He asks his wolf. We rejected her. You not us. Find my mate or I will kill myself. I hate doing this. Just find her, his wolf said, shocking him, and Vincenzo and Craig run to that isolated place. I can't reach the middle of those cliffs, man, Craig said, trying to climb but sliding continuously. Let me try, Vincenzo said, under the threat of his own wolf, and hike on some very slippery and steep cliffs. But when he gets high enough to look beyond them, his heart stops and his face turns completely white. Veronica floats above the water, visibly wounded. The water around her is red. Did she try to climb these rocks and slipped, or was hunted by the superstitious locals? And without caring, Vincenzo throws himself into the water in the middle of the rocks, shocking Craig. Vincenzo tried to stay afloat in the foamy waves and caught Veronica just before she was hit by a rock again. She's not breathing, Craig, he yelled from the middle of the waves. Take her out, Vince. He puts a hand around her, trying to catch her in the middle, but when his hand touches her abdomen, he feels a little bump that he had not noticed until now. And from that little bump, something moves slowly under his hand and his heart stops. Is our pup, his wolf said, howling. She's still alive. He manages to bring her ashore and tries to resurrect her, to make her breath, but the pulse is very weak. Mark her and she will live, Craig said. Are you nuts? Vincenzo asked. I don't want her, I already told you that. But looking at her tummy and her blue face, he swears in his mind, she will pay for this. And he takes her in his arms and bite her, Damon's POV, Vincenzo's wolf. It's been almost 2 weeks since I marked Veronica. 2 weeks of nightmare. She is still alive, and I know for sure that Vincenzo blames me for this, because I forced him to mark her. But right now I don't give a shit on his opinion anymore. Because of his ego, I lost everything. I lost my status, I lost my pack, I lost my stupid brother, and even my mate in a way or another. All my life I let him do what he wanted. Not because I'm weak, no, I'm strong enough to put this human down, but I am his better half, if you want to say it this way. I know his character, and I know that my ways are not his ways. We are different, and we are caught in the same body. And it is also said that whoever is smarter gives up first. He wanted to reject our mate. I let him do it. He would have done it anyway, and we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. He wanted Meredith Quinn or Cruz, because it seems that the woman was Max Cruz. Wife, not just a lover, and I didn't say anything, even if I didn't want that human in my life. I just wanted Veronica, and as usual I let my own wishes for his happiness. But 2 weeks ago I found out that she is pregnant. And is my pup, I feel it, I smell it from her womb. Is my pup. And this jerk had the nerve to say that he doesn't want him. That's it. Maybe he rejected our mate because he did it, but I didn't. Maybe he wants another woman, but this pup is mine, and this is the end of the road for my patience. Fuck off, Vincenzo Castellano. Now is the time to know that your wolf had enough. So yes, I forced him to mark her, and I saved her life, and our pup life. We took the ferry and bypassed any terrestrial road so as not to be followed, and we went somewhere closer to the North Pole. Craig helped me. Always his wolf worked with me, and he was there for me, keeping Vincenzo in some limits. He found a great Alaskan cabin, nestled in the woods, and private but very close to North Pole Fairbanks. There is not much. 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Is not the luxury Vincenzo used, but he had no other chance to find something else. Every werewolf in Canada and the US is looking for us. And here we are, isolated enough to live quietly, or at least try, given the madness I live in. This is a beautiful house that with a little work would give us a ton of equity, and maybe in time will become a place to live for life. A home. In 1 bedroom stays Veronica, alone even if she is marked. I stay in the other, and Craig sleeps in the open space that is divided between the living room with wood-burning fireplace and a rustic open-space kitchen. He was a blessing on those days, and I can't believe that he still supports me. I'm a walking disaster these days. Hey, I suddenly hear him through our mind link. She tries to leave again. Can you come, please? He tells me. Let her go, Vincenzo said, because he doesn't accept her even if he marked her, but I ignore him. I go downstairs and see her. She is in the middle of the living room with her arms under her chest, but sitting on her small belly, which is very visible, and feeling my presence. She turns her head and says, she wears the clothes Craig brought, some leggings and a fleece funnel neck hoodie, and she is just beautiful. Will you let me leave, please? And she looks at me with her beautiful green eyes. This is what she has been asking me since she recovered a week ago. She was alive but in a very bad state, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she started to search for a way to run away from me. I can't, sweetheart, I tell her, smiling at her while I feel how Vincenzo rolls his eyes. Please, I need to go to my lover, she said, looking into my eyes. This is a misunderstanding. I don't know you. Yay, here we start again. Sweetheart, you know me. I told you already, you are my mate, and you are pregnant with our pup. I say, and I see Craig smiling at me and leaving the room. No, you are lying, and she is angry again and rushes to the door, but I catch her and take her in my arms. I am pregnant with my Maxi child, she said, starting to cry. No, you don't remember. You had an accident, but the baby you have in your womb is mine. I say and hold her at my chest while she tries to escape. She hits me with her tiny hands, but she has no force. Without her wolf, she is just a fragile human. That I don't want, Vincenzo yelled. I don't want you either. I yell at him in my mind. So shut up. He will never have the chance to take control again. Sweetheart, I say, putting my lips on her mark and kissing it and making her calm. Please don't leave me, I tell her, but she starts to hyperventilate and doesn't let me have another choice, and I bite my mark again, making her calm and faint in my arms. I don't like this, I said, looking at her in my arms. It hurts me to see her like that. Maybe her wolf will come back with the time, but now everything just made her to close all the doors with the outside world and be completely isolated. She lost her wolf, Craig said, coming back when he heard the silence. But this is not the problem. The problem is that she lost her recent memories and she's left somewhere in the past, like 1 year ago. She doesn't know that Maximilian Cruz is married. He doesn't know me. She doesn't know anything from the last 2 months. I just put her in her bed and caressed her beautiful face. Her hazel hair falls on her face and she just cries even now. I am sorry, Veronica, I tell her. I am sorry for what Vincenzo did to you, but I can't let you go. I whisper in her ear. Please let me go, she said, opening her eyes slightly. I can't, and I kiss her forehead. We will be together forever. I tell her, and this time I kiss her lips and put my hand over her tummy. I say, just you and me and our pup. But it's Maxi's pup, she said, starting to cry again. Why do you not understand? You will see, sweetheart, when you will give birth. Maybe he will look like me, and you will see that everything I told you is real. And she just looks at me. I don't want you, she said in spite. But I do now, and I will never change my mind. I will never, Vincenzo wants to say, but I cut the mind link with him. I will have no human from now on. Author's POV. It's been more than a week since Meredith had her Luna ceremony, and her life is just like a sweet dream. Max conquers her every day with his love. He is like a puppy, following her everywhere. Even at their office, he came multiple times during the day in the design department, making all his employees smile. He's not as bad as I heard he is, someone said, but just looked from Max and he swallowed his words. He is not bad with his Luna. Someone else said seriously, making Max smile to himself. Did you hear it, Stark? My Luna. I'm not bad with my Luna, and he knocks on Meredith's door. Where is Kara? He asks as soon as he sees her. Sam didn't tell you? She said, smiling at him while she taped something on her laptop. Say what? Max asks and comes behind her chair, and bending down, he puts her hair aside and kisses her on the neck, right over his mark. Today, they will find the baby's gender. And she lifts her head from her laptop and kisses him. I missed you, Max whispers and lifts her from her chair, and taking her in his arms goes straight to her sofa and puts her in his lap. You said the same thing an hour ago, Meredith said as she put her arms around his neck. I am telling you the truth, and my offer is still available. Will you move into my office? And he looks in her eyes like a puppy. No, we already talk about it. but she escapes a soft moan because he starts to kiss the mark in a more intense way. "We could do this all day," Max whispers, "and that's exactly why I won't move into your office." And she laughs. "I will not be able to work," and smiling at him, she said, blushing, "And I missed you too." "Did you speak with James?" Max asks and puts a hand over her tummy, trying to feel if something is there. He has the belief that he will feel by himself if Meredith is pregnant, so he does that every time he has the chance. "We are going to have a little baby girl in our family," Meredith said, smiling at him. "A nice?" Max said, smiling. "I want a girl too." "I want a boy," Meredith tells him. "No, I want a girl, and she must look like you, and she will be my little sunshine, my pumpkin, my muffin, my sweetie honey pie." And Meredith starts to laugh. "In this case we will have a boy. He will not be confused with so many names." "Nia," Max said. "I want my baby girl." "And I want my baby Wolfie," Meredith said, laughing out loud, saying the words that Vivi is always using. And they just stayed hugging on the couch laughing, but when the door suddenly opened, they almost startled. "Don't you know how to knock?" Max asks Luke, who enters holding hands with Vivi. "No, what's the charm of doing it? We hope to catch you in some invigorating activities, but it seems to me that you are already bored of each other." "Do you want to walk, or do you no longer need your legs?" Max asks him. "Do you want a threesome?" Vivi asks him, and Max's face becomes whitened in a second. "That's what I thought," Vivi said. "Leave my mate alone, or I will come over you in the middle of the night," she tells Max, and he looks at Luke in horror and then at Meredith. "Darling," Max says, "from now on we will close all the doors before going to bed." Meredith just laughs, but doesn't get to say anything as soon as Sam and Kara enter Meredith's office. "Isn't anyone knocking on the door here?" Max asks angrily. He wanted some time alone with his Luna, and it seems that everyone is sabotaging him. "So?" Meredith asks, taking Max's hand in her hand. "We are going to have," Sam said, and then looked at Kara, who had tears in her eyes. "We're going to have a baby boy." And Meredith jumps out of Max's arms and takes her in her arms. "And a baby girl," she also said, and everyone turned their heads and looked at Sam. "Are you going to have twins?" Max asks, and he is very jealous right now. "Yes, man. It's like the goddess gave us back the pup that we lost. We will have a duo." And Kara just comes near him and squats on his chest. "A baby boy for me and a baby girl for Sam. Just as we wanted," she said. "And you want to know something?" she asks and looks at Sam and makes a sign for him to speak. "We already have the names already." And Sam looks into Max's eyes. "My girl will be Mary Edith," and he laughs. "It looks a lot with Meredith," Vivi said, as if she just discovered the Americas, just as Amerigo Vespucci did a few hundreds of years ago, while Meredith looks into Kara's eyes and say, "I am honored, my sweet friend," she said, and she had tears in her eyes. "And the boy?" Max asks, smiling at Sam. "He will call him Luke," Luke said, laughing hard, and Sam showed him his middle finger. "My boy will be Maxwell." And right when they thought that Meredith's office is full and none can enter, the door opens again and James and Laurie appear in the door. "We've got news," James said. "We know," Max laughs. "You will have a daughter." "Not that," James said. "I mean that too, but I got news about something that will make you lose your smile." And Max just looks in his eyes, Sam and Luke too. They know very well what they are looking for. "I found them," James said, and Meredith's smile just evaporated. But looking at Kara, she realized something. "Are they coming after me?" And she looks into James' eyes. "No. They didn't know that we traced them." Meredith just thinks for a minute and looks into Max's eyes. "We are living in peace right now. If they are not attacking right now, just keep an eye on them, and let's prolong this happiness that we have now. I just want to be with Max and all of you. I don't want to fight again." "They are a danger to us," Max said. "Not if they don't have the element of surprise," and she takes Max's hand and puts it on her heart area. "Just watch them." "I don't like that," Sam said. Max just looks in Meredith's eyes, and he understands her thoughts and her needs, and without looking at Sam or Luke, he just tells, "Watch them, and if they try something, kill them." Author's POV. "Are you sure she didn't have any special training before this?" James asks, looking at his sister. "No, man, she trained a few times with me before Castellano kidnapped her last time, and that was it," Max said, looking at Meredith with fascination. She is in the middle of the training arena and she fights with 4 warriors at the same time. And the funny part is that she is winning. I asked Dad about primordial wolves, James said. Keep looking at Meredith. And this time Max turns his head to James. In the last week, there was not even a single day without searching for answers. There are stories about primordials. Some of them are scary. Others talk about their unimaginable force, but everything seems a fantasy. In this modern era, to speak about special powers is like a bedtime story. Not even the healers existed in the last 200 years. She is special and we must protect her, Max. I never saw this coming. I can't even believe it. And I can't stop wondering if her coming into our life was just a pure coincidence, or if there is a greater plan than what we see. And James smiles sadly. How did you find her? Max asks because he never asked this, but James is right. What if this is just the top of the iceberg? She was so little, man, and his voice trembled. It was like love at first sight. From the first second I saw her with those big blue eyes, she melted my heart, and right there I swore to protect her. I took her in my arms and came home with her. Dad and Mom panicked thinking that I kidnapped her, because I always said that I wanted a little sister. She couldn't receive a better brother, and Max tapped James on the shoulder. I hope you are right, and tears appear in his eyes. I love her, Max. When you hurt her back then, I wanted to kill you, but she stopped me. Thank you for staying my friend, even though I know now that I didn't deserve this chance. And looking at James, he said, tell me more. We searched for her parents for 2 months, and we found out that her parents were killed in a strange car accident. The scene was arranged for an accident, but they were killed by someone else. Legally, she was their daughter, but my father said that she smelled different, and we made our own investigation. She was not their daughter. She was kidnapped and raised by those people. What the fuck, man? Max asks in shock. Why would anyone kidnap such a small baby? They were hunters, Max, James said, and this time he is furious. Her so-called parents were hunters. That made my father hide her, because he realized that she was special, even if she looked just like a tiny human. He knew that we must protect her, so he adopted her, chose a name for her, and she lived with us, and made our existence happier. She was the cutest thing I ever met in my life. Did anyone ask for her? Max asked. No, we have been searching for answers for 15 years, and in the end my father said that it is best to leave the past behind. But the past has caught up with us now. What do we know about the last primordials? Max asks suddenly and immediately jumps to his feet when he sees Meredith knocking down the last fighter. Did you see that, James? He said, clapping his hands in amazement. I don't understand what you are asking me, and James looks at him, slightly confused. What were they? Alphas? Betas? Omegas? There must be evidence. We didn't think to check this out, and James immediately pulls his laptop out of the backpack he has next to him. He is obsessed with having a laptop with him everywhere he goes. What are you searching for? Sam and Luke asked when they came near Max after watching Meredith's show. I can't believe this, James said. How did I miss this? They were all females, James said. The wolf appears after they find their fated mate and mate with him, and he just looks at Max. What do you mean? You mean that if I hadn't accepted her in my life, that if I hadn't loved her, she would never have become a wolf? Yes, probably this is the reason for being so rare. She was never a human. Shit. And James stood up. She was strong, Max, even as a human. She beat Veronica twice as a human, Sam said, laughing. James just types something and turns the laptop showing Max something. Where did you find this? Max asks and takes the laptop from his hands. It is a picture with a primordial wolf, like a painting from 300 years ago, and is Meredith in that picture. This is strange, Luke said, not believing it. Is not strange. She is the daughter of the moon goddess, and this is the way the world knows it about her. It's like a prophecy, but no one was interested in it. And James begins to read aloud from the page where he found the image. Holy Goddess, we thank you for your gift. You heard our prayers and gave us a Redeemer. Her blood will heal us and her sacrifice will make us live. What the fuck? Max asked, jumping to his feet. What sacrifice? We must protect her, Max, Sam said in a panic. It seems that a primordial appears only when something evil approaches. Let's think and don't panic. Luke said, trying to calm the spirits. Those are stories, and back then things were different. The werewolves lived in isolation. Now we are among humans. We have information and power. Every prophecy must be read in the right context. He's right, James said, looking into his laptop. I found what you asked me, and looked into Max's eyes, smiling. This is proof that it is all a story. The primordials are descendants of the king of werewolves. We don't have a king anymore. We just live in packs and have our territories. Max looks at James and doesn't say anything, and he sees Meredith approaching, followed by Vivi and Kara and Lori. How did I do? She asks Max, smiling at him. You were perfect, Max said, and went to her and took her in his arms, and she put her legs around him like a koala. Since they marked each other, they don't care anymore about who is looking at them. They just need each other. Only when there are humans around do they act properly. Do you think so? And Meredith looks at James. Now tell me what you were talking about. What do you mean? James and Max asked at the same time. Meredith looks at them and she starts to recite. Holy Goddess, we thank you for your gift. You heard our prayers and gave us a Redeemer. Her blood will heal us and her sacrifice will make us live. Did you hear us? Sam asked, looking at her as if she had two hands. Since Artemis appeared, all my senses became much more intense. My hearing is so extremely developed, and if I focus, I can even hear the heartbeats of your unborn children. It scares me sometimes, but Artemis said that is normal. It's not normal, Max said. I can't hear them. And the smell, and she smiles at Max. I can feel your presence from miles away. Only your smell. And she puts her hands around his neck and kisses him. We don't know anything about primordials, James said. We have just those old books from the internet, but we know one thing. We must protect you. You represent absolute power, and when it comes to power, everyone wants a piece of it. Author's POV. Max had no rest all day thinking about the words James had read. He must find the truth. None will take Meredith from him. He just found her. He can't give it up. First was Castellano, and now this. What is happening with you, brat? Grandpa Cruz asks, seeing him devastated. Not having all the pieces of the puzzle makes me scared, Grandpa. And he just looks at the old man. Is it about Meredith? Grandpa asked. There are a lot of things on the internet and reading it. But Grandpa stops him. What do you know about me, Maximillian? He asks, and this time he has his alpha aura, making Max marvel at the power this old man emanates. According to Meredith, you are an old perv, and he starts to laugh. Why is that? And this time Grandpa Cruz takes Max seriously. Because you make plans over plans, and he just let the phrase in the air. You knew. Max whispers, as if having a revelation. I knew Landon, and I knew he was the right man to raise this little girl. Back then, when I was young, I had my informers everywhere in this country, and I found out that some hunters were looking for a little baby girl that was born from two strong alphas. Both of them were killed and their pack was completely destroyed, but the little pup was nowhere to be seen. And you found her, Max said. I did. I couldn't let them kill an innocent pup, and if they wanted her, I knew that there was more than what everyone knew. The hunters have a sixth sense. They feel these things before us. So I looked for them, and when I found them, I tried to take the girl, but they attacked me. It was not my intention to kill them, but they were hunters and killers and gave me no other option. You really are an old perv, Max said as a revelation. The biggest one. You can't even imagine what plan I had in my mind to make Jen accept me. And he starts to laugh. She won't even know what hit her, but let's get back to my sweet granddaughter. I took her and went with her in Landon's pack. Olivia couldn't have other kids after James and Meredith was so perfect that they loved her from the first second. This is why you wanted me to marry her so much? I knew she was special, but I didn't know in which way. And also I knew she would be protected with you, but the mate bond was the biggest surprise, and Grandpa laughs. It seems that her mother from heaven had the same thought. Thank you, Grandpa, Max said and took the old man in his arms. I will never be able to thank you for everything you have done for Meredith. You can start now by talking to Jen or putting an alpha command over her to accept me, the old perv said. That is out of discussion. Meredith said, entering the room laughing, and she mind-links Auntie Jen, who comes in the room, but seeing Grandpa Cruz, she is whitening her face. Auntie, Meredith said, coming and taking her hand in her hand. Is this old man upsetting you? She asked, smiling at her. Luna, she said, blushing without looking at Grandpa Cruz. Auntie Jen, what did you say to me back then when Max was the way he was and I looked for a way to escape from our marriage? I said a lot of things back then, she said, looking at Meredith and then at Max. You said he would regret losing me, Meredith said, and Auntie Jen approves. That he couldn't have a better Luna than me, and she looks at Max this time. And I did regret, Max said, and came near Meredith and hugged her from behind. Now it's my turn to tell you something, Auntie. And she looks straight in her eyes, and she is using her Luna voice, and Artemis starts emanating her power. You lost more than 10 years from something that could be outstanding, both of you. You, Auntie, for not recognizing your own value. I hadn't met Grandma Cruz, and I am sure she was a good woman, but I know you, and you were like a mother to me. And looking at Grandpa Cruz, she said, and you old perv, you lost your time trying to make me accept this scoundrel while you were losing your own happiness between your fingers. How many people do you think get a second chance? I did, Max said, laughing. You are from another story, Maximilian Cruz. So shut up. And she starts to laugh. Now let me put this naughty grandpa where he should be. And she looks at both of them and said, Grandpa Cruz, do you want Auntie Jen, or you are fooling around because it seems to me that this is all you can do? I want her, Grandpa said with a sigh. But I am old now, and I can't offer her too much. Look at me. I walk with the help of a cane for goddess' sake. And he is very frustrated. Auntie Jen, Meredith said, looking at her but with a very calm and sweet face. Do you really refuse this old man? Look at him. Don't you have a heart? It's not about that, my Luna, Jen said. Then what's all about? Max asks, seeing her so sad. I don't feel worthy to stay near him. His former Luna was a very good woman, an alpha blood, and I am just her servant. I am an old Omega. And she let her head down, not daring to look Grandpa in the eye. And I am just the human, the weak human, that married the greatest alpha. And she smiles at Max, who can't stand it, and kisses her directly. I command you to accept him, Meredith said. Among the kisses of Max, and Auntie Jen is so pale that she has a little and faint. She can't refuse her command, but at the same time she is happy. Her Luna knows that she is too ashamed to accept Grandpa voluntarily, so now she can say that her Luna forced her. You are the best granddaughter in the universe, Grandpa Cruz said, throwing his cane in the air. Shit! How am I going to walk now? He asks, looking around after him. But Auntie Jen comes near him and says, My Luna forced me to accept you, my Alpha. I suppose I can offer you my hand 'cause support if you want to take it. And the old woman's face is all blushed. The old man takes her hand and just looks at her, and then at Max and Meredith, and just whisper a simple, thank you. No, Grandpa, Meredith said. Thank you. Did you hear our discussion? Max asked through their mind link. Not intentionally, but yes, I hear it. And I don't care, Max. I am not interested in finding out about my past. I care about this moment and our future. That's all. And she kisses him, and then looks at the old folks who walk next to each other, holding each other's arms. I am happy for Grandpa. He was alone too much time, Max said, thinking about everything that happened. It is said that we don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. And this is the lesson that Grandpa Cruz finally learned. Author's POV. What the hell is happening here? Max asked as soon as he went into his living the next morning. Luke and Vivi are arguing, and Vivi is pointing her fingers at him. What happened? Max asks again because Vivi has little left and bursts into tears. I want to work, Vivi said, and Luke won't let me. It's not about that, Max, but she is my wife, and I can take good care of her. She doesn't need to work, and here are not too many animals around the pack. We are wolves for the goddess' sake. We don't raise kittens and rabbits to need a vet. You can't close her in the house, man, Max said. She needs something to consume her energy, or she will start again about spending the night in bed with me. And he starts to laugh. You wish that, didn't you? Meredith asks him, walking downstairs for breakfast too. Little pervert, she said, making Max come near her and take her in his arms. Stark will commit suicide only at the thought of touching another woman. This Frenchie is not what I need. No offense, Frenchie, Max said while Vivi showed him a middle finger. Why don't you come and work with me? Meredith asks her. What? Max and Luke ask at the same time. Yes, Vivi said, jumping up, while Max and Luke shouted in unison. No. Meredith and Vivi just look at them. Kara is pregnant and having twins is at risk after she already lost a pregnancy, so I asked her to stay at home and rest, and I need an assistant. Yes, I will do it, Vivi says, rubbing her hands. This is not good, my love, Max said through MindLink. She is the most careless being I know. She will be ruining your mood, and in the end, you will work for her too. I don't care, Max. I want a friendly face near me, Meredith said, and then looking at Vivi, she said, You start today. What about Franco? Luke said. What about Franco? Vivi asks, as if Luke is asking where his favorite socks are. He will be alone here all day. Don't you feel sorry for him for leaving him like that? He is not alone, Vivi said. He is with Leia. Leia is in a coma, and he just stays there reading her the news and his books in French, telling her about his creations. He will lose his mind at this rate. And Luke is very serious now. He will not. I know Franco, and she smiles at Meredith. Should I wear something sexy or something chic? Goddess, Luke said, slapping his own face. Max, help me. I can't. She will make me sleep on the couch, and he starts to laugh. I won't. You are the best, hubby, Meredith said, laughing and mocking him with this hubby. She is not the type who uses this word seriously, and Max knows it, but he likes this side of her. You know what? Luke asks, hire me too, he tells Meredith. As what? And she just looks around. As a janitor, Vivi said, looking ugly at him. Will you shut up? Luke asks Vivi, but right then Sam comes holding Kara's hand. Why do you have these faces? He asks, looking at Luke and Max. Is it her fault? Max tells him, pointing to Vivi. She will hunt me even in my company. Let's eat and leave my girl alone, Meredith tells them, but laughing at the same time, and right then some Omegas start to serve the breakfast. Where is Auntie Jen? Suddenly Sam asks. In her honeymoon, Meredith tells with a serious face. What? And everyone looks at her wondering if she hit her head somewhere, while Max bursts into laughter. Are you kidding me? Kara asks. Auntie Jen found her mate and he took her on a honeymoon, and looking at Sam, she said with hatred, You didn't even take me on a one-day trip. You elope and knock me out by making me pregnant in a week. I promise that I will. Sam starts. Bullshit, Vivi said, and looking at Luke, she said, At least he made her pregnant. You didn't take me on a honeymoon either, and I am still without a baby, Wolfie. Holy goddess, Max said. Is she unhappy because of your stamina, Luke? And Luke's face is white. He has a lot of stamina and makes Vivi yell like crazy every time he is with her, but for unknown reasons she is not pregnant. What is going on here? Lisa and Carter asked as soon as they came for breakfast too. Auntie Jen found her mate and he took her on a honeymoon, Vivi said in spite. What? And Carter looks at Lisa and then at Max and Meredith, who burst in laughter. Luna, Lisa, did Alpha Carter take you on a honeymoon? Vivi asks, looking in her eyes. No, sweetie, there were other times then. We just stayed here and made Max boinks. And she smiles at Carter. And that's when I decided that my pack house is too small and I built this mansion. Grandpa Cruz is heard, coming slowly, but what to see? Near him, Auntie Jen is helping him to walk. You lied to me! Luke says, Auntie Jen is still here. Where else should she be? Grandpa Cruz asks. In her honeymoon. Sam said, Meredith just lied to us that she found her mate at this age. What a good joke. She is 58 or 59. Who else should take her at that age? And do what with her? And he starts to laugh, while Max and Meredith, also Carter and Lisa, just look at him waiting for the tornado to hit him. And it hit him hard when Grandpa Cruz's cane landed on his head. Brat! Grandpa yelled. Who are you talking about like that? And Sam makes his eyes as big as onions while Luke stays with his mouth wide open. She is your mate? Sam yelled, looking at Auntie Jen, and he saw it. That perverted old man even marked her. Holy shit, Sam said. Max! And he starts to laugh. You'll have a new uncle or aunt. And Grandpa hits him again while Auntie Jen blushed only at that thought of having a baby at that age. You are impossible. Carter said to Sam, smiling at him, I wonder how Kara tolerates you. I wonder too, Kara said, laughing, but Sam in an instant takes her in his arms and says, "You love me, that's why. You are not allowed to wonder why you love me. I am your fated mate, and I am the best for you." "If you said so," Kara said, yawning easily. "Are you tired?" he asks her and helps her sit at the table while the rest of the gang find their place. Kara just puts her head on his shoulder. "I am fine, my sweet love," she said. And Sam's heart skips a beat. Is for the first time when she calls him that way. "I believe you can skip that honeymoon, judging from your face," Max said. "Yeah, I love him with or without a honeymoon," Kara said, and Sam had tears in his eyes. "I don't," Vivi said. "I want my honeymoon." But right then Francois can be heard from the door. "You are not even married, you are just mated. What honeymoon? Leave the man alone." And this way, my dear, the flood broke out. And the last thing that was heard before Vivi to take over the scene was Luke saying, "I'm doomed." Author's POV. "What are you doing, man?" Max asks Luke, seeing him with a device in his hands. "Sam told me that he put some cameras in Kara's office, and this is pure gold. Look," and Luke shows Max some images. "I see she has a lot of suitors," Max said, and Luke immediately turns the tablet over and looks at it, but Max bursts out laughing. "Do you want to calm down?" And looking at him, he says, "She is here, and she is not leaving anywhere. You will not lose her like you lost Sarah, and she loves you no matter what she says." "I am afraid, Max," Luke said. "Every morning I open my eyes and I look at her, thanking the goddess that she gave me another day with her. I am just afraid that this is just a dream and one day she will leave me." "Did you talk to her about this?" Max asked Luke. "Talking with your mate will help your wolf to calm and heal his anxiety." "No, I don't want to press her with this. Cody is my problem. She will worry about me and I don't want that. I can deal with this," Luke said, denying the fact that he can't even sleep at night, fearing that she will be gone when he opens his eyes. "Luke, will you listen to me if I ask you to speak with her? Don't make me command you." Max tells him, "I've been here." And Luke just watches Max as if he is telling some nonsense. "Believe me, I know how it is to be afraid that you will lose your mate, but you must have hope, Luke. I was a jerk with Meredith, and I lost her once without even knowing. Then when she came back, it was all a fiasco, and until Castellano kidnapped her for the first time, I didn't know what panic was. I didn't know how it is to lose everything, but I found out then, and later I found out again, and I live with fear that the jerk will try again to take her away from me." "It's different," Luke said. "She doesn't know about my past. She is your mate. It is not necessary to know all the details. It is enough to know that you are living in fear." "Look at her," Luke said, smiling and looking at Vivi how she is telling something to a colleague. "She is so perfect. She was meant to be with you. Maybe Sarah was just a mistake, and that's why she didn't love you and she died running away from you. The truth is that apart from Sam and Max and Carter and Lisa Cruz, nobody knows the truth about Luke's first mate. She died in a rogue attack, but she did while she was running from him, because didn't like the commitments. The rogue attack came like a glove to end his sufferance, but that day after a month since he found out that Sarah was his mate, she ran in the forest trying to leave him for good. He went after her just to find her dead. "Shit. I just want to be happy, and right now I am happy only when she is with me." And Luke caresses the display with his fingers. "She doesn't know that. She knows some stories about Sarah. Woo her, man. Marry her if this is what she needs, but live your life as her lover, not as her guardian." And hearing those words, Luke remains with his mouth wide open. "Shit, you are right." And he runs, leaving the device on Max's desk. And just when Max wants to close the tablet, he sees Luke throwing Vivi over his shoulder and leaving with her while she is very angry and yells at him. "What do I tell him and what does he do?" Max said, slapping his head. "Max," Meredith mind links him. "Do you know why your Gamma kidnapped my assistant?" And she starts to laugh. "No, but we can talk about this while having lunch," Max said, and went out of his office just to come face to face with Meredith. "You need an assistant," Meredith said, pointing to the place where Veronica once stayed. "Yes, I need one," Max said, and smiling in a naughty way, he tells Meredith, "With sand blonde hair, blue eyes, tall. I agree, Luke is perfect," she said, and started to laugh. "Are you crazy, woman? He will stay with his eyes only after Vivienne." and Max disapproves. You are right, but you need an assistant ASAP, Meredith said. Will you choose one for me? Max said. I will choose an ugly one, and Meredith puts her arms around his waist, kissing his neck just where her mark is. I don't care. She needs to answer the phone and send emails, and he kissed her directly. I don't need her for something else. I will think about it, Meredith said and took his hand. What would you say if today we try something else at lunch? Meredith asks and smiles at him. Max raised an eyebrow and said in a very amused voice, If it involves a bed to sit in, we both agree. No, you pervert. I want to cook, Meredith said. Do you trust me? No, and Max lifted her in his arms, holding her under her ass, so that now she is one head higher than Max. Today she is wearing a black pinstripe two-piece suit from Discord 2 and a camel silk top, some beautiful black high heels stilettos, and a hobo logo plaque shoulder bag from Saint Laurent. You should, she said laughing. Who knows what beautiful surprises you can find coming out of the routine. And she winked at him and Max's heart skips a beat seeing her like this. Let's go, Max said, helping her to stand on her feet. So do you trust me? She asks, laughing. Of course I do, darling, and he kissed her hand. Max helps her to sit in his car and asks her as soon as he starts to drive. Where are we going? To my condo, Meredith said without looking at him. What? Max asks, turning his head to her. I miss that place, and it is where I started to care about you and where we lived our first days as mates together. Call me emotive, but I want to be there with you. You are not emotional, Max whispers. I love you, Meredith Cruz, he said, and remembering everything he told Luke, he told her while he was looking at the road. I love you so much that I am scared. I am scared too, Meredith whispers, but in this little condo, I feel safe, you know? So you were stressing a lot and you didn't tell me? Max asked, parking the car in front of her condo's building. Not for me, Meredith said, looking at him and taking his hand in her hand. Now I am strong enough to fight and win, no matter who is my opponent. But I am afraid for you, for my family, for my friends, but most of all for you. What we have now is a dream. I never hoped to be here, to love you and to be loved by you. So what are we doing here? Max asked, holding her hand while they entered her condo. First, I will prepare lunch for my husband, Meredith said, smiling at Max. And after? He asked with a very naughty look. And then we can try again to make that baby. I think that maybe we are too stressed. I like how it sounds, Max said, taking off his jacket and tossing it on the couch, then starting to bend his cuffs to his elbows. What are you doing? Meredith asks him. I am helping you with our lunch. I want to jump on the second part faster, and Max licks his lips. You scoundrel! Meredith laughs with all her heart. You believed me? What? Max asks, almost falling from his own feet. I changed my mind, and his face falls to the ground. First, let's make the baby, and then we eat. And he doesn't lose another second and takes her in his arms and rushes directly into their bedroom. You are right, he whispered in her ear just before to start his favorite part. I missed this place too. Author's POV. What do you mean that Luke didn't come home? Max asked in the evening when the dinner should have started already. He didn't, Sam said, a little bit worried. Vivian came a few hours ago and took some clothes and left, but Luke is nowhere to be found. I tried to mind link him, but he is not responding at all. Shit, Max said, and looking at Meredith asks, can you call Vivian or mind link her or anything else you can do because Luke is missing? Meredith tries to contact her, but Vivian ends the call. She is now answering, and looking at Max, she thinks of something and says, come with me. She will respond to Francois's calls. And she starts to run to Leia's room, where Franco sleeps near her in bed, holding her hand in his hand. Franco, Meredith said, trying not to scare him. What happened, he asks, but when he sees Sam, Max, Kara, and Meredith around him, his heart stops. Where is she? Francois said, jumping out of bed and starting to tremble with panic. We don't know. She came home and took some things, but now Luke is missing and she doesn't want to answer our calls. Can you call her, please? At least we need to find out what happened. Franco takes his phone and calls her again, and in the end she answers. Vivi, he said, almost crying. Are you all right? And then his silence. What do you mean that you are in the airport, going back to Paris? Are you nuts? And he looks at Meredith in shock. Vivienne, Francois yells at her. You will kill the poor Luke acting like this. Are you heartless? You didn't learn anything from me and Leia's story? You are already marked. You already mated with him. You will kill him. But he just looks at his phone and with a low voice, almost in a whisper, he said, She ended my call. She is leaving Luke and she is going back to Paris. What? Sam asks in panic. Because he is a control freak and a lair. That's what she said. And Francois looks at the ground and feels how everything is lost for him. I can't leave her alone, he said, almost crying. But I can't let Leia either. I am responsible for her. And he looked at her and tears appeared in his blue eyes. Franco, go after her. Meredith said, You know how she is. Probably something triggered her memories and she felt that she was forced to do something. Find her. We will take care of Leia and try to find Luke. I am so sorry, he said, and leaning over Leia, he did something that he wished all this time. He kissed her lips lightly and felt some soft tingles. With every day he stayed at her head, their bond becomes more and more strong, and he is sure that he loves her, even as she doesn't know. Take care of her, please, and he left the room, running to the airport. Max, and this time Meredith looks in his eyes. What are you not telling me about Luke? It's not my story to tell it, Max said, and then watched Sam as he lowered his head. She needs to know, man. She is his Luna. Sam said, but Max just looked at him trying to understand what the hell happened. You know that Luke's mate died, Sam started. Anyone knows that. Kara said, She died running away from him, Sam said, looking at her. What? Both Meredith and Kara exclaimed. I've heard something else. You've heard what we decided that is worthy to be known, both for Luke and Sarah. Her parents are good people, and they deserve a nice memory about their daughter. Sarah was 18 and Luke 28 when he found her. That bitch rejected him immediately, but Luke never accepted her rejection. He waited for her so much time, he never touched a woman and wanted to live everything with his mate, Sam said. The thing is that Sarah had other thoughts. To make Luke to accept her rejection, she started to whore around. Luke caught her several times with other men, and that broke his heart. But that stupid really believed that if he perseverate, he will make her change her mind. Max said this time, She really fooled all of us with her acting, making us believe that she will accept him, but the fact was that she was preparing her final blow directly to his heart. The day she died, Luke found out about her plan of hurting him, and they fought. He rejected her that day, and their bond was terminated, but more than that, I banned her from our pack. Max said, looking in Meredith's eyes. Wasn't that too much? She asked. Probably, but I will never accept someone so cunning in my pack. He is the best man I know, Max said. That man is a saint compared to me. She ran in the forest, but came face to face with some rogues. Luke went after her to be sure that she was not suffering, but found her just before she died, just to see her laughing in his face and saying that she is happy for being free from him. Holly fucking shit, Kara said. She died in his arms, and he feels guilty even if in reality he is the victim. If he told Vivienne the story from his point of view, she would think that he is a control freak, but in reality he is just a man with a broken heart. He loved that bitch with all his heart, and the worst part is that he still loves her in his own way. I must find him, Meredith said, trying to get out of Leia's room, but she came face to face with Vivienne. Is it true what you told her? She asks Max, and this time she has tears in her eyes. Yes, Vivienne, Max said calmly. Shit! And she puts her hands over her mouth, falling to her knees. What did you do, Vivi? Franco asked her, coming into the room. He tried to force me to marry him, and of course I wanted to. But after all that happened in my past, I can't stand it when I'm forced. I just remembered everything that happened. And she starts to tremble. Luke is not a part of that story, sweetie, Meredith tells her. What have I done? I must find him. He probably thought that I left him. You did, Francois yelled at her. How could you? The same way you hurt Leia, Sam said in fury. You two are like executioners for the Navarro family. Sam, Max said, let them be. I must have found him. Vivienne started to cry and almost hyperventilating. Where could he go? And everyone started to come near her to try to calm her, but she bursted in tears and couldn't even breathe properly. But right when everyone thought that they will never find where Luke had hid, they hear a soft voice saying, "At the cemetery, at Sarah's grave, look for him there. Every time he feels lost, he goes there." And every head in the room turned to Leia's bed. "Find him. We will talk later," she said, trying to focus with difficulty. Francois just looked at her and came near her, but she turned her head from him and closed her eyes. "You are awake," Francois whispers. Meredith and the rest exit Leia's bedroom one by one, and when they are alone, Francois tries to hold Leia's hand, but she pulls her hand out of his hand. "Please, go," Leia said. "I'm sorry," Francois said. "I know, that's why you were here all this time, but now I am fine." And still without looking at him, she said, "You don't need to have remorse anymore. You can live your life now as you wish. You rejected me, I accepted it. You are free, Mr. Castle. Please go." Author's POV. "Luke," Vivi yelled with all her lungs looking for him, but he was nowhere to be found. "Where the hell is Sarah grave?" Meredith asks, looking around. It's almost night, and to be in a cemetery at this hour is really creepy, even for a werewolf. "I believe it's on the Esther side, let's go," Max said, and sniffing the air, he said, "Leah was right, he is here." "Yes," Meredith approves. "Artemis feels his presence too." And mind-linking Max, she said, "And he is still alive. I was afraid because he would try something." "Never. Luke is not that kind of guy. He takes everything with dignity, fights and tries everything, but when he loses, he never stops hoping. Knowing him, tomorrow he will probably have taken the next flight to Paris." And Meredith smiles at Max. "I love him even more for that," and Max looked at her, but he knew what she meant. She loves these people. They are now her people, her closest people in her life after her family. It is normal to love them and care for them. And feeling him near, Max tells Vivienne, "What are your intentions, Vivienne?" And this time he looks at her with authority. "I want him back," she said, crying. "I was a fool. If you ever hurt my gamma again, there will never be a place for you in my pack. Are we clear?" Max asked with a growl. Maybe Vivienne is Meredith's friend, but Luke is his gamma and also his friend, and he will protect him with everything he has. "No, I will never hurt him again." "I didn't know what happened," Vivienne said, still crying. "It's not important if you knew or not," Meredith said this time. "When you love someone, you care about his feelings, Vivi. More than you care about your own feelings. There are a lot of things that I don't know about my husband, but I love him, and I will try to be there and believe in him no matter what." "I know that now, I know," Vivienne said, wiping her tears. "I will go and verify how he is, and if he will want to speak with you, I will call for you," Max said, and Vivienne just stood with her mouth open. "I want to go too," she said. "You lost this right when you left him to go back to Paris," Sam said, following Max. Vivienne looks at Kara and Meredith for approval, but they just disapprove of her moving their heads. Max approaches Sarah's grave, and when he reaches the place, he stops and looks around in shock. Luke lays on the ground almost lifeless while the place is completely vandalized. The memorial square is dug out of the ground and torn to pieces. Even the ground from the grave is torn down as if someone wanted to dig a new pit and take Sarah out of the ground. There were some flowers, but now they are destroyed. "What the fuck?" Sam asked, looking around as Max leaned over Luke and checked on him. "He's alive, he's just drunk," Max said. "Drunk?" Sam asked in shock. "Luke doesn't drink." "It seems he does," Max said and shook Luke lightly. "Hey," he said lightly, "are you all right?" And Luke opens his eyes, and seeing Max in front of him, he tries to raise, but he falls back on the ground. "My head is spinning around," he said, trying to focus on Max's face. "What happened here?" Max asked him, and catch his arms and help him to stay on his own feet. Luke looks around and sighs. "This was my way to tell Sarah how much I hate her." "What?" Sam asks, because he knows that Luke loved that woman beyond imagination. "I hate her. She destroyed my life. His imprint is my existence. I feel like I'm suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. I loved my own abuser. Every decision I made was through the prism of what I lived with her. I hate her so much." "But you are free now," Max said calmly. "I am, but I have already lost everything again. I freaked out and scared my mate. She left me, Max," Luke said, looking at his trembling hands. "She is here and she is waiting for you. Do you want her, or do you want me to ban her out of this pack?" Max asked, laughing, even if he knows that this is out of the question. She's back? Luke asked, unable to believe what he was hearing. Yes, she's crying and she's ugly with her blue and swollen puffy eyes, with that nose full of snot and that red head disheveled. I think she learned her lesson for what she did. I swear to you it looks like hell. Are you sure you want her back? And Luke starts to laugh, feeling how his heart starts to beat normally again. Is she alone? He asks. The girls are with her, so she will not make a scene in this place. Do you want to see her? Sam asks. Yes, let's go and see her. I want to tell her some things, Luke said. They went straight to the place where they left the girls, and when Vivienne saw Luke, she immediately got to her feet and looked at him without daring to say anything. She left him. Will he forgive her? Let's go home, Luke said, passing Vivienne without looking at her, and her heart stopped. Her face whitened and the earth started to spin around her. Max and Sam looked at him a little bit confused, but after some time, they said to their mates, You heard the man. Let's go home. And Max took Meredith's hand while Sam Kara's hand. Vivienne just stayed in her place, and when she saw that Luke leaves without saying anything, she closed her eyes in silence. She tried to breathe, but there was no air for her. So this is how you feel when you are rejected by your mate? This was how Luke felt. She just tries to stay silent. She doesn't want to disturb him anymore if he doesn't want her, and suddenly everything goes black and she collapses. Vivi! Meredith yelled in panic and ran to her. Luke takes her directly into his arms. She is so small in his arms, so fragile that she looks like a flake. Vivienne! He whispered, trying to awake her, but she is even more pale, and looking at Max, he said, I need to take her to the hospital. I am with my car, Max said, and they drove directly to the Pack hospital where the doctors took care of Vivienne and ran a lot of tests on her. In a VIP ward, chosen by Meredith for her, Vivienne opens her eyes, and looking at the ceiling she starts to cry directly. Shh, Luke said, coming near her. I am here, and he takes her hand in his hand, helping her calm. Will you reject me? Vivienne asks, letting the tears flow over her face. Will you still leave me? Luke asked in return. No, I stayed in the car all the time. I never went to the airport, Vivienne said through tears. I love you. I couldn't leave. I love you too, stupid woman, Luke said. I'm not stupid, Vivienne said, smiling with her eyes full of tears. You are, he said, frowning at her. I am. And she started to cry again. Why are you crying so much? Luke asks and climbs easily into the bed next to her, taking her in his arms. I don't know what's wrong with me. I cry from everything, she said, putting her face in his chest and sniffing his fragrance. I love you, Luke. I will never leave you. I hope so, Luke said, smiling at her. I've got news. You do? Vivienne asked, looking in his blue eyes. Yeah, you are going to be, and he kissed her. Mrs. Navarro? Vivi asked, hoping that Luke still wants to marry her. And that too, but you are going to be Mommy Navarro. You are pregnant, Vivi. And this is the way that day ended. It started with the Navarros while they were fighting, and it ended with them growing in love. It is said that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and their love just went through the fire and resisted. Author's POV. Do you think she's sick? Max asks, looking at Vivi. She just stays in the garden, in a shady swing with her eyes closed as if dreaming. No, Meredith said with a smile. But I think that is the first time in her life when after so much time she is truly happy. It's good to see her like this. Francois only told me about Vivienne before the attack. Vivienne who was kind and calm. Vivienne who was shy. Look at her, Max. Meredith said, I don't know what to say, Mare. She seems sick. If you ask me now, I think I prefer the naughty and sassy Vivienne. They stay in Max's office from the pack house and just look at Vivi, and when they see Luke coming and taking her in his lap, caressing her inexistent belly, both of them felt a huge void in their hearts, but none of them said anything. When did James say he was coming? Max asked, looking at his watch. He should have been here by now. And she looks again at the window. I want a baby too, Artemis, she said to herself. What is wrong with me? Why can't I have a baby? I don't know, Mer, Artemis said. You are healthy, Max is healthy. Maybe it's not the right time. And Meredith just looks out the window with tears in her eyes, but immediately wipes them when she hears the doorknob pressing. James! Max said and caught his hand, giving him a typical masculine hug in which the men beat each other on the shoulder as if they were shaking each other from dust. "Lori," he said, smiling at her, "but you are growing. Are you sure you only have one pup inside your womb?" But Meredith slaps him over his head. "Max," she said, and then took Lori in her arms. "You are beautiful. Don't mind him. He is jealous." And she started to laugh. "You wanted to talk with us?" Max asked as soon as they made sure that they were alone. "Yes, Max." And looking at Meredith, James said, "We have problems." "What do you mean by problems, James?" And Max gives him a meaningful look. "I lost Veronica Trace," he said, a little bit in panic. "It's the first time something like this happens to me." "I hope you're joking," Max said, standing up on his feet. "No, and that's why I wanted to speak with you alone. She is Sam's sister, and she hurt Luke's sister, and I don't know if they will take too easy what I am going to say." "Speak, James," Max said, but Meredith caught his hand. "There is no need," she said, looking at Max, and then looking at James, she continued. "You won't hunt her, and you won't kill her. Are you nuts, Meredith?" James asked furiously at her for the first time in his life. "She will come here, and she will try to hurt you again." "Let her try," Meredith said. They are right," Lori said with a trembling voice, "and Max is so angry for what she is doing right now that if he could, he will beat her until she will change her mind." "She's pregnant, James," and she looks at Lori's belly. "That child has no guilt. And who knows, maybe in the end we will find out that she is pregnant with Max's child." "What the hell are you talking about?" Max said, catching her arm and turning her so she can face him. "From my calculation, she is not, Max. But what if she is?" she asks him. "What if she was your sister and not Sam's sister?" And looking at him, she said, "She will pay for what she did. Believe me that she will pay, but I am not her judge. Her mother is dead. Her brother doesn't want her. Her father will drive her away as soon as she sees her. She is already paying." "When did she disappear?" Max asked. "This morning," and looking at his sister, James said, "From my calculations, if she comes here in the evening, she should appear." "Shit," Max said, looking at Meredith, who stayed calm. "You should calm down," she said to him. "You'd better worry about Sam and Kara losing so much because of her. For Leia, who has just recovered and will have to meet her executioner. She can't touch me. She can't do anything to me physically." And Max is so angry that he just exits his office, slamming the door behind him, and leaves her alone with James and Lori. He takes his car keys and starts to drive to calm himself. "Will he be fine?" James asks Meredith. "He will have to understand that I no longer want to see blood. I am sick of all of this. Since I met him, I have had more fighting and evil in my life than in my whole life." "I can't leave you alone," James said. "Then stay with me, stay for dinner." And looking at him, she said, "Please don't tell Dad or Mom about this. They will be worried." "I don't agree with your methods, Meredith. I love and you are my sister, but you are wrong now. Evil must be eradicated." "Not this time," she said, looking at Max's car as he walked away from the house. "What is going on here?" Carter asked, seeing James. "Veronica is coming after Meredith, and she wants to stay and watch," and Meredith just looks at him and wants to punch him in the face. "What?" Suddenly Franco can be heard from the lobby. "That crazy woman who hurt Leia and Kara?" And he is so panicked that he is about to faint. "Do you see him?" James asks. "This is the right reaction." "It's not," Meredith yelled at him. "Last time when I saw her, I felt that something is not right with her. She was fighting with herself, and she was a victim too. Her mother's victim, but now her influence is gone, and maybe—" "You are wrong," Lisa said. "I have known that girl since she was a baby. She was evil from her first day of life." "I will not change my mind," Meredith said. "I cannot heal evil by evil. I just can't. If that is the only solution, then I am the primordial wolf for nothing. If all I can do is kill her." And she exits the office, and as soon as she is alone, she bursts into tears. She transforms in her wolf form and runs directly into the forest under the shocked look of Vivian and Luke. She runs for hours, and when she stops, she looks around and doesn't recognize the place. "Where the hell am I?" she asks, puzzled. "I don't know. It seems to be the eastern side of our pack. But can you smell the air?" Artemis asks. "Yes, someone is here," Meredith whispers. "Someone is watching us. Is not Veronica. neither Vincenzo Castellano, is someone else. And I feel, Artemis said and shivered, not for fear but for the disgust that was created by that presence. Is evil, I felt it too, Artemis, it's pure evil. Author's POV. Where the hell is she? And Max almost punched James in the face. How could you let her go by herself knowing that that bitch came after her? Son, calm down. I was there too, and she just transformed and ran in the forest. She was very upset, Carter said while Lisa stayed near him and cries in his arms. Do you think that something happened to her? Lisa asked, and all the girls in the room almost faint at this thought. Is she wearing your grandma bracelet? Grandpa Cruz asked after some time. Shit, you are a genius, Grandpa, Max said and ran into his office, took his laptop and started the GPS tracker. She, Max said, looking at Grandpa Cruz. Where the fuck is she? Kara asked, jumping up from her chair and holding her belly. She is here, Max said, and leaving the laptop, he goes to the first window from where he can see what happens in the garden. Shit, shit, shit! And doesn't say anything else but runs in an instant, pushing those around him. James also looks out the window and runs straight away. Sam in exchange just looks and feels that the ground runs from his feet, so it is Luke. In the back garden, Meredith and Veronica stay face to face at a proper distance. None of them says anything. Meredith just looks at her. She is tired and visibly sick. Her pregnant belly is big enough, probably at the middle of her pregnancy, and she just stays and analyzes Meredith from head to toe. Stay away from her, Max yelled with a big growl so that the entire forest was shaken. Maxie, Veronica said, smiling at him. Stay away, Max yelled again, scaring Veronica, but Meredith made her step in front of him, somehow protecting her. Meredith Cruz, I love you. You are my mate and my Luna, but if you do not step aside, I am not responsible for my actions. She is your what? Veronica said in shock and panic. She is. Max starts, but Meredith puts her hand on his lips and says in a whisper, Just shut up! The rest of the gang is already here, and when Veronica sees Sam, she smiles at him and wants to go to him, but he takes a step back. Sammy, she said, what is going on? Why are you acting like this? But Sam can't even look at her. He turns his back on her and starts to cry in Kara's arms. She is so small, but she holds him and lets him cry his pain out. Sammy, Veronica yelled, but right then Castellano appeared with Craig behind him from the forest. I told you, but you didn't believe me, he tells Veronica. No, you are lying. They are fooling around. I know that. Maxie, she's not your mate, isn't it? How can she be? I am pregnant, Maxie, and is your pup. We will have a pup, Veronica asks, starting to cry. Who is this woman? Veronica, Castellano said, raising his hand up, as if surrendering while Mac's warriors came and surrounded him. Please believe me when I told you that nothing that you are remembering is not true. No, she yells and runs to Max, who raises his hand to hit her, thinking that she is attacking or something like that. But right then from nowhere, Leia transforms and puts her down under her paws. Her huge black wolf with green eyes growls in Veronica's face. She wants to transform too, but for the first time she observes that she has no wolf anymore, and she starts to panic so hard that blood starts to flow down her nose. No, it's not true, she yells under Leia's paws. Leia, Lisa and Meredith said at the same time, let her go. Don't hurt her. We will take care of her and she will pay, but right now it seems that she doesn't even remember what she did. She is fooling us, Leia growled again. Her brother lost his baby because of her. I almost died because of her. How can I let her escape? And hearing her, Veronica's heart stops, and she faints under Leia's body. She's not fooling around, Vincenzo said. She had an accident, and she doesn't remember anything. She lives in the past, 2 or 3 years ago. This must be a stupid prank, Luke said, while Sam can't stop from crying. Grandpa Cruz and Auntie Jen take Sam and Kara and bring him to the kitchen, where Auntie Jen prepares a calming tea for him. Luke commands the warriors to take Castellano and his beta to the dungeons, while Veronica is put in a hospital ward under the careful supervision of the best warriors. She is tied to the bed and she has no chance to run. And left alone with Meredith, Max suddenly bursts out. What the hell was in your head to run from home alone? And he is so panicked that he doesn't even realize the tone he is using and the fact that his parents and James and Lori are still here. Panic took over him, and right now he can't focus on anything but only on the fact that today he lost Meredith and lived that panic again. I needed to calm down. You also left the house, so I did the same thing, Meredith said, feeling his emotions and trying to ignore his attitude. What if you suffered something? Max said and looked at her for the first time since he came in the garden. Meredith is sad, but she is calm at the same time. She looks like she knows everything and has all the answers. She just stays there. Max watches her, how she looks at him with love, and he puts his hands over his face and takes a deep breath. And he is stammering. I know, Meredith said, and looking at Carter and Lisa and at James and Lori, she signals them to leave them alone. I thought that she killed you, or that Castellano took you from me again, and Max just stays with his eyes closed. His hands are trembling. His entire fucking body is trembling. Even the thoughts from his mind are trembling. He is a walking shit right now. Maximilian Cruz, Meredith said using her Luna voice. Look at me! And he does exactly what she asked for. Today you hurt me when you left, and you hurt me again when you doubt me. I know what I am doing. Can you believe me when I tell you that I know what I am doing? When it comes to your safety, I can't focus on anything else, Max said, looking into her eyes. I know, but you must learn to trust me, as well as I need to learn that Maximilian Cruz is more human than werewolf when he is scared to lose his mate. And she smiles at him. You don't understand, Max wants to say. I do, believe me, and she puts her hand over his heart. I am your Luna. You marked me, and I feel your emotions. And she just looks at him. Let your pride down and you will feel my emotions too, she said, and he calms under her touch. And closing his eyes, he thought of her words, and he felt it. The peace in Meredith, he felt it. I love you, he said, taking her in his arms. I know, but next time don't act like this. And she put her lips on his neck, kissing her mark. Next time, hold my hand like this, Max whispered. Just hold my hand and do not let me fall into the trap of my fears. Author's POV. As soon as everyone calmed down, they gathered around the table, being late and already skipping over dinner because they looked for Meredith all evening. Auntie Jen, since she mated with Grandpa Cruz, is not helping in the house anymore because the old Alpha is just a little scoundrel and said that he does not have too many years to live on this earth. He already lost 10 years with her for being undecided and doesn't want to lose not even a second with her. So Auntie Jen now just stays near Grandpa, just holding his hand at every step, and she likes it so much that she didn't even blink when Meredith told her that she is banned from the kitchen. The only one who reacted was Grandpa Cruz, who just yelled from all his lungs. I told you, Max. I told you that she is just perfect for you. You mean for you, Grandpa? Max laughs, seeing Grandpa so excited. It seems to me that my Luna is like your personal fairy and she fulfills all your wishes. So tonight, they are just staying around the table while some young Omegas serve dinner. I don't like this, Meredith said, looking at them. What do you mean? Lisa asked, not understanding what he meant. Us being served by our pack members like we are some fucking royals. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I am used to preparing my own food, and they deserve to be with their families at this time of day. This is the way things are made, sweetheart, Auntie Jen said, and they are doing this with pleasure, not from obligation. James and Lori looks at each other and then said, Lori said the same thing, that she would want to see our people happy, that we are living in an era where serving is old-fashioned. I agree with that, Lisa said, but this packhouse is huge and the help is mandatory. Then, let's make new rules, Meredith said and looked at Max, who just smiled at her. He is a CEO and he is a powerful alpha, but she understands her. He is not comfortable either with all those Omegas running into his personal space to clean the area. I agree, he said, but with some limits. And looking at Auntie Jen, he smiled, because now she is a part of his family, and she will correct him if he says something wrong. I don't like them in my condo, cleaning up after me. I love to have privacy. But at the same time, the packhouse is huge, just as Mom said. I also would love to eat the food prepared by my Luna, and he takes her hand in his hand, kissing it. But I would also like to prepare something for her. So I have a suggestion. And Carter looks at him and signals him to continue while Sam and Luke just stay and watch him. I will announce from tomorrow that the Omegas will not clean our personal rooms. If a warrior or anyone who lives in this pack house needs their help, they will pay them in addition to what they receive from us. They will take care only for common spaces like living rooms, kitchen, the lobby, the gardens. That sounds great, Lisa said, smiling at her son. What about our food? Sam asked. He doesn't even know how to boil an egg by himself. They will continue to cook for us, and if we will have the courage to use the kitchen by ourselves, they will have a day off. By this part that Meredith said that is disturbing, the part where they serve us, will be gone. This will be our responsibility to put our food on table and clean after. I agree, Meredith said. I will do the same in my pack, James said while Lori squirms in happiness and holds her belly. But Meredith still has a lot in her head. Today was like an apocalyptic day. Artemis was all the time on alert. Revelations after revelations were made. Veronica, Castellano, Mac's attitude, and the worst of it is that presence in their pack. As a human, she never felt like this. She never knew how big is the evil around her, but now is different. Today in the forest, Meredith said, looking at her plate and trying to find the right words, but Artemis asks for control and she lets her speak in her place. She lifts her head and everyone can see those fantastic shiny blue eyes that announce Artemis' presence. What happened in the forest? Max asks when he sees her like this, and Stark asks for control because he just wants to be with Artemis. She looks in his black eyes and then at James and said, I was angry and I started to run. The thing is that I lost control of my emotions and I ran so fast until I lost my direction. And now she just looks at Max again. Did someone hurt you? Vivi asked, almost jumping out of his chair. No, and she laughs only at that thought. But I felt something, and it was the first time when as a werewolf I felt something like this. There was someone in the forest and I'm sure that was watching me because I felt his or her aura. It was all directed at me. I felt exposed, and it was horrible. Were you a wolf from or as human? Carter asked, looking at Grandpa Cruz. Wolf, Meredith let me take control, Artemis said. Where was that? Max asked, and his heart pumps so hard that he feels that it will explode. In the eastern part of the pack. I ran until I reached Squamish, and then I don't know exactly where I was. There were some high mountains in the distance, with sharp peaks full of snow. Mount Tantalus, Grandpa said, and whitened his face. There I found her when she was a baby. What do you mean? James asks, looking at him. I found her near the Calgary area, in my pack. No, I took her there, but I found her in Mount Tantalus. I saved her from some hunters. It's a long story, but her parents were alphas and were killed by hunters. Now I understand that they wanted Meredith. Do you think they looked for her all these years? Kara asked, trembling. It is possible, if they knew what she was. Those jerks know these things. It's like they have a sensor to feel a werewolf aura. Holy shit! And Luke stands up. You must stay at home all the time, he exclaims. We can't risk losing you. I will defend you, Leia said, standing near Luke. I will too, Francois said, but Meredith and Max and the rest look at him and smile, while Leia throws him an ugly look. With what? Francois just blush. He is one of those men who bush for the goddess' sake, and Leia's heart skipped a beat. You will bite me, and you will transform me, and then I will be a werewolf too, and I will be able to defend Meredith. Keep dreaming, and looking at Meredith, she said. Luke and me will start to train the warriors from tomorrow, but you protect me, don't expose yourself, and don't leave alone. If what you felt was a hunter, this is not good at all. Veronica and Castellano together are like a piece of cake compared to what's coming. I will protect you too, James said, and looking at Lori said, Can you call Dad and ask him to come here? Don't tell him anything, just to take his helicopter and come here ASAP. They just stay and look at each other. What about Veronica and Castellano? Kara suddenly asked, because this affects her directly. She lost a baby because of them. I will protect you, Sam said, taking her in his lap, while her tummy just swells suddenly from the position she is in. Vivi will take care of Veronica, Meredith said. What? I am a vet, not a human doctor. Exactly, Meredith said. Our doctors don't know how to treat humans, but you are a vet and stayed among humans long enough, Vivi. You understand them. You are just like me. There are no animal psychiatrists, Meredith. That woman needs a psychiatrist in the first place. Take care of her, make her wolf come back, and after that she will pay for her acts. But until then, in this state, she doesn't even understand the consequences of her acts. What about Castellano? Luke asks. He stays where he is. Max said his time. I'm not sure about him either. This is not Castellano, I know. I must investigate the problem. Shall we eat now? Grandpa asked, looking at them. Yeah, Meredith said. Let's eat and finish this shitty say. Author's POV. Max Luke mind-links him just after everyone went to their room to sleep. Can you come to my condo? I'm in deep shit. If Vivienne wants to try that 3 shit that she was always talking about when we met, I'm sorry, but I am not coming. Max said, laughing. She is pregnant, man. I mean, she wouldn't have asked for that, even if she wasn't. She was just fooling around with you to annoy you. But I need your help, and I need it quickly. Max just looks at Meredith, who exits the bathroom in a lace plunge slip from Victoria's Secret that is called Tropic Paradise, and he just stops and looks at her with his mouth open, and he closed his eyes, catching the bridge of his nose, and swears in his mind, I swear I have the most idiotic beta and gamma on the earth, Stark. If he is calling me for nothing, I will kick his ass. Max said, and opening his eyes, he looks at Meredith coming towards him, smiling. What happened, darling? She asks, and puts her arms around his neck, pecking his lips. Luke, he wants to go to his condo because there is something happening. If Vivienne makes problems again, I swear to you that I will. But she stops him, kissing him again. Wait for me. And she runs to her closet, takes a lace inset robe that is at set with that sexy tropical color lace plunge slip, and coming near Max, she said, Let's go. Where to go? Max asks, looking at her. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He just wants to stay here and do a lot of things to her, especially after seeing her in that sexy thing that she wears under her robe. To see what is happening at Luke's condo. Hello, she said, raising her hands in the air and signaling him to walk. He just stays there and looks at her long legs, and taking a deep breath, he once again insults Luke in his mind. Is the middle of the night for the goddess' sake? What problems could he have? Where are you going? James asks, exiting his bedroom because he stayed overnight. Laurie was tired of flying at this hour back, and he will go back tomorrow when Landon will come with Olivia to discuss what happened in the forest. Luke, Max said, puffing. Something is happening at his condo. James looks in the room as Laurie sleeps soundly and says, Let's go, and laughing, he continues. Probably Vivienne kicked him out of the house again. But when they arrive at Luke's and Sam's floor, there is a lot of noise. Even Sam and Kara are there, so are Carter and Lisa, Grandpa Cruz and Auntie Jen. What the hell is happening here? Max asked, using his alpha voice. That's happening, Luke said, pointing to Francois, who just stayed with his arms on his chest and looked at Leia. She doesn't want to bite me, Francois said, very upset. Of course I don't want to. Leah said, looking at him, I don't want to take rabies from you. What if I take something from you? I just woke up in a coma. Bite me, he said, very upset. Franco, Vivi tried to say, this is not how these things are done. I don't care, Francois said. She is my mate and I want to be bitten by her, so when that boo-hoo-hoo will come after Meredith to be able to fight with him too. Holy goddess, Leia exclaimed, raising her hand in the air. Please get him out of here until I beat him. Sam starts to laugh, but just a look from Kara and he is silent. This is serious, Kara said through the mind link. Don't you understand? He wants her. He changed his mind. So? Sam asked her in return. You are impossible, Sam. Just shut up. And Kara takes his hand in her hand. This is very exciting. It's like some live soap opera, Francois, Meredith said, coming near. You can't force Leia to bite you. This is something very intimate. I was bitten by Castellano to save my life, but you are not in danger. Or I could have been bitten by Max when he would have marked me, and then I would have become a werewolf. But now there is neither a danger nor a mating ceremony so that Leia can bite you. Don't you understand what you are asking for? You were just an inactivated werewolf. It's different, Francois said. Inactivated werewolf? And Max laughs with all his heart, so does Carter and Lisa. What about Vivi? Franco said. She was in the middle of the mating process. Luke said, that's why I bite her. She accepted me. I studied the problem, Francois said. is not something usual for a werewolf to be mated with a human. Is very special, so Vivi and I must be special if we both have werewolves mates. Had, Leia said. Only Vivi has a mate, you are not anymore, and she leaves the room while Francois just looks at her as she walks away. I want you back, he yelled after her. I changed my mind. But Leia just raised her hand, showing him her middle finger and spinning it in the air. I guess that was her way of telling you that would be better if you would just fuck off? Sam asks, laughing. Francois just starts to swear in French and goes after her, catching her arms, but with a single move, she raises him from the ground and hits him directly in the stomach, making him fly to the first wall. Leia! Luke and Vivi yelled in panic while she stopped and just looked shocked at what she just did. Shit! And she runs to Francois, who is barely breathing. Are you nuts, Leia? Max and James ask at the same time while Meredith pushes her near Francois and takes him in her arms. Call the doctors, Max. He has some broken ribs. And looking at Leia said, I know that you are angry for what he did, but you accepted his rejection and things ended between you two. He regretted it and he took care of you while you were in a coma. He doesn't deserve this. And she looks at Francoise, who has already fainted. He stayed at your head for weeks, Leia, Luke said this time, both in hospital and here. You are back because your wolf felt him. I hate him. And looking at Vivi, he said, no offense, my sweet cherry, but he was a jerk. And looking back at Leia said, but he regrets, and you were mates, and you dreamed with your eyes open at this. And we are not mates anymore. Leia yelled and ran out of the room. Let her calm down, Meredith said, and looking at Max, she said, help me put him on that sofa until the doctor comes. Mir, Franco whispered, almost fainting again. Will you bite me, please? Don't you dare, Max said, looking at her. I can't, Francois, Meredith said. It is painful and you have no serious reason to give up your whole life. If you are doing this only to defend me, I assure you that I can defend myself. And she caresses his forehead. The doctors came in looking at him, said, Shit, another wounded human. What are we going to do with him? Luke asked. He can't force Leia to take him back if she doesn't want to. No, we can't, Meredith said, watching him sadly as the doctors took him out of the room. But we can help him, suddenly James said. What? All of them said in unison, turning their heads to James. The man moved his business to Canada just to stay here with Vivienne and Leia, James said, looking at Max. More than this, Leia is back because of him. He took care of her. Let's help the man to show Leia that he is sorry and he regrets. Once mates until one of them is marked by someone else, they still have a chance. I will not act like Cupid for him, Luke said. I will, Sam said after Kara commanded him to say it through their mind link. I will help him too, Kara said and took Sam's hand and put it on her belly to feel their baby's movements. He is my brother, so it is my responsibility to see him happy, and Vivi looks at Luke. And Leia is my sister, so no, I won't help him, but I will help her to see the opportunity she has. You are helping him too, you fool, Sam said, recognize, but Luke disapproves and starts laughing. Max, Meredith asks and looks straight into his eyes. All right. I will help him. I will let him stay here, but I forbid you to bite him if his life is not endangered. No man will be bitten voluntarily in my pack. Dying or mating, only those can be the circumstances for something like this to happen. Am I clear? Max asked. You know what? Grandpa Cruz asked. I will help him too, and all the gang said in a chorus. Please, no, Grandpa. I will, he said, smiling at Jen. The old scoundrel perv, called Grandpa Cruz, is back in action. Prepare yourself. Author's POV. Good morning, my love, Max said, taking Meredith in his arms and cuddling with her. It's already morning? Meredith asked, still with her eyes closed, pouting her lips at Max. He pulled her closer to him and kissed her lips immediately. Yes, it's already morning, but it's already 10 in the morning, he said, laughing while Meredith jumped down from the bed. What? She asks in panic. I have an important meeting with a client in 1 hour. But seeing Max's face, she just takes the pillow and hits him in the head. You are horrible, you know? Come here, he said and signaled her to sit in his lap. Are you all right? I am, Max. I had a tough day yesterday, but it is already a new day, and I can only hope for better, isn't it? And she put her head on his chest. As long as I have you, it's still a good day, and she lifts her head just a little so she can look straight in his eyes. I love you. Max said, I love you with everything I have. It's nice to hear you say that. And she stands up, taking Max with her, and goes to the bathroom to do the refreshing gymnastics they do together every morning. If you understand what I mean, wink wink. But the thing is that as much as they love each other in this pack house, they are not alone. And just last night, Luke was yelling for Max's help. Do you think that in the morning, everything was resolved? No. Correct answer. Sitting in the dining room, Leia is boiling. What happened this time? Max and Meredith asked at the same time, which made them look into each other's eyes and snort with laughter. That happened, Leia said, pointing to a big bouquet of red roses. They are beautiful, Meredith said, smiling at her. Beautiful? Leia asked, and putting a note in Meredith's hand, she said, Read it, that scoundrel of Francois, and slams into her chair. Meredith takes the note and she starts to read it with a loud voice. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. And she starts to laugh with all her heart. Really, Grandpa? She asks him while Leia looks like she just saw a UFO in place of Meredith. What do you mean? She asks Meredith, who can't stop laughing. Explain to her, Grandpa, please, because this is too much for me. I am helping Francois, Grandpa Cruz said, and I will send you flowers and poetry in the account of that poor man with a broken heart until you will forgive him and accept him. Grandpa Cruz, with all the respect, but... Leia starts, but Grandpa looks at Auntie Jen and asks, Am I right, my sweet Jen? And he looks at her like a puppy. Yes, you are doing the right thing helping Francoise, she said, and took his hand in her hand. Holy shit, James said. Man, your pack is insane. And he starts to laugh, but Lori said, I think this pack is really cool. Every day a new drama is around, and every day something makes you step out of your comfort zone. This is cool, is not insane. When will Mom and Dad arrive? Meredith asks, looking at James and changing the subject. At noon. We will have lunch together, he says. Now, if you will excuse us, I need to take my Luna and look for some baby clothes. We don't have a day off too often, so I will let her enjoy this day, and he takes her in his arms. You are not staying for breakfast? Meredith asks, looking sad at him. No, today will be a pamper day for her, and he goes out with her. Did you hear that, Sam? Kara asks, squeezing her eyes. He's going to pamper her. Help, Sam said through his mind link, but Max ignores him. Help. He also mind links Meredith, but she looks at Vivian and says, You see, Vivi, that's the benefit of having a werewolf mate. He can woo you every day and pamper you when you are pregnant. Vivi looks at Luke and his heart stops. Did you hear that, Luke? She asks. When do you intend to woo me? Holy fucking shit. Max burst into laughter. Today Francoise is the only winner for not having a mate. Excuse me? Meredith asks. And let me tell you right now, Carter and Lisa and Grandpa Cruz and Auntie Jen just stay at the table and look at those fools who are fighting in vain. Leia gets up easily. She takes her note and the flowers that now she loves knowing that are not brought by Francois and disappear immediately. Did she just left? Meredith asks, laughing. Yeah, Vivi said. At this rate, she will think that it is better to live without a mate. It seems to me that the mate is a fiction. I will show you fiction, Luke said, getting up from the table. Do you want to be wooed? He asks, and looking at Max, he continues. Do you need me today? No. Go and make her happy. And then looking at Sam, he said, and you too. Soon she will give birth, and in 2 or 3 months is not enough to prepare for twins. Go with her, Sam. And he takes out his no-limit credit card and says, Buy everything you need. This is a gift from their godfather. Meredith just looks at him and smiles. Godfather? She asks him, giggling. Yes, godmother. Max whispers in her ear, and looking at Luke, he takes another card and says, You better do to come with some names related to me or Meredith, or I will kick you out of this house. I am the ultimate godfather of this pack. Shut up, Max, Meredith said, and sitting in his lap, she tells them, Go and have fun, and buy everything you need. You heard Max, he will pay for everything, and she just kissed her mate while the rest of their friends left the room. So what's the plan for today? Meredith asks Max through a mind link while he starts to feed her with his food. We will take that meeting that you have, then have lunch with your parents and he kissed her, making his parents and Grandpa Cruz smile. And then I will woo you too. And how do you intend to do that? Meredith asks, looking in his gorgeous blue eyes that have sparkles in them right now. I intend to be happy with you for the rest of the day. And he kissed her, pecking her lips, forgetting that they are not alone. What are you two doing there? Grandpa Cruz asked, pointing with his fork at them. What? Meredith asks, looking at him. You just stay and look each other in the eye for 10 minutes. Are you fighting? He asks them, putting a piece of ham in his mouth while the rest look at them with interest. No, Grandpa, Max said. We are doing, and he winks at Meredith. Love. Author's POV. At the office, things went smoothly because Meredith was just talented and modest and impressed with every project she had. Today, someone sent by Mr. Smith from the contest came to make a deal with MaxLines to provide him an exclusive collection. The truth is that you were like a big investment, Max said, coming near her when everything finished with their new client. Excuse me? Meredith asks, putting her hand on her chest. Your scholarship in Paris, your friendship with Francois Cassel, you winning that fantastic contest as an employee of MaxLines. All this, darling, was a fantastic investment. If you say so, she said, exiting the elevator while Max follows her and goes straight to her office. Shit, I missed Kara, and Vivi is not here today because she needs to be pampered by Luke while I am staying here alone all day. Stay with me in my office, Max said. No, what will our employee think? That I am a jealous woman and that I follow you everywhere? Max closes the door behind him and pulls the blinds, while Meredith just lays on her sofa, closing her eyes. I will ask Francois to work with us directly, Max said, coming near her and pulling her directly in his lap over his tent. He is sick and with a broken heart. Let him alone. And Meredith looks at Max and starts to arrange his hair with her fingers. No, darling. This will prove to Leia that he is serious about staying here. I still can't believe she hurt a human. She almost killed her own mate, Max. Not a human. And Meredith is just annoyed. This was too much, but if she hurts Francois again, there will be consequences. I agree, Max said, and he lifts Meredith's dress so she can stay with her almost bare ass on his lap. But just when he wants to unzip his trousers, someone puts his hand on the doorknob trying to open it, and he almost falls from the sofa trying to zip back his trousers, while Meredith straightens her dress and goes to open the door. Shit, James said with Landon and Olivia near him, while Carter and Lisa appeared too. Where are you having sex? He asks Max, who is red like a boiled crab. I am in my office, James, Meredith said. You know that I don't like to rush things. So no, he was just massaging my feet. She lied to him, and all of them enter her office, looking at her. They were doing it, I tell you, James said, pointing to Max. Look at his face. He looks like he has a carrot in his ass. Is that why she is not pregnant yet? You have a carrot and not some dye. But Lori slaps him over his head directly. That's better, Meredith said, looking at him with some angry eyes while her parents just disapproved of everything James said. James, this is not how you should act with your sister, and you, sweetie, you can't have sex everywhere you want. Someone could have heard you. Holy goddess! Meredith said, lifting her arms in the air, but Max stand up and taking her hand in his hand, he said, She is my wife and my Luna, and I will take here whenever I want and wherever I feel the need. So fuck off, James. I don't live after your rules. And all of them take their cars and drive directly to the best restaurant in town. This is like a family dinner, Lisa said excitedly. Is more than this. She can hear Grandpa Cruz, who came with Auntie Jen and took a place at their table. So what happened? London asked. I felt something in the forest yesterday, Meredith said without any preparation. It was not a werewolf, but Artemis was very alarmed, and also my mood was very affected. It gave me a very negative sensation. Are you sure that was not a rogue or another werewolf? London asks. I am sure, Dad, Meredith tells him. I was not afraid of rogues, not even as human, now even less so. It was a hunter, Grandpa Cruz said. She felt that presence where I found her, Landon, Grandpa said. I asked Luke to send his warriors to investigate, and taking Meredith's trace, they felt traces of that presence too. Grandpa Cruz looks at Landon and then at Carter and says, Will we tell her the whole story? I believe it is time, Landon said a little bit scared. What story, Meredith? Your story, sweetheart. Landon said, looking into her eyes. I know the story. I heard Grandpa talking to Max, she starts to say. Oh, that was just the top of the iceberg, and Grandpa looks very serious right now. Speak, Max said, using his alpha command against his own grandpa, even if it is not having an effect over him. Everything I told was 99% true, but I forgot to mention a few things, Grandpa said, taking Auntie Jen's hand in his hand to calm himself. The thing is that Meredith was not kidnapped by those hunters. They were looking for her. This is why her parents died. They knew from the beginning that she is special, but they thought that she would be at most a healer or a white wolf, not the primordial one. Continue, Grandpa, Meredith said, and this time she is furious. Will this man ever stop lying? Her parents came to me and asked me to hide Meredith, but when the hunter took my trace, I knew that Meredith will never be protected here. So I made a plan. I took her in Landon's pack. His father was my best friend, and I knew Landon and Olivia and also little James. That day I waited until James found her, and I watched him taking her in his arms and swearing that he would love her forever. I knew this was her place for her to have a chance. So everything was a lie? Meredith asks. You knew about this? She asks her father. Grandpa told me when you were 10. Then was the moment when we decided that it would be perfect if you will marry Max. I knew that he would take care of you, but he disappointed us. I'm sorry for that, Max said, with a lot of sadness in his voice. I would do anything to change the past. Who are my parents? Meredith asks. The ones that gave birth to me, because I know who my real parents are, she said, looking at Olivia and Landon. The Alpha. Grandpa said, but stopped and closed his eyes and said almost in whisper. The Alpha King and our Queen, and he just looks at Max, who looks at him with his mouth open. There is no king or queen, the last was a long time ago. And now he is sure that Grandpa is hallucinating. There is, Carter said, but he is not reigning anymore. It was a tough decision, but this modern era is not for kings and queens of werewolves, so he chose to live like a normal werewolf. Some kings had their own pack and none knew what they are, while some of them, and here I speak about Meredith's parents, just lived alone far from everyone's eye. I knew her father, and I knew who he was, and when he felt those hunters' presence, he looked for me. He lived on Mount Tantalus, Meredith whispers. Yes, and you come there in wolf form and make them realize that you are still alive and they will come after you. Landon said sadly. She is the princess of the werewolves? Lori asked, putting her hand over her mouth. The queen of the werewolf. She is the only survivor of the royal family, Grandpa said, looking at her. Do you understand now why I needed to protect her? And Meredith just looks at him. But I am not feeling special, she said. You're our, Max said, having tears in his eyes, realizing once again how foolish he was back then. Every time he thinks about the past, he finds a new thing that he makes him realize how he almost lost the biggest chance that a werewolf could receive in his life. You are the most beautiful being I ever saw. You are damn powerful as a human, and as a werewolf, you are scary, my love, believe me. You are smart, maybe the smartest woman I ever met, and talented, and everything you do, you are doing perfectly, so you are special. You are perfect. But royals had powers, Meredith said. And you have too, and you will discover them one day, Carter said this time. A princess, James whispered. My sister is a princess. A queen. Grandpa corrected him. You raise and love all your life a queen. The queen of our hearts, Max said, and looked at her with so much love that can't even be described, and he knew that difficult days will come, but he will stay like a shield in front of Meredith. No one will ever take her away from him. Author's POV. Are you all right? Max asks Meredith while he drives to the place where he planned to take her for the rest of the day. I don't know, Max. I think I am, but... And she looks out the car's window at how the landscape changes. Knowing that my first family died because of their status, because they were like some trophy for those damned hunters, makes me feel sick. They were too special and too powerful for our world, Max said, taking her hand in his hand to help her calm. But Grandpa said that they were very good people and never disturb anyone. Yes, they were nobody's kings, in a world where there was no place for them anymore. Do you think that they suffered because of that? Because they couldn't act like king and queen? Meredith asks, her heart being tormented because of a lot of questions. No. Your father had your mother with him, and they've got you. I would do anything to be somewhere only with you, to escape from all my responsibilities. So if you ask me, I believe they were happy the way they were. I would like that too, Meredith said, caressing his hand and letting the tingles run between them. To be somewhere just with me? Max asks, lifting her hand to his lips and kissing it. Yes, that would be a dream. Now I feel that I have an enormous responsibility over my shoulders, knowing who I am, and I don't like the feeling. Just be you, Max said. Don't force yourself. Continue to love your people, continue to be gorgeous and kind and sassy. And please, and he stops the car somewhere near the sea and pulls her in his arms, kissing her neck. Please continue to love me. You won't escape from me so easily, Meredith said, and this time she is smiling, but looking around she asks, What are we doing here, Max? We will take my boat and spend the rest of the day on Vancouver Island, in my cabin from Tofino. Why do I find now that you have a boat? Meredith asks, squeezing her eyes at him. I rarely use it. I remembered that I have a boat when I wanted to take you somewhere special. That is my favorite place from my territory, but I don't have time to come here as much as I would like. He opens the car door and helps Meredith to exit the car, and looking at her, he says, Do you trust me? Now that you ask me in this way, I don't know what to say, she says and starts to laugh, but he just pulls her to him and says, My place from Tofino is small. I built it by myself and no one knows about it. It's a small cottage, more likely a nest in the forest and on the beach at the same time with an ocean view. It's my little paradise. And you are sharing this place with me? Meredith asks, looking straight in his black eyes. I will share everything with you. This will be our secret place from now on. Let's go, Max. And he takes her in his arms, but when she sees his boat, she just looks at him. That's your boat? Is it too small? He asks, laughing. Are you kidding me? You really don't know how to be modest, Maximilian Cruz. That's a fucking yacht, not a boat. So you like it. I know that you are a fan of all my big things, he said, but she just squeezes her eyes at him. All evening he sailed, holding Meredith between his arms to warm her and to keep her from the cold wind of the ocean, showing her the whales and the sea lions, while she just melted in his embrace. They never had a time like this, alone in the middle of nowhere, far from everyone who knows them. Do you want to know something funny about those whales? Max asks, whispering in her ear. Shock me, Maximilian, Meredith said, making him cling completely to her body. When a male wants to mate with a female, he starts to sing. They use complex songs, which can take up to 20 minutes, to attract their partners. So you're telling me that the whales are charming? Meredith asks, turning her head a little to look at Max. Yes, and I decided that tonight I will sing for you. I must woo you, darling. You heard the girls. They asked for it, and I can't let you get less than they will receive from their mates. Promises, Maximilian Cruz, empty promises, she said and started to laugh. Max sailed to Port Alberni, where he anchored his yacht, and from there took Meredith on his Kawasaki that he had on his yacht, until he reached his isolated property. Holy goddess! Meredith said as soon as Max helped her get off the motorcycle. This is really paradise. She was fascinated during her drive by the beautiful landscapes and by the fact the island is barely populated, but this place in Tofino is from another story. Closing her eyes, she hears the ocean, but at the same time she hears the forest, the bears, the bird, the mooses, even the wind among the branches of the trees. It is a complete symphony of nature. The nest is right where the forest ends, between some big rocks that open like a window to the ocean. No one will see this tiny house neither from water or ground. Do you like it? Max asks, putting his arms around her waist and turning her so he can see her every reaction. I love it, and Meredith smiles at him. I understand now, she whispers. You do? Max asks her, knowing exactly what she means. Yeah, I would love to be isolated for life in a place like this, just with you. So now I understand. They were happy, she said, referring to her birth parents. They were, Max said, kissing her lips. He takes her hand and brings her inside his nest. It's a small construction on 2 levels. To enter the house, you must take some stairs that end on a beautiful wooden terrace on which Max installed a hot tube. Entering the house, Meredith just looked at Max. "You arranged this place by yourself?" she asks, looking at him in shock. "Yes, this is Maximilian Cruz, who doesn't give a shit about the rest of the world. This is what I need when I am alone." The place is simple, and the luxury and elegance that is always around Max here has evaporated. The place is simple and with a homey air. It's just perfect. On the first floor, there's a tiny kitchen where you can prepare a simple meal, the bathroom with a small shower. A rustic fireplace sits on the wall in front of the door, and a comfortable leather sofa with a few thick and fluffy blankets is placed nearby. The nest has large windows from ceilings to the ground, and from where you can see the ocean. In front of these windows is a wooden table and 2 chairs where they will sit and eat. There is no TV, no internet, no cell phone. The only signal will be the one that their hearts will emit. Max takes her hand and leads her upstairs on the rustic stairs. It's an open bedroom with a balcony, and from it you can see the entire ground floor, but the outside view is even more beautiful from here. There is only a king-size bed and nothing else, because Max hid all the cabinets in the walls, leaving the space as simple as possible. The most beautiful thing is that above the bed are placed 4 enormous windows in the ceiling, and Meredith can only imagine how she will see the stars from there when the night comes. "Max," she whispered, "this is so beautiful." "No, my love," Max said, lifting her in his arms. "You are beautiful, here in this place." Meredith's POV. "If I ask you, will you come with me for a run?" I ask Max. "I am not afraid of anything, but after the last run, I don't want to be alone while Artemis is in wolf form. I feel exposed. My wolf is pure white and is very unusual even for humans to see me. I will come with you even at the end of the earth. You don't need to ask me." Max tells me, and he starts to take off his clothes. On his yacht, we changed our clothes into something more comfortable, and he came prepared with warm clothes, because here the weather is more cold. As a wolf, we have no problem, but as humans we need thick clothes. He just stays naked in front of me, grinning, and he stretches out his hand to me. "I know that you like the view," he tells me, "but you asked for a run, and now Stark can't wait for it. So if you want to have me during the night, you must allow him to stay with Artemis during the daytime." "What kind of deal is that?" I ask him, and I start to take off my clothes, and when I am also naked in front of him, I look at his friend from the south area, and I see him standing right like a pole. "What is that?" I ask, laughing at him, pointing between his legs and starting to run to the door until he will not start something else than we discussed. "You are mocking me, my Luna?" he asks me, catching me just before I come out of this magnificent nest. "Now do you know what it's for?" he asks me while he moves my hips with his arms and I start to contract my inner muscles. "I think I know now," I tell him while he exits with me from our house. I stick my hands in the railing, trying not to fall while he holds my waist. "Max," I tell him, but looking at him, I know that the one that took control is Stark. His eyes are glowing and have sparkles in them. He is beyond happy. He is in heaven right now, and I know that because Artemis is in the same place, so I let her take control. "You are so beautiful," Stark said. Artemis simply bends her face so that my cheek is supported by Max's cheek. Is my body but is her will, and I let her have this moment. "We need to use that thing again," I tell him with a laugh pointing between his legs. "Is that so?" he asks, laughing loud. "Yes," I tell him, leaving his hand and starting to descend the stairs. "I like your friend. It makes me happy." And before letting him catch me, I transform into Artemis, and I start to run directly to the ocean. I see Stark coming after me. If you ever see 2 wolves running on the deserted shore of the ocean, you will probably think you have hallucinations, but this is the beauty of this place. We can do everything we want here, to stay naked on the beach, to make love without being scared that anyone will see us, to stay in wolf form. This is a private area, and Max couldn't find a better place to make a nest. A love nest, because that's what I'll call this place, our love nest. All the evening I let Artemis be with Stark, to mate with him and feel free, but in the night, after all the stars took their places in the sky, it was my turn to have my mate. "Hubby," I tell Max with a sweet voice, making him tremble. I want to eat some steak, I told him, grinning. I will prepare one for you, he says, and he immediately puts me down from his lap to enter the house, but I catch his arms and stop him. In the last hour, we just stood on the stairs from the front of our house, wrapped in a thick blanket, looking at the way in which the sun set and the moon rose in the sky and now shines in the ocean water. I changed my mind, I tell him, and he just stops and looks at me. I want a warm bath, and he just smiles and bending down gives me a peck on my lips. I will prepare the shower for you, he says, but I stop him again. I want a warm bath in that hot tube with you. And I swear to you that all his dirty thoughts that he has in his head can be read now on his face. His face is like an open book. Your stamina is very high today, my sweet Luna, he tells me, letting the water flow in the hot tube and coming back to me. It must be the fresh air, I tell him, blinking my eyelashes. Come here, he says, pulling me in his lap and wrapping me in that thick, fluffy blanket. He puts his hand under my sweater, and I feel his hand opening my bra. I am saving time here, he said, laughing, while he put his hand on my hips and started to roll my leggings down, and I helped him by lifting me to my feet. He starts to take off my clothes under our blanket, and when the hot tube is full, he rises and covering me with the blanket, not to feel the cold air of the night, he goes and stops the water, starts the jacuzzi jets, and coming back to me, he takes me in his arms in bridal style and kissed me directly. I built this place, he says without looking at me, after we divorced, or better said, we thought that we divorced, and I built it thinking that one day I will come here with my mate. I know that I was a womanizer, but I always hoped to find my mate and have that kind of relationship Mom and Dad have. I put my hands on his cheeks and pecked his lips. So you built this place dreaming of me? I ask him, smiling. At your very ugly wife? Yeah, the most beautiful, ugliest wife in the universe. And started laughing heartily. I looked for a place like this, and when I found it, I knew exactly what I wanted. Being here with you is like a sweet dream, Mer. And I let the blanket fall over my body, and I step into the hot tube, completely naked. Max looks at me and those sparkles are back in his eyes, and I know that he wants me again. Come here, I tell him, catching with my hands by the edge of the hot tube. Come here and make me remember this night. Make me think of this place as my favorite place on this earth. He takes off all his clothes and stepping inside the hot tube, he takes me in his arms. Me and him in the middle of that hot water is something that makes my heart beat so hard that I feel every cell of my body yelling for him. And I feel like in some kind of heat because I just can't focus on anything else besides being with him. I want you again, he whispers in my ear, kissing my neck and sucking from his mark. I want you too, I whisper, letting him take me again under the starry sky on that cold night. And I don't remember anything else other than the happiness we offered each other. Tender, taking care of each other, without rushing. This place is simply timeless. You know it's day or night, but nothing else counts here. And when the sun was rising, we decided to go inside. Max took me in his arms, wrapped in that thick blanket. He put me in the middle of our bed, put his head on my shoulder, kissed my neck because this is the way he falls asleep every night, and whispered, I love you, Meredith. I looked at the moon shining above our heads and pouring its rays of light over us. I love you more, Max. I told him and closed my eyes, but right then I felt something inside me like a deep sting in the middle of my womb. Are you all right? Max asks, sitting on his elbow and looking at me in panic. I can't even breathe from the pain, but little by little the pain disappeared. I'm probably numb. It was just a cramp. I am okay now. I told him, fixing his head back on my shoulder. What was that, Artemis? I asked her, because I never felt something like this. I don't know, Mare, but we are fine now. It was just a short pain, she said. I kiss Max's forehead while he puts his arms around me, and closing my eyes, I say my daily prayers. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you, Mother, for giving Max back to me. Let us be happy forever. Author's POV. Max Meredith whispered as soon as she opened her eyes. I am in the kitchen, he says, and letting the coffee container, he went straight to Meredith. But when he sees her, he just sits near her and caressing her face asks, You are very pale. Are you sure you are fine? And now he is very worried. Yes, my love, it must be the stress of the day. I am not happy with what I found about my family roots in this trip. Even though it is in paradise, it probably made me tired. You're not lying to me? He asks, analyzing each of Meredith's reactions. No, Max, and she catches his hand and pulls him over her body. Let me hold you for a few seconds, and she sits with him in her arms. When are we leaving this place? And she is so sad at the thought that this will end so soon. After we will have breakfast. I need to deal with Castellano and Veronica, and also to make a plan against those hunters. So as soon as we have our breakfast, we will leave. I like it here, and smiling at him, Meredith says, Let's make a deal, Max. Once a month we will come here. You ask me the impossible, Max said, but then smiling at her, he kissed her forehead. But I will do it. Once a month we will come here. And he takes her in his arms. Let's go, my love, until I don't start something that I won't be able to stop. Perv, Meredith said. I'm my grandpa's boy. He taught me well. And he is laughing saying that. Yeah, the perverts of the Cruz's family. And she rolls her eyes, making Max laugh even harder. Max lifted her in his arms and went down to the kitchen. You made coffee? She asks, and her mouth is salivating at the fantastic aroma. Give it to me, please, she said impatiently, as if she had never drunk coffee in her life. Are you sure you're good? Max asks her again. She is not a big fan of coffee. She prefers teas and natural juices. Yes, I need energy. You emptied my tanks, my super sexy hubby. And hearing, Max puts her a cup of coffee. It took them 2 hours to go back to the pack house, but when they arrived, everyone was agitated and panic reigned everywhere. What happened here? Max asks while he enters the house, holding hands with Meredith. They are here, James said, running to the front door. Oh my goddess, they are safe, and he starts to check on Meredith. What are you doing, man? Max asks, catching his arms. Stop it. What's going on? James asks, furious. You disappeared after yesterday's lunch, and we thought that something happened to you. Shit. And he looks at Meredith, who in turn looks at their parents and says, Oops, we tried the woo thing too, and we forgot to tell you that we won't come home last night. Oops, Vivian yelled at her. We looked for you everywhere, and even my stupid brother left the hospital to look for you, annoying Leia, and now he is back in the hospital with broken ribs and Newer with a bruised eye too. What the hell happened here? Max asks. We were gone for a few hours and the pack went crazy. That jerk bite my neck with his human teeth and scratches me. He tried to mark you? Meredith asks and starts to laugh. Oh my goddess, this is priceless. She tried the same thing, Luke said, pointing to Vivienne. This is the sign that they are siblings. Two siblings mated with another siblings. This is a story to be told, Lori said. Now that you saw that she is fine, can we go home, please? She asks James. I am not feeling well and my tummy hurts. I just want to sit in my own bed and rest. And she starts to walk to the door while James runs after her. Landon and Olivia kissed Meredith for goodbye and followed them, and just as Meredith was looking after them, she felt it again. The pain was back, like someone was doing some voodoo on her body. Max, she whispered, catching his hand. Help me. Meredith yells in pain this time and collapses to the ground before Max can catch her. Meredith, everyone yelled at the same time. Someone bring the doctors. Max's heart just stopped. The love of his life lays in his arms, almost dead, pale, crying in pain. What is going on? Olivia asks, crying her heart out. She was never sick as a child. Landon, what's going on with our little girl? And she kneels beside her, holding her hand. Mom, Meredith said through tears. Please, don't cry. But Olivia can't stop seeing her like this. Maybe she wasn't the one who gave birth to Meredith, but she is her mom, and Meredith is her baby girl, just the way James was her son. She never looked different at her from the moment she decided to accept her as her daughter. She loves Meredith with all her soul, and so does Landon, who wants to kill everyone for Meredith's suffering. What did you do to my daughter, Max? He asks, growling. Her mother is right. She was never sick. Thinking now is not as a child, and neither as an adult, so you must have done something to her. I didn't do anything, Max yelled at him. We had a fantastic time last night and this morning. Last night she had a little cramp, but that's it, and in the morning was pale, but she was all right. I would never hurt her. Max yelled with fury. I love her. I love her. What don't you want to understand? Vivi and Kara just stay in their mate's arms while Francois comes in and seeing Meredith like this starts to cry, and Leia's heart melted a bit. She went to him, holding him and letting him cry on her shoulder. Everyone loves Meredith. "Make room," Carter said, coming with the doctor. "Let him see her." And everyone start to move around to make room for them. "Help her now." Max commands him using his Alpha command, and the poor man immediately starts to consult her, but right then, Meredith starts to yell even harder. "Oh my goddess," the doctor said, touching her abdomen. "What happened?" Everyone asks in chorus, but the poor doctor just stays there with his mouth wide open and is blabbering something that no one can understand. He is counting something and talking to himself. "Is your pack doctor insane?" James asks angrily. But right then, Meredith's body arched and her legs started to tremble. "Alpha," the doctor said suddenly. "Help me put her in bed. She will need to stay in bed, and I need towels, fresh water, bandages, and scissors. I already mind-link my colleagues and they are coming here. So is the nurse and the midwife." "What midwife?" all the women asked in shock. "Carter," Lisa said through tears. "James is right, our doctor went crazy." But Max takes Meredith in his arms and goes with her in their bedroom. He puts her in bed and lets her stay on her back. "Max, I think that I am going to die," Meredith whispered without power. "I want you to know that." She starts, but Max stops her. "If you die, I will die too," and Carter and Lisa are so panicked right now, but no one has the courage to say anything. Grandpa Cruz just stays there with a broken heart while Auntie Jen cries in silence. So are the girls, and Luke and Sam are devastated at the thought that they will lose their Luna. "You are not dying, my Luna," the doctor said finally, recovering shortly after seeing her in bed. Now he is ready to do his job. "Will you leave us alone, please?" he asks, looking at all her friends and family that are staying there and crying like at some funeral. "Please, do as he asks," Max said without taking his eyes off Meredith and climbing into bed next to her. But right then her body arched again and she felt something like cracking inside her delicate body, and the bed around her was wet with blood and some transparent liquid. She cried so hard, and she clenched her fingers in the mattress of the bed, and as well in Max's hand, making all his fingers crack. "What is happening?" Max asks, and now he wants to kill the doctor for not doing anything. The poor man looks at Max and takes a deep breath. This is so unusual. It happens very rarely, even with humans. But for Meredith, it is even harder to process this because her body is delicate and she had no sigh of her shit. How to give them the news? "It's hard to explain, Alpha," the doctor said. "It's all because she is a primordial wolf and the process is reduced from 6 months to 62 to 75 days, as long as it takes for a normal wolf in the same situation." "What situation?" Max asks him, looking at Meredith, who is more calm now. "She is giving birth, Alpha." Max's POV. "She is giving birth, Alpha." That's the last thing I heard, and after that I don't remember anything from the next 10 minutes because I fainted like a damn coward. My woman is giving birth and I fainted. I feel like beating myself, like straggling Stark because I can swear that he fainted before me. "Alpha!" Someone yelled at me and I felt some hands moving on my face, but as soon as I opened my eyes, I lifted from the bed just to see Meredith boiling and squeezing her eyes at me. She cries in pain and tells me through her gritting teeth, "Maximilian Cruz, how could you? You fucking jerk. You made me pregnant and you didn't said anything. And now you are fainting here." And I heard a nurse giggling, but I frowned at her and immediately her smile disappeared. I am here in the biggest surprise of my life, after I found that my mate is my ex-wife, who is actually still my wife. And that nurse laughed. "How is this possible?" I asked the doctor. "We wanted a baby, and in the last month since we accepted each other, we tried countless times to have this baby. All our friends will have babies, and now you are telling me that my wife, who has no pregnant belly attached to her body, will give birth? Are you kidding me, doctor?" And I see him whitening his face. "All this time," Meredith said this time looking at me and taking my hand in his hand, "I felt normal. There was no move inside my womb. I would have felt if there was something there, so I can't give birth," she said, but she is so sad saying this. There must be something else for this pain. "You are my Luna," the doctor said, smiling. It seems to me that our alpha swimmers have reached their destination from their first try, and about the part of normal feeling is because of your body. You are a primordial wolf, my Luna. Your pregnancy will be somewhere between 62 to 75 days, like the normal wolves, and not 6 months as a normal werewolf. You are strong, and so will be your pup. I don't understand either why your belly didn't change even for a few inches and is still this way, but believe me when I tell you that you will have a pup. She is a royal too. I said to the doctor, and he looked at me with his mouth open. So were the rest of the doctors and the nurses. What? They ask, and I see them bowing their heads, while Meredith just looks at me and wants to say something, but she starts to yell in pain again. Call Mom, please, Max, she said, putting her face on my chest. I need Mom, and I signal to a nurse to go and call for Olivia. Tell me, doctor, does it count that she is a royal? Because after your face, I would say that it counts. It's more than that. This explains everything, the doctor said, and started to check on Meredith as soon as the contractions stopped. Since they stopped acting like kings and queens and started to live a normal life, their lives were in danger because of those who always hunted them for their powers. And I know that he is telling the truth because that's how Meredith's parents died. A royal pregnancy will not be observed, so to protect the pup and the mother at the same time. Do you know what would be for a hunter to kill a pregnant royal? The trophy of his life. So she really is pregnant, and she is giving birth, I ask, and right then Olivia enters the room. Who's pregnant and giving birth? She asks, looking at Meredith and then at me. Your daughter is giving birth, I tell her, and I see her coming near Meredith, putting her hands on her mouth. Sweetheart, she says, and stays in bed near her on the other side of Meredith's body. Right now she is between us while we are holding her hands. It took her 4 fucking hours of unimaginable pain, but in the end she reached to the finish. You're a mom, sweetheart, Olivia said, stroking Meredith's forehead and brushing her wet hair from her face. I never saw something like this in my life, and I swear to you that she will never suffer like this in this life. Both Stark and I died multiple times today seeing her like this. Max, Meredith said, bursting into tears. We have a pup, and she bent down slightly, kissing the head of the little being who sits on her chest and sucks desperately from Meredith's breast. Doctor, I ask a little bit in panic. Our pup is small. Is it normal? But the doctor laughs. Don't worry, Alpha. Your pup is premature now. She is probably around 60 days old, but in a few days she will look like a newborn pup, and there will be no difference between her and a pup that stood 6 months in her mother's womb. Congratulations, Luna. And you too, Alpha. The doctors and the nurses said and took their things and left us alone. I will leave you alone, Olivia said. Mom, Meredith whispers without being able to take her eyes off the miracle that is in her arms, while I stay glued on her side, with my head on her shoulders looking at both of them. Thank you for being here for me. Where else can I be, sweetheart? Olivia said. You are my baby girl, and you will always be. Don't tell them anything, I tell Olivia. I want to be a surprise, and she just nods and exits the room with tears in her eyes. Max, Meredith said, taking our pup's little fingers in her hand and looking at it. I was so panicked thinking that I would not be able to become a mother, and all this time this little wonder was here. I love you, I tell her, putting an arm around her and pulling her in my arms while she holds our baby girl in her arms. Are you mad? She asked me. No. This is the best thing that happened to me. If I would have known that you are pregnant, I would have freaked out, but I suppose I skipped this step. I tell her and I start laughing. Yeah, the goddess took pity on you, or me, because I probably would have beaten you if you had behaved like Sam or Luke. I just stay and look at my girls, at my beautiful and perfect Luna that worked so hard for this baby girl that lays in her arms. She looks a lot like me. Dark brown hair, black eyes, but she has her mom's perfect little nose and that tiny little mouth. I don't know how much time it took us to stop watching her. Yesterday we had that perfect day alone without knowing that it would be our last day in that formula, and now we are parents. What will we call her? Meredith asks, and lifting her chin she looks at me and kisses me. Theodora, I tell her. I've always said that if I have a daughter, her name will be Theodora. Her name means a gift from God. You wanted a daughter? She asks me, smiling at me. A lot of daughters, I tell her laughing, but after I just saw here, you will never feel this need again. This is not something to decide alone, and kissing our daughter's forehead. Look at her, how perfect she is, how to stop at one. And now I am already healed. All this pain is nothing looking at her in my arms. And I know that she is right. Theodora, she said, looking at our daughter and then at me. Thank you, Max, for giving me this gift. No, my love, and this time I kissed her neck right on my mark. Thank you for everything you gave me, even if I didn't deserve it. I love you, Max, she said, relaxing in my arms, while Theo fell asleep sucking from her mother's breast. I love you more. Author's POV. Olivia Landon asks, what is going on inside? Why don't they let us in? But Olivia just smiles, and putting her hands over her face, she said, this is too much, and she starts to cry, scaring everyone. I need air, Landon. Will you come with me outside? And he takes her in his arms immediately, but Olivia stops him for a second, and looking at the rest of the gang, she just say, she is fine. Actually, she is more than fine. Just give her some time to recover. And Landon took her outside immediately. When she told her mate that their daughter was just giving birth to a baby girl, both of them stood in the middle of the backyard garden crying in each other's arms. Look at them, James said, pointing out the window at his parents. Something happened. I never saw my father crying. And completely panicked, he goes straight to Meredith's bedroom. What are you doing? Lori asks while Carter and Lisa follow him. They are sure too that tragic something had happened because the doctors were mutes. Olivia cried and Max gave no sign of life. Break the door, brat, Grandpa Cruz said. I need to know that my granddaughter is fine. And James doesn't need a second urge to immediately open the door and rush into the bedroom, but he has the shock of his life. In the middle of the bed, Meredith sleeps in Max's arms, and he holds her sleeping soundly too. But what is shocking him the most is the little pup which is wrapped in some thick fluffy towels at his sister's chest. Lori enters too, followed by Lisa and Carter, and Grandpa Cruz, who makes his way by hitting them all with his cane, while Jan helps him to stand. Seeing Theodora, they all stopped and couldn't even breathe. Let me see, Vivi yells, but Carter signals her to shut up and take the rest one by one out of the room, leaving Max and Meredith alone to rest. Was that a baby? Lori asks. It can't be, Sam said. This must be a prank. Bring the doctors and see which of them come here hiding a baby in his bag. And all of Cruz and Carter's look at him. Kara, sweetheart, Lisa said, smiling. Would you like to call for a psychologist for your mate? His brain is not functioning well. Yes, Luna, it seems that it doesn't. And she just looks at him and holds her belly. How the fuck to put a baby in a bag, Sam? Really? And she moves her head in disapproval. The baby looks like Max, Luke said. It must be his and not someone else's pup. But James said, looking at the door, but she wasn't pregnant. But right then the door opens and Max stays there looking at them. You couldn't wait. Holy goddess, you will kill me one day, he says and signals to them to come in. Meredith opens her eyes too and smiles at them, assuring them that she is fine. What is that? James asks. It's a baby, James, Lori said, annoyed. You will have one too, and you didn't even know how a baby looks? A baby Wolfie, Vivi said, jumping up happily into Luke's arms, who starts laughing while Meredith signals her to come. I thought she had fur, Vivi said, laughing hard, but seeing her friends' faces, she said, I was joking. I am not so stupid. This is my first Wolfie baby that I ever saw, she said, and looking at Luke, she sees her future in front of her eyes. Meet our daughter, Theodora, Max said. We didn't expect her, but she surprised us in the most wonderful way. You had some big plans for today, but this little alpha girl changed your schedule, Sam said, coming near Max and looking at Theo. She looks like you, Max, he said. Let me see her, Grandpa said, annoyed because everyone moves faster than him and does not let him see his great-granddaughter. She looks like me, he said as soon as he saw her. And she is so beautiful, and everyone starts to laugh. I hope she will be smart like me too. I hope she won't become an old perv like you, Meredith said, squeezing her eyes at him, but being amused. What is wrong on being an old perv? Grandpa asked. Being a perv gave me a lot of satisfactions. You being Max's wife, I caught a gorgeous girl as my mate, and he winks at Auntie Jen, how is red like a boiled crab. And now I received a great-granddaughter, so there are a lot of benefits in being an old perv. Dad, you're impossible, Carter said, laughing. Do you want to hold her, Mom? Meredith asks Lisa. Can I? She asks with trembling arms because of this enormous emotion she feels. Of course you can, Meredith said, and Max takes Theo and places her in his mother's arms. This was unexpected, Meredith said. The thing that's nice about unplanned pregnancy is that in the end, you have a baby, a joy of life. But right now, I need a lot of things and I won't be able to search for them. Can you help me? Meredith asks, looking at Lori and Kara, also at Vivi. At least with 1 or 2 baby clothes until I will be able to do some shopping. And the girls don't even let her say anything else that they are back in 2 minutes with Pampers, napkins, baby shampoos, oils, baby clothes. This is too much, Meredith said. Take it, Max paid for them. Sam said, laughing in his face while Max just smiled. We will buy all we need for her in a day or 2, so thank you. He says, and he is looking at his daughter, how she watches Lisa, who is singing something to her. I am already in love with her, Max said, smiling happily. Shit, I am the first daddy from this gang, and James slaps him on the shoulder. Good luck with that. From tonight you can say goodbye to your sleep and cuddling with my sister. I still have a few weeks with my mate. And Max is whitening his face thinking about this possibility. Shut up, James. Meredith says, and looking at Max continues, We have a baby. We are so shocked now for everything that happened, but I wouldn't change anything. Just look at her. I've just met her. I've just heard about her existence a few hours ago, and I feel like she has been with me forever. And pointing her finger at James, she said, So stop scaring the daddy of the day. Our daughter can cry as much as she wants because we will love her no matter if her daddy will have or not have access to her mommy in the next 18 years. So we are good here. And she winks at Max, who now is even more pale and starts in his mind to raise prayers to the Haven. Please, Goddess, don't let my daughter be a pleasure killer. I will do anything. But just looking at Theo, his heart calms down and he turns his head to Meredith. They are just envious, aren't they? Wait your turn. Author's POV. With the help of Artemis in 2 hours, Meredith was already healed and now being able to walk and regain her strength, she got out of bed. Hey, Max suddenly yelled. What are you doing? You should rest. You worked so hard to bring this little princess here. Just sit and rest. She is a princess for real, Meredith said, coming near Max and putting her arms around his torso while he stays with Theo on his chest. And her mommy is a queen, Max said, and looked directly into his mate's eyes. Your eyes are a little bit changed, he whispers. What do you mean? Meredith asks and wants to go to the bathroom to look in the mirror, but Max stretches out his hand and stops her. They are more shining and they have golden sparkles through them. They are more beautiful than ever. And pulls Meredith with him and sits in a comfortable armchair near the window. He helps Meredith to sit in his lap while Theo sits on his arm. I am afraid, he says after some time, and Meredith looks at him and doesn't say anything. I am afraid that I will not be able to defend you and Theo, because I know that the darkness is coming into our lives. It lies in wait and waits for the right moment to attack us. I am not afraid, Meredith tells him and puts her hand on his heart. I am a royal, okay? But I am also a sacred wolf, and I have the privilege to have Artemis, who is the goddess's daughter. So have faith, Max. I would have liked for you to have some extra powers like the royals from the stories. We are living in some modern era, Max. I am not some Hercules or Xena to fight with the Centaurus. And Meredith starts to laugh. I am just a woman. And looking at Max, she said, laughing, I am hungry and I crave for some ramen. And she licks her lips with her tongue, making Max aroused. If I am craving, do you think that maybe I am pregnant again? And she burst into laughter. You are killing me, woman, Max said and stood up, catching her hand and putting Theo on his shoulder. Let's go to feed you. But while they were coming into the dining area, they heard Francois and Leia fighting again. What is going on this time? Max asks. I can't even have a single day without hearing you two fight or quarrel. Max, I can't stand it anymore. He is everywhere. Even with his broken ribs, he is searching after me everywhere. I simply can't stand it anymore. and looking at Francois, she said, "And tell Grandpa to stop sending me flowers on your account. I am starting here to hate seeing flowers in front of my eyes." "Then I will send you some chocolate," Francois said, smiling. "Don't you understand that I hate you?" Leia yelled in his face, and he just stayed there looking at her with his mouth open while she just realized what she said. "Francois," Meredith said, "she didn't mean it." "No, Mare," Francois said, looking at Leia and turning his face to Meredith. "She did. Excuse me," he said, and left the room. "What was that, Leia?" Max asks, almost furious, but she just stays there looking at Francois back as he walks away from her. "He is your fated mate, the first choice the goddess made for you. Okay, you rejected each other, but I know you don't hate him. You just can't forgive him at this moment. You will regret this," he said. "Go after him, Leia," Meredith said, but Leia started to cry and run in the other direction, trying to stay as far away from Francois as possible. She will look for him later, when she will be calm. "I am sick of all this soap opera," Max said. "You were a master of drama a few months ago, just remembering how we reunite and what you're doing in your office," Meredith said as she walked away from him. "But I am not anymore. You stole my heart," Max whispers. "Don't judge them, Max," she said, entering the kitchen. She starts to open the cabinets and takes out various ingredients, while Max looks amused at her. "What are you doing, Mer?" he asks her, taking the ingredient from her hands. "Chicken ramen stir-fry," she said, being very serious. "You are not," and he mind-links Auntie Jen, asking her help. And as soon as Meredith sees her in the kitchen, followed by Grandpa Cruz, she says, "Tell me that you didn't bother Auntie Jen, Maximilian Cruz." "I did. You just gave birth. You suffered a lot and know you want to work and cook." "No, not under my watch." And he is serious. "Goddess," Meredith says, "give me strength." "Sweetie," Auntie Jen said, "it is not good to force yourself for a period. Why don't you go in the garden, and I will bring some ramen there. And if you want, Grandpa and I will stay with you to keep you company and to protect our Alpha because you seem to want to beat him." And she starts to laugh. "You too, Auntie?" Meredith asks, smiling at her. "I raised him since he was little. I loved my Alpha since he was a tiny baby, just as little Theo. I can't stand to see him beaten," and she starts to laugh. "All right," Meredith said, but as soon as she arrived in the garden, one by one, her parents, her brother, her friends, even some pack members that heard that she gave birth started to come and bring gifts for Theo. "What are you doing?" she asks them while Max starts to laugh. "They are saving my ass from a shopping session," he says, winking at James. "Did you bring it?" he asks him. "Yes, is in your room. When you are ready, we can start," James said. "Start what?" Meredith and Lori asked at the same time. "To play with Lego for new parents," James laughed. "I took a set for our home too, so don't worry, my love. You will have one too. Can you stay with the girls while I do this Lego thing with James?" Max asks Meredith, gently placing Theo in Meredith's arms. "Stay right there, don't move," Landon and Olivia said, pushing a bassinet and a stroller combo from Dior. "Oh my goddess," Meredith said while Max just looks at them and starts to laugh again. "Mom, Dad, what are you doing? This costs too much." And she just looks at Max, who starts to walk with James back in the house. "I have a lot of money, sweetheart," Landon said. "I am a billionaire, and this was only $6,500, so it is nothing." "Nothing?" Kara asks in a whisper in Sam's ear. "I never had so much money in all my life, and he says that is nothing?" "Now you have millions," Sam said and kissed her. "I know, but still, is no nothing." And she just looks at Meredith. She takes little Theo and puts her in the stroller's bassinet, and she starts to sleep immediately. And when Auntie Jen came with the ramen, she thought that she was in some baby shop area because there were a lot of baby clothes and toys, and there was even a changing table. "I want some ramen too," Lori said, craving Meredith's bowl. "And I want some too," Vivi said, pouting her lips. "You want some too, future mommy?" Auntie Jen asks, looking at Kara, who didn't dare ask for a portion too, but now being asked, she is just nodding. "Good job, that I made a lot of ramen," Auntie said, laughing. "Sam, Luke, help me bring the food here. We will have our dinner here, celebrating our little Alpha with some tasty ramen." And just when the atmosphere was the most beautiful, everyone's heart stopped seeing in front of Meredith, no one but Veronica. She is pale and sick, and her face is sad. So is it true? She asks Meredith while she is shivering. Sam is on alert. If she tries to touch Meredith or Kara again, she will kill her in an instant, sister or not. And he mind links Max. He let you give birth to that bastard baby in place of my son. And she is so lost in her mind that she pushed Kara, making her almost fall under the horrified gaze of Sam, who jumps and catches her just before she falls. Kara starts to cry in panic, thinking that she lost her babies again, and Sam can't make her calm. Veronica quickly ran to Meredith, and just before to hurt her, Meredith touched her head and Veronica fainted. "Stay still," she said, and Veronica instantly collapsed under everyone's horrified eyes. "Take her back to the hospital," she told Luke, "and find out how the fuck she escaped and reached in the middle of my house without being stopped." "Now, Luke," she said using her Luna command, shocking everyone. She just looks at how Veronica is taken from the ground by two of Luke's warriors, and this is the image that Max sees when he comes back. "What happened?" he asks in panic, searching Meredith for wounds and looking in the bassinet to be sure that his princess was not touched. "Is nothing, Max," Meredith said, looking ugly at him. "Just some soap opera that seems to never reach its final." Author's POV. Kara uttered, coming near Meredith and looking at her a little bit scared. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" Max asks, turning his head to Kara and then looking back at Meredith. She touched her head with her hand and commanded Veronica to stay still, and she fainted directly. "I didn't," and Meredith just stayed calm in her garden armchair with a pouting face. She is sick and exhausted and probably fainted from emotions. And putting her hand on her chest, she just said, "I am sick of all of this. I am sorry." And Max takes her hand in his hand, but Meredith is so angry that she just takes her hand out from Max's hand and says, "She said that my daughter is a bastard child. She was born today, and already someone hates her in this world. I will kill her." Max growls immediately, but Meredith just looks at him and says in a very commanding voice, "You will do nothing. That woman is your responsibility. You are still her alpha, and she lost her mind because of you, Max. She is your beta sister, and you will not do anything against her until you are sure that you did everything you could to help her heal her mind. Am I clear?" she asks, and everyone looks at her in shock. "I know that she is my sister," Sam said, coming close to her. "But what she did against this pack, against Max, Kara, against you is beyond forgiveness. You have no obligation regarding it." "Here you are wrong, Sam," Meredith said. "I am not doing this for her. I am doing this for me. I have the power to do things well. I am the one that decides how I want to live. Hurting her now, I will also hurt an innocent pup. I will hurt Castellano and he will look for revenge. Evil creates a vicious circle. This chain breaks with me. All this shit stops here." And she looks at Kara. "If you want to punish her for the loss of your pup," and this time she has tears in her eyes, "it is your choice. But as for the facts against me, no one is allowed to do anything to her." And she looks around. Landon and Olivia say nothing. They are used to Meredith, the human, calm and kind, while the daughter that stays in front of them right now is a strong woman that they don't recognize, but they are damned proud of her. Meredith looks in the bassinet, takes Theo from there, and leaves under everyone's shocked gaze. "My appetite is over. I will go back to my room," and she just leaves. Entering the house, she just came face to face with Leia, who tries to say something, but Meredith just ignores her, making her perplexed. "I am so furious," she said, putting Theo in the middle of her bed, and then starting to walk around the room. "I know, Artemis said. "I don't understand how it was possible for Veronica to leave the hospital and come here. What if she would have hurt Theo?" Artemis growls in Meredith's mind, and is so furious that it's really hard to think clearly right now. "It's just Max's fault," Meredith said, looking out the window as family and friends sat in the garden and discussed what happened. She sees Kara and Sam arguing in contradiction, while Leia looks around and runs somewhere panicked. Luke holds Vivi in his arms, and her parents discuss with Max's parents. James sits in an armchair and looks so lost while he holds Lori in his lap. Everyone is sad. Why did he choose to be a womanizer and live the way he did? Why didn't he think of the consequences? But right then, the door opened and Max came in. He doesn't say anything, and now seriously, what could be said? His mate, his Luna, was attacked by his former mistress in her own house. She has the right to be furious. This will never happen again, Max said, looking straight into Meredith's eyes. She just looks at him, and after some time she turns her back on him because she wants to cry. This day should have been a happy one. I've just given birth a few hours ago to the most wonderful baby girl I could have asked for. And it is a happy day, Max says, coming and putting his arms around her body, holding her from behind. How the hell did she escape? Someone must have helped her, Meredith said and turned in Max's arms. She was handcuffed, Max. She has no wolf, and even if she had, she was a weak werewolf that I beat as a human twice. Meredith just looked into his eyes. Continue, please. Max tells her, starting to understand why she is so furious. I can't help but wonder, Max. Who hates me enough to help that madwoman? Who told her I gave birth today? Who brought her here? I will investigate this, Max said very seriously, because all of Meredith's questions are very pertinent. This is a criminal mind that planned all this. What if there is another mistress of yours that seeks revenge? I know that most of our pack single females hate me. I know your past, and I didn't care about it, but today your past interfered with our daughter's life, Max. I will kill anyone involved in this shit. Max growled and caught his mate in his arms. He just holds the back of her head with one hand and the other one rests on her waist. I will say this only once, and this is an oath, Meredith Cruz. And he looks at her, letting Stark to take control, partially, not completely, so that his words to be shared with his wolf. The mountains can move, he said. The hills, the plains and deserts of the earth can move from their place. The years will transform us, and nothing we know today to exist will not be the same in the future. But one thing will never change, and that is my love for you. Max kissed Meredith, and at the beginning she was so upset that she just let him kiss her, but after a few seconds she kissed him back. I love you. There is only one woman in this world that counts, and that woman is my wife and my Luna, and from today the mother of my pup. I made a lot of mistakes, and it seems to me that the time has come for me to pay for them. I will pay my liabilities, my love, not you, not our daughter. I will take responsibility for everything I did. I am just angry, and she puts her face on his chest, sniffing his scent and calming down. I just want to live a happy life. I just want to be with you and our daughter. But I know, Max said, lifting her chin with his fingers and looking into her eyes. And I will make this become a reality because I want the same thing. Forgive me, Meredith said, looking deep into his eyes. You didn't do anything wrong. Moss whispers, and going to bed, he takes Theo in his arms, holding her at his chest, and says, Come with me, I want to show you something. He takes Meredith's hand in his hand and walks into the next bedroom. As soon as he opens the door, Meredith's face becomes happy. It is a spare bedroom that they never used. The walls were simple, painted in medium gray, and there was no furniture, but now it is. Is not much, but everything shows the care and love of the one who arranged them. On the front wall of the door, Max glued a botanical wall decal set, white branch leaf that imitates willow branches. They descend from the white ceiling and seem to flow on the gray wall on which the crib was placed, beautifully decorated in gray hickory wood. In front of the window, he also put a hickory dresser with built-in drawers, on which he placed a changing table and even arranged the diapers near it. On the wall with the door, he placed a closet door that goes from the ceiling to the floor in a set with the dresser and the crib. The crib is already arranged with white blankets, and there is even a little teddy bear near Theo's future pillow. In the corner of the room is put and specially arranged for Meredith a white armchair where Max put a fluffy pink blanket and another white teddy bear. Near this space is a little side table, on which he placed a white lamp, colored with pink fairies. The rest of the space is filled with a white and gray carpet, fluffy like a cloud, and a lot of teddies. Oh, my goddess, Meredith said, looking at that beautiful room. Is this your Lego thing that you were talking about? And she starts to laugh. Yes, this is Lego for parents. And kissing the top of her head, he asks, Do you like it? Are you kidding me? And Meredith turns her head to face him. I love it. You did all of this in just a half an hour? I had help, Max said. James and some warriors helped me, so I can't take all the credits. You can. Meredith said, looking again around her. This is, and she just smiled. This is perfect. Author's POV. But those two can't have a happy moment with all the crazy people from this pack. What's going on again? Max said in the morning, seeing Leia with a sullen face, while Vivi's had a crying face. Francoise left me, Vivi says, and starts to cry again, and Luke takes her in his arms and puts her in his lap, kissing her face. Stop crying, please. You are pregnant and our baby will feel your stress. He whispers to her, but she starts to cry even harder. But I don't understand, Vivi said. He wanted to stay here. He gave up everything he had in France. He sold everything and moved here. Why did he leave our pack to live alone? Max just looks at Leia, who watches her food plate and says nothing. She is visibly affected, and it is clear that in her mind a lot of things are happening. Do you want me to hold her? Max asks Meredith, who gently swings Theo in her arms. No, and looking at Leia she says, You broke his heart, Leia, but it's all right. Now he will never be a part of your life. Now you are free from him for good. Knowing Francoise, she will take the first plane back to France. I'm really sorry for you two. You were so similar, but in the end, love with force is impossible. And she giggles at Theo. Don't you think so, sweetie? She asks her daughter. At least now you can live a happy life. No one will disturb you again, Max said. Grandpa Cruz is so sad that he even lost his appetite. He really likes that funny human who from a strong man had become a clumsy lover. And Leia can't stand it anymore, and getting up from the table, she runs into her room, thinking that Francois will come back in the end because he can't stay away from her if he really says that he loves her. Did he really leave? Kara asks, saddened. I like him, she says, and Sam escapes a growl hearing this. Really, Sam? She asked him, and pointing to her belly, she said, Do you know what this is? Sam nodded his head and wanted to kiss her, but she turned her face from him. Don't you dare to kiss me after you just growled at me. I was jealous, he whispers. You were stupid, and she leaves, making Sam to run after her. I lost my appetite too, Vivi said. I miss Francoise, she said, crying again. He lives in my old condo, Meredith tells her. Until he will buy a house for himself, he will use my old house. If you want to visit him, you will find him there. But don't let Leia find out where he is, please. Let him heal his wounded heart first. Can we go to visit him, please? Vivi asks Luke, and he just takes her in bridal style and exits the house with her. Let's see your brother, Luke said and left the room. Auntie Jen, Max looks at the old auntie that now is his grandma. I think that grandpa needs a walk through the garden. He is so sad, and Auntie Jen just smiles at him. He is. All his scoundrel's plans have failed miserably, and he is facing his first failure as Cupid. He really thought that he would make Leia accept the poor Francoise with his old-fashioned letter and some flowers. What is wrong with my love poems? Grandpa said. You like it. Because I like you, Auntie Jen said, blushing. But Leia is a warrior. You can impress her showing her some muscles, not some mushy letters. Shit, Grandpa said. I should have sent Francoise to do some push-ups and intensive training instead. How come I didn't realize? And looking at Auntie Jen, he said, Next time you will be my assistant. Take him for a walk, please, Max said, smiling at this old man who does not get tired of weaving intrigue like a spider weaving his spider web. So? Carter asks, laughing. Do you want us to leave too? And he looks at Lisa. Yes, no, Max and Meredith said at the same time. Max! Meredith yells at him, making Theo look at her while her lips tremble slightly, frowning when she hears her mother screaming. Max immediately takes her in his arms and starts kissing her cheeks. Shh, Daddy is here, he says. Meredith gets up from the table and, passing behind Max, gently hugs him and looks at Theo over Max's shoulder. She is even more beautiful than yesterday, she says. She is my girl, Max laughs. Of course she is. But as they stay there and laugh, the front door of the house opens, shocking them. And again, when in front of them stays Veronica. Maxie, she cries. Please, choose me, not her. Holy fucking shit, Stark said and took control before Max could react. Carter and Lisa jump in front of Meredith, who is already more than angry. She is not furious with Veronica, but she is furious about what is happening. Someone is testing the limits of her patience. Veronica is pregnant and seems to look even more dramatic than she looked yesterday. Meredith looks at Max and trying to calm him, she takes Theo and puts her in his arms. Please hold her, she says, and passing between Lisa and Carter, she goes straight to Veronica. Meanwhile, feeling her presence, Sam came back, but he locked Kara with a key in their bedroom to be sure that she is safe from his sister. Veronica, he yelled at her. Stay away from Luna, Meredith. Luna? She said in disbelief. I am Maxie's lover. I will be his Luna. And she starts to yell at Sam, and coming in front of him, she slaps him with her hands that had no force in them. But again, seeing her so agitated, Meredith touched her shoulder this time and said in a whisper, Stay still, Veronica, and you know the rest. In the next second, Veronica fainted. What the fuck? Max said. Kara told you yesterday, but Meredith insisted that is nothing. And Max looks at Meredith, and Meredith looks at Max, and then she says, There is only one way to test this. Which is? Sam asks, looking at her, and Meredith just smiles at him, and putting her hand on his arms, she says, Stay still, Sam. And Sam fainted, falling in his face. Holy guacamole, Max and Carter yelled at the same time. Try that on me, Carter said, elated beyond measure. No, Dad, Meredith insists. I don't want to hurt you. Try it, please, he says. I am an alpha. Let's see if it has the same effect on me. Try it, Max said, laughing in front of this revelation. Stay still, Dad, Meredith said, and Carter collapsed immediately, but he was the first of those three fainted that started to recover. This is awesome, Max said, laughing. So in the end you have some benefits from being a royal. It looks so, and Meredith goes near Veronica and looks at her, how she lays on the floor, completely fainted, and she said, I have a plan. Author's POV. Did you put everything in its place? Max asks, looking at Sam. Yes, and putting his hand in his hair and flipping his hair over his head, he said, This will give us a full view about what is happening here. There is not possible that Veronica to escape twice by her own. I know her. She was weak as a werewolf, now as a human is even more weak. Bring Castellano here, Meredith suddenly tells, shocking Max. No, what are you doing? And he takes Theo in his arms, feeling the need to protect her, just hearing his name. Trust me, Max. And she turns her head to Sam. Just bring him here, and that beta of his too. This is not a good idea, and Sam already alerts all the warriors to stay prepared if something will happen. Kara, Vivi, he also starts looking at the girls. Go inside. I don't like this at all. Can you take Theo with you? Max asks Kara, and she smiles, but Lisa takes her. I will take care of her. Come on, girls. You are pregnant, and you don't need this stress. Everyone is in alert, but Meredith is calm. Artemis, she said, we need answers, but stay alert for me, please. If you feel something, take control without asking. You don't need to tell me that. I will defend you no matter what, Mer. They stood outside, in an open area so that every warrior to be able to see what is happening, and when the Castellano and Craig came in front of them, Max asks himself why he was so afraid of him. The man is far from the strong alpha he once was. Being a rogue for so much time, and away from his mate, made him weak and sick. Alpha Castellano, Meredith said calmly, making Vincenzo look in her eyes. You are here for some time, and you just stood in our dungeons without causing us any problems. Why is that? This doesn't suit you. I've already told you, I have no interest in doing it. I just want my mate and my pup. And you? She asks, looking at Craig. I'm just following my alpha. I will do just what is in his interest. Craig said, bowing his head in respect. So you're not Vincenzo? Max intervened. No, Alpha Cruz, I am Damon, his wolf. Vincenzo and his sick brain will never have the chance to see the light. His era has ended. I can't believe it, Carter said. This is something unheard of. Everything has a start, Castellano said. Release him, Meredith commands, seeing that Damon is no ganger for her pack. She just feel it. No. Max yelled, scared that he will do something and that this is just a diversion, but Meredith caught his arms. Do you want to make you still? She asks him, laughing. You wouldn't dare. Max tell her, laughing. I will if you don't calm down. And tuning her face to Castellano, she said, Someone helped Veronica to escape from the hospital twice, and she came here making a great show. This is impossible, Castellano said, and that's why you are here. And Meredith takes Max's hand in his hand to calm him because she already hears his heartbeats. You will stay around. We will give you a room with our warriors. And when she will come here again, because I know that this will happen soon, you will try to calm her. I have no intention to hurt her. Right now she is not a match to me, but she is more and more aggressive. I will mark her again if is needed, Castellano said, looking at Sam. I shouldn't have let Vincenzo reject her. She was already tormented, and that made her wolf to lose his spirit for good. I feel responsible for her. And you are responsible for a lot of shit. Max told him, and Castellano just let his head down. Now she is back in her ward, Sam said, coming back. Take Vincenzo to see her, and Sam walks with Castellano and his beta. If he tries something, I will kill him, Max whispered to Meredith. I will do it before you, don't worry, but this is like a fucking puzzle that I don't understand. Could we have a traitor among us? Carter suddenly asks, and Max looks into Meredith's eyes. Is this what it's about? You're already suspecting that someone from our pack is behind all this shit? So I have a smart mate, Meredith mocks him, and he is just looking at her, raising an eyebrow. This is the only explanation, and with the cameras that Sam put in her ward, we will see who the fuck works against us. You are brilliant, sweetie, Carter said. I am too, Grandpa Cruz said, joking with them. No, Grandpa, Max said, you are just impossible. So we have the plan. What's next? Carter asked. We will just stay waiting for another blow. Yes, and Meredith walks away from the garden, coming inside the home. Ask Sam or Luke put some cameras on this house too. If someone in our pack member is behind this, we need to be alert. And Carter and Grandpa walked discussing about everything that happened. Max followed her, and she just came face to face with Leia. Mer, do you know where Luke and Vivi are? She asks her, avoiding to ask the proper question. Somewhere in town. Are you looking for something? She asks her. No. And she just leaves. You are mean. Max laughs, kissing her neck. She was mean with poor Francoise. What I am doing is not mean. But right now I think that we should do a plan about this too. About Leia and Francois? Max asked her, lifting her in his arms. Yes, it seems that I am making good plans. And Meredith puts her arms around his neck. Who lied to you about this? He mocks her. I will punish you for this, you scoundrel Alpha. And Meredith mind-links Lisa. Mom, how is my baby girl? She is sleeping in my arms, sweetie. Lisa said, being so happy while she stays in her granddaughter in her arms. Call me when she wakes up, and looking at Max said, Come with me. I want to make you stay still. You've just given birth, Max exclaimed in shock. And who said anything about what you are thinking now, you perv? Meredith mocked him in return, and she just dragged him into their bedroom. Let's sleep, Max. We will need this now, having a baby in our house. And in this way, all Max's sweet dreams flew away instantly, but holding her in his arms was enough. For now, author's POV. Grandpa, Meredith mind-link him. I need your help, she said in a very pleading way. For my favorite granddaughter, I am always on duty, Grandpa Cruz said, and with Auntie Jen after him, he took his cane and said, Let's go, sweet Jen. Our granddaughter needs us, and Auntie Jen just smiles. Meredith is like a daughter to her, and she really loves her moon. Let's go, my Alpha, she said. Will you stop calling me like this? Grandpa Cruz asks, looking into her green eyes. And what would you like to call you? Auntie Jen asked. Hubby, my love, my darling, my soul, the scoundrel of Grandpa said, making the poor Auntie Jen look at him in horror. No way, and taking a very serious face, she said, At my age, I can't start to act like this. If we would have had the chance to be together since we were young, that would have been different. But now is too much for me. It is difficult even to accept the fact that I started to love at this age, and I just can't. But Grandpa Cruz stops her. You love me? And he is so happy hearing that he throws the cane and takes Auntie Jen's hands, pulling her to him, and kissed her directly for the first time. What are you doing? She asks, blushing her face. I feel how life appeared again in my body, and the scoundrel winked at her. My Alpha, you. But he frowns, looking at her. Call me Bradley. Grandpa Cruz said, I can't, it's not proper. But he frowns again and pulls her in a strong embrace, kissing the poor woman until she can't breathe anymore. You are my mate, and I love you too. And we lost a lot of time because I was a coward and a fool to think that I could ignore you. And looking in her eyes, Grandpa Cruz whispered, Call my name, please. Make this old man happy, my sweet Jen. and she just took his hand in her hand and said, "Bradley, let's go and talk with our granddaughter. She is asking for your help." And right there he almost died in happiness, hearing his mate calling him by his name for the first time. "Tell me that you love me. Tell me again." He stopped her. "I told you once, when I change my mind, I'll let you know." Auntie Jen tells him, mocking him. "What?" And he turns her to face him. "You are not allowed to change your mind about loving me." And Auntie Jen started to giggle. "You are mocking me? Even you, sweet Jen," Grandpa said, pouting. "Bradley," Auntie Jen said, "I love you," and he just leaped with happiness. "Now let's go," and she starts to pull him after her. Seeing him coming, Meredith asks, "Grandpa, what took you so long? Are you feeling well?" And she looks at him carefully. "I've never been better," the old man said. "What can I do for you? I have a proposal for you." And Meredith came near him and said, "It's a matter of life and death." "Wonderful." Grandpa Cruz exclaims, "Exactly how I like it." "You help us to impress Leia in the account of Francois. Would you like to change the roles and start to impress Francois in the account of Leia? But it needs to be a secret. Leia doesn't need to know about that." "I will do it. This is a perfect job for me. I knew that I could count on you." And she puts an address in his hand. "This and where he is living in my old apartment, and this is where he is working. Make him come back, Grandpa." Meredith said, and she just looked at the old man leaving the room, while he started to tell Jen how he will bribe Francoise to move back into the packhouse. "One is gone," she said to herself. "You are risking poor Francois' life." Artemis laughs in her mind. "Our grandpa is a public danger. He is the sweetest." And Meredith goes back to the apartment where she finds Max sleeping soundly with Theo on his chest. "I thought that she had her room, Max," she whispers, trying to take the pup from his arms, but he opens his eyes in a second. "Please, let her stay a little longer," Max said, smiling at Meredith and then kissing Theo's little fingers. "Why did you took her from her crib?" Meredith asks, smiling at him. "I missed her," Max tells her, rising from the bed and looking at Theo how she sleeps on his strong arm. "She sleeps all night, and I thought that she would cry and ask for us, but she just ignored us," he said with a sad face. "You should be happy about that," Meredith laughs. "No, I am not. I want to sleep with her here, in our room," he said, looking into Meredith's eyes. "I agree, and I will sleep in her crib from now on." And she just turns her back to him and goes to her closet and starts to take out some clothes. "What are you doing? Are you going somewhere?" he asked her in panic. "Of course, I am moving into Theo's room so you can sleep here with your daughter." "I object," Max said, looking at Theo and then at Meredith. "I don't care," Meredith answers and went to Theo's bedroom. Max immediately follows her and sees her sitting comfortably in the armchair next to the child's bed. "You are heartless," Max said and put Theo in her crib. "Daddy wanted to hold both you and Mommy, but Mommy is just a bad woman." "You are mocking me in front of my daughter?" she asks him. "I just explained to her what the facts are," and he looked again at Theo and take her again in his arms. "Then let me explain you something," Meredith said. "She needs to stay here when she is not crying. If she will cry, we will take her with us during the night, but if she sleeps happily in her crib, don't you want to do the same thing in your bed with me in your arms?" "But I will miss her," Max said with puppy eyes. "Oh my God, she already has you on her little finger." But Max just looks with puppy eyes at Theo and then at Meredith. "I don't give in to Theo," Meredith said. "That's my bed." "Heartless," Max said again. "No, dear, I am just defending my territory in front of my daughter," and she kissed his lips. "But I love both of you the same way," Max said, kissing Meredith back. "I know, but let me put it in another way," and she looks at him. "Today is already a week since I gave birth." "I know," Max said, "and I am completely healed." "You are?" And Max just smiles at her. "I am happy to hear that. Did you hear that, Theo? Mommy is healed again." "Maximilian Cruz," Meredith said, looking at him. "Completely, from head to toe." And Max just looks at her and he caught the idea. "You mean we could?" And he looks at her with shining eyes. In the last week, all he did was to kiss her and to sleep with her in his arms. Even if Artemis healed her from the first day, the doctors recommended no intimate relations, at least for a week. "That's what I meant to say," Meredith stated. "Baby Theo," Max said, putting Theo in her crib. Daddy loves you a lot, but now I'm back in business and we will see you in the morning. And he just took Meredith in his arms, starting to show her how much he missed her as soon as he closed the door behind them. And right when he was naked, and he was ready to put himself inside Meredith, he heard a soft whimper. Shit, Max said, looking into Meredith's eyes, almost crying. I think that our party stops here, Meredith said, and walked down their bed and put a robe on her body, going to Theo's room. Why is she crying? Why now? He asks, upset. Because those babies have a secret sensor, and whenever you want to be with me, she will know it and will sabotage you. And you know why? Meredith asks, looking into his eyes. Why? Max said, starting to whimper with Theo. Because she wants me only for herself. Max shuddered hearing something like that. Baby Theo? He said, pointing his finger at her. You are forbidden from our bedroom. Author's POV. What is with that face, Max? Sam asks, looking at Max very carefully. All the boys are in Max's office from MaxLine and simply look at him. He is visibly sad even if they know he is happy for being a daddy, but at the same time something is not right. Did my sister do something to you? James asks because he is here too with business. Yeah, she did, Max said, leaning back in his chair. What did she do this time? And James starts to laugh, knowing too well what Meredith is capable of. What she did is that she is not doing anything to me anymore. And now Max is completely outraged. What do you mean, man? James asks. She did or she didn't do anything. I haven't been with her since she gave birth, Max points out the problem. When Meredith was not healed yet, or what it was that and the doctors asked her not to force herself in any way, Theo slept all night and was the sweetest baby girl in the universe. She is already 3 weeks old, and if you ask me, Sam said, she is still the cutest baby girl in the universe. I can't wait to meet my baby girl too. You say that now, and you are in deep shit because you will have 2 pups. What could be so tragic about having a pup, Max? Luke asks. That pup will know exactly when you want to be with his mommy and when you will be in the middle of the action, or when you will be right there, ready to take your woman. Do you know what's next? Tell us, James, Sam, and Luke said at the same time with their hearts trembling. Shit, it's like a scary movie, and you know that the next scene is a murderous one. That sweet baby will transform into a little terrorist and will start to whimper or to cry his heart out, making you have blue balls. Meredith was right, man. Theodora has a sensor. She knows when I want to be with Meredith. Are you telling me, Sam said, that you didn't touch Meredith in the last 3 weeks? And his face is traumatized, visualizing his own future. That's exactly what I am telling you, and the worst part is that Meredith is telling me again and again to be patient. I want my mate back. My daughter stole my mate. Shit, I will have 2 puppies, Sam said with a white face. Then you will never touch Kara until they will find their own mates. Max tells him, and he is a little bit and faint. I will have a girl too, James said, but maybe the goddess will look at the fact that I was a good werewolf all my life and will let me keep my mate. This is karma, Max. James pointed and started to laugh. I will have a baby wolfie, Luke said, laughing, remembering the way Vivi always talks about their pup. I am sure that my boy will be by my side and will not sabotage me. That's what you say now, but wait and see, Max said. 2 months. That's all you have, James. After those 2 months, you will be in my place. And you, Sam, maybe less than 2 months, because having twins, she can give birth anytime. And hearing him, Sam goes and takes his car keys and starts to walk to the door. Where are you going? Luke asks, seeing him so determined to leave. To be with Kara. If the situation is so dramatic, I want to recharge my batteries now. I will be with her until I will not be able to walk anymore. Poor Kara, James said. No, poor Sam, Luke laughs, because Kara will beat his ass when she finds out what he just said. Do you need my help? Luke asked Max, who looked at him in pure shock. With what? And in the next second he is on his feet, ready to beat Luke. With Meredith, of course, Luke said, completely innocent. Are you nuts? And Max gets up, and this time he starts walking towards Luke, ready to beat him. You will never touch Meredith in my place. What? Luke said, taking a step back. Are you out of your mind? Holy shit, having a baby took your mind, Max? James starts to laugh. Luke is right. "Do you need help with Meredith?" And Max just looks at him. "You are her brother," he exclaimed. "And that's why I will do anything for her." And he looks at Max, who thinks that they are offering to be with Meredith in his place. "Max, you are tired. You didn't sleep well in the last 3 weeks, and right now you are not even able to understand what we are telling you." And James asks him directly, "Do you want one of us to stay with Theo tonight? Will you do this for me?" And Max smiles for the first time in the last 2 weeks since the little terrorist started to do her act. "Please, please help me," Max tells them, laughing. "I will come with Lori tonight and stay at your place," James said. "I miss that little pup. And tomorrow I will stay with her. Vivi wants to see her every day. I believe that she wants to be sure that the baby is still not covered with fur," Luke said, laughing hard. "That woman was hit hard on her head when she was little because she speaks nonsense all day," and Max starts to laugh. "All right, you can keep Theo tomorrow," and Luke starts to walk to the door. "Vivi is the best woman in the universe," Max yelled, and Luke turns to face him, took out his iPhone and starts to record Max. "Say that again. This is priceless." James laughs, holding his belly. "Vivienne Castle," Max starts. "Navarro," Luke contradicts him. "Vivienne is the best woman in the universe, and Luke couldn't find a woman more marvelous than her." "That's perfect. See you tomorrow, man." And Luke exits his office saying, "James, bring her to my condo tomorrow morning, and we will keep her safe until her daddy empties his balls." "Have fun, Max," James said, standing up as well. "And watch what you're doing tonight, or you will have another pup in 2 months." Max just stays there and watches him leave his office. "Stark, were they serious?" he asks his wolf. "Will they really help us? If they fooled us, I will ban them from this pack," and Stark is already dreaming of Artemis. "Where should we go?" Max asks Stark. "Back to Tofino. She loved the place." And thinking this, Max tells Stark, "We will lose time with reaching there, and we only have this night. Let's go now, Max. Let's not waste time." And in 10 minutes, Max already had the plan in his mind. Tonight, he will have another attempt to be back in business. Meredith's POV. "Sweet baby girl, you are a little terrorist. You know that?" I ask Theo, tickling her lightly, and she is just making some sounds that seem like giggling. "I am sure you know, but your daddy has a little and will break a blood vein. Don't you want to see him smiling?" And I kissed her little feet that were moving continuously. Theo is 3 weeks old, and she is more and more beautiful every day. Now she already looks like a baby with a normal delivery due. Her dark brown hair is a little curly, and those 2 big black eyes melt my heart every day. I can't even believe that I am the mother of this fantastic kid. "What are you doing?" Vivi and Kara ask, sticking their heads in the door of Theo's bedroom, where I stayed most of the time in the last 3 weeks. Max made this room perfect. I am discussing with my daughter about the fact that she needs to have a happy daddy because she sabotaged all our attempts to be together, and I miss Max. How did Max react about this? Kara asks me, knowing that before being with me he was a stallion, and before having Theo he continued to be, but he focused only on me, taking me everywhere he had the chance to do it. He is nervous, not on me or Theo, but on this whole situation. I know that he wants to be with me, but Theo is still so little and she has colic. I can let her cry just to be with him, and he doesn't want something like this either. Shit, Sam will go crazy if we have the same problem. All he wants when we are at home is to mate with me. He is like super glue. "You know what?" Vivi said, looking at me. "You are my best friend, so I will do this for you. Give me my girl," she said, and took Theo from my arms and started to speak with her, making funny faces while Theo smiled at her. "We will have a girls' day, me and Theo and Kara, and tonight I will take care of her and you will have time to make Max happy." "This is called common efforts," Kara said, laughing. "I expect the same when the pups will come. I want my Sam too." And I just stay and look at Theo, who seems happy in Vivi's arms. "Mer," I suddenly hear Max in my mind. "Hey darling," I tell him, smiling involuntarily just hearing him. "James and Lori will stay with us this evening. They want to spend time with Theo." "They do?" I ask, hoping that I will have some time with him, alone. Goddess help me. "Yes, I am coming home in half an hour with them. Wait for me," and he ends everything. Change of plan, Vivi, and I start to laugh. Lori and James are on their way here to stay with Theo, so thank you for your good intentions. She will stay with her tomorrow. I suddenly hear Luke, and Sam appears behind him and goes straight to Kara and takes her in a bridal stay, almost scaring her. Sam! She whispers, "What are you doing?" "Do you need my mate here, Mer?" Sam asks, looking into my eyes. "No, she was just visiting Theo." "In this case, excuse us," he said and walked out of the room with her while she was telling him that he is rude. Luke goes to Vivi and starts to play with Theo. "I asked Max to let us stay with Theo tomorrow," he tells Vivi. "It will help us to win some experience with those tiny pups." "What do you say?" "I want that," Vivi said, smiling at him. "Can we invite Francois here? He would like to meet Theo." "If he wants that, of course," Luke said and kissed her, and then looking at me, he said, "We will keep an eye on her until James and Lori will come. Go and change. Max will take out to have dinner tonight." "He will?" And I swear that I feel like squealing of joy because I really miss my time alone with him. Theo was so unexpected that we didn't have time to adapt. So after a short "thank you both," I ran directly into our bedroom, opened my closet, and I started to look for the perfect outfit for tonight. "What are you doing?" I hear Max coming from behind and hugging me. "Luke told me that we will have dinner together, so I am looking for a dress." "Dinner?" and he laughs. "Better look for some jeans and a warm sweater." "What?" I said, totally disappointed. "So it's not something romantic." "We will go to Tofino," and he winked at me, "but it's a little bit cold tonight, and there we will." He said, but I stopped him, jumping into his arms and kissing him directly. "Let's go, Max," I tell him, stretching out my hand and taking from my closet the first pair of jeans and the first sweater that came before me. "No special preparation anymore?" he asks, laughing. "No, I just want to be with you, alone," I tell him, blushing a little, and he leans and kisses my lips. "Then let's go," and he caught my hand. "Let's go to our nest, love!" And I almost ran out of the house with him just to come face to face with James and Lori. "Have fun, Mer." James winks at me and helps Lori to walk the front door stairs. Her belly is bigger and bigger every day. It took Max almost 2 hours to reach Tofino, but I almost died in anticipation, waiting to reach our paradise. As soon as he stopped his motorcycle, I jumped on his arms and whispered in his ear, "I want you now, Max! Take me or I will die!" "You will?" he asks, laughing hard. "Then you don't know how I feel right now." "Oh, Max!" I whisper again, but laugh this time. "You know exactly what I need." And I swear to you that he becomes even bigger just hearing me talking to him. He lifted me in his arms, throwing me over his shoulder, slapped my ass and said, "Then I will show you my cock." Let me ask you, have you ever seen a desperate person? Someone who would do anything to reach his goal? This is an almost identical stance. He opened the door of our nest, closing it back with his foot. He put me on our little dining table in front of our enormous window and shredded my jeans and my panties, while he just opened his jeans, saying, "I will take care of you all night, but first let me have this," and he slipped on me directly, making me yell. I feel like it was my first time. I felt like a virgin. I never saw Max this way. He trembles, and with every move he makes, he is even more hardened. "Meredith," he whispers, his voice being so frail that I barely heard him. "I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too," I tell him. "I would have died another day without you," he whispers me. "Shit," he said, opening his eyes. "What happened?" I ask him, seeing his pale face. "What if I just made you pregnant again?" And he looks at me with tears in his eyes. "Is that a bad thing?" I ask him because I don't know what to think about his reaction. It won't be, but Theo is small and we just need time to adapt to this new step we have, having her. "You won't make me pregnant," I tell him, putting him inside me again. "I've been on pills since Theo was a week old." "You were?" And he is happy again. "Yeah, Max, now let's continue this wonderful day." Author's POV. "Is it already noon?" Meredith asked, putting her arms around Max's neck and giving him a long kiss on the lips. "Yeah, unfortunately it is, and we need to go home," Max said, kissing her neck right where he put his mark on her. "You missed her too, didn't you?" Meredith started to giggle in his arms. "Since we arrived here, when I was not implanted deep inside you, riding my happiness," and he starts to laugh, "all I did was to mind link Sam and Luke to ask them if Theo is all right." and Meredith started to laugh so hard that even some tears appeared in her eyes. "Oh my goddess, she broke us." "What do you mean?" Max asked her, putting his hands on her hips and caressing her body lightly. He likes this view a lot, with Meredith naked and happy, riding him. "I did exactly the same thing you did. When I was at home, I dreamed with my eyes open that I will have you just for myself, and when that moment became real, every time you didn't give me pleasure, my mind flies to Theo, wondering if she is okay, if she knows that we are not with her." "So?" Max says, smiling at Meredith. "One more time and we pack our things and go back to our pup?" "Yes, but please prolong a little this last one more time, because at home someone will cry every time you will try to touch me." "Then, let's make it twice." Max doesn't lose time, and for another 2 hours he enjoyed his time with the love of his life, but just when they were ready to go, both Stark and Artemis smelled a strange smell near the house. "What the?" Stark says, "This is a private area. Nobody should be here." Artemis took control, still staying in human form, and sniffing the air she felt that horrible aura she felt in the forest, on Mount Tantalus, and she is horrified by this feeling. "Max," Artemis said a little bit panicked. "It's not afraid for her, but if the hunters are here, Max could be wounded." "Max, give Stark full control please, the hunters are here," and Stark doesn't even wait for Max, that he used all his strength to leave Max as a simple spectator. "It is impossible. No one knows about this place. I built it with Max, it was our refugee." Stark mind links Artemis, trying not to make any noise. "But the thing is that they found us, and it is only one way of doing it. Someone told them that we left the pack, and they followed us here. It would have been impossible to track us on water until here. We have a traitor." Meredith told that to Max, and at that time it seemed a wrong idea, but someone is betraying us. "Shit, they are really close. Let's transform and run," Stark said, and they jump from their bed and exit their love nest, transforming while they run on the front door stairs. "Catch them." They heard a male voice yelling behind them, and a lot of shotguns started to fill the air with their sound. Both, Artemis and Max, that ate frightening in their wolf form, being huge, do slaloms through the trees trying to avoid the hunters. "Don't kill the white wolf," someone else yelled. "She is our boss trophy." And Max and Meredith could only look each other in the eye hearing all this, while Stark and Artemis ran to save their lives. As soon as they arrived at the place where Max left his motorcycle, in one jump, they got on it and started running on the road, leaving the isolated location. "Fucking shit! I really loved this place," Max cursed. "Do you think that they lost track of us?" Meredith asked, turning her head and looking back, while Max ran like crazy on the road. "No, they will assume that we will go back to Port Alberni to take the yacht back. It is not safe to return there. And in Max's head is in chaos right now. "They were after you, Mer," he said, panicking. "I can't lose you." "You will not, but I am afraid for your safety. We need help, Max. Even if we will expose our family to this shit, but we need help." And Meredith thinks for a few seconds and says, "Call the boys, I will mind-link James and Dad," and she did it in a second. "Sam," Max mind-links his beta directly. "The girl is fine, don't worry." Sam started without waiting for Max to say anything else. "We are under attack. Someone followed us and tried to shut us down." And Max is so panicked that Sam almost fell down the bed trying to run to his door and call the warriors. "Where are you, Max?" he asked in panic. If he loses his Alpha, his life would be meaningless. He must protect Max and his family, no matter what. "We just run from Tofino. We should go to Port Alberni, where my yacht is, but if they track us here, that location is not safe." "Come to Nanaimo. Can you do that?" Sam asks, and he is already in Luke's place mouthing him. "Max was attacked." It took Luke 2 seconds to ring the alarm, and all his warriors were in front of the packhouse. "What happened here?" Carter and Lisa, followed by Grandpa Cruz and Aunt Jen, ask. "Alpha, Max and Meredith were attacked by hunters, and we..." Sam said, but Grandpa Cruz cuts him directly, looking in Carter's eyes. "Where are they now?" "I told him that we will meet in Nanaimo," Sam said, without wasting any more time. "Call Landon and James," Grandpa Cruz said. "There is no time to lose. We must take them out of there." "How the hell did they track them there? Vancouver Island is the only place in our territory where there is no foot of werewolves." And looking at Carter, Grandpa concluded, "We have a traitor." It took Sam and Luke another 10 minutes to organize all the warriors, to let some of them watch over the pack safely, and they were all gone. James and Landon arrived in less than half an hour and followed them from a certain distance because there was no time to lose and wait for them. "Where are you, Max?" Sam asked as soon as they set foot in Nanaimo an hour later. But Max doesn't answer. "Max, where the fuck are you?" Sam tries to mind link him again, but nothing, and he feels like he is going to faint at any moment. "Max doesn't answer," Sam yells. "Try with Meredith," Landon said, and he also mind linked her. "Mer," James yells, trying to contact her. "James," she said desperately, "they surrounded us. All this island is full of hunters. It's a trot, run from here." "Where are you?" he said, ignoring her. "We are all here. Tell me where you are." And Meredith focuses and mind links all of them at the same time, making them look at each other with open mouths. "I have no idea where I am. Max is unconscious, and I'm trying here to protect him. We were somewhere near Nanaimo, but we had to turn and exit the main road because those brutes blocked us. And now we are in the middle of nowhere near a very big crack in the earth. It's full of slippery rocks, exposed tree roots. Shit, I can't see more from where we are." Carter looks at Landon, and at the same time they say in unison, "The abyss," Meredith's POV. "Shit, they blocked our way to Nanaimo," Max said, and I heard him telling Stark to exit the road. His motorcycle is not one for off-roading, but this is our only chance right now. "Max, please stay calm. If you die here of a heart attack, I will hunt you by myself to the other side, and I am able to do it as a daughter of the moon goddess, so focus, Max." "It's not about that, Mer," he said, still driving among secular trees. "You were kidnapped and hurt in the past. I can't see you like that. I better die defending you than see you suffer again." And I feel like strangling him right now. "Nobody will die today. Do you hear me, Maximilian Cruz?" And I said that with a big growl, making him shut up. But I know that in his head right now is a big mess, because in my head is the same thing. I am thinking of Theo, my parents, and James, and holding Max from behind, I wrap my hands even tighter around his body. "We will find a way to exit this place, Max," I tell him, and I feel his hand holding mine. "I love you," he said, and he is not even finishing these words that a gunshot sounds all over the forest. "Drive, Max!" I yell at him, and he suddenly breaks when in front of us appeared 4 fucking hunters from nowhere. "But what do we have here?" one of them asked, laughing like a madman. Let me tell you, I never saw a hunter in my life. As a human, I was not interested in this. I've seen a lot of rogues, but never a hunter. I fight with rogues and win as a human and as a werewolf, but I don't know how it is to match your power with a hunter. And they look so human, even if in them lies a lot of wickedness. "Give us the woman, and you can leave," one of the hunters said to Max, but he just growled at them, but the hunter started to laugh. "So he was right," one of them said. "She really is his mate. Maybe we should kill both of them and end this shit." "No," another one said. "Michelle will kill us. He didn't sacrifice his own son for nothing." "Artemis, what the hell are those hunters talking about?" I ask in panic. "We need to fight them, Mer," she said. "It's our only chance." And while those jerks try to seem smart, I transform directly, jumping into the air directly from Max's back, hitting him with my front paws to his back as I used him as a launch pad. It took me 2 seconds to break the neck to the jerk who just laughed in my face earlier. "Catch her!" another hunter yelled, and this time I saw Max, or better said Stark, coming from behind and putting another hunter down. The third came in an instant, trying to put a dagger in my neck, but Artemis was faster and caught his hand, pulling it from the elbow. "Help me!" He yelled for help, but the last hunter, seeing him like this, took his gun out, pointing his gun in my direction, tried to kill me. In the last second, Max put him down to the ground, and with a fury I never knew he was capable of, he killed the hunter. "You!" I growled at the last hunter, still holding his arm in my mouth under his horrified gaze. "How did you know we were here?" I asked him angrily, while Max came by my side and growls at him. "We are great together. He is a giant black wolf, and I am even bigger than he is, and my white fur and topaz eyes make us look unreal." "How did you know we took this road?" Max asks him and catches his leg in his elongated fangs, making the hunter yell for help. The boss, the boss's son, told us, he yelled. And how did he know? I asked him. Nobody knows that my husband has a house here, not even his own family. He is one of your pack members, the hunter yelled. Impossible, Max said, looking at him. Hunters are humans with more senses than a normal human. The end justifies the means, the hunter said. Our boss mated with a werewolf female and raised the child, killing the mother after she gave birth. What the fuck are you talking about? Max yelled at him. It's impossible, I would have known. But you didn't, and not even your stupid father or grandfather who made our boss look for this shitty white wolf for 21 years. Shitty wolf? Artemis asks. The hunter starts to laugh hysterically, and Artemis just caught his neck with her fangs in 1 second, as if it was just a thin wooden pencil. She detached his head from his shoulders under the horrified gaze of Max. He was useless. Artemis said and gave me back the control, transforming into human form. Why did you kill him? Max asks, coming after me, while I start to undress a hunter and I take his shirt to cover myself. He would have never told us who that piece of shit is. We have a traitor, Max, and I suspected that since Veronica's escapades. She should have been handcuffed in her hospital bed, and yet she was living la vida loca in my own house. Only a traitor would have been the reason for doing it. And I look around at all the mess we've done here. Do you think we should hide their bodies? I asked, looking around. No, we will lose time. Here is no werewolf presence. The wild animals will clean the area for us. Let's go, sweetheart, he said and took my hand in his, and pulling me to himself, he kissed my temple. I love you, Max. I tell him, looking straight into his eyes. Let's leave this fucking place and go back to our princess. I whisper to him, and we ride back our motorcycle, continuing our road to Nanaimo. But there is an old saying that the plan at home does not match the one in the market. Just when we thought that we would arrive in Nanaimo and that we would be fine, the same strong aura that I felt in the Mount Tantalus hit me, and more than this, also a bullet hit me in my arm. Max! I yelled, scared by the fact that all this took me by surprise. He stopped the motorcycle and took me in his arms, running with me. It's just my arm. I tell him, trying to calm him, but he is damned panicked, and he enters the forest with me, until a deep crack into the earth opens in front of our eyes. Shit, I hear Max cursing. We were so close. He takes a step back and jumps over that sinister crack that makes me think that I am living at the end of the earth just looking at it. This is a very circulated area by humans, Max said, looking around. We should stay in this area because I am more than sure that they surrounded us. And he finds some bushes and hides us there. Let me see your arm, he mindlink and tears off my shirt sleeve. I see tears in his eyes. Max, I'm fine. If you could take out the bullet, Artemis will heal me. And I raise the other arm and caress his beautiful face. This will hurt, he tells me, looking into my eyes. And it is killing me to know that you will suffer. Just do it, Max. Do it, and then I will be fine. And I hold myself on his legs while he catches my wounded arms and sticks his fangs on it, catching the bullet and extracting it. Holy fucking shit! I yell, and I feel like almost collapsing in pain, but Artemis took control immediately and started to heal me, while Starks gave her the powers to do it. Are you okay? Max whispers, kissing my forehead while he just holds me on his chest. I am now. Just hold me a little bit more. I tell him, and he does exactly what I asked him. I will try to mind link Sam, he told me, but right when he said that, another gunshot was heard and I saw him looking in my eyes. He has tears in it and something is nor right about him. I'm sorry, darling, he whispered, and I saw the blood starting to flow down on his chest. No, no, no. This can't happen. Max! I yelled with all my lungs, not caring that some fucking hunters could hear me. Max! I yell and Artemis yells at the same time with me, because Max collapses and I hear his heartbeats becoming weaker and weaker. Help me, Artemis, I tell her and start to hit his chest, trying to make his heart beat. I can't lose him, I told her. If I lose him, nothing else will matter. But right then someone caught my leg, dragging me out from my hiding place. And I am able to see for the first time the face that was behind that fucking aura. We finally met, he said, looking into my eyes. I looked for you for so much time, but now you are mine, love. What the fuck? Meredith's POV. Love? I asked that shit that stays in front of me. Love? Really? You entered my life with your boots and that is the only thing that goes through your head? Should I have brought flowers? The jerk asked me. He is somewhere over his 40, a damned good example of nowadays gladiator. I would lie to say that the jerk is not looking well, but all I care about right now is how to break his neck quickly and then save Max. So you are my royal trophy, he said, starting to walk around me. And you are a white wolf too, so rare for a royal. That makes you even more special. What the hell? Doesn't he know that I am a primordial wolf too? I asked Artemis. It seems he doesn't. A royal is strong enough, only our white fur could make him find the truth, but it seems that all he knows is about royals. I look around him. There were at least 10 hunters that encircled the place. You are so beautiful, he said, looking at me and licking his lips. What do you want from me? Because it seems to me that you are not here to kill me. I asked him, looking in the direction where Max is. His heart is still beating. To kill you? And starts to laugh. That was the plan, but after we discovered that your parents were the last royal, we just couldn't let our future colleagues without the pleasure of hunting a royal, and you are so beautiful that you made me change my mind. Change your mind, I asked him, and even if I am not in the position of being arrogant, I can't stand seeing this jerk acting like this. Do you think that I give a shit about your plans or what's in your mind? I ask him, coming closer to him while he just smiles at me. Superb, he said. Fearless and beautiful, exactly how I like it. I just look in his eyes, the time flows, and Max's chances are getting smaller and smaller. Tell me what you want, I asked him. It's not clear, I want you. That Alpha is not worthy to be with you. Imagine how powerful our kids will be, he asked me. Kids that you will start to hunt, won't you? And I think that the jerk is out of his mind to speak about something like this. I haven't decided yet whether or not I will keep all our kids, but maybe if they are as gorgeous as you are, I will let them all live. What about my mate? I asked him, pointing to Max, who was barely breathing. I'm not interested in him. He will die anyway. And he starts to laugh. Then I have a deal for you too. As a royal I am strong, but if my mate dies I will not be able to live anymore, so you won't get anything if he dies. And I crossed my arms under my chest, looking at him defiantly. Keep going, he commands me, but now I realize that his words have no power against me. Let me save Max, and I will go with you without making a big fuss. But if my mate dies, believe when I tell you, you will all die here today. And that's a promise. Just for the sake of the game, I will let you save him. I can kill him later when he will try to take you away from me. And he starts to laugh. Who the fuck are you? I ask him because I never saw a human so demonic as this jerk. I didn't introduce myself? But where are my manners? And he tries to hold my hand, but I withdraw it immediately. You will not touch me until Max is not safe. I tell him between clenched teeth. I am Michelle Manganiello, he said, extending his hand, but I didn't even look at him. But I ran directly to Max and started to massage his chest again. He really needs help urgently. I tell Artemis, who starts to talk with Stark, trying to make him fight, but right then James mind-links me. Where are you? He said. We are all here. Tell me where you are. If he is here, I know that everyone is here with him, so the most simple thing I can do is to mind-link all of them. I know that this will scare them a little, but this is the beauty of being a primordial and also a royal. I look at Manganiello, who watches me like a hawk, so I try to hide the fact that I mind-link my dear ones. I have no idea where I am. Max is unconscious, and I am trying here to protect him. We were somewhere near Nanaimo, but we had to turn and exit the main road because those brutes blocked us. And now we are in the middle of nowhere, near a very big crack in the earth. It's full of slippery rocks, exposed tree roots. Shit, I can't see more from where we are. The truth is that I'm literally in the middle of nowhere. Max knew the road, but I am like in a foreign country, even if it is my pack territory. The abyss, I heard my dad saying at the same time, and that crack really looks like some abyss. A dog or a wolf could fall on it, even a human, and it seems terribly deep water. Stay there, Mare, we're coming to you. James yelled in panic. I hit Max's heart again to restart it, punch after punch, until I hear his heart beats again. I am surrounded by hunters, James, I tell him, even if all of them can hear me. If you won't come fast, I will lose Max, and if I lose Max, you will find me for nothing. And right now I see Manganiello taking out his phone and reading a message. He yells at me. Did you just mind link your people and tell them where you are? He yelled at me and came near trying to catch me by my hair, but I elongated my claws and caught his hand, sticking my claws in his flesh. He just looks at me while he just takes the attack position. Of course I mind link them. Do you think that I am stupid and I will let you win this game without fighting back? I hoped so, he laughed in my face. Let me save Max. This is the last time I'm asking this. If you insist on disturbing me, I will hunt you and kill you one by one. And all the hunters started to laugh about me. Artemis, it's your show. I tell her and let her take control, and in 2 seconds she leaves Max on the ground and detaches the neck of the closest hunter from where we just stay, shocking everyone. If you don't want to kill all your men, I suggest you take a step back and leave me alone. I just bent and kissed Max's lips. I will get you out of here, I tell him through MindLink, hoping that he is hearing me. Where are you? I MindLink James. Very close, he said. James, tell Carter that the traitor is with him. He has a phone with him. Just be careful. And right then, the jerk let his dogs off the leash and attacked me. That's enough, Manganiello said. You are coming with me. But I transformed completely in my white wolf, making his hunters to take a step back and growling at them. I say, didn't you learn that love cannot be commanded? Author's POV. Attack her! Manganiello yelled as hard as he could from his human lungs. You can wound her, but don't kill her. She would be mine! Meredith is in her wolf form and gives the hunters a big growl. She just looks around at their weapons. If there is any wolfsbane, I can annihilate its effects, but if anything will happen to Max, I'm doomed, Artemis said. I know, and growling again at those hunters, showing her fangs. Attack her! Manganiello yelled again. What are you looking for? And one of the hunters, encouraged by Manganiello's roars, rushes towards Meredith, trying to injure her with a dagger. Let's test something, Artemis said, and she let the hunter come closer, and when he lifted his hand to hurt her, she caught him under her paws and said, Stay still. But the man didn't react to her. Shit, this is only for werewolves? And having no other choice, pulls his head off his shoulders and walks away from him. Who's next? She asks, while the rest of the hunters just look at their decapitated colleague. Go! Manganiello commands a very young hunter who is a little scared after he sees what Meredith was able to do. He likes to have a head on his shoulders, his own head if it is possible, so the young man hesitates. You fucking cowards! Manganiello yelled at them, and he took off his leather jacket and came in front of Meredith. 1-to-1, and he is laughing. I win, your alpha will be dead, and you are coming with me. I will win, Meredith said, grinning at him. There will be no place in this world where you will be a match to me. And she doesn't lose any minute and attacks Manganiello directly, throwing him to the ground. Shit, the hunters yelled. How is it possible? A royal wolf is strong, but she seems more than this. How can she be so powerful? Stand up and fight! Meredith growled at Manganiello, who tried to understand what just happened. He killed her parents back then. They fought, but this werewolf is something new for him. He is not a match for her. Not at this moment, but he knows one thing. She must be his. He never heard about someone so strong, and he can only imagine how it would be if she were his, if she would give birth to his children. What are you made of? He asks her, looking into her topaz eyes. I am Meredith Cruz, and I am just a werewolf. You are not, he said gravely, and I will find out what is going on here. Today was not my lucky day, but you are mine and I am coming to take you. Don't forget that, he said and signaled to his hunters to follow him, leaving Meredith and Max alone. She runs to Max and takes him in her arms. We are safe, hubby, she said and kissed his lips. We are safe. And right then from the other side of the forest she smelled James and her dad. I are here, she yelled and tried to lift Max from the ground. How is it that you are here alone? Carter asks. They were not a match to me, and she looks at that dead hunter. Where's the doctor? She asks, looking around. I am here, Luna, a man said, and she just went to the doctor and said, Give me your phone. What are you doing, Mer? James asks her. "Give me your phone now, doctor," she yelled at him, and with some trembling arms, the doctor gave her his device. She starts to search through his text messages, and when she is completely sure, she says, "You can touch my husband." And then she says to Sam, "He is not the traitor." And she started to look around. All the men that accompanied Sam and Luke today are their best warriors, the most trustful men in the pack. "This is a nightmare," Meredith said, looking around, but just a look at Max, and she doesn't care about anything else. "We will deal with the traitor later," she said to Artemis, and ran back to Max, kneeling next to him and taking his hand in hers. "How is he?" she asks the doctor. "I've heard his heart stopping twice, and I massaged his chest, but I hope that was enough to save him." "What?" the doctor said, looking into her eyes. "Did I do something wrong to him?" she asks, completely panicked. "No, Luna, but in this situation, any other female wolf would have gone completely crazy. You did that during those circumstances?" "I couldn't let him die. I would have done more, but those jerks attacked me, and I was forced to fight for some time and leave him alone." Carter and London just look at each other. "How many hunters were here, sweetie?" Landon asks his daughter. "I don't know. It was their leader, someone called Michelle Manganiello, and maybe another 10 hunters that were submitted to him." "Manganiello?" Carter asks in shock. "Do you know him?" James asks, coming closer to Meredith to search if she is all right. "He is not a regular hunter, and he is a human with a special diet, if I can say it this way." "What do you mean?" Sam and Luke asked, because this is something unheard of until now. "He is kind of a cannibal. That jerk eats what he hunts," Carter said in horror. "Does he eat werewolves?" Luke exclaimed, horrified, not for fear but for abomination and revolt. "But we are half humans." "Exactly," Carter said. Meredith leaves Max's hand, and looking at the warriors, she said, "You are our most trusted warriors." And she looked straight into their eyes, saying that. Not one of them escapes the gaze of Meredith, who seems to see beyond what the average person can see. "Any time I would have put my life in your hands knowing that you would defend me, but the fact is that one of you betrayed us today. I don't know which one of you is the one who did it." And she smiled when she said, "But believe me, I will find out, and I will take care of him personally." The warriors just look at each other. But after she said that, Meredith kneels again next to Max, who is opening his eyes with difficulty. "Hi there, stranger," she whispers, smiling at him. "You are here," Max said with a muffled voice. "You are still here." "Where else should I be?" she asks him and kisses his forehead, making him close his eyes and smile. "Don't you know that where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay?" She looked him directly in his eyes while their parents and friends just stood there with a lot of emotion in their hearts, seeing them like this. They hoped their entire lives that Max and Meredith would be together and that they would love each other, but now they are watching the greatest proof of love. "I thought that I would die," Max whispered, lifting his hand and caressing Meredith's face. "Then when you die, I will die too, Max, because not even death can separate you and me." And she put her head on his chest, letting her tears flow down her face and letting her emotions go. Not even death can separate us. Author's POV. All the way back to the pack house, Max stayed near Meredith with his head on his lap while the doctor was monitoring the state of health. "He will be all right. It was a bullet full of wolfsbane and almost hit his heart, but now he is out of any danger. Luna, don't worry about him." "Did you hear the doctor?" Max asked her. "Stop worrying about me. I'm fine." "You are not fine, Max. You almost died today, and you scared me." And Meredith leans down and kisses him. "I almost lost you." "And I almost lost you too, if you hadn't been the coolest Luna I ever heard of." And Max smiles and purses his lips lightly so that Meredith can kiss him. "Do you need something, hubby?" she asks him in a very funny way, blinking her eyelashes at him. "Yes, I need a kiss. My mother told me when I was little that if I hurt myself and she would kiss me, I would get better, so I need a kiss," Max said, trying to laugh, but his chest started to hurt immediately. "Then I must call Mom to wait for you at the pack house if her kisses are enchanted." And Meredith is very serious. "There is no need for that," Max said, looking straight into her eyes. "Any kiss would work." "Is that so?" And she starts to laugh. "Samuel Jackson," she suddenly says. Would you like to give a little peck to your Alpha? He has a boo-boo." And she is so serious that Sam looks at her in panic and then at Max, but Meredith doesn't stop. "Do I have to give you a Luna command to help your Alpha?" The poor Sam approaches Max and looks at him horrified, but as soon as he approaches Max's face, Max says excitedly, "Don't you dare to touch my face!" And he lets his head a little on his back so he can look Meredith's face as he stays with his head in her lap. "I will punish you for this," he whispered. "I can't wait for it," Meredith tells him through their mind link, smiling at them, while the rest of their pack warriors just smile at them. When they finally arrived at the pack house, everyone was waiting for them in front of the house, panicking. Even Francois was there, because Vivi called him and told him everything that happened, and his poor human heart wasn't able to hold so much stress. She is like a sister to him, and their history together implies so much drama that he really wishes for her to be happy. "Brat," Grandpa Cruz said, "what was that? Don't you dare to make another joke like this." And he is looking ugly at his grandson. "If you ever get hurt so badly, I will ask Meredith to marry Alpha Greg. That's a fat dwarf, a disgrace for our kind. He never trains, just stays and eats all day long. Meredith will never choose someone like him." Max told Grandpa. "I will," she said. "If you dare to scare me again like this, I will choose Alpha Greg. You know that Grandpa's opinion is important for me." And she winks at Grandpa, and then looking at the doctor, she continues, "Bring him to the hospital. I will come immediately. I must see my daughter." "There is no need to go to the hospital," Max said, but just a look from Meredith and he went mute. "Do it for me, please," she said. "You don't know how all this looked from my eyes. I just need to know that you are healthy again. I will come with Theo immediately." And she kissed his lips and looking at the doctor said, "Take him and watch him." "Where is my daughter, Mom?" she asks Lisa as soon as Max was taken by the medical staff. "She is with Vivi and Leia," Lisa said. "They almost kidnapped her." And she looks around at all the people gathered here. "He is all right," and smiling at James and Landon, also looking in Carter's eyes, she said, "Our reinforcements arrived on time. Thank you all for everything you've done for us today." "Anytime," James said, taking her in his arms. "Go home, James. Lori must be worried about you." And she puts her head on his shoulder. "I am blessed to have you. Do you know that?" "No, sis. I am the one who was blessed to be called a brother by you. You made my life brighter after you came in." And leaving with Landon and his men, he said, "Call me and tell me how Max is doing." "I will," Meredith said and went inside the house with Lisa and Francoise, while the rest went to their houses. "Are you all right, Mare?" Francoise asked him. "I am now," and she never looked at him. "Look at me and tell me the same thing." And she just stops, making Lisa and Grandpa, who were following her, to stop. "Will you leave us alone for a second?" she asked them, and they just looked at her. "Please, I need to talk to Francois." "Tell me again that you are fine," Francois said as soon as they were alone. "I am," she repeated, looking at her feet. "No, Meredith," Francois almost yelled at her. "Look in my eyes and tell me the same thing. You did this back then when you were rescued. You told me that you were fine and you weren't. I need to know that you will not collapse." "I'm not fine, Francoise," Meredith admitted. "I feel like crap. I want to kill everyone and to burn alive that fucking Hunters, but I can't, and I know that this is not finished yet." "I am here," Francoise said, smiling at her. "The same way I was in the past, I am here now. If you need someone to talk to, someone so weak as this human that stays in front of your eyes, I am here." "You are the best, Francoise," Meredith tells him and takes his hand. "You are a good friend of mine, the best human I know at this moment." "Because the rest you knew upgraded to werewolves," he said with a sad smile. Author's POV. "How are things between you and Leia?" Meredith asks him while she goes to Luke's condo to take Theo. "She hates me, and I love her, and please, talk with Grandpa Cruz because I know that he is the one behind, to stop sending me flowers. All my employees think that I am gay, not that this should be a problem, but I am not. 2 of my directors started to woo me." "What did he do?" Meredith asks, laughing hard. "Besides the flowers and chocolates he sends me every day? Not much. He hired a mariachi band to serenade me. He sent me tickets to the Vancouver Canucks hockey team game this weekend. He even sent me a t-shirt to come there as a fan." This is sweet, she said, laughing. It would be more funny if he wouldn't do it on behalf of Leia, who has nothing to do with what Grandpa is doing. So you love her? And this time Meredith looked straight into his eyes. With all my heart. I was stupid, Mer. I never knew how cool it is to be a werewolf. I thought that you are savages, but you are just too good for this world. You are too sweet, Francois. Come, help me to take back my daughter from your sister's arms. Don't tell her that I told you, but she just stares at her, waiting for you, baby girl, to be covered with fur. I know. She has an obsession with that. And she starts to laugh. But as soon as the door opens, they come face to face with Vivi and Leia, who are playing with little Theo's tummy, tickling her and making funny faces at her, while Luke just smiles at them. Smelling Francois, Leia lifts her head and she just smiles at him involuntarily. He is so handsome, wearing his navy suit with slim-fit trousers and a white shirt. His blonde hair is slightly tousled, giving him a bohemian air. Leia just stares at him, and without realizing, she says, "Hey, you're back!" Francoise stares at her, not knowing what to do with her attitude, remembering their last discussion. "Good evening, Miss Navarro," he said, making Leia sad. But like a hawk, Meredith is watching them, and seeing all their reactions, she says, "It's good to be back home after all this shit. In a day or two, Max will be fine too, and I would like to celebrate the fact that we are all good and nothing bad happened." "And how are we going to do that?" Vivi asks, kissing Theo's little feet. "We will go to hockey this weekend together," she stated. "What?" Francoise said, looking at her. "Is she really doing this?" "But there are no tickets anymore," Leia said. "How do you know that?" Luke asks her, making some big eyes. She is not a hockey fan. "I brought the last two for Francoise," she said, looking at him, and Francois just looks at her with his mouth open. "Did you also bring that fucking mariachi at my office to sing me? Que bonita es mi tierra." "No, that was Grandpa. I had nothing to do with it," Leia said, smiling at him. "What about the flowers and the chocolate? All my colleagues think that I have other preferences." "That would be Grandpa's hand too." Leia started to laugh. "I only give cool gifts." And looking at her, Francoise said, "Thank you for the tickets. My girl would like it." And he just turns his back to her and goes to Vivi and takes Theo in his arms, making Leia almost collapse. "Baby Theo, would you be my date this weekend?" he asks. "Would you like to see some angry boys on ice?" "Ugga-ga-ga-ga." Theo muttered something in her language. "Then we have a deal." Francoise winked at Theo. "You will need to convince her daddy to give you his daughter," Meredith said, and this time she takes Theo in her arms, holding her at her chest. She missed her baby girl. "He must let her. I need a girl for that date." "I will go with you," Leia tells him, but Francois just smiles at her. "Miss Navarro, I promised you that I will never disturb you again. And you know what?" And he takes the tickets from his jacket pocket. "Take it. It's a shame not to use them if you want so much to go to the match, especially since they are the last two tickets. Anyway, I need to work this weekend." And he puts the tickets in her hand, making her feel all the tingles between them. They rejected each other, but there is still some bond around. "Will you go now?" Vivi asks him with a sullen face. "Yes. Meredith is safe, so is Maximilian, and I have no other reason to be here and disturb these pack members." "Let me drive you. I'm going anyway to the hospital, and it's in our way. Thank you for caring about us so much, Franco," Meredith said, and started to walk with him, while Leia just watched him as he was leaving her, and her heart trembled. "Tell him, Leia," Luke said, seeing her so sad. "Tell him what?" she asks, still looking at Francois' back. "Tell him that you changed your mind. Tell him that you want him." "You heard him. There is no chance for me to be with him again," and she burst into tears thinking about this. "I know Franco better than anyone," Vivi stated. "I will wash his brain. I want you and only you as my sister-in-law. We are the duo siblings, and I intend to remain like this." Author's POV. "What took you so long?" Max asks from his hospital bed as soon as Meredith comes into his ward holding Theo in her arms, but Meredith just smiles at him. "Let me hold her, please," Max said, stretching his arms to take Theo, but after a vigorous move, he just gritted his teeth in pain. "Are you sure that you are all right?" Meredith said, coming near his bed. "I am, please. Just let me hold her." Meredith takes Theo and puts her on his chest, so that now she stays with her little head over the place where Max's heart is. I love you, princess, and Daddy missed you so much. Did you miss me too? He asks her, kissing her little fingers. Your daughter just received her first invitation for a date from a young man. Who was it? I will break his legs, Max said in panic. No one is taking my little girl away from me. Oh, but this guy is reliable, and he is handsome and has a lot of money, is the perfect match for her. Meredith mocks him. Max looks at Meredith in horror and holds Theo on his chest. Who was it? I will ban him from this pack. And if he could, how would he get out of bed and go to fight with the one who dares to invite Theo for a date? Max, Meredith asks, looking at him, did you smoke something wrong? I never smoked in my life, he said, looking at her perplexed. She knows that he is not a smoker. Why is she asking something like this? Maybe you should start doing it because it will calm your nerves. Theo is 4 weeks old, and I am telling you that someone wants to date her, and you are acting like this? And she puts her hands on her hips, looking at him questioningly. Of course, I am acting like this. It's amazing what children can do nowadays. This snot-nosed kids know a lot of things, and if I do not watch over my daughter, one of them will steal her from me in the blink of an eye. Francoise invited her to a hockey game, and Meredith bends over and takes Theo from him, leaving him with his mouth open. That scoundrel! Max said, squeezing his eyes and thinking of 10 ways to kill a human and get away with it. I will go with him too, Meredith said as if it was nothing and lay in bed near Max. That's it, and he tries to get out of bed in a hurry, but yells in pain. Oh my goddess, you are too much Maximilian Cruz, and she starts to laugh. I am? He asks her and looks a little bit taken aback. Are you mocking me, darling? He asks her, looking at the way she is laughing with all her heart. Of course I am. You are too adorable when you are jealous, and she kisses his lips while Theo is just giggling something from her arms. I think she wants a kiss too, and Meredith lifts her so Max is able to kiss her little cheeks. Leia brought some tickets for Francoise. She finally said, and he fooled her that he will go with his girl to see the game, and invited Theo to see some bad boys on ice. Keep talking. He collected a lot of black balls today. He's not going to escape from my hands when I grab that stupid little human's ass of his. You will leave him alone. I have plans with him. I must make him forgive Leia and accept her. Are you sure he is not stealing my daughter? You are impossible, and she wants to get out of his bed, but right then the door opens, and surprise! What are you doing here? Veronica asks, looking at Meredith. Oh my goddess, I can't stand it anymore. She looks at Max and says, Hold the girl, I need to finish this. I am not in a good mood today. And she starts to walk to Veronica and minding Vincenzo. Where the fuck are you? I am having lunch with Craig, he said, a little bit panicked. Enjoy your meal. When you finish, come in Max's ward to take you, stupid mate. I just suppress her shitty will again, and she is laying fainted on Max's ward floor. Please come and take her until I am not strangling her. And Vincenzo and Craig are in Max's ward in 2 minutes, taking Veronica out, murmuring some apologies. Didn't Luke and Sam put some cameras on her ward? How the hell did she escape again? I don't know, but I am going to find out right now, Max said, furious, because he is sick of being disturbed by Veronica. She is reminding him about his mistakes, and he is so afraid that this will affect Meredith. I searched for the record that should have been made, but I didn't find anything. I don't understand what's going on, Luke said as soon as he came in Max's ward with Sam. I was there too when the cameras were set up. This has no logic for me, Sam said in Luke's defense. Who was with you? Max asked, looking at Meredith immediately. My 3 best warriors. And Luke just stares at Sam and then at Max. Were they with you today? When you came to save us, were any of them with you? Meredith asks him, and she is really furious. She knows those 3. They are always in her house, and they are Max's friends too. Only 2 of them. The 3rd was left at home to keep this place safe. Who are they? Max said, boiling. Pete Silverstone and Mark Dickens, Luke whispers. His own men are betraying him? Pete guarded Leia when she was in coma. He trusts him, and with Mark is the same. Don't tell them anything. Just verify the cameras and set them up again, but keep it for yourself. We need to find out if Pete or Mark are the ones who are fooling around us. Meredith said. Her plan was simple and was perfect, accepting the fact that one of their most truthful people were the traitors. "I will kill them," Max yelled. "No, we will use this to our advantage. Both Mark and Pete are loyal to us, even if one of them is the traitor. I know it is nonsense, but I need to find the story behind all this shit. They are werewolves for the goddess' sake, while the hunters are humans. Werewolves rarely are betraying their alpha. Something is not right here if they will really prove doing it." "Go, Luke, and you too, Sam," Meredith said. "Put those cameras back without anyone knowing. You know what? Put some new cameras too. Maybe they will check the old cameras. Let's think smart this time." And Luke and Sam just nod their head in respect and leave. "You are a genius," Max whispered in her ear. "Someone must think in our family," said Meredith with a sassy attitude. "I thought I was that one." And Max started to kiss her neck, making her moan, and in a second he stole Theo from her arms. "You fucking scoundrel!" Meredith said, looking ugly at him, but he took her hand and signaled her to lay down with him, while he placed Theo between them. "Tell me how you will do it," Max said, smiling at her. "About what? What will I do?" And she is very puzzled. "About the way you will convince Francoise to take Leia back and leave my daughter alone. I will make him look like he prefers men and not women, and then his only chance will be to go public with Leia." And she said it like she was talking about her nail. "You are Maleficent," Max said with a large smile on his face. "I had to stand in the front row. This will be a great show, even greater than the one you did with me. I didn't perform anything in front of you. I was just natural, but if you are insinuating anything, I will put on a good show just for you." Meredith said, smiling sweetly at him. "Does it imply any striptease?" Max asked her, making some big eyes in anticipation. "No, hubby," Meredith said, and he knows that she gets something brewing in her head, and suddenly his smile goes away. "It implies a divorce and full custody," and she just wink at him while he shits in his pants. "What happened to you?" she asks him, seeing him like a mute. "Did I tell you how much I love you?" Max asks her. "You did, but not today," she said and put her head on his shoulder. "I love you so much. I can't wait to see that hockey game." Max tells her, even if he hates hockey. Who has ever seen a wolf on ice? Let's be serious. "You do?" Meredith asks him, smiling. "You see, hubby, effective communication solves any problem." And she takes Theo's little hands, kissing it, and she say in a quiet voice, "Go Canucks." Author's POV. "Wait for me," Grandpa Cruz yelled, running, or better said walking like an agitated snail with his fluttering eyes. "I am coming too." And all this time Auntie Jen laughed. "I've never been to a hockey game. I am so excited," she said, making Grandpa happy. "How did you get so many tickets when they were all sold out?" Vivi asked, looking at Meredith. "Are we telling her, Grandpa?" Meredith asked and started to laugh. "Better no," Grandpa said with a funny face. "This will be my secret." But the truth is that the old man is a big fan and he has his own private box at the Rogers Arena, but all this time he went there alone. "I can't wait to go there and see all those muscular and yummy boys," Vivi said, rubbing her hands. "What muscular guys?" Luke asked in horror. "You know, love, those ones with a stick and a puck. Hello, you're going to watch a hockey game and know nothing about this sport?" Vivi asks with a frowning, quizzical expression. "I know what hockey is, but since when are those players yummy?" "Hello!" Luke asks, slapping her ass in front of everyone while she give him an ugly look. "You!" Vivi pointed her index finger to Luke, and then looking around, she saw Leia coming in her fan t-shirt. "I will go with Leia and ask for some autograph, and I will have to sign on my breasts." But Luke slapped her ass again. "Hey, I am pregnant here." She yelled at him and gave him a foot in his ass, moving him from his place. "You don't act like one." And this time he just leaves and Vivi runs after him, but she stumbles and lands directly on her stomach. "Oh my goddess!" Everyone yelled in panic, and Luke turns his head and seeing her in her stomach with a pale and scared face, he runs directly to her. "Oh my goddess!" he yelled. "Oh my goddess!" And he starts to tremble while Vivi can't stop from crying, even if nothing hurts. He takes her in his arms and everyone runs to the hospital. "There is nothing wrong with our little Gamma boy," the doctor said, "but I would advise you to be more careful with your activities. If your pregnancy would have been more advanced, this would have ended in a very tragic way." "I will," Vivi said, wiping her tears. This will never happen again, Luke said, taking her in his arms. Tears began to surge up into her eyes, and when she spoke, her voice could hardly be heard. I want to go home, Luke, and he took her in his arms. No more yummy bad boys in the picture? And he just kissed her red nose from so much crying. No, I have my own bad and yummy man, Vivi said. Let's go to that fucking game. You are fine, and I will let you watch those men just to see that I am more muscular and attractive than they are. And he took her in his Audi A9, while Leia went to the back seat. Sam and Kara drove with their Lamborghini Urus, and took Grandpa and Auntie Jen with them, and Max and Meredith just looked at Carter and Lisa, who were holding Theo. Are you sure you won't come with us? Max asks Carter. No, I want to spend time with Theo, he said, laughing at that little princess who starts to be more and more active. Call us if anything happens, Meredith said, waving her hand at them. And as soon as they arrived to the arena, the reason of all her struggles is just 2 rows in front of Grandpa's private box, and she said through their mind link, Hubby, are you ready for the show? I can't wait for it, and Max starts to laugh because she calls him Hubby every time when she acts like a little brat. What is going on? Everyone asked, and Meredith just pointed to the main display of the arena where a big love declaration was suddenly illuminated. Francois Cassel, I love you to the moon and back. Levi. And all the cameras went straight on Francoise, whose face is red like some lava that just flowed from a volcano. And he is online, folks, and all the internet and the arena and even the whole fucking world knows that Francoise Cassel has a male fan and starts to raise some questions about his preferences. Come with us, Francoise, Vivi yelled at him. Here no one will see you. And the poor man ran from his seat in Grandpa's private box. What the hell was that? Vivi asked him, a little bit upset. All your life you hide this from me. You should have told me. I would have never judged you for this. She continued, looking sadly at him. Leia just looks disappointed at him, but Meredith asks her through their mind link, Do you want him back? And Leia flinched from her thoughts and looked into Meredith's eyes. Yeah, I want him, but it seems that I have no chance with that. And she has tears in her eyes, but that was enough to be seen by Francoise. He is not what you think he is. That was just my work of art, to make him react, but you better be there when he won't be able to take it anymore. I will make him recognize that he still loves you. He is a Frenchman. Those guys have a big heart, and they were raised to spread the love that lays in their heart. Is that Latin ardent spirit, very passionate and emotional that they have inside their heart and mind? So he is not. Leia asks, looking in Meredith's eyes. He is not, and he loves you, but he still thinks that you are hating him, so he has given you some space, while I am sure he stays at home and cries all night. And Leia just looks at him and, thinking at the way she acted with him, starts to cry for good. What's wrong with her? Francois asks, and Luke also goes to her. I am fine, ignore me, she said, and right then a new message appeared on the gigantic display. Francoise, will you marry me? Holy fucking shit, the poor Francoise said, looking around while everyone started cheering. Even the players are hitting with their sticks on the ice because the entire world knows he's the biggest designer in life. He is young, he is rich, he is handsome, and he is single. Now everyone thinks that they know the reason. Don't worry, Francoise, Meredith tells him. It is all right to be you. There is nothing wrong with showing your true feelings. Are you crazy? I love women, he said and looked in Leia's eyes, who still has some lost tears in the outer corner of the eye. Seeing her crying, he is so furious. He looks around and everyone is with his own mate. He can't touch any of the women in this box without dying in the next second, killed by her mate. Leia is the only one single, so he goes straight to her and says, Help me, or every man in this town will follow me. Help you with what? She asks, and her heart trembles in anticipation. Help me with this. And he kissed her directly, making the whole audience sigh. Leia feels like melting in his embrace, and she feels all those tingles that she missed so much, and she kisses him back, shocking him. And when she was on the throes of passion, she heard him whispering in her ear while he kissed her earlobe. It's just for the show. Don't worry, this will never happen again. And Meredith heard the scoundrel and said it in her heart. That's what you think. Let me prove you the otherwise. Author's POV. Mr. Castle! Mr. Castle! The reporter yelled as soon as they exit Roger's arena and crowded the whole gang. Francoise just looks at them and doesn't know what to say, but Leia is sneaking behind Francoise and says loud enough to be heard by the reporters. Here you were. I looked for you everywhere. And she takes his hand in hers, being marveled by the tingles she feels. Mr. Castle, who's the lady? A reporter asked, and just before Francoise was able to say anything else, Leia kissed him directly, with the tongue because Francoise was with his mouth wide open. And man, she kissed him until his legs became like jelly. Leia being a werewolf and Francoise just a human, the man was not a match for her. I am his fiancée, Leia said. It is true, Mr. Castle, but Francoise just nodded and left the building in a rush, while the reporters took Meredith and Max into Target and started to run after them. Those two have been front-page news for weeks. So sweet, Vivi yelled, rubbing her hands. So you two are together? She asks her brother. Not at all. It was all for the show. Who the fuck sent that message to that billboard? And who's Levi? And Meredith just lifts her shoulders. It seems to me that you have a lot of fans. Maybe you should continue to act like this with Leia. Because everyone knows that you are engaged. As soon as they find out that was just a lie, your suitors will start to run after you in no time. I can't use Leia and force her to be a part of this mess. Francoise says. She doesn't mind riding around you, Grandpa Cruz said. After all this shit, you will need protection, and maybe she can watch after you. I don't need a babysitter, he yelled. Then come and live with us again. This time it was Luke who said it, because Meredith just told him her plan through MindLink. Vivi is pregnant, and she will stress a lot about you with all those reports. They will never dare to come into the Max packhouse, and our warriors guard the place. Why the fuck did you tell them that you are my fiancé? Francoise asks, looking at Leia, who just stays calm while her wolf purrs inside her mind after she kissed Francoise twice. It seems like a good idea. You could tell them that we are lovers or something else, and in a day or two we could break out. But fiancé? Really, Leia? That means that we are together for a while, that we have some history together. It doesn't disturb me at all. When they will not see in you the headline of the day, we can act normal again. Leia said as if it was nothing, but now she is determined to never leave his side. She will force him to take her back if it is necessary. All right, just let's go home, Kara said. By the way, who won the game? She asks, shocking everyone. You were there, sweetheart, Sam said, annoyed. You didn't watch the game? No, I felt asleep as soon as it started, she said, yawing. I can't believe it, he said, and took her hand, but just to look at her belly and his heart calms. The poor girl is tired of caring for the twins with her tiny body. Seeing her like this, like a delicious kinder with surprise, Sam just caught her hand and pulled her into his arms. The locals won, and he kissed her lips and took her in his arms, in bridal style. Sam, people are watching, she said, hiding her face in his chest, because Samuel Jackson and Luke Navarro are kind of celebrities too, being Maximilian's crew's best friends. Let them watch. This is the way I love my woman. What's wrong with it? He asked her and kissed her forehead. Should I take you in a bridal style too? Grandpa Cruz asked Auntie Jen. With what? Auntie Jen asks, laughing, because every day she is more and more relaxed with Grandpa, especially now that they are mated, because that perv old man still has some life inside his body. A lot of life, actually. Come here, the old man said, catching her hand, and he just kissed his woman, making her blush. Meredith just looks at all this scene. A few days ago, we were in the depths of despair, and just now, after just a few days, everything is back to normal. Our life is too tumultuous, Max. Let's just enjoy this day because we don't know what tomorrow will bring. That jerk is still after you. I am more upset because he destroyed our love nest. Meredith tells him through their mind link. He burned the place for the goddess' sake. We will make a new one somewhere else where no one will find us. And he takes her hand in his hand. Let's drive those horny wolves home, he laughs. And future werewolf. Meredith pointed to Francoise, who just holds Leia's hand, trying to keep some distance from her, but the woman just sticks near him like some super glue. And in the night when everyone was at home, at Francoise's door, on Meredith's old condo, someone knocked. "What are you doing here, Miss Navarro?" Francoise asked her with his mouth wide open. "Meredith and Vivi sent me to watch you, or to bring you to our packhouse. It seems that the reporters formed a posse to catch you." Those fucking intruders, they should paying more attention to their personal life. And he just looks at Leah, who is so beautiful that his heart skips a beat. She says in front of him, just in a t-shirt and some leggings, as if she just came from a run. Her green eyes are like two gems, and Francoise knows that he loves the woman, but he will never force himself on her. "I can't leave this place tonight. I need to work on something. Tell Vivi that I will come tomorrow. I will mind link them and tell them. So where should I sleep?" She asks him and went directly to his bedroom. "I like this room." Francoise looks in shock at her. "That is my bedroom. You can use the other one. It's a spare room and is really nice. Sam and Kara used it in the past," he said, watching her very reaction. "It's just one night. I suppose I can sleep there. Do you have something to sleep in? A t-shirt or something else?" "You didn't bring anything with you?" Francoise asks, looking at her a little bit suspect. "No, I will borrow something for you. This should not be a problem for you to have. Anyway, I am your fiancé." And she winked at him going into Kara's old room. "What was that, Francoise?" the man asks himself and puts his hands in front of his pants because this playful attitude of Leah made him aroused. "Francoise," Leah yelled from her room, and he just goes in just to see her naked. "Do you have any towels?" And she asks him as if she is not staying naked in front of him, and he just nodded, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. "I am doomed," he said in his mind. "How am I going to survive this night?" And he just looks at the tent in front of his pants while he comes back in Leah's room, but she is already showering. He opens the bath door and throws the towel in the sink and runs outside the room. Doomed, doomed, doomed. Author's POV. "How is it, Leah?" Meredith mind-link her, expecting some good news. "I will sleep here tonight. He is not coming to the packhouse tonight because he has to work." And Meredith feels a little bit of frustration in her voice. "What happened?" she asks her directly. "Are you sure he loves me and that he wants me back?" Leah finally spoke. "He doesn't seem to be involved in this, and he doesn't even look at me." "He is. I know him better than you do." Francois is a quiet soul, not one for displaying his emotions. "Leah, you must be patient." "I will, Mare. He is worthy for my efforts. I will fight to bring him back in my life. I was a fool to accept his rejection." "No, you were not. You were scared and hurt by what he said at the beginning, but now you know where you stay and you want him, so fight for him, Leah." "I will," she said, and exited her bedroom wearing just a t-shirt borrowed from Francois, which goes a little over her ass, leaving her long legs in sight. She looks for Francois, and she finds him in the middle of the living room, between high piles of papers and files with his creations. Leah sneaks up near Francois, and although Francois feels her presence, he ignores her. She just stays near him, watching his every reaction, frowning and being surprised by how good and talented Francois is, so she doesn't even know when she falls asleep on Francois's carpet. "What am I going to do with you?" he says, smiling when he sees her snoring lightly. He left his drawings on the floor, and coming near, he just caressed her face and kissed her forehead. "Why don't you want me, Leah Navarro? I would like to love you so much, to show you how much I want you. Why do you hate me?" And he takes her from the floor in bridal style and holds her at his chest. He puts her in her bed, draping a blanket over her body, and returns to the living room to continue his work. But not even an hour have passed, and he hears Leah crying in dismay. It took him 2 seconds to be in her room, and he watched in horror as Leah cried in her sleep. She is all pale, sweating and panting. "Leah," he whispers, trying to wake her, but she is shivering and starts to scream something that he can't understand. "Leah, wake up! It's just a bad dream." He whispers in her ear, but she is far from being able to open her eyes. She has nightmares every night, and they become more and more horrible. "Leah!" Francois yells at her, and she suddenly opens her eyes, looking around. She realized what happened, and she felt embarrassed, so she started to cry directly. "Hey, what's going on?" Francois asks, taking her hand in his hand. "I am sorry." she said, and ran to the bathroom where she starts to change her clothes. And when she finally exists, Francois sees her in her own clothes. I will go home. Please come to the packhouse in the morning so that Meredith and Vivi can calm down. But he grabbed her arm right when she was ready to exit his house. What are you doing, Leia? And Francois drags her back to the living room. What the fuck happened earlier? Do you have nightmares frequently? Is nothing. Please let me go. Leia whispered, trying to calm herself because that damn nightmare was so intense. She lives every night the moment when Castellano and Veronica almost kill her. She dreams about what happened that day. She sees Kara on the stairs, losing her baby. She sees her own body drawn and quartered by those jerks. And since she made Francois leave the packhouse, those nightmares become more and more aggressive. This is not nothing. I thought that you would die of a heart attack or something. How often does this happen? And Francois watches her every reaction. I don't know. She lies without being able to look in his eyes. How often does that happen? Don't make me ask you again, or I will call Luke and ask him if he knows something about this. No, Leia cried. Don't call Luke. He doesn't know about this. Nobody knows this trouble I have. Then start to speak now, Francois threatened her. It is happening every night and is more and more horrible, just like it was on the day of the attack, Leia said and bursted in tears. You are living the attack from that fashion contest? And he looks at her worried. Yes, I am dreaming about that day every night, and this time she can't control anymore and starts to tremble. I can't stand it anymore. I just need to sleep. At the beginning were just some flashes from the attack, but now I am living that fucking attack again and again. I see you holding my heart. I see Vivi and Luke yelling at me. I feel the way I'm dying again and again. I just can't hold it anymore. And she just cries her heart out. You should have tried to speak with someone about this. You've had enough trauma for a whole life at that moment, and now you are living the moment again and again. And he just took her and placed her in his lap. I can't hold it, Francois, and I am so sorry for disturbing you right now. I thought that maybe if I change the place it will be better, but it is not. You are not disturbing me, he said, holding her at his chest and kissing the top of her head. I am glad that you are here, or if Vivi would have seen you like this, she would have gone crazy and panicked. I am so sorry for disturbing you, she cried again, but the truth is that Francois is happy that she is here, and that he is the one who can hold her in her darkness moments. You know what? He asks her. I just finished my work for today, he lied. And if you want, we can watch a movie together or do something else. It's your choice, but I am free now. It's 2 a.m, Francois, Leia said, wiping her tears. So what? I am a night bird, he said, laughing and helping her to stand on her feet. He pulled her in his arms and puts her on Meredith's sofa, where Meredith and Max, as well as Kara and Sam, found out what love is. What are we watching? He asked and started Netflix, and she just watched the titles. Friends with Benefits? She asks. I've never seen this one. This will be, he said, and went in his room, brought a fluffy blanket and covered both of them with it. Leia stays still, and she is not even breathing while her wolf just closes her eyes and purrs. Are you comfortable like this? Francois asks her when she is finally calm. Yes, I am, and thank you, she whispered, blushing a little. You are welcome, and he put his arm around her waist, making her stay glued by his chest. And this is the way Leia fell asleep again in the middle of the movie, cuddling with Francois, who just smiled at her. He took her in his arms and went with her in his bedroom, lay her on the right side of the bed, where he usually sleeps, on his pillow, knowing that being mates, her wolf will calm feeling his smell. He crawls into bed and takes her in his arms, holding her from behind. Bonne nuit, chérie, he said and kissed her head, and Leia in her sleep just turned in his arms and kissed him without realizing what she was doing, making him stay in shock to see if she is awake or still sleeping. And when he was sure that she is sleeping, he just closed his eyes, hoping that his presence here will replace her nightmares with some sweet love dreams. Author's POV. When next day in the morning Leia opened her eyes and saw Francois holding her in his arms, her heart stopped. How did I get in his bed? She asked herself, looking at him while he was snorting a little, huffing and puffing in a very sweet way. His gray blonde hair falls on his face and he is just adorable. She tries to lift his arms from her waist, but he is gripping his arms around her, holding her captive. Is he really sleeping? She asked her wolf. He seems so, her wolf said, and she looks at him, analyzing his every breath. He is not. He's just pretending to be asleep, Leia said and pinched him by his arm, and he started to snore more loudly. Francois Cassel, she said, I know that you are just acting. Open your eyes or I will kick you in your ball. No, he said, opening his eyes and puts his hands between his legs. Not my babies. What babies? Leia said, looking at him like he just said the stupidest thing in the world. Those, and he pointed between his legs, are my tanks full of babies. If you are hitting them, you will hit the future little castle boys and girls. Don't ruin their future out of range, woman. Leia looks at him and can't say anything. Future little castle boys and girls? Really? And she enters in his game. How many girls and boys do you have there? Oh, a lot of them. Do you want to count them? He asks her, laughing. You are a pig, you know that? She asks, and she gets out of the bed, but as soon as she is with her back on him, she is smiling. When should we go to the packhouse? He asks, and starts to take out his suitcases and put his clothes in it. That's all? Leia asked, looking at those 2 suitcases he has. Yes, those are all my clothes, Francois said and went to the living room and starts to collect his drawing from the floor. But you are the biggest designer of our world. I thought that you have tons of suitcases with clothes. Sincerely, and he looks her in the eye, making her heart skip a beat. I hate clothes. Why's that? Leia asked, but seeing his face, she knows that he will say something embarrassing. Because the most beautiful things happen when there are no clothes around, and he winks at her. Did he just imply that? No way, this scoundrel! Leia thought, and to get the revenge she wanted, she just said, I know what you are saying. I like to sleep naked, and every time I'm alone in my room, I stay naked, which is simply refreshing. And she just turned her back to him and left the room. You didn't sleep naked last night, Francois yelled after her, but she just ignored him. They took Francois' suitcases, and as soon as they exit the building, they were blocked by dozens of reporters who started to take pictures of them. Meredith, Luke, she mind-links them, one at a time. I have problems. There are lots of reporters at your old house and they crowded us. I can't escape from here without using force. We are coming, both Meredith and Luke told her, and she just looked at Francois a little bit panicked. Mr. Castle, is she really your fiancée? Someone asked. She is, Francois said, trying to take another step, but he can't. Those fucking reporters are like some hyenas. Mr. Castle, another one asked, are you two already living together? Yes, we are living together, Francois confirmed. When will you two get married? Someone suddenly asked, and Francois looked in Leia's eyes and smiled, but Leia responded before he could say something. In 2 weeks, and he just looks at her with his mouth wide open. What are you doing, Leia? They will expect a wedding, he asks her, bending and whispering in her ear, and then kissing her earlobe to the delight of reporters. And we will give them that wedding. Is just like in last night's movie. We will be friends with benefits. I am keeping all the interested men away from you, and you are helping me sleep at night. What do you say? There is no need to get married for that, he said in a whisper, even if he really wants that. It is, or they will never leave us alone. And Leia just smiles at the reporters. Will you let us leave? She asks. I need to try the wedding dress. And right then Max, Meredith, Sam, Luke and the girls appeared and heard her saying that. What do you mean? Luke asks, looking at her and then at Francois. Surprise! We are getting married in 2 weeks, she said with happiness. And this time Sam made the reporters leave them alone. You are marrying my sister? Luke asks in shock, but Vivi runs to Francois and takes him in her arms. I am so happy for you, Franco, and looking at Max she asks, can you give him the guest house from the backyard of the packhouse? I can buy my own house, he said looking at Vivi, but I want you closer, and if you marry Leia, you will need a house. And Vivi looks again at Max. That house is tiny, it has only 3 bedrooms, is not even properly furnished, and... It's okay, Leia said. We don't need much more for the moment. When our kids, Cassel's little girls and boys, will start to show up, We will search for a bigger house, but for the moment that house would be perfect for us. What do you say, sweethearts? Max asks Meredith, who just stayed and said nothing. That should work for now, she said, and frowning a little, she asks Leia through MindLink. What are you doing? And she is serious. You are marrying him so soon, you're not even together. It doesn't matter, Mer. We are friends with benefits. And she giggles. What did she say? Luke asks, seeing her like this. Oh, nothing, Meredith tells him. She just told me that Francois is a very charmant lover, and all the men's faces fall on the ground. But we didn't even. Francois starts, and seeing Meredith's face, he stops and choked his own words. Why are you looking at me like this? Leia asks him. You made me very happy last night, and she just went to poor Francois, who is not sure anymore if Leia really hates him because she acts very strange. Not that he's complaining about this. The whole madness makes him stay with Leia, kiss Leia, hold her in his arms, spend time together, and the cherry of the top of the cake is that he even sleeps with her in his arms. In this case, Meredith said, looking at them, let's make that house livable, and after that to prepare the wedding of the year. And smiles already seeing in her mind the new headlines from the news. Francois Cassel, the fashion tycoon, ties the knot. Author's POV. Is it true? James asks, looking into Francois's eyes. You will let an animal take over your body, and you will start to howl at the moon as the rest of us? And he mocks him for the way he acted at the beginning when he found that Leia is his mate, or worse, when he realized that Vivi mated with Luke. Is complicated, Francois said. But I would like that to happen. And he watches Leia, who is laughing with Laurie and Meredith, and tells them something. And for the first time, he is frustrated for not being a werewolf, to have this handy ability called super hearing that any werewolf has. What are they talking about? He asks James, who starts to listen attentively what the girls are talking, and he just laughs, turning his face to Francois. Believe me, Francois, you don't want to know, and he laughs. They are talking about me, isn't it? And Francois looks in the direction where Leia is. For your own sanity, listen to me. Take that girl and make her yours. She is a good girl, a little bit naughty because she is smart and very strong and beautiful, Francois said, still looking at Leia. And that too, so take the girl and be happy. Don't be a coward jerk again. You have been living among werewolves for months, and I believe that you already know that we are not animals, that we are as human as you are. And laughing, he continues, human with improvements. You are right. I was just scared. I saw what you did with your father back then, when you rescued the girls. And sighing deeply, Francois said, thank you for that. Knowing that those jerks are not alive gives Vivienne the strength to move forward. She's overcome that. Now is time for you to do the same, because that girl's, and he points to Leia, she is trying to get you. Let her get me, Francois said, laughing, and leaving James alone, he goes to the place where Leia is and says, will you show me the house that you were talking about? The guest house from the garden? Leia asked, smiling at him. That one, but he can't say anything else that Meredith tells him. You will like the place, Franco. It's a nice, elegant interior and is ideal when you need to arrange a family home. And she winks at him. Oh, but we will be just friends with benefits. Leia said, laughing at Meredith, and Francois just looked at her, wishing that she would say that they will be two lovers that form a family. Yeah, that is what we will be, he said, acting like is nothing. Francois, Leia said, and puts her arms around his neck, making him to meld under her touch. Meredith will design my wedding dress. I can do it by myself if you want to, he said, putting his arms around her waist and pulling her in his embrace. No, Francois, this will bring bad luck. You can't see the dress before the wedding. We are werewolves, Meredith laughs. We don't believe in something like this. I do, Laurie said. I didn't let James see my dress before my Luna ceremony, and look at us. Now we are happy, loving each other. You see, Leia said, that's what I want too, and she smiles all over her face. I thought that is about being friends with benefits, Francois whispered in her ear, and her face became serious in a second. Yeah, you are right, she said sorrowfully. I got excited for nothing, and she lets her arms fall from his neck, but he caught her and took her in his arms, kissing her earlobe. Show me that house. I must start to arrange it and make it livable. and he simply takes her in bridal style and exits the scene. My goddess, those two are the stupidest beings I have ever seen, James said as soon as Leia and Francoise were gone. They love each other and act like they are not. Meredith said with annoyance. We must do something. I can beat Francois, and you, Luke, can't beat Leia in her head until she will start to act normally, Vivi said. Or we can simply let them be and learn how to admit their feelings, Max said, holding Theodora in his arms. I don't like this at all, Sam suddenly said. Are you jealous of Francois? Kara asked and looked at him. What? No. Are you crazy? I love you and only you in this life, and our pups. So why don't you like that Leia and Franco will be together? She asks him, putting her hand on her hips and squeezing her beautiful blue eyes on him. The truth is that Kara looks a lot with Margot Robbie, just that she is a shorter version of hers. She is beautiful and adorable, and seeing her like this, Sam can't stand it and walks to her in alert steps and kisses her directly. Don't pout those lips of yours at me, he said and kissed her again. It's not about Leia and Francois, it's about his status. He is Francois Cassel for the goddess name. Do you know what that means? Shit, Max and Meredith said at the same time. We were laughing about this, but we lost it on the way. A lot of people will be there, and with those hunters tracking Meredith's down, we must pay a lot of attention to everything. Now you get it? Sam asks. I will still watch you with Leia, Kara said, but now she is joking even if she looks at Sam very seriously. With this huge belly in front of me, I know that I am not attractive anymore. That's it, Sam said and excused himself, took Kara in his arm and went directly to his bedroom where he showed her how attractive she is for him and banged her until she couldn't stay on her own feet. When everyone was at their own houses, Max stood in the bed with Theo sleeping on his chest and Meredith lying near him. Let me put her in her crib, she whispered. She is more and more beautiful every day, Max said. I am in love with her, Mer. You gave me the most precious gift. And I didn't even know it, she laughs. And I am sad about this, she said, looking at Theo. I would have liked to be like Kara, Lori, Ori, Vivi, to know that I am pregnant and enjoy this period, and she took Theo's little hand and kissed it. Now we know how the facts are, so next time we will have a baby when we plan about this, and we will live the whole experience. And Max gets out the bed and went to Theo's room, followed by Meredith. I want more kids with you, Max. I like this side of you, she said with a roguish smile. You like me as Theo's daddy? Max asks, pulling her in his embrace as soon as he puts Theo in her crib while she is sucking her little finger. I like you as daddy, my daddy. And she puts her hands around his neck while he lifts her in his arms so that now her long legs are placed around his torso, making him hard directly. Every time you touch me, my body reacts, he said and took her little hand and put her on his chest. When I am at my office, I just think at you, so much that I think that I'll start to work from home, just to have you more time with me. I will come back to the office soon, Meredith said and kissed his neck, while he exited Theo's room with her in his arms. She is so tiny, and Max puts her in the middle of their bed, placing himself between her legs, still wearing his clothes. Stay with her a little more time. I will. I can't leave her to come back to work, but if you will work from home, I will do it too. This way I will be able to stay with her. Then we will share an office, Max said, laughing. It's a deal. Meredith kissed him and let him do his magic on her, because they know that Theo will wake up soon, and in this stage of their life, time is not their best friend. I knew why love was always described with eternity, a single minute stretched out for lifetimes. Shannon A. Thompson, author's POV. Next morning, when everyone gathered for breakfast and Francois came too, he looked directly to the place where Leia usually sit, but she is not there. She's in her room, Luke said. She said that she didn't sleep well last night and that she needs a few moments to get back to normal, to put some makeup on her face, because she was not looking well. And Francois's heart thinned. She had a nightmare again. I will be back in a minute, he said and runs upstairs, and as soon as he is in front of her door, he hears her weeping, and he doesn't lose any minute and enters her room without knocking. You dreamed about that shit again? He asks her and gets in bed near her. Yeah, and she takes a deep breath trying to calm herself. You should have come to me. We could watch a movie, eat something, or just stay and talk, but you can come to me when this happens again. I don't want to disturb you, Francois. And she lets her head down, looking at her hands. You are not. How many times should I tell you that you are not disturbing me? In addition, I am also guilty for what happened that day, for you not being able to fight as you usually do. But Leia looks in his eyes and asks, "Is that what this is about?" And she feels so hurt by his words. Do you feel remorse? You got a conscience suddenly, and she can't even look at him. No, it is not about that, but yes, I feel remorse for the way I acted that day. I should have never been the jerk I was, but I can't change the facts. And Leia doesn't say anything, she just stays there and cries. I just need a good sleep. I am going crazy like this, Francois. All day long I act like a happy person, but when the night comes I am horrified because I know what's next. You slept well at my place while I held you in my arms, he whispered. Yes, I did for the first time in the last months, and she looks into his eyes. With a flower you do not bring spring, Francois, and he smiled sadly at him. I know, but without one is way too much of autumn to handle, Francois said and took her in his lap. Look, that's why I want to propose something to you. Come and sleep with me. And Leia blinks her eyes a few times, making him realize what he just said. I mean, sleep at my place, or Mac's place, or what that guest house is. Shit! And he starts to laugh, feeling how his face is all blushed. The thing is that we will get married in 2 weeks. Come and live with me. I really like your suggestion of being friends with benefits. I am all the time alone, because Vivi and your brother are always together, so I figured I could really use a friend here. I will think about it, Leia said, wiping her tears, and when she wants to get out of bed, Francois holds her and kissed her temple. I just want to tell you that I am sorry for being a jerk. You are cool, and I like being around you. I know that you hate me, but I like this new stage of being friends with benefits. I really like it. And this time he kissed her lips. We should practice this if we want to look authentic in front of the press, he whispered in her ear, and she felt all the tingles that run through her body everywhere he touches her. Shall we go and eat our breakfast? Francois asked her, and she just nodded while he took her in bridal style and helped her stand on her own feet. Look who's here, Max said, pointing to them as soon as they came back in the dining room. You two look really nice together, Lisa said, smiling at them. They are getting married in 2 weeks, Mom, Meredith said, and we need to make a big wedding here. And I will move to Francois' house today, Leia said without looking at them, and Francois smiles and holds her hand under the table. He would like so much to be able to mind-link her, but he lost that chance when he rejected her. Now he can only hope that she will take him back. I don't want a big wedding, Francois said. All my friend and family are here, at this table. Are you sure? Meredith and Max ask at the same time. We can help you to have the wedding of the year. I am sure. I would like to be in this formula, somewhere on a sunny beach, just me and Leia, and all of you as our witnesses. And I would like your family to be there too, Mère, Francois said. They will, don't worry. So we will have a real wedding? Max asks. Leia looks at Francois. She is a very private person too, so she likes the way in which Francois wants to have this wedding. We will have a real wedding, she whispered, and I know the perfect beach to hold this ceremony. This will be pleasant both for humans and werewolves. Meredith said, laughing. I always wanted to live there, but was a little bit too far from my family. So you chose Paris, Vivi said, laughing hard. Yeah, I was forced by some circumstances, but luckily I am back, she said and took Max's hand in her hand. Where is that beach? Max asked her because he really wants to know the place where his mate dreamed of living. Cannon Beach in Oregon, she said and took out her phone and looked for some pictures. It's on the wild coastline, Meredith said. Cannon Beach, located in the charming town with the same name. The place has an awe-inspiring panoramic ocean and coastal mountain views, as well as famous Haystack Rock in the background. This place is hard to beat, especially at sunset. I like it, Leia said with enthusiasm, and looking at Francois, she saw him smiling. It's perfect, Francois said, and then looks at Meredith and Max. He simply said, if we are just we, why not reschedule this wedding closer? 2 weeks is not close enough, and Carter starts to laugh. You know what? Grandpa Cruz said. The boy is right. In addition, I want to see them married, even for the benefits that they talk about, but I invest a lot of time in presents for them. I can finally stop sending flowers. How close? Max asks, while the rest of the gang just look at them with their mouth wide open. This weekend, Francois stated. That's in 2 days, Luke yelled. She doesn't even have a wedding dress, Kara said. She will. I have the perfect dress for her, Francois said. I made it a few weeks ago for a show, but it would be perfect for Leia. And he doesn't want to say that he designed that dress dreaming of this day, and not for some show. He just holds Leia's hand in his hand, and for the first time, he feels some light tingles too. I trust him, Leia said, looking in his eyes. Anyway, is it just for the show? Isn't it? Meredith asks, laughing, and stretches out her arms to take Theo from Max. My turn, she said, smiling at him, and then mind link. Those two stupid love each other so much, and play this card of friends with benefits. We should send them in a honeymoon or something. We should go in one too, Max said, winking at Meredith. And we will, but first let's make those two get married and mate for the goddess' sake. I am going crazy with them like this. First, let's speak with Alpha Wheeler from Oregon to let us hold that wedding on this territory, and after that, we will find the perfect place for mating. Yes, please. I can't wait to see this sassy Frenchman as a werewolf. Let's do it, darling. Author's POV. Are you going somewhere, Luke? Pete Silverstone asks, and another two warriors come near. Do you have any plans this weekend? Mark Dickens, another top warrior, asked. I saw you didn't schedule any training, and we spoke about this, that we will train on the weekend too until those hunters are out from the picture. Leia will marry this weekend, so there will be no training. Call everyone and tell them that they are free. And Luke wants to go, but Pete asks again, where is the wedding? To know where to bring my present. And Luke stops and watches him. Shit! In front of him are his top warriors in their field and very trustworthy. Yet seeing them so eager to find all the details about Leia's wedding, he remembers Meredith's words. One of them, at least one, if not even more than one, is the traitor. There is no need for that, Pete. She knows that you care about her a lot, but this is a small wedding. Just the family and our Alpha. Our Luna has a lot of courage to walk alone, without protection out of this pack, Mark said. With all those jerks after her, and Luke just watches them. Why not? The third said, the one that was left home to watch over the pack while the rest was saving Max and Meredith. As a royal wolf, she is strong enough to face anyone, and being a primordial too gives her even more power. She's primordial too? Pete asked in shock. You didn't know about it? Are you stupid? Mike asks, laughing. I was watching over Leia when she first transformed, Pete said, looking at them with his mouth open. She is strong, man, Mike Dickens said. I've never heard of someone like her. Of course that jerk wants her, but she is our Luna, and we will watch for her safety. We will, Pete said with a small voice while Luke recorded in his mind all their words, all their grimaces. You are free, boys, he said, and mind-linked Max. Max, Sam is right about this wedding. I don't like the fact that Francois draws a lot of attention to himself. It's not his fault, but someone so famous like him is always in the spotlight. Alpha Wheeler guarantees us that no one will be there during the ceremony, Max assured him. What about those hunters? Who will protect us? Because believe me, I can't trust my own warriors right now. Both Pete and Mike acted strange today and asked a lot of questions. Meredith needs protection, man. Shit, and Max just watches over Meredith, who stays with Theo in the armchair near her crib while she feeds the baby girl at her breast. I will ask James and Landon to bring their warriors, Max said, knowing too well that Luke is right. And as soon as Luke exists the training room, Peter Stevenson took of his phone and wrote a message. She is a primordial wolf too, and he put his finger over the sent button, but after some time, he just deleted the message. I am sick of this. I am just sick of you, Father, Pete said and put the phone back in his pocket, but he didn't take even 2 steps that Manganiello called him. Yes, Father, Pete Stevenson said. Did you find anything else? Why is she so strong? No, I didn't, he lied to him. Work harder, Petro, Manganiello said. When all this will end, I will take you back home, and you will be my son again. I thought that I was already your son. Pete said, but in his mind and heart, a lot of things are happening. He's Michelle Manganiello's son. He loved his father with all his heart, but his father just used him again and again. He never told him that he loves him. He never gave him a present on his birthday. He knows that he killed his mother, but still, Manganiello is his father, and he loves him. The fact is that when he was 11, Manganiello sent him to Grandpa's cruise pack as a spy. He acted the role of an orphan kid, but the pack welcomed him with open arms. And when he swore allegiance to the New Moon Pack, it was the first time in his life when he felt loved, valued, and accepted for real in a community. His real name is Petro Manganiello, but the pack known him as Pete Stevenson. However, Manganiello was always there asking him for news, and when he found out that Meredith was the royal wolf, he made the mistake to tell his father about that, hoping that he would see a bit of love from him, but he was wrong again. "Of course you are my beloved son," Michelle Manganiello said in a rush, because he doesn't believe in anything he said himself either. "You will tell me if you find something. Are we clear? All this is to be together again, as father and son," Manganiello said. "Helping me, you are helping yourself too. I know, father, please believe me, nothing will happen this weekend. Luna will stay home all weekend. You better not lie to me, or I will kill you with my bare hands." "Don't worry, father," Pete said, and ends the call, but when he raised his head, he sees in front of his eye none other than Luke. "What's going on, Pete?" Luke asks him directly. "Nothing, Gamma," and he looked a little bit panicked. Luke is very powerful. Not as much as Max, but at least the same as Sam. "Are you sure there is nothing?" And this time Luke is more than serious. "Yes, please, it's just a misunderstanding." And he nodded his head in sign of respect and transformed into his wolf and ran outside, but Luke just found out the missing piece of his puzzle. "Max," he mind links him immediately. "I found the traitor." Author's POV. "Pete Silverstone?" Max asked. "Really, Luke?" And he is just confused. Pete is the best warrior they have in this pack. Everyone loves him, and he is a great guy, always polite, ready to help the pack members. "Something doesn't suit here?" Carter said, and looking at Grandpa Cruz asked, "What do we know about him?" "He has been in this pack since he was little, and if I am not wrong, he has been here for 18 years, Grandpa said. "I found him a few months after I found Meredith. At that time, I even made a joke saying that I am the stork that brings children to this pack. One of the hunters said that Manganiello had a child with a female werewolf, that he kept the child and killed the mother." Meredith said, looking at Carter, "Maybe he is that child sent here to spy on us." "Not on us, sweetie," Grandpa said. "On you. All this time he looked for you. But he lied to his father today," Luke said. "I've heard him talking with him, and he didn't tell him anything. I think that he is not doing this because he wants to. He was loyal to this pack until Meredith transformed into a werewolf. Because all this time he looked after her wolf," Max said, clenching his teeth. "Let's act as if we didn't find anything. At least now we know who the traitor is." Meredith said, shocking everyone. "I love you, but let me ask you, did you hit your head?" Max said, jumping off his chair. "How the fuck to let him walk away after all he did? Just like that moment when we first met and you assumed that I was ugly and unworthy to be your Luna. You are jumping to conclusions, Max. I'm only suggesting that we really don't have all the facts yet. I am asking you to wait. If he betrayed us willingly, he will pay for it. But what if it is more? I saw him and he is a good guy." "She is right, son. We will be watching him," Carter said. "I told you that she will be a great Luna," Grandpa Cruz said, rubbing his palms. "Just look at her. She is smarter than you are, sucker." And Max just looks at the old man. "One more word, Grandpa, and I will ban you from this pack." And looking at him, Max continued, "And I will keep Auntie Jen here." "And you, son, are the most handsome man in the universe," Grandpa said, rolling his eyes. "Good try, old man." And Max took Meredith and placed her in his lap. "I don't like this at all. I would prefer to ban Pete directly, because it is about your safety, darling," he whispered. "If it was someone else, I would have said the same thing, but Pete is that sweet guy that anyone will be happy to have him in his pack." "When he is not a traitor," Max said, frowning. "When he's not the traitor, but yet let's see what's next in his plan." And Meredith kissed him. I still don't like this, Max said and kissed her back. When are we leaving for Oregon? Meredith asked, looking at Luke. Tonight. And he just smiled at her. Your father will take us with his private airplane at 7 o'clock, and we will stay at the inn at Cannon Beach for 3 nights. It's like a short vacation for all of us. I can't wait to be there. Let's go, Max. We have 3 hours to prepare, Meredith said, jumping from his lap and making Max grumpy, but she mind-linked him. Let's go to our room. I want to kiss you and do a lot of things with you. What things? Max asked back with glowing eyes, and he took her in his arms, putting her legs around his body. I could tell you, she mind-linked him, but I would rather show you. They will have sex, Sam said, laughing, but Max just showed them his middle finger. They surely will, Luke said, laughing hard. I'll go to my room to have some sex too. Grandpa Cruz said, walking out and making all of them to look him with their mouth open. Don't mind him, Carter said. He will probably use his cane. But Grandpa Cruz hit him with his cane in his head. Brat, just because you are tired, it doesn't mean I am too, and he walked away, making them perplexed. He is really going to have some activity, Sam asked. Shit, I will go to find Vivi. That old man is annoying. And he runs directly to Vivi, who is always prepared for some mating sessions. I think I'm going to find Kara too, Sam said, and left Carter alone, and he just mind-links Lisa. Where are you? He asked his mate. In the bed, just as you said, waiting for you. Did you mock the old man again? She asked, and she started to laugh. It was needed, my love, or he would have stayed with us until Landon would have come for us. You are so mean to your father, Lisa said. No, he is just an old perv, and he likes to be provoked. And he ran directly to his condo. In this way, when Landon and Olivia came, the collective moaning just stopped, and everyone was happy and blushing. What a happy pack you have here, son, Landon said, looking at their blush faces. What's your secret? And Meredith and Max just looked into each other's eyes and started to laugh. What's going on? Landon asked, not understanding what's going on. Let it go, Dad, James said, knowing exactly why they are all glowing. No, I want to know their secret, he insisted, and Olivia just palmed her face. A lot of sex, Father, Max said, and Landon became pale. Shit, he whispered. Sex not shit, Max winked at him. Are you ready, or do you have some more questions for them, Father? James asked and started to take Meredith's luggage, helping Max while she was carrying her baby girl, and right then Francois and Leia appeared, walking side by side. They are not glowing, Landon said, and watching them, he asked, knowing exactly that they will become pale in the next second. You didn't bang your woman, Francois? What? The poor man asked. All he does is to sleep with Leia in his arms, and he just did it once at Meredith's old house. He will marry a woman that he never touched, but at least she will be his, and maybe knowing that he is her husband will make her want to take him back. This is his plan. We are saving our energy for our wedding night, Leia said, saving Francois. Don't worry about us, we are just fine. And Vivi can't keep her mouth closed and said, and horny enough to give me a little nephew or niece? And both Leia and Francois looked at each other. They didn't even kiss more than twice, and she asked something like this. They will not, Meredith saves them. This wedding is just for appearances, to help Francois escape from his suitors. What? Landon asked, looking at them, because he is a man who believes in holy matrimony. What will you do after you get married? What if Leia finds someone to love, or Francois? Getting married is not a joke. And Francois took Leia's hand in his hand. We are doing this because we both want this, Alpha Quinn, and maybe there is no love, even if it should have been, because we are mates and we rejected each other. Now we are just friends and we are helping each other, but who knows what the future will bring. And Francois just smiles, looking at Leia. Maybe I will love her so much in the future that I'm going to ask to help me become a wolfie too, as Vivienne said, and all of them started to laugh. Or maybe Leia will hate being with me so much that she will ask for divorce the next day. Nobody knows how the future will look, but you know what? And this time he kissed Leia's hand. I want to try this with her. We have a tumultuous past. Maybe our future will be brighter. That's so sweet, Francois, Olivia said. Landon, leave the kids alone. Let's go to that fantastic inn. Happy weekend, here they come. Author's POV. This is paradise, Vivi yelled, looking at the place where the local alpha, Matt Wheeler, suggested to stay. Inn of Cannon Beach is 2 minutes walk from the beach, has a private garden full with wild flowers, and in the middle of the garden a beautiful pond is placed. The best thing is that the place where the wedding will be held, Haystack Rock, is 15 minutes walk away, so Matt Wheeler was right. The place is perfect. Every couple has its own room, and for Max, Alpha Wheeler reserved the most spacious studio with a flat-screen cable TV, a seating area and a fireplace, and the cherry of the top, a big hot tube that reminded Meredith of their nest love in Tofino that now is history because of Michele Manganiello. The grooms also received similar room with the one Max and Meredith have, while the rest of the gang received some classic rooms with king-sized beds, but everything looked luxurious and perfect. So everyone is happy. Max installed the crib for Theo, and as soon as she fell asleep, took Meredith and put her in the middle of the hot tube, leaving the door open to her, the baby, if she would wake up and end their fun. I missed having you in a hot tube, he whispered in her ear while he caressed her body and lifted her a little so that now she is riding him. So our funny games from home are not enough for you? She said, pouting her lips at him. Those are perfect, but this reminds me of those moments when in this world it's just the two of us. It reminds me about Tofino, about our paradise. The paradise is where we are together, Max. Is not a place. For me, paradise has a name, and that name is Maximilian Cruz. So it doesn't matter that we lost our nest. What's important is that I have you. And she put him inside her and whispered, Will you let me be in charge tonight? And she started to move her hips, with a rotation making Max moan and let his head on his back. I am all yours, he said, enjoying the sensation that Meredith creates in him. Maybe because of that fresh ocean air, but she let her parents enjoy each other. And next morning when they walked to have breakfast, they were barely walking because of the great effort they had all the night. There was only a single room where no one was having sex, and that room was Leia's and Francois' room. We need to talk, Francois said. You don't want to marry me anymore? Leia asked, a little bit panicked. What? And Francois took her hands in his hands. We had a deal, remember? We are friend with benefits. Then what's all about? She said, calming a little. Tomorrow we will get married, and we can't look like we are now. We need to be authentic, Francois told her. I agree, Leia said. If it is not too much for you, I would like for you to sleep in the same bed with me. Francois said and looked at her. If you don't want to, I want to. My wolf calms down when you are closer. Leia said and placed his hand on her heart. I can sleep when you are closer. I don't know why. Do you have other rules? Yes. And Francois said, I need to show the world that I love you, and for that I need to be able to kiss you whenever I want, especially in public. I don't mind, Leia said. I can cope with that. Are you sure? He asked her again. Yes, I'm all right with the kissing part, holding hands, cuddling, touching my body. It's no problem. And Francois just looks at her because he was talking about kissing, but she said that she is okay with a lot of things, so he will start to do it. And, he said, trying his luck, if we are doing this, I want exclusivity. I want that too, Leia said. I don't like drama and don't want to see any woman at my door claiming to be your mistress. What if I will have some needs? Francois asked, accepting to die in the next second, but Leia just looks at him. I suppose that you can come at me for that too, she said after some time. I will have my own needs too, so we can use each other for that too. Do you agree? She asked, looking in Francois' eyes. We have a new deal in this case. And they shake their hands. What about now? Leia said, looking around. You can undress yourself, and Francois took off his shirt and his shorts, and now he stays in his boxers in front of Leia. And man, even if when he wears his clothes he seems thin and delicate, undressed, he is just perfect. The man has a perfect abdomen, and he is full of muscles. You said that you are sleeping naked, Francois said without leaving her a way out. Yes, Leia said, remembering what she said, and she just took off her clothes and stayed naked in front of him. He saw her naked in Meredith's house, but now he took time to admire her perfect body. Come here, he said, and took her in his arms, cuddling with her. Take off those boxers, Francois, Leia commands. It annoys me. Are you sure, Leia? And he starts to take them off. This must be a beautiful dream, he thinks. Take them off, they are itching me on my back, she lied, when in fact she was curious to see him and she wanted to do the so-called measuring eye. And man, when he took off his boxers, Leia remained with her mouth open while her hands caught him, almost scaring him. And when in the morning she was finally tired and the poor Francois almost raw from so much friction, he took her in his arms in a spoon position and kissed her neck. I think that this marriage is going to work. Don't you think so? Leia asked him. I think it will, he said. Now let's sleep, because from tomorrow we will need to perform this daily to satisfy those needs we talked about. Now, I think I am ready to sleep, she said, turning in his arms and kissing him. He closes his eyes and smiles hearing her, but in just a few seconds he hears her again. Francois, do you think that we should use sweet names or declare something to each other to get used to the marriage thing? We could try, he tells her, opening his eyes and watching her. She gave him everything she had. She is his woman. I love you, Francois, she whispered, and Francois's heart skipped a beat. He kissed her and just said, I love you more, my love, and pulled her in his embrace, and both of them finally fall asleep, waiting for tomorrow. Author's POV. Explain to me, James said, looking at Francois. How does it work, this thing that you call friends with benefits, because it kept my Luna awake all the night? Leia's face blushed in the next second, and all the eyes were on Francois and her, because the entire inn heard them last night. I don't know what you are talking about, Francois said, and took a piece of bacon, chewing on it as if they were talking about weather. Man, you were grunting like a pig. Max said, and he took Meredith in his lap, who was holding Theo in her arms. I am so glad that I gave that house far enough from my condo, because I don't want to hear you every night making those sounds. The longest orgasm in mammals is that of the domestic pig, Francois said. On average, its orgasm lasts 30 minutes, but it can last for as long as 90 minutes. So I should say that you envy me? And he looks at Max, who stays with his mouth wide open. That is not true, Max said. A pig is a pig. He can't be so good at doing it. Thank you, Francois said, taking another piece of bacon in his fork. My love, Leia said, we should go on our room and start to prepare. You didn't even show me that dress you said that I would wear at our wedding. My love? Luke asked, looking at his sister in shock. Yeah, we made a set of rules last night, what to do to look authentic. In this way, nobody would doubt our marriage. Believe me, Leah, Meredith said, after last night, I am not doubting at all. That seemed very authentic. And she starts to laugh. What are you doing? And she is afraid to talk even through this mind link. Our parents are here, Max. I can't help it, Max said. I want to be a pig too. And he starts to laugh, and she just looks at Theo, who giggles in her arms, while magical things start to happen between her legs. You are the biggest pig in the world, Max. I was holding our daughter and you did that, and she can barely breathe. Next time I will use my die, but Meredith cuts him. Don't you dare. And she stands up and leaves the room with Theo, yelling through their mind link, Pig! We will kiss, cuddle, hold hands, be intimate, use sweet names, and declare love in public. We need to get used to this thing, Francois said. So you will be married for real, Max said. Oh, not for real. We are just acting, Leia said. So last night was just acting, James said and started to laugh. Of course it was. Leia insisted, but James took out his phone and started the player, and in the whole dining room everyone heard Leia. Francois, one more time. You are fantastic. Again, Francois. You are the best. There is more if you want to listen, James said, and Leah just looks at him and wants to strangle him, but she has no chance with James being an alpha, so she starts to cry and runs outside. You are so mean, James, Laurie said, giggling. They were just pretending didn't hear the girl, and all of them start to laugh. Francois, James said when he saw that he in on his feet, ready to run after Leia. Don't be a stupid. Tell the woman that you love her, that you want this for real. Let the bullshit. What if she will reject me again? Francois asks. And James starts the player again. Francois, I want you and only you in this world. And they hear her crying and yelling his name again. That was authentic. That was not a lie. So I suggest you to make things clear before you marry her and start this marriage by telling the truth. not playing games. Are we clear? And James looked him in the eye. Francois just looks at Vivi and Luke, who are smiling. Max stand, and before going after Meredith to finish what he started during the breakfast, he said, "Tell her that you love her for real." And he runs upstairs. And that was the pig number 2 leaving the room, James said, laughing hard as soon as Max left. "Go, Francois. Go until she will not have some puffy eyes from crying so much." Laurie tells him, and he goes back to his room where he finds Leia crying, just as Laurie said. "Damned werewolves with their super hearing," he said in his heart. "My love," Francois whispered and pulled her in his lap. "Why are you crying?" "I just enjoyed last night. It was the best night of my life. And James just make it looks like something stupid," she said, completely annoyed. "He did it to make me realize something," Francois said, and turned her so now she is in his lap with her legs circled around his waist. "I will tell you something, and I want you to listen to me," he tells her, making her heart become small like a flea. What if he changed his mind? Leia asks herself. "I didn't change my mind," Francois said, shocking her. "But just listen to me for a few minutes," and he pecks her lips. "I've been loving you since the day of the attack," and Leia's eyes are full of tears, tears that Francois wipes with his fingers. "When I held your heart in my hands, I realized how stupid I was to reject you. I thought at that moment that the only animal from our story was me, because you were so human that it scared me. It took you weeks to come back, but from that moment, I couldn't stay away from you." And he kissed her again. "I prayed to human gods, to werewolves gods, to unknown gods to help me be with you again, and I promised myself that this time I will be the perfect mate. I will love you with everything I have, and that I will make you happy." And Francois stands on his feet and puts Leia in bed, while he opens the closet doors and takes a huge box. "When you told me that you hate me," he said, "I collapsed." "I lied," Leia said, looking in his eyes. "I lied. I never hated you," but Francois just looks at her. "That night I drew this dress, and I did it thinking of you. I dreamed about this day for weeks. I stayed alone in Meredith's house dreaming of you, looking at this dress and imagining you in it." Francois opens the box, and Leia just looks at the most beautiful dress she has ever seen. This is why he is the greatest designer in the world, because he creates perfection. Who said that less is more was perfectly right. In front of Leia, he put a pure white chiffon V-neck Avaz wedding dress with long sleeves and lace back. The dress will give Leia a contemporary princess look created in transparent chiffon and fine lace with semi-transparent back, sleeves and waist, and flattering plis bodice. The dress is so simple and yet so perfect that Leia is not able to find her words. She just touched the material and whisper, "Is so beautiful." Francois takes out from his pocket a black velvet little box and starts to laugh. "I kept this, and the plan was to give it to you after our wedding, to make everything look authentic, but things went differently." And he kneels before Leia and asks, "Leia Navarro, will you take me back and accept me as your mate? Will you marry me for good, because I really love you and I really, really want to have you as my wife?" And he opens the box and he takes out a splendid platinum ring with diamond from Cartier Destiné Solitaire. The ring is platinum 950-1000, set with an emerald cut diamond 5.99 carats and is set with brilliant cut pave diamonds. "Really, Francois? Cartier?" she asks, laughing. "I am French, and they are the best. And for you I want the superlative." And looking in her eyes, he asks, "Will you take me back, my love? Will you marry me?" "Of course I will," Leia said, throwing herself in his arms and crying her heart out. "I was so scared that I will need to play this friends with benefits game forever, when the truth is that I love you so much that it hurts." And Francois put the ring on her finger. "How much time do we have until our ceremony?" he asks her. 4 hours. "Why are you asking?" she whispers, and she looks at her splendid ring. "I want to be a pig again. It's highly addictive to be with you." And she let him ravish her again and again. "What was that?" Max asked, almost falling out of bed when he was acting like a pig in heat as well. "That should be Francois, grunting again," Meredith said. They revealed their true feelings. And seeing Max and Meredith as well, Francois and Leia and the others, just as Jane Austen said, there could have been no two hearts so open, no tastes so similar, no feelings so in unison. Author's POV. What's more romantic than saying I do on Cannon Beach at sunset and roasting marshmallows over a bonfire and howling to the moon? Yeah, you know what I mean, isn't it? Living so close and hating and loving each other at the same time, acting like friends with benefits to the delight of the pack members, made this day even more special. Everyone was hoping that in the end they will be sincere one with each other, and when in the evening both of them exit their room, holding hands, Max looked at Meredith and whispered, "Those two are so alike with us." Look at them, Mer. The human and the werewolf who were messing with the will of the goddess finally understood that true love conquers all. You are so whipped, Max. I can't even recognize you being so sticky. And Meredith starts to laugh. What do you say, Theo? She whispered, stealing a glance to the grooms. Isn't Daddy the most whipped man in the universe? You like this sticky man, so shut up, he said and put his arms around her waist. She is so beautiful tonight, wearing a light blue chiffon dress and looking like a Greek goddess in it, with her one-shoulder-long dress and her hair braided. Theo wears a dress in the same material and color, adorned with lace, and on her head she had a very sweet little hat. Max wears navy suit trousers with a light blue shirt. He left one button undone, and the shirt cuffs are raised over the elbows. Let me hold her, he whispered in Meredith's ear, kissing her neck lightly. You must be tired holding her all day. And he just took the baby girl, sat on his chair, that Francois and Leia asked to be prepared for their friends at the wedding place, and also took Meredith in his lap. Now everything is perfect, he said, having his arms full. The truth is that there was a lot of time since they were so relaxed, and they just stood there, all of them, embraced. Even Grandpa Cruz was holding Auntie Jen in his arms. Bradley, put me down, the woman said with her face all blushed. The kids are watching us. So what? I am holding my girl, Grandpa Cruz said and even kissed her lips, making the poor woman almost die in a heart attack. Grandpa, Sam yelled, you are more and more perv every day. Just because I have a woman near me that helps me have a vivid imagination, the old perv said, and Auntie Jen just puts her hands over her face, while Grandpa laughs loudly. And when the time came, Francoise and Leia appeared with the priest, and they were so happy that everyone knew that there is not any lie between them anymore. Everything was simple and intimate, yet beautiful. Since their wedding was on the beach, they wanted something to create an aisle, and as decor, where they would be standing during the ceremony. And Vivi and Luke created the most beautiful floral circle with fairy lights intertwined and rose petals leading up to the circle. As if Haystack Rock wasn't amazing enough, the floral aspect was a beautiful addition. And when the time came, they said their oaths and kissed like they never did. The reception was held at the inn restaurant, and every moment together was blessed. Will you mark him? James asks while he holds Lori in his arms and caresses her tummy. If he wants that, I will, Leia said, looking at Francois, who was telling something to Max. Of course I want that, he said, coming closer, while Max does the same thing. We were talking just about that. He asked me for permission to become our pack member, Max said, looking at Meredith. What do you say, darling? And he winks at Meredith. Will we let him in, or he will live in the forest with the real animals? I think we can let him in, Meredith said as if she was thinking a lot about this. But he will need to work for us as every pack member. We will take him 50% from what he wins, and he will be at our discretion. And she is very serious, but Francois is not even thinking about it. Perfect. Tell me when we start, he said, shocking Leia. Are you really accepting something like this? She asked him. Of course I will. I love you, and this is the only thing that counts. The rest is can. They were joking stupid, she said, and kissed him directly, and looking at her friends, she asked, Are you managing here without us? Will you make him grunting again? James asked, laughing with all his heart. I will, she said, laughing even harder than he is, and then I will make him howl to the moon too. Please take him away from here, Max said, and don't come back until he is not a werewolf. Tonight we will run on this beach with him. And they did just as Max said, mating and marking each other. Surprisingly, Francois' wolf is all gray, very tall for a new wolf, as big as Sam's and Luke's wolves, and he has blue eyes. He is gorgeous and his name is Avi, which means the one who was born to rule or God's gift. Holy shit, Sam said. If he is like this just from the first day, after some training he will be as big as Max. You could say that he is a newborn alpha. And he is mine, Leia said with pride. Let's go, Cherie, Francois said, pulling her in his arms. Let's run and be happy. And while Grandpa Cruz and Auntie Jen watched their great-granddaughter, the rest of the gang had fun, freeing their minds and souls from everything that happened in their life, without knowing that at home, the evil is seeping into every corner of their pack. So let's them have this happy day. Author's POV. What the fuck happened with you? Max asked Pete Silverstone, seeing him with a blue eye. Nothing, Alpha, Pete said, not looking in his eyes. I met a rogue in the forest and took me by surprise, but I finished him in no time. That doesn't look like a rogue punch, Pete. Since when do the rogues punch us in the eye? It looks like you never should say never, Alpha, or you will wake up with a blue eye in the middle of the forest. Pete starts to laugh, but Max just gives him a serious look. I don't have time for your bullshit, Pete, Max said, walking upstairs after Meredith. I will help my wife to unpack our luggage and to put our pup to sleep, and until I come back, you will better tell me who punched you. For real, or I will put some blue on your other eye, too. And Max just left him alone. Shit, he heard Pete saying, and he mind-linked him directly. Yeah, shit, you have an hour to start to talk, he said with authority. After finding out that Pete is on the top of the list of the potential traitors, he will never let him go so easily. Why are you frowning? Meredith asked from the closet as soon as she felt him entering in the room. How do you know that I am frowning? You are not even looking at me, he said, coming behind her and putting his arms around her waist. I just know, she said and turned in his arms, throwing a glance to the bed where baby Theo giggles while she is playing with her feet. Pete, he annoyed me, but I will tell you later, he said and took her in his arms so that now she stays with her legs around his waist, and he placed her in the bed near Theodora. I found a place, he whispered, laying on one side, just as Meredith sits, so that now Theo sits between them. Is not as beautiful as Tofino was, but is closer and is on the continental side of our territory, so that if anything will happen, the boys will find us quickly. Max, Meredith said and put a hand on his cheek while Theo tried to reach her arms, thinking that her mommy was playing with her. I don't care where we are. I loved our nest in Tofino, and when everything will end and we will have peace again, we will rebuild that place because there was paradise for real. And she kissed his lips. Gibson Horseshoe Bay is beautiful too, Max tells her. But you are right, we will rebuild our paradise. Gibson Horseshoe Bay? She asks him, laughing. That place is really beautiful. Why don't we make a cabin there for all of us, for the weekends when we will need to be just us, family and closest friends? I mean, if you already found the perfect place, why waste it? I would like that, Max, and sitting on his bottom, he takes Theo in his arms and pulls Meredith in his lap. You know what? He asks. I know, Meredith laughs. You love me. And he kissed him in no time, but immediately a big commotion can be heard on the corridor, and the door opens just to see Veronica completely pale. What the fuck? Again? Both Meredith and Max yelled, scaring Theo. Take the baby, Max said, putting Theo in her arms. Why are you here with her? Veronica screamed from all her lungs. I am carrying your baby, and you are here with that woman? And she is visibly out of her mind, living in a different reality. Max starts to walk to her, punched her to make her still and grabbed her by her neck while he mind-linked Sam. Come in my bedroom or I will kill your fucking crazy sister right now, in front of my daughter and my wife. He growled and used his alpha command, but he is not even finished that in the door appeared Castellano and Craig. Please don't hurt her, Castellano cried. Please. But Max almost lost his mind after this new show that Veronica did. All he wants is to stay with his mate, but from all the sides, everyone is ruining his relationship. You were released from that dungeon with only one reason, Castellano, to watch her, and it is the second time when she comes into my house while you are not watching her and only the goddess knows what you were doing. We were having lunch, Craig said, and seeing Veronica in Max's hands, he starts to panic too. Shit, this can't happen. But is happening, Max yelled, and I am sick of this. Max, Sam and Luke come into the room and see Veronica almost lifted from the ground while her face is almost blue because Max is strangling her, but right then some liquid started to flow on Max's feet. What the fuck is this? Did she pee on my feet? Her water is broken. Meredith said with calm, and seeing Leia and Francois coming, she just goes and puts Theo in her arms. Stay there, Leia, and watch my daughter. You will not feel good seeing Castellano and Veronica. Please, take Theo and stay in Luke's condo until everything is over. And she turned and looking at Max, she said, let her go. But Max just can't do what she asked, because he already had too much from this shit and he simply can't let her go again. Who knows what she will do next? Let her go, Max! Meredith commands, and he lets her fall on the ground. But as soon as Veronica hits the ground, she jumps on her feet and tries to grab Meredith with her invisible claws. Help me transform, she yelled, but nothing happened. Everyone just looks at her without saying anything. Stay still, Meredith said, touching her head, and as usual, she fainted. She bends down and puts her hand over her forehead, and right then Carter and Lisa appeared too. Oh my goddess, Lisa said, putting her hands over her mouth. Take her to the hospital. Put them to give her a C-section, because a natural birth is out of discussion in her state. Meredith commands, and looking at Castellano, she said, after that, take the baby and leave this place, Vincenzo. I won't leave from here without her, Castellano said, looking straight in Meredith's eyes. Then next time, when she will do something like this, you can die with her. Only that baby, she said, pointing to her belly, kept her alive. From now on, I have no mercy for her. And she growled, scaring even Max. He takes her in his arms, and holding her at his chest, he tells her through their mind link, I am here. Nothing happened. Please calm down. And he kissed her neck right where his mark is, making her calm. Sam, Max commands when he feels that Meredith is fine. Give me the iPad. And as soon as he opens the device, he starts to watch the images that the secret cameras filmed. There is a nurse that is giving Veronica something, and she is laughing while she is doing it. Who's that? Max asks, turning the iPad so that everyone could see what he is watching. You put cameras in her ward? Craig asked in shock. Of course I did. What do you think? That I am stupid? Max growled. No, Craig said a little bit slower. That's actually brilliant, but nobody cares about what he is saying. I didn't see that nurse around while I was watching Veronica. She is not one of her nurses, Vincenzo said. And they could see how Veronica becomes agitated and starts to pull from the cuffs, and she starts to look as mad as she was just a few minutes ago. What the fuck did she put in her IV? Sam asks, horrified. In the end, as criminal and sick in the head as she is still his little sister, and he mind-linked the doctors to test Veronica from any suspect substance she could have taken. Is it not her fault? Castellano said. When I am with her, she is calm, sometimes just smiles, but she is not aggressive. She is just a poor soul who has no idea what is happening with her. But she is not like she was a few moments ago. Believe me, he cried, fearing that Meredith will really kill his mate. How did she escape? In those images, she was just agitated. Luke asks after some time, and Max pressed the play button, and he is whitening on his face. Let me see, Meredith said, and starts to watch the video with Max, who, looking in her eyes, simply says, Shit, Meredith whispered. I didn't saw that. But Max just starts to walk out of his bedroom growling. I will kill him. Max's cruise POV. I just watched what the CCTV caught, and I feel how my blood pressure reached some limits that would kill any human. Give me the videos they caught yesterday. I command Sam, who just clicks on some folders, and there it is. Pete Silverstone and Mark Dickens are in Veronica's ward arguing on something. Where's the sound? I ask Sam. I need to hear what they are talking about, but right then I see Sam whitening his face. There is no sound, Max. I put the cameras in a big rush, and those are not the most performant ones, she said, looking at me. Sam, are you stupid? I asked him, but my wife just puts her hands around me and tells me sweetly, Please let him be. He did the best with what he had at that moment. This is more than we could wish to find. And she just kissed my neck, making me calm. Now let's see what they did in our absence, and she just caressed my back. Okay, stop right there, Rewind a few minutes. She said, "I want to see why Vincenzo was not with her," she said, and threw him a hard look. And there it is, the whole scene. Even Vincenzo comes and looks at the video. He was there with Craig, and suddenly someone came in and told him something, so he just left with Craig, leaving Veronica alone. "She told me that you called and that I need to go to the pack house to wait for your call," he tells me. I didn't call, and I'm not even looking at him, because the video is more interesting. The doors suddenly open, and Mark Dickens enters with the nurse talking about goddess knows what. He just looked at Veronica and suddenly he slapped her, but surprisingly she is not aggressive as she was a few moments ago. She just starts to cry. "Castellano was right," Sam said. "She is calm when she doesn't come here acting crazy," and he looks at me a little bit shocked. "Will you shut up?" Meredith suddenly asks. "We will talk later. I just want to see the whole scene." And we all look at her with wide eyes. Let the woman watch the scene. I say a little bit amused, even though the situation is very annoying, but she is just the cutest thing when she is pursing her lips and squeezing her eyes to watch this video. Here, she is fascinated by what she saw. The door opens again and Pete Silverstone comes in and he just looks at Mark and that nurse and they start arguing. "Okay," Meredith said. "Zoom in on 9. I want to see Pete's face," and I escape a growl unintentionally. "Are you for real, Max?" She asks me without looking at me while she just stares at Pete. "He will die for making her look like this at him," Stark said. "He will, believe me," I tell him laughing. The nurse takes a syringe and wants to put something in Veronica's IV, but Pete stops her and takes the syringe and throws it on the bin. But Mark punches him directly in his face. "Look where the rogue was," Stark said. "I will give him a rogue until he will not be able to walk." Pete simply caught him by his neck, while the nurse grabbed by his arms, hitting him, but the man is strong. Shit he is acting during the trainings. If he is able to control Mark with one hand and hold that nurse with the other one, he throws them out of the door and comes back to Veronica. "I will kill him!" Sam said, seeing him bends over her while she tries to hide from him. "Where is he?" Castellano yells. "Bring him here and I will kill him," and Luke barely holds him from not running out and searching for Pete. "You will kill no one, Castellano," Meredith commands, and he just stays there looking at her with his mouth open. "Take that, sucker," Stark said, and I don't know what's wrong with him, but today he is like a werewolf teen in heat. "Give me the iPad. Max," Meredith tells me, and she puts the device so that anyone can see what is happening. Pete caresses Veronica's face and goes to the sink and take a cold compress to help her to smooth the pain from her face. After that, Jerk slapped her. "What the fuck is going on here?" I ask, looking at Meredith. "I honestly don't know," Meredith said, "but it looks for me that we don't have one traitor. We have at least 3, and one of them is very kind-hearted, but he lies with nonchalance. So what are we going to do?" Luke asks, and he is very stressed right now, and how not to be when his top warriors are the one who put our asses on fire. "Bring them here," Meredith said. "And that shitty nurse too." "What about Veronica?" Castellano asked, all sweeting. "She's safe for now. Go to the hospital to see your baby. We will discuss later because for now your mate stays here, no matter what." Sam walks with Luke and Castellano, and his beta also leaves the room running to the hospital to see his alpha's baby, and I just drank. "Meredith," I ask her, "what is happening, Mer?" And I take her to my chest, while Mom and Dad just watch us. "We just walked into a hornet's nest here, Max," Meredith said, and puts her head on my shoulder, holding me. "And you know the worst thing? We fed them, we raised them. The saddest thing about betrayal is that it never comes from your enemies." "It doesn't matter," I whisper to her while I signal to my parents to leave us alone. "I should look at betrayal as a gift." "Would you?" she asks, looking in my eyes and making my heart tremble. "Yeah, it makes it that much easier to sweep the evil up and toss it out with the rest of the trash. We already knew that someone betray us. Now we have the whole image." "No," she tells me. "We don't." And I lift her chin and kiss her. "What do you mean, Mer?" "We have only the traitor. We don't know the full story." Author's POV. "Oh my goddess, Mark Dickens, what's on fire to hurry up like this?" And he enters Max's office with Luke, who didn't say anything about why he's there. He just enters as he did many times before, laughing with Luke, who is all smiles, and he finds Max on his chair, behind his desk, holding Meredith in his lap and kissing her as if there will be no tomorrow. Ho ho, horny wolves, he jokes with them. You call me to mock me because I am single? He laughs with all his heart, but inside Max's heart he feels like killing him in the next second. Don't, Max, Meredith whispers through their mind link. He doesn't hear us, Max said to her. Why are you whispering when we use our mind link? And he puts a hand on her cheek, kissing her again. But this is more exciting, right, Max? I want to break his neck, Max said without blinking, looking in her eyes. So? Mark asks again while Luke goes and sits on Max's sofa. You asked for me? And Max wants to say something, but Meredith just touches his lips, stopping him, and she simply says, He did, Mark, and I am sorry for thinking that he wants to mock you, and turns her head to him and says, smiling at him, He just wants to kill you. Mark swallows his own saliva and is left stunned. He looks at Max, who just stays calm, while Meredith holds his hand. He looks at Meredith, who smiles at him, and after he blinks a few times, he looks at Luke. You are full of jokes today, Meredith, isn't it? Mark said after some time, but in the next second Luke corrects him. She is Luna Meredith Cruz for you, not Meredith. And he speaks so tough that Mark knows that this is the end and just becomes pale and starts to look around. There is no need to look for an escape. Meredith says again, and this time she starts to walk until she is in front of Mark, how almost shit in his pants, and looks at Max, who is clenching his fists, and stands up from his chair. So you know that we know, Max says, rolling up his sleeves and snapping his fingers. I don't know what you are talking about. Mark starts to stammer and makes a step back. But you do, Meredith says, and in 2 steps she just stays in front of him. What do you say, Max? I should make him stay still or try something new to see how much power I never have in reality. I think that we should do some experiments, Max said, and comes near her, holding her hand in his hand. This must be a misunderstanding, Mark almost whispers, but this time Luke growls. No, is not. Believe me, Mark, we just wait for Sam because he wants to know why you slapped his little sister. I didn't. Mark yells, and right then Luke slapped he did with Veronica 2 days ago. Now sit down and start talking, Meredith said, and she used her Luna command, making him look at her strangely. Sit down, Mark, she says again, but he is not even blinking. What the fuck is going wrong here? Max asks, looking at Mark and at Meredith. Nothing is going wrong, Max, except the fact that my Luna command doesn't work on him. Impossible. Max almost wells, and he just squeezes his eyes, trying to understand what's going on. Why don't you try to? She asks Max. This will explain everything, and they both see Mark whitening his face. I command you to tell me what's happening, Max said, using his Alpha command, and he just sees Mark looking at him with his mouth closed. What the fuck? Luke yells, and he is in his feet, giving him a slap on the back of the head. Speak now, you fucking jerk. He can't, Meredith whispered. He can't because Max is not his Alpha, as well as I am not his Luna, and from what I see he is just a rogue infiltrated in our pack. But he swore allegiance to this pack, Luke says. Then he was lying. It must have been some magic to make him hide this, or at some point he changed his mind. But it doesn't matter. And Meredith kissed Max's lips, and then out of the blue she punched Mark right in his nose, putting him down in one single punch. What the fuck? Max and Luke yelled at the same time. I just hate all traitors, she says, smiling at Max. Put him on the sofa, Luke. She continues, and looking at Max, she says loud enough so that everyone can hear her. Did I tell you that you are the cutest Alpha ever, especially when you are so surprised? I feel like kissing you continuously, and she winks at him. You are crazy, darling, Max says, and takes her to his arms and kisses her directly. But right then Mark gets on his feet and tries to run. Meredith turns her head and just says, using a voice more powerful than her Luna command, just stay the hell where I told you to stay, or I will kill you right now. And she is so ferocious, and Artemis growls so hard that the entire house vibrates, creating a little bit of panic, thinking that it is an earthquake. Mark starts to stutter while Max and Luke watch Meredith with their mouths open. That was new, Luke whispers, but right then Max's office door opens and Carter comes in, followed by Sam, Pete, and Grandpa Cruz. What was that? Sam asked in panic. Sorry, Meredith said, smiling innocently. I escaped a growl. What? Carter and Grandpa Cruz asked at the same time. You see, she says, smiling again. Our friend here, Mark Dickens, one of our top warriors, refuses to speak when I use my Luna command, so I was forced to use my Royal command. Isn't it funny how strange it sounds? I thought that I was struck by a thunderbolt, for God's sake, Sam said, but right then looking at Max and Meredith, he asks, what do you mean that your Luna command didn't work on him? Tell us why. Meredith commands him, and she sees Mark how he takes out his claws and tries to end his life, but in one move she is over his body, holding his claws with one hand and his hand with the other hand. What the hell is happening here? Grandpa Cruz yelled. He won't speak, suddenly Pete says, and he bows down his head, feeling unworthy to look in Max and Meredith's eyes. Why, Pete? Tell us why. Meredith says while she drags Mark and leaves him in Sam and Luke's hands. Because he is my father's right hand. He is here to sell you, not to submit to you, Pete said, falling in his knees. His name is not even Mark Dickens, and he lifts his head and looks at Mark. Shut the fuck up, you fucking coward. My master will kill you for this. Master? Everyone said, looking at him. His name is Judah Manganiello, and he is my cousin. Author's POV. And you are Michelle Manganiello's son, Max stated, looking right in Pete's eyes. So you know, Pete says, visibly ashamed. Of course I know, Max said, furious. You fucking piece of shit. And he wants to grab Pete by his neck and beat him, but Meredith stops him. Give me your phone, Pete. His name is not even Pete. Mark or Judah or what his real name is yelled. Meredith just looks at Pete and reaches out her hand for his phone, and Pete gives her all that she wants. At least my name is not Judas Iscariot, he said, looking ugly at Mark. Shut up, Meredith said commandingly, making them stop talking in an instant. I like this side of yours, Max tells her through their mind link. Shut up, Max, or I will beat your ass too, your naked ass, she said, searching for something in Pete's phone. Shit, she says and gives the phone to Max. What kind of traitor are you, Pete? She asks him. A forced one, the poor Pete said, almost crying. Shut up, you fucking wuss. At least have some courage and honor your name, live up to his legend. Marx screamed in his face. I don't want to, Pete said with calm. I never wanted to. You are just a disgrace to him. This is why he sent me here. This is why he forced me to become a werewolf, to do what you were never able to. But this time Max is the one who gives him a punch in his nose, making him faint instantly. He just turns and looks at Pete, he said. Speak or you are next. I am Petro Manganiello, Michelle Manganiello's son. That jerk killed my mother and all his life prepared me to be a tool in his hands at the right moment, but all I wanted was a family, a place to call it home. And he just looked at Grandpa Cruz. The day he killed Luna's parents, my father went crazy because he lost the baby. He wanted to raise her and mate with her, so he will have strong children who will reign this world. I was not enough for him. I was just half human, half werewolf. So he found out that Alpha Bradley Cruz hid the baby somewhere, and he was sure that at some point he would bring the girl back. And that's why I did everything in my hands to protect her, Grandpa said. And you did, Grandpa, Meredith said, smiling at him. He sent me here, Pete said, and forced me to give him information. Who comes in the pack? I've always looked for werewolves, never far humans. And a few years ago, seeing that I didn't give him any information, he forced me to bite Judah and make him a werewolf. He came here asking for a place to live, and Alpha Carter let him stay because he was just a young werewolf that looked innocent. And you just started to give him information? Max asked him, pointing to the phone. It was needed, Pete yelled, or Judah would have told him anyway, but I never did anything else. I tried to stop Judah but told my father that I'm keeping things from him, and he put me in the situation of telling him more and more things, but I've always tried to keep him away. Why? Suddenly Meredith asked. Why didn't you just sell us for good? Because this is the only home I know, Pete said with tears in his eyes. What about the nurse? Sam asked, furious. That one was just glad to betray you for money and hate for your sister. She was with Alpha Max before Veronica stole him from her, Pete said, looking at Meredith, who was smoking out from anger. You fucked that nurse too? she asks him and clench her fists while Carter and Grandpa put in front of him to protect him. "He was just stupid, sweetie," Carter said. "You know how he was before meeting the real Meredith. It doesn't matter, Dad. Everywhere I look is someone who will claim that spelt with him." And she just looks at Max so furious that he is scared she will leave him. "Say something, jerk," Stark yells at him. "I don't even remember her," Max tells Meredith. "She meant nothing to me. I don't even remember her." "Shut up, Max," Meredith said at the same time with Carter and Grandpa Cruz. "Oh my goddess," Stark cried. "I think I got the stupidest human in the world. You don't even remember her? Is that what you're telling a woman?" "I am so sorry, Mer," he whispered as he approached her. "I know that I was a jerk before," but she just signals to him to shut up. And when she is calm again, she just looks at Pete. "Why didn't you tell him that I am a primordial too?" "Because he would have been even more aggressive to find you, and I didn't want to leave this place. This is my home," he said in a whisper. "Judah thought that I told him, and I let him think so." "What should we do with him?" Sam asks, looking at Pete and almost feeling sorry for him. "Kill him, what else to do?" Max growled and saw Pete bowing his knees and stretching forth his hands unto Max. "I am all yours. I know that what I did was wrong and I deserve no mercy. Just thank you for all this time you let me stay here." And he bows his head too, waiting for Max to kill him. But all of them just look at Pete and he stays humble on his knees. "This is not right," Meredith said, breaking the silence. "Damn, it is not," Carter said, and he just looked at Pete, who is waiting for his death penalty. She looks at Max and smiles. "Do you trust me, Maximilian Cruz?" "With everything I have," Max tells her. "Do you forgive me?" he asks in return. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't, but it is still annoying to find out about your former mistresses," she said and took his hand. "I will pay for my stupidity my entire life," he said as a repentant sinner. "Here you are wrong," Meredith said, and this time she said it through MindLink. "You will pay this life and in your future life, because I will haunt you for all eternity." "I can't wait for," he said, smiling at her, but with tears in his eyes. "I am really sorry." "I know, Max, I know." And she looked at Pete after she said that. "You said that you felt like home here." "I did, my Luna, I did. With my father I was just a thing to use. I am wondering why he didn't hunt me and killed me when I was a little." "You deserve to die for betraying your pack," she said with a lot of determination. "And he will," Sam said, clenching his fists. "No, he will not." And she smiled at Pete. "You can stay here, but you will need to prove to us that you are worthy. You will betray your father to us this time, and you will do exactly what I will say. Are we clear?" "Tell me when we start," Pete yelled and ran and caught her in an embrace, making Max growl. "I am sorry," Pete said. "I am just happy for letting me stay here." "For the beginning, show us that we are not making a mistake," Max said using his alpha voice. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Don't ruin it or I will kill you without a second thought." "I won't, my alpha," Pete said, almost crying. "Take him from here," Max said in the end, and looking to Mark, Judah, or whatever that fucking name was, who was still passed out, he said, "Take that garbage out too. Kill him and burn his body out of my territory." "What about the nurse?" Sam asked, remembering how that bitch poisoned Veronica for weeks and beat her and made her act like a man-woman. "Just caught her and left her in Castellano's hands. I think that he will need a release of his fury after all this shit." And Max dismissed everyone. "Are you all right?" Meredith asked him as soon as they are alone. "No, I feel like burning everyone," he whispered. "Stark hates me and yells in my mind that is all my fault, and the worst part is that he is right." "Is not. You are just exhausted. A few hours ago you were just happy talking about our future together, and in just a few seconds everything was blown out in the air. You are tired and frustrated, and I can see this. I wished I would have been stronger, to protect you better than I do," he said, closing his eyes and resting his head on Meredith's forehead. "It is not necessary, Max. I am strong enough to protect all of you. I just need to learn more about my powers. Artemis is working on this, but I am strong enough. I am not afraid to fight. I am afraid just to not lose you or Outpup or our family and friends. The rest, just let it be." "I can't just stay and watch," Max whispered and opened his eyes, lifting Meredith in his arms so that now she has her legs around his waist. "I've got this, Max," and she kissed him. "No, just let's go back to our room. This shit made me have some naughty thoughts." Max starts to walk with her in his arms, and when he is near the door, he just closes it with the key. "That sofa is closer," he whispered, and took her right there. Author's POV. "Leia!" Meredith said, annoyed. "Where's my pup?" "Vivi kidnapped her," she started to laugh. "Until she will have another baby Wolfie to focus on. Just let her be!" "Goddess!" Meredith exclaimed, but she came face to face with Kara as soon as she exited Luke's condo, where Leia stood with Francoise until all the madness ended in Max's office. "What happened to you?" she asks, and grabs Kara's arms because she is with puffy eyes and very pale. "It is true?" she whispered in a trembling voice, and tears rushed into her eyes. "Kara, what is going on?" And Meredith just looks around and enters with her back in her condo. "Is it true that Veronica will be free? Who told you something like that?" And Meredith just watches her. "Please, don't let her free," and she burst into tears. "I lost my pup because of her back then. She hurt me and she did it on purpose, because she hated me so much for nothing." And almost suffocating in her own tears, she whispers, "My baby was innocent." "Shh!" Meredith whispered and took her in her arms, while Kara's pregnant bump kept her from holding on Meredith. "She will not be free soon. She just gave birth." Max went to speak with Sam and Castellano and see what's her state, now that we know why she was so agitated. A nurse was giving her on purpose some Angel's Trumpet and belladonna. She was led into a psychosis and agitated delirium. That's why she had that maniac behavior and aggressively. She was not under those substance effects when she attacked us, She was just a bitch and a murdered. "Yeah, here you are right." And Meredith helped her to sit in her living room and caressed her back, she said. "She just gave birth and she seems calm now. I don't want to kill her even if I know that she deserves that." "Please," Kara said. "If she stays here, I will leave this place. I'm always fearing with her here." "Kara," Meredith said with her Luna voice, making poor Kara startle a little. "You are a beta female now. You are not as weak as you were, because being with Sam made you stronger, and when you will give birth and start to train, you will see how fantastic you become." And smiling at her, she said, "She will not stay here, but her baby has no fault for having a stupid mother, just as you baby was innocent for whatever she thought that you wronged her." "But I didn't." Kara starts. "Shh!" Meredith just stops her. "Listen to me. She will never touch you again. She will not live here. Think of Sam. He lost his mother. He lost his sister, even if she is alive. He lost his son, and his father can't even look in his eyes because he feels guilty. He lost his family. I talked with Max, and we can't just kill Veronica, especially now, when her wolf is gone. Castellano will take her." "I hate him too," Kara said, wiping her tears. "I know you do," and Meredith touched her belly, squeezing her eyes. "He will take her with him and leave this place forever." And Meredith giggled a little. "It is funny if you think about it. She lost her wolf while Castellano imprisoned the human from him. Together now they are a whole, a human and a wolf. The goddess has a very fine sense of humor." "Will she leave this place for real?" Kara asks with a soft smile. "Yes, I promise you that she will, with Castellano and his beta. I will never let you and Leia face them again and again. I am wondering who Leia didn't collapse until now, knowing that he lives here." "Because she is a badass warrior, not like me," Kara said with a smile. "So I am an auntie," she said after some time. "You are. She gave birth to a little baby boy. Premature, but he will live even if she took so many substances he looks healthy." "Can I see him?" Suddenly Kara asked. "No, you can't," Leia said, coming into Sam's and Kara's condo. "You are pregnant. Don't stress yourself so much. Leia, she needs this. If she goes, I go too," Leia stated, but the truth is that she wants to see the child too. She wants to find a reason not to kill Veronica and Castellano. She just needs this. "I want to come too," Vivi said, opening the door with Theo in her arms. "You are impossible, Vivi," and Meredith took her baby in her arms and said, "Let's go and see with your own eyes that you have no reason to be scared." But as soon as they entered Veronica's ward, they were stopped by a human wall. Max and Sam and Luke almost went over the doctors and Castellano and his beta. "What are you doing here?" Sam asked in panic. She wants to see the baby, Vivi said in her place. But Sam just took Kara's and put his arms around her, and she is so delicate that even pregnant he can hold her without problems. He is just like her, he whispered. Like her when she was tiny baby and my parents have brought her to our home. Can I see him? Kara whispered and Sam just looked at her. Come, he said and helped her sit on a sofa from Veronica's ward. I will bring the baby for you. Do you know what pain looks like? Seeing the baby, Kara's hands trembled and warm tears started to run on her face. Our baby should have been a little bit bigger than he is, she said, taking his little hand and looking at his fingers. Please don't cry, Sam said and sit near her, putting his arm on her back. Max looks around and signals everyone to exit the room, while he and Meredith stay there to watch over Castellano and Craig, because Veronica is still asleep after the C-section. I'm sorry for everything we did to you, Castellano said, coming closer, but Kara just starts to shiver, involuntary. Don't get closer, Sam said. Stay where you are or I will kill you right here for scaring her. He is so tiny, she whispered, and bending a little she kissed the boy's little head. What's his name, she asks, looking at the baby all the time and not giving Castellano not even a single look. I didn't choose a name, he said. I am not good at this. If I need to choose a name, I will probably call him just my boy. Are you stupid? Max asked him, looking at him. The pup deserves an honorable name. Amadeo, Kara said, kissing the baby's forehead. He looks like a Amadeo. I like that, Castellano whispered, looking at the kid and thinking for the first time at him as a person and not just a newborn child. Amadeo Castellano, he whispered. And they all stood there in silence, grieving their own pain and looking at the child like a promise from the heaven. Author's POV. Are you feeling better? Sam asked, holding Kara in his arms and carrying her in bridal style back to their condo. Yeah, she whispered, thinking about baby Amadeo. He was so tiny. Kara, let it go. Don't think about our loss, please, Sam said, almost crying because he understood her pain, but all this time he tried to be strong for her. It's not about that, Sammy, she said, and he smiled hearing her calling him this way. He likes it when she uses sweet names for him. I lost my baby, and I resigned myself to it long ago, and she just puts a hand over her belly, caressing it a little, but she also frowns. Meredith was right, my tummy is harder than usual. What? And Sam just stops and looks at her, and he turns back and starts to walk with quick steps back to the hospital. Where are we going, Sam? Kara asks, looking at him. Back to the hospital, he said. You should have told me that you are no fine. But I am. It's just that my tummy is very hardened today. Just? Really, Kara? And he would like to put her with her ass up and beat her at her naked ass. Is nothing, Kara whispers, but Sam already mind-link all the doctors and Max and Meredith, and when they arrive at the hospital, the whole gang is already there, even the Navarros and Castles. Sam, Kara said, I told you that is nothing. That's something that only the doctor could say. And he takes her in his lap and waits for the doctor to come, but in just 5 minutes, Sam yells. He was staying with her in his lap when suddenly he felt wet all the way down his legs. What the hell, Kara? And he looks at her and she is completely pale. Did you pee on my lap? But the poor Kara is so scared and she can only repeat, it's too soon, Sam, it's too soon. I can't believe it, Sam said, raising with her in his arms, but Meredith stops him. Don't move, Sam. And looking at Max, she said, call the doctor and tell them that her water just broke. What? Sam said and held Kara carefully. But it is too soon. Shut up, Sam. Luke yells at him. You are scaring her. And the poor Sam is paler than Kara is, and both of them sit embrace, crying their hearts out. I don't want to lose them, Sam. I can't survive to another lose. And he just holds her at his chest, trying to calm her, because he will suffer losing another baby, but losing Kara will kill him. Where is she? The doctor said, and seeing her, he commands to Sam. Beta, let us take her. No, Sam yelled, where she goes, I go too. And he just mind-linked the doctor, telling him that if he doesn't let him go with Kara, he will break his neck. We need to go now, and he starts to run, but Kara cries. I want Meredith with me too. Please. And Sam just nods for the doctor to lead them. It's too soon, Kara cried again. Is not, the doctor tried to calm her down. You have twins, and with all the stress you had is normal. I will be here for you and my team too. And he looks at Kara with sympathy, but she has very bad memories with the hospitals and the doctors here, and she is damned scared. They ignored her and abused her when she was just a helpless Omega in this pack. I am here, Sam whispers in her ear, feeling her emotions. No one can hurt you again. I am here, and I am not leaving you alone. And he puts his arms around her. The doctor put her in a hospital bed, and Sam gets on her back, helping her sit between his legs. Hold my hands, love, he said, kissing her temple, while Meredith runs and comes with some wet towels and wipes her forehead. Everything will be fine, Kara, she said. I promise you that everything will be fine. You can't promise me that, Kara cries as soon as a contraction hits her out of nowhere. What was that? Sam asked in panic, making Meredith and the doctor smile. That would be one of the many contractions that will come, the doctor said. Stop them. She is suffering. And he starts to cry seeing Kara in this state. We can't stop them, Beta. It's a part of this process called birth. What? And looking at him in horror, he said, Make her a C-section! No! Kara screamed between two contractions. Don't you dare! But she can't say anything else because the pain is so bad that she just holds Sam's hand until she heard some bones cracking. I am so sorry. And she cries even harder knowing that she broke Sam's hand. It's just a hand, Sam whispered and looked at Meredith. Do something, help her please, he begged, looking in her eyes. I am not a doctor, Sam, and Meredith just looked at the poor man. But we are royals in the primordial wolf too, and we have some undiscovered powers, Artemis said. At least we could try something to help her. What could go wrong? I will never let you suffer like this, and he kissed Kara's face. I promise, you will never suffer like this again. Shut up, Sam, and Kara yelled again. Holy fucking shit, that's really hurts. And seeing her like this, Meredith approached and puts a hand over her tummy and tells the babies using a mind link, Will you calm down a little? Your mommy is suffering here. And suddenly, Kara starts to breathe a little bit more normally. What did you do? She asks through her tears. I've just told your boy to calm down. This was going to fast. You need time to breathe, and she signals to the doctor. I can see the baby's head, the doctor said. This is really too fast. And everyone starts to run and bring the warm water, the towels, the scissors, and everything that was needed for a birth. Kara's babies came into the world like a hurricane. It took them 20 minutes to salute the world with their cries. When everything was finished, she just stayed between Sam's legs while he was holding her, and she was holding her babies at her breast, feeding them. They are so beautiful, Meredith whispered, almost having tears in her eyes. Can I call Max in? She asked the newly parents. Of course you can, Kara said. But Sam, if he could, he would have pushed Meredith outside just to be alone with Kara and his pups. Hey there, Max said, smiling and coming in with Theo in his arms. Oh, Sam, you are a dad, he said, laughing. I am Max. I am a dad, and he bursted in tears for the first time since he lost his first baby. Shit, I was so scared that I would lose those babies too. I didn't want to scare Kara, so I just held it for myself. I can't believe that I am a dad. You are, man, and you are going to be a cool dad. Not as cool as I am, but nearly, and he started to laugh. So? Meredith asked after some time. What will you call them? I already told you, Maxwell and Mary Edith, Sam said, looking at his babies. There is no need to do that. Max and Meredith said at the same time, and they looked into each other's eyes and smiled. You can choose any name you like. I will be their godfather no matter what. Samuel Elias, Kara said, looking at the boy. I really like this name. And turning her head just to see Sam with the corner of her eye, she asks, Don't you think that is beautiful? He is, Sam whispered, but his eyes were his baby girl. He is just as beautiful as you are. What about your daughter? Max asked him. And Sam whispered, caressing the forehead of his baby girl, Kara Isabel. She will be my Bella. Now I have two girls. My Kara means darling, and Bella means beautiful. I am rich. Author's POV. Elias and Bella make the whole gang forget about all the bad things that happened, and while around their pack things get complicated and the evil extend its tentacles of power and revenge, they just stay and have this moment of peace. They had no fur. I suppose you already know how said that, so there's no use telling you that. Of course they have no fur, Sam exclaimed. They are babies, normal babies. Do you think that they are the Yeti's children to be born with fur? They are baby Wolfie. They should have some fur. And Vivienne has a very adorable, pouty expression. They would have been more pretty with some fur. What? The whole gang exclaimed. Luke, do you think that our baby will have some foo? No. Luke cuts her, but then he takes her in his arms and laughs. But I will ask their uncle to design some baby overalls with fur, just for you to be happy. I will never do something like this. Ask Mare, Francois said appalled. Me neither, Meredith said, laughing hard while Vivienne just pouted her lips. You are mean. They would have looked so beautiful. So now we have 3 babies in the gang, Leia said, saving Vivienne for being mocked again. With the one that is on the road from Luke and Vivi, 4 babies. Why don't you build a nursery here, in the pack house, so that the babies can have fun and grow together while you are working? And who will take care of them? Kara asks, looking at her. The idea is good, but where to find some truthful pack members to let the kids with? I would like to stay with them, they hear Lisa coming in Kara's living room because they were sent home few hours after she gave birth. And I would like that too, Auntie Jen said, coming in with Grandpa Cruz. No, you will spoil them, Max said. Don't leave the babies with this woman. Max laughs while he pointed to his mother. All her life she wished to be a grandma. With so many pups she will be tired. Actually, I think that is a very good idea, Meredith said. I don't like the idea of hiring someone to be with our babies. Mom will love them with all her heart. And I want to stay with them too. I am a veterinarian and here I have nothing to do. I didn't see any cats and dogs in the pack, so I have nothing to do. I will be a nanny. I don't trust you with my pups, Sam said, pointing his finger to Vivi. And why do I care? Kara trusts me, isn't it? And she smiles, but seeing Kara raising an eyebrow, her face becomes sad. You are so mean, and she almost cries. Hey, Luke said, kissing her lips. You are the best, they are just envious. Keep dreaming. Sam said, laughing hard, but when Luke's palm lands on his head, he stops. That hurts, Sam whispered and left Vivi alone, whispering to Luke, Jerk, that really hurt. Lisa is right, Carter said. They will be perfect to look after these babies. She and Auntie Jen have a lot of time now, and the babies need someone who will really love them. They are perfect, and Vivi too, because she is such a nice girl with a big heart. Thank you, Alpha Carter, Vivi said, smiling again. The pack house has a very spacious loft, and that place can be arranged to hold 20 kids at least. Just say how you want to look, and I will make that place the perfect nursery for these pups. When Max, Luke, and Sam were babies, we used the place for the same thing. That's so perfect, Meredith said. Franco, can you design this place? She asks with pleading eyes. But I am not an architect. I design clothes, Franco said, looking at her. Please, Meredith said, I trust you with this. I will help you, Leia said, kissing his cheek. We will use this place too if in the future we will have our own pup. I will do it, he said as soon as he imagined Leia with a pregnant belly, carrying his pups, and he whispered through their mind link. Tonight we will start to make some babies too. I want to see you pregnant with my pups. But isn't it too soon? Leia asked in shock. I want the whole package, Leia. The whole family package that includes lots and lots of kids. I only had Vivienne in this world. I would have liked to have more siblings. And Leia comes near him and puts her hands around his neck. I would like that too, she tells him, and kissed him directly, forgetting that their friends are watching them. Are you two having some imaginary sex? Sam asked, raising an eyebrow. What? Francois asked, realizing that they had an intimate moment in front of all their friends. You two were having mental sex, isn't it? Sam asks again, while the rest of the gang starts to laugh. Yes, we were trying a new position, Francois said, looking at him. You should try that too. And he sits on Sam's sofa and puts Leia on his lap. Don't try anything on my sofa, Sam threatens him. Did you hear him, darling? He asks Leia. Francois, just shut up, Leia said, laughing. They will believe you if you continue like this, but in the next moment she feels something poking in her ass. What the? She tries to say, but Francois just holds her. Don't move, or I will take right here in front of everyone. Talking about us making babies made me hard, he said through their mind link. Shit, she said and looked around to be sure that no one saw them, and she just excused herself and ran outside, dragging Francoise after her. They ran directly to their house, the one that Max gave to Francois, and started to make those babies. They are having sex, isn't it? Sam asks, looking at the door as soon as Leia and Francois left the room. More than that, Meredith said, laughing hard. What do you mean? Suddenly Kara asked, seeing Meredith so amused. Meredith looks at Vivi and pointing her finger at she said, I swear to you, Vivi, Francois is crazy now. He is making baby Wolfie because he wants lots and lots of kids with Leia. And she laughs so hard. How do you know that? Vivi asks, looking at the door. I just know, hiding the fact that she read their mind because this is not something she wants to be known. They will feel uncomfortable with her if they found out. So Francois will be a father soon, Max said, smiling. Just wait to see Leia crying, giving birth to his pup, and then we'll talk about those lots and lots of kids. But hearing him, Luke becomes pale. What do you mean? He asked, looking at Sam and then at Vivi. She has at least 3 months until she will give birth, but he need to be prepared. Prepare yourself to learn about something terrible, Mr. Navarro. Sam said in a trick way, but Luke is all eyes and ears. Tell me, Sam. Tell me all. Your mate will scream in pain, and she will feel such a pain that your heart will just pop like a balloon. Luke looks at him in horror, and then at Max, who just says, It's not like that, Luke. And when he sees Luke take a breath, he just says, It's worse. She will scream, but she will scream so hard that you will think that is a rogue attack and someone is killing the whole pack, and worse than anything else, you will not be able to help her. Vivi, we need to take that baby back. I will not let you suffer this way, he said, completely pale. Luke, Carter said, ignore them. And he looks at Lisa. Birth is not only about making babies. Birth is about making mothers and fathers strong, capable parents who trust themselves and know their inner strength. The mother for struggling so hard to bring the baby in this world, and the father for learning what fear is, what ecstasy is when he hears the first cry of his baby. And he laughs. So don't listen to these brats. They just want to scare you. Luke takes Vivi in his arms and puts his hands over her little tummy, and then Carter blows it out. It's worse than they told you. And all of them starts to laugh while Luke just stays there with his mouth open. Just wait and see. Author's POV. Let me see them, Lori said, and she is all smiles from ear to ear. Lori, stay calm, James yelled, seeing her with that Speedy Gonzalez attitude while she was pregnant. You will get hurt. Stop running all day. And he has a little bit and collapse seen running to Kara to see baby Elias and baby Isabella. Look at them, James. And she looks at them with some puppy eyes. They are the sweetest thing I ever saw. They are like angels with that tiny blonde hair and those blue eyes. You must have a lot of kids, Kara. You'll have some beautiful babies. And she just bends a little and starts to make some funny faces. What can I say? Sam said. I am a handsome man, and he puffed up like a rooster. Keep dreaming, Kara said without looking at him. What? And Sam turns his head from James, and he just stays and watches her with his mouth open. What did you say? She said, keep dreaming, Grandpa Cruz said, laughing hard. I heard that, but why, Kara? Why would you say something like this? I like to keep my mind straight and my head on my shoulders. I am not disillusioned like you are, and she just goes at Lisa, who smiles at her. I am handsome and you know that. I don't know that, she said and stayed on the sofa. You are like a roster, Sam. Look at me, I am handsome. Look at me, I have beautiful kids. They are not even looking like you, Lori said, laughing again. Goddess, Kara is right. Are you sure that those two are your kids? Sweetie, and James come and take her in his arms, keeping her from fussing around anymore. No, let me see the babies, Lori said, pouting her lips at James, but instead to pull her to him, he just kissed her a little and let her go. She bribed me again with those lips. Shit, he said, smiling, while Stallion is purring in his mind. Stop talking, Sam said, and came in front of Kara on his knees just between her tiny and fit legs and whispered, You don't like me anymore? Oh my goddess, Max said and started to laugh. I can't believe it. Sam, stand up now. But Meredith just takes Theo from his arms and puts the baby in Lori's arms, just to be sure that she will be safe, and then she throws the bomb. Look who's laughing. and she turns and looking straight in Max's eyes, she simply says, "It seems to me that the pot is calling the kettle black." "What?" And Max becomes pale. "Nothing, nothing. I was just thinking that in this pack all men think about themselves, that they are the center of the universe. You are the most perfect, the most handsome and smart and rich." "But we are," Luke whispered, and Vivi squeezed her eyes at him. "But of course the women in this pack are even more beautiful and sweet and smart and good-looking. And finally we had here a man who knows the real fact," Vivi said. "I love Lukey," she said, and threw herself in his arms and kissed him directly. "Elias and Bella looks a lot with Kara, you stupid," Leia said from Francois's lap. "Now look," and he pointed to Elias. "He is just a mini-me." "A mini Kara," she insists, but just looking at Kara, he puts his arms on her knees and asks, "You really don't like me anymore?" But seeing him almost crying in all his might, that softens her heart, and she just says, "Of course I like you, stupid man, but you are so annoying. I worked a lot to bring them in this world, and you act like a fucking gorilla that is punching his chest to the entire jungle. Who is he? The babies are mine too, and they look a lot like me too," she said, pouting her lips. "So you like me?" he asked. "She loves you, not like you, Sam," Lisa said. "Stop teasing her," and smiling at him, she stood up and said, "Stay here in my place. I know that you want to hold her in your arms." As soon as she goes from there, Sam grabs Kara and puts her in his lap, putting his arms around her delicate body, and says, "They look like you. They are just perfect," and he kissed her until she doesn't have the strength to breathe. "So, this is all about?" Max asked, smiling. "You were just jealous that our daughter really looks like me?" "No." And Meredith just looked at Grandpa Cruz and asked, "Grandpa, sweet and darling grandpa in the world." And she blinks her eyelashes at him, shocking Max, but making the rest of the gang laugh. "Who's the most beautiful in this family, me or Max?" And she is just mocking him, but the fool just peed on him seeing her like this. "I think that I should leave him and look for someone more handsome and more sensitive with his woman." "Meredith Cruz!" Max yelled at her. "Is coming!" James started to laugh, holding his belly. "What's coming?" Francois asked like an innocent man. "When they thought that they were divorced, I dreamed at this moment with all my heart that one day they will be together again, and Meredith will mock him like this. She's the only one who can do this and get away with this." Meredith just looks at her nails, and she just sighs, and winking at Leia, she said, "It's such a loss that Francois is not single anymore. He is so handsome." "Kill him," Stark creamed. "Now!" But just before, to catch the poor Francois from his collar and beat him, Meredith sighs again and continues, "Or Luke. He is so handsome with that Stefan Amell face he has." "Kill Luke too," Stark said, but hearing her, Max just stops there. He looks at her and sees that she is almost laughing. "You mocked me," he stated. "Qui moi?" Meredith asked, making Francois and Vivi laugh with all their heart. "No, Grandma," Max whispered. "Hi, don't bring your grandma into discussion," Grandpa Cruz said, pointing his finger at him, but he turned to Auntie Jen immediately and kissed her. "Now you are his grandpa," he whispered in her ear, making her blush. "You really are an old perv," she said, laughing, but she just signals to Grandpa to shut up to watch the show. Max starts to walk to Meredith, and when he is in front of her, he just says, "You are the most beautiful, fantastic, smart, strong, and damned annoying woman I have ever met." "You don't look sincere," Meredith said and put her hands under her chest. "What do you think, girls?" "He is trying to bribe you," Vivi said. "Yes, she is right. Don't trust him," Lori laughs. "What do you think, Kara?" Meredith asked. "Don't ask me. I don't like him at all. He is annoying," Kara said, but Sam stops her from talking, kissing her and putting a hand under her shirt, touching her bare waist. "Mom?" Meredith asked, smiling at Lisa. "You are my favorite child, sweetheart," Lisa said, shocking Carter. "Mom," Max yelled. "No one supports me here?" "No," Carter said after some time. "We all support Meredith," and smiling at him, he asks, "And you know why?" "Shock me," Max said, waiting to be mocked again. "Because she loves you so much regarding your past. He loves you more than anything. Is that so?" Max asks, but this time he looks at his Luna and he starts to walk to her. "Are you doubting my feelings, Max?" Meredith whispered. "Never!" And he kissed her. Author's POV. How is that you came here today and you didn't tell me anything? Max asked James as soon as his heart was still again, knowing that Meredith still loves him and that she was just making fun of him. Mer called me and asked me to come. She said that she needs something to ask me, but that it is better to talk face to face, and James turned his head and looked in Laurie's direction. She just sits on the sofa from the packhouse living room, holding Theo in her arms while Kara looks how Vivi and Leia almost kidnapped her pups. He sees Meredith and she signals him to go to Max's office. She didn't tell me anything. And Max went after James. What's going on, darling? And Max takes her in his arms, lifting her chin so that now she looks straight into his eyes. I need James's help. I thought and thought of something, and in the end I said that is better to talk with him here. You are scaring me, Mer. And Max kissed her forehead. What is so important to call James here, while Laurie has a little bit and gives birth? She is happy to be here. Don't take me with that, and she slapped his cheek ass with her hand. Holy shit. And James just laughs. She has you on her little finger, man. You are my sister personal slave. Anytime, man. Anytime. And Max takes her hands and puts them on his chest, right where his heart beats. So, and this time James is very serious. What happened, Mer? It's about Castellano and Veronica, she said more like a whisper, and turning her head she sees James looking at her strangely. What did they do this time? I will kill them directly if they try to touch you again. Sweetie, and Max looks at James and then at Meredith. What are you talking about? Can you take them with you in your pack? And she is so serious that both Max and James know that this is not a joke. You are serious. And James goes and sits on Max's sofa. Of course I am serious, James. I thought a lot about this. She just gave birth a few days ago to a baby boy, and I think that Max already told you about those fucking traitors form our pack. She was drugged. That's why she was so aggressive in the last period. Darling, and Max made her watch him. They don't deserve such kindness. They deserve to become rogues and live a hard life, paying for all their sins. Who are we to judge them, Max? And Meredith lets Artemis to come to surface, and her eyes are glowing. Are our sins less important than theirs? And she just look in his eyes. Mine's or yours, James, even if I know that you are like a saint for me. And she just smiles at her brother. The fact is that a sin is a sin no matter who did it, and given the severity of their crimes, maybe we are likely to underrate the consequences of our own actions, thinking that they were more wrong than us. And she just detached herself from his embrace and took 2 steps back, so now both James and Max can see her. You are responsible for Veronica, Max. You didn't want to see her like this, but her sick mind went in the wrong direction, and for a pathologic love for you, she did all those crimes she did. You are responsible for her, and I am too. You are not, Max said almost commandingly. You can fool yourself thinking that, but I am, because I am a royal, and if we would have lived in a different era, I would have been her queen. She is my responsibility, she and any werewolf being in this world. Artemis lets her energy show up, and even if she is in human form, she is glowing. Mer, James whispered, looking at her like some goddess came from heaven, but Max, on the other hand, comes near and caresses her cheek with his fingers. You are so beautiful, he tells her, completely mesmerized by her appearance. And you are the most handsome alpha in the universe, she said, winking at him, remembering how she mocked him a few minutes earlier. What about Castellano? James asked her. He is not a danger for your pack, James. He just wants to live in peace with his mate and his son. Probably his beta will follow him, but he will not create problems. If he will, I will kill him by myself, because this is the only chance I gave him. You are doing this for Kara, isn't it? Suddenly Max asked her. For Kara, for Leia, for Sam's father, for baby Amadeo, for me, even for you, Max. And she just stood there glowing even harder. There was an old saying in Eastern Europe. I met one Romanian in Paris, a very cheerful and kind colleague, and he was one of the few people there who didn't put me in the corner at the beginning. He was just like me, an immigrant, but he was always kind. And I asked him once why he is so kind with everyone, and he simply said that what goes around comes around, and that means that one good turn deserves another one in return. And that means, Max said, that those 3 deserve nothing, and he is damned serious. Max, Meredith whispers, coming near and putting her arms around his waist. Do you believe me? Of course I do. And he can't stop looking in her topaz eyes. Then help me to help them. Just think about it. In James' pack, they will be under my family surveillance all the time, but far enough from here to never disturb us. What if you come to visit me, Mer? James asked, frowning. I can deal with them, James. But Kara, Leah, Sam, they can't cope with seeing them here, and I can't stay and let them suffer. Shit! And James gets up from the sofa. You are too kind. And he just came near and wants to hold her, but Max already holds her in his arms. I will take them with me, Mer, but if they try something, I will not be responsible for what I will do. They won't believe me, she said, and looking in Max's eyes, she just whispered, that baby needs to live in a normal pack, so in the future to become a good man. And you, James, are the perfect alpha to show him that. I will leave you alone. And James just wants to exist, and looking back at the way Max looks at her, like a puppy, he can swear that he is glowing a little too, just because he holds her. Max, he said just before he existed, your sofa stinks. Jerk? He whispered and kissed his mate directly. Just stop banging my sister on that couch, or next time when I come here and sit on it, there will be a risk of getting pregnant. James, Max growled. Get out! All right, but what a pity. That was a really good sofa, and he runs outside. I will break his legs and put them on his ass. Max said, looking at the door. You will not, because he will save you from those 3 pains in your ass. Meredith goes to the door and turned the key, closing it. And Max raised an eyebrow and almost ran to her. Do you have any plans, Mrs. Cruz? Lots of plans, actually. And now Artemis retreats a little bit, but not too much, just to give Meredith half of her control back. She lifts his t-shirt from its hem and leaves Max only in his jeans, because since he worked more from home, he is more casual, and Meredith just adores him this way. She takes a step back to watch him. You are like Noah Mills in that Calzedonia commercial, she said, licking her lips, and she sees how Max reacts seeing her like this. So in the end, I am not so bad, he said, laughing at her. No, hubby, she whispered, coming closer and slipping her hand on his pants, making him escape a moan. You are the best, author's POV. What hell is going on here? Max growled, coming into the dining room where a big commotion happened, and Meredith followed him immediately. What is he doing here? Francoise growled, seeing Vincenzo Castellano and his beta just staying calm, because James sent after him. I need to speak with him, because I am leaving this morning. What's your problem, Francoise? And James is damned furious right now. As a human, Francois was tolerated, but as a werewolf, he really needs to know where his place is. But Francois just jumps to hit Castellano. Stop right now, Max commands him, using his alpha command and making Francois to remain there, shivering in fury because he can't oppose Max. All this time he stayed here, James. All this time after he hurt Leia and Kara, he was here in dungeons, after that on the warrior's floor, running around as if nothing happened. And now he came here? For what? He growls, shocking everyone. I commanded you to shut the fuck up, Francois. Max said, looking straight at him. Why are you still talking? Because I want to. Francois growled at Max, shocking everyone, because at the beginning it seemed that he submitted to Max. What the hell is going on here? Carter and Grandpa Cruz said at the same time, looking at Francois, who was fuming like a steam engine. I am sorry, Max, Francois said. You are my alpha, but this, and he pointed to Castellano. He has no right to be here, to torment my mate with his presence. And he starts to walk to Castellano to drag him out of the room, and why not go give him some punches in account of Leia. How the fuck is he opposing you? Sam asks and jumps in front of Francois to stop him from hurting Castellano. Even himself can't believe that this happened, that he is defending Castellano, but as soon as he tries to stop Francois, he is pushed so hard by him that he flies 2 meters from there and hits the ground. Francois! Leia yelled and ran to him, holding him in her arms to stop this madness. What the fuck is going on here? Carter asks again. This shouldn't be possible. Max is his alpha, and all the eyes are on Francois. Please, Franco, Leia whispered, holding him in her arms. Please leave him alone. You are disrespecting Max, and this will have consequences. Please, and she starts to cry, scaring him. Max just looks at him, and he is still throwing arrows full of hater to Castellano, but at least he doesn't move anymore. "You fucking jerk!" Sam yelled, and coming near, he punched Francois in his face. But just when the second punch was ready to come, Francois just caught his arm and twisted it behind his back, making Sam scream. And that's it. Meredith goes near, and touching Francois' arms, he just whispers, "Calm down, Francois." "Please, Francois," Leia cried her heart out. Sam is right. This is disrespecting, but under Meredith's powers, he can't do anything, and he just lets Sam go, but still looking ugly to Castellano. Again, and Carter came near Francois. "How is something like this possible?" "I have a few ideas." Max said, looking at him without hater. Somehow he understands Francois, but he is a member of his pack. He can't just challenge his command in front of everyone, even if he is what Max thinks. "James," he said, looking at his brother-in-law and best friend, and James started to walk to Castellano. "You will come with me, and starting from today, you will be a member of my pack." James said, but Castellano growled at him. "I will not leave my mate here, and my son also, just because this new werewolf can't control his anger. Where my mate is, I will stay too." "And me too," Craig said, also growling at James. "Will you shut the fuck up?" Meredith yelled, shocking everyone. "You didn't tell him anything last night?" she asks, looking at James. "No, after dinner and our discussion, I focused just on Lori," James said, and looked at Lori, who was watching him a little bit panicked. "Goddess!" she said. "Look, Vincenzo," she said. "You will go with my brother, you, Craig, Veronica, and baby Amadeo. All of you will live in my former pack. Here is no place for you anymore, and I am sure that you know why. Your simple presence hurts a lot for some of my friends, and I want a happy pack. It's better for you too to go with James." "So Veronica and Amadeo will come with me?" he asks, almost unbelieving. "They will, but if you try something, anything in my brother's pack, I will kill you with my own hands, Castellano. This is your only chance to live normal again. Your former pack doesn't exist anymore. James went to Seattle after you ran and helped them find where to stay. Some of them become lone wolves, and they are leaving with the humans, but some of them followed James." And she just watched in the room at Kara and Leia when she said, "Go and take Veronica and leave this place. And remember, I am watching you." "Yes, I will," he said, visibly emotional. He takes a few steps, but he turns suddenly and starts to run to Meredith. "Watch out!" everyone yelled in panic when they see Meredith caught by Castellano. Max growls and also catches Castellano, but just when he wants to pull him after Meredith, she touches his armor and mindlink him. "I am fine. This stupid is just crying," and she lifts her gaze and watches Max. "He is touching you," Max growls. "Just let him have this, and after this, he will be history in our pack." Everyone just stays there and watches Vincenzo Castellano, the capo di tutti capi, when it comes about rogues, mobs, crimes, and all the bad things from Werewolf's world, how he just stays there and cries in repentance. "I am so sorry for everything. I was a stupid. I needed to lose everything, even my human part, to understand that I should have stopped Vincenzo a long time ago. I am so sorry," he whispered, and letting Meredith go, he just watched Kara and Leia. So sorry, but the poor women just stay there unbelieving that this is real. "Just take Veronica from here. Is best for everyone. In my brother pack, you will be simple members. There will be no status for either of you, but the other option is to become rogues and risk your life daily." "I will go with your brother. Of course I will go with him." And he walks near James and bows his head, but just before leaving he said, "Our world lost a lot, losing its royals. You would have been a great queen, Meredith Cruz. You are just a perfect being." And he exists, leavening everyone with their mouths open. "What the fuck was that?" Luke asked, because all this time he was just holding Vivi in his arms, whose heart was so scared. "The end of a horrible chapter," Meredith said and signaled everyone to sit and eat, but Max just looks at Francois and says, growling, "Francois Cassel!" "Shit!" Luke and Leia said at the same time. "Alpha, he doesn't know the werewolf's laws. Please don't punish him. I will speak with him," Leia said, almost bursting in tears. "Man," both Sam and Luke said. "She is right. Give him another chance." And Sam holds his nose because Francois broke it when he punched him in the face. "Give him a chance?" Max asked, looking at Meredith, who nodded to him. "You and me, Francois, after breakfast in the training room. I will give you the chance to explain by yourself what happened here. Author's POV. As soon as their breakfast, Max signaled to Francois to follow him, to the horror of everyone. Please, Max, Luke said. I will do anything for you, just don't kill him. He was stupid. He doesn't know how to act in front of his alpha. Now, Francois, Max growled, seeing that Leia held him, and cried. Please, Alpha, she begs. We just found each other. But Max turns his back and starts to walk to the training room, and Francois starts to follow him, while Leia falls to her knees and bursts in tears. Everything will be fine, Leia, Meredith mind-link her. If he crosses the line, I will stop Max by myself. Trust me, Francois will not be hurt in this. He is just stupid, Mer. Please, I don't want to lose him. He was a fool from the first day I met him. And she continues to cry. Come, Meredith said, and looking at Luke, she commanded him. Help her. I need to go after your proud, arrogant, and self-admiring Alpha and stop him from whatever he has in his head. And she starts to run after them, followed by Sam and Kara. In the middle of the training room, Max is circling Francois like some eagle. Fight with me, Francois. Max commands, but Francois just looks at him, and without knowing that this is not normal at all, he said, No, I will not attack you. What's wrong with you? I told you that I am sorry, but that jerk hurt my mate. I couldn't just stay and look at him as if nothing happened. Attack me, Max growled, and all their friends were horrified. No, I will not attack you, and Francois growls at Max as well. What's wrong here? Max asks through their mind link, looking at Meredith, who just stays perplexed. It's impossible, she said. I never heard about something like this. There's only one way to test this, and Max starts to advance to Francois full of rage. Don't kill him. Leia yelled, He is just stupid, and she collapsed on the ground, cried so hard that scared Vivi and Kara. For the last time, Francois, Max said using his Alpha command. Attack me! And for the last time, no! I will not attack you! Attack him, you motherfucker! Luke yelled at him and jumped in the middle of the training room to hit Francois, but Francois just pushed him and Luke almost flew in the air. Shit! Francois said, trying to run to Luke, but out of nowhere Sam grabs Francois, and using all his beta force he barely budges him, but he yells in pain from the impact. Holy fucking shit! Sam yelled while Kara ran to him to help him sit back on his feet. What is he made from? Sam asks, holding his arms that seems broken. I am so sorry, Sam. Francois said, trying to help him, but Max let him enough, and under the horrified look he jumps in the air and hits Francois with all him force, putting him to the floor. You fucking jerk, he said. I told you to attack me, but you didn't submit to me. Look what you've done. And he tries to punch him again, but something in Francois triggered, and growling he pushed Max and also punched him in the face, putting him down. Max, Meredith cried. Max, Stark said. This is not right. It is impossible for a werewolf to disobey his alpha without becoming a rogue. But he is not disobeyed. He just doesn't want to fight with us. And he is damned strong. Never in this life I was put down so easily by another werewolf or another alpha. What's his status? Max asked, looking Francois in the eye. Fuck if I know, dude, Stark said. He's too strong to be a beta, but it is impossible to be an alpha. A newborn alpha without lineage was never heard. Is he a Lycan? Max asked, horrified. Is not, Meredith said. How did you know what I was thinking? And Max just looks at her. Another royal bullshit, Meredith said, smiling. Don't ask. Not, he is an alpha. I am sure. A miraculous alpha. That's why he is not submitting. Is against his nature to do that. Is not his fault. An alpha? And Max just turns his head and faces Francois, who just looks at him. Stark, he whispered. Beat him hard. Let's see what he is able to do. And Stark doesn't need a second thought, and he transforms and attacks Francois, who jumps over him, and in the middle of his way back to the floor, he transforms and leaves Avi to take control. I said that I don't want to fight. Avi, Francois Wolf growled. Holy shit, everyone growled. Avi is just as big as Stark, and they become mute and just watch in horror what's going on. Stark attacks again and bite Avi's left paw, dragging him on the floor, but with a lot of force, Avi's claws landed on Stark's back and are stuck in Max's body. I don't want to hurt you, Avi said. Too late for that. Stark growls again, and even if a lot of blood flows on his back, he hits Avi again, and with his experience in the end, puts him down, making him submit. Francois, Leia cried, running to him, while Avi just lay full of blood. You stupid man. Why didn't you do what he asked for? I didn't want to fight. I hate fighting without a good reason, he said with a weak voice, while Leia just caresses his fur and cries her heart out seeing her mate so wounded. You exaggerate a bit, don't you think? Meredith asked Max, who transforms in his human form and takes her in his arms. Just hold me, Mer, he whispered. That jerk almost made me shit on me. I never got a punch as hard as he gave it to me. And laughing a little, he said, Castle shook my world, literally. Meredith holds him and looks at his back. Your wounds are already healing, and she kissed him. You will be fine. Castle, Max said, and Avi gave back the control to Francois, who now lay naked on the training room. Damned French, Sam said. That thing has at least 11 inches, and he covers Kara's eyes while Leia helps Francois to put some clothes on him, but Kara takes his hand from her eyes and smiles. Nice, she whispered, making Sam almost faint. Kara Jackson, he said. Yes, sweetheart, she blinks her eyelashes at him. Stop looking, he said, being scared that she will not be impressed by him after she saw Francois naked, but Kara just whispers in his ear. Just to be clear, you got it thicker than he does, and she kissed him, leaving him with his mouth wide open. Close your mouth, sweetheart, she tells him, laughing. The action is in the middle of the training room. Sam just turns his head to see Francois already wearing some jeans and looking at Max. I am sorry, Max, he said. I didn't want to. I am so sorry, and he pulls Leia in his embrace to make her stop from crying. It is not your fault, Max said and took Meredith's hand in his hand. But we need to talk. We will. I will do anything you want. Just don't put me in a fight with you again, because I will not do it. And Francois looks at him very calmly, with authority and dignity. There is no need, because I already know why you acted like this. And pulling Meredith closer, he continues, I should have known since your first transformation. You were bigger than any other newborn werewolf I ever saw. And giving him his hand, he smiled and said, Alpha Castle, we need to talk about how to make things work between us. And I swear to you that the rest of the gang just pee on them, and in the entire training room only one question echoed. Alpha? Author's POV. All the men, joined by Carter and Grandpa Cruz and also Meredith, were in Max's office looking at the poor Francois who doesn't understand anything. I don't understand, Grandpa Cruz said. He is an alpha? A real alpha? Just as I am, or my son, or you? Yes, Grandpa, Max said very seriously. Don't ask me why, because I don't understand either how something like this is possible, but after I married my mate, divorced her and found her again just to realize what I've done. After I found out that she is a primordial wolf, and more than that, she is a royal, believe me, none of this is any surprise to me. What should we do? He can't stay here as an alpha, Carter said with authority. An alpha needs a pack. I need nothing, Francois said. With all the respect, Mr. Cruz, he continued. You know nothing about me. Just the fact that I am French and that I acted like damned stupid with Leia, but you know nothing about me. Calm down, Francois, Luke said. I will not. If I let them talk like that and not defend myself, they will send me away from here, just because Avi is strong. No one is sending you away from here, Francois, Meredith said, coming closer to him and taking his hand in her hand. You are my dearest friend. I will never let them send you away from here. This is your home. You promise? He asked, looking deep in her eyes. I promise. And she looked at Carter and Grandpa Cruz. He is not that type of alpha. He is a good man and he loves Leia too much to choose power at the expense of his mate. I will never hurt her again, he said and looked at Max and then at Luke. They know that, Francois. Stop worrying about that. And she leaves him there and goes to Max. Max, this must be a gift from the goddess. Look at Francois this way. He is a strong alpha. He almost beat your ass and he is a newborn werewolf without training. Sam and Luke are fantastic, but with Francois here, we are stronger. Just think who is coming after me. He will help us a lot if he will join the warriors. Of course I will, Francois exclaimed. Leia and me will fight for you, Mare, no matter what. You see, she smiled at them. He is not a danger here. He is still our friend. But this is strange, Grandpa said, still looking at Francois weirdly. What if someday he will revolt against Max because he will realize that he needs a pack too? I will kill him in the next second, Meredith said without looking at Francois. But I assure you that something like that will never happen. I can't believe it. Luke said, we escaped by Veronica and that fucking Castellano, and we've got this. But he is laughing saying that, and he winks at Francois. Now I can't to threaten him that I will beat him if he doesn't behave nicely with my sister. You don't need to beat me for that. I will beat by myself up if I ever make her suffer again. Francois tells him and starts to walk until he is in front of Max. He extends his arms to Max and continues, I swear to you, Max, I don't want to harm your position and I will never rise against you in this pack. I just want to live in peace, in the house that you gave me, to raise my kids here and live happily ever after. That's so sweet, Luke said in a girlish voice, making everyone laugh. Shut up, Luke, Francois said and slapped him over his head, moving him 1 foot further. What the hell, man? Luke yelled, unbalancing. Sorry, and Francois runs to him. I was just joking. Joking, you moved my head for the goddess's sake. He is strong, Carter said after some time. Meredith is right. With the proper training, he could be brilliant. Then we are fine here, Max said. I promise that I will never provoke you again, but here in this pack you will submit to me. I will, and Avi too, he said, even if Avi is growling in his mind. Now let's go. Your girls have a little and die from stress, trying to eavesdrop. Max started to laugh and signals to Sam to open the door, and all the girls fell in a jumble over each other on the ground. Vivi, Luke yelled, seeing her on the floor over the rest of the girls. I am fine, she said, caressing her baby bump, but Luke continued to search on her. Stop it, she said, and looking at Francois, who was helping Leia to get up from the floor, she asked, So will he stay here? Of course he will, Luke said and kissed her directly and put a hand over her tummy and felt his pup movements. Holy guacamole, she said. I was so scared. And Francois just looks at her and smiles. He was always the best at everything since he was a little boy. The most handsome boy, the most educated, the smartest, and when he became an adult, the most talented, the richest designer, the most handsome man in France. Everything around him was related to perfection and power. Of course, he is an alpha. This will be strange, Grandpa Cruz said, this time more calm, because Auntie Jen came near and holds the old man hand. But we can do that, Carter said in the end. Meredith said that this is something good, and I trust her intuition. So are we really doing this? Should we call him Alpha? Sam asked, mocking Francois. If you want to have a head on your shoulders, I will keep my mouth closed, Francois said. There is only one Alpha here, and that one is Max. He was just joking, Max laughed at him. But I would like to see you giving him a good ass-whooping. No one will beat no one. Meredith stopped them, and taking the lead, she simply said, Or I will beat all of you. Yes, ma'am, the boys said, laughing. Let's go and take our kids. Mom must be exhausted with 3 pups on her head. Mère, Francois mind-link her while they exist Max's office. Merci beaucoup. You received a gift, Franco, she tells him. Be worthy on it. I will, Mère. Author's POV. Francois Leia whispered as soon as they were in their house from the back of Max's garden. Are you sure that Max will not punish you for fighting against him? And she cuddled in his arms on the sofa from their not so spacious but very homey. He won't, Francois said, and took her and placed her in his lap, facing her, so that now she was with her legs on each side of his body. Leia placed her arms around his neck and leant her forehead on Francois's forehead. How can you be so sure about this? You know nothing about an alpha's pride. What you did, Francois, is unforgivable. Then it must be the fact that I am an alpha too, but he said that we are fine, and I believe him, love. If not for his word for Meredith's, she will never let him go against me. What we have together is beyond any family ties. And Leia's heart becomes uneasy. She distanced herself from Francois just a little so that now she can watch him, and scared, she asked, You two have been together? She just watched him. He is her mate now. She knows that he is hers, and she knows that he was with other women before her. But if he was with Meredith, who is so perfect and everything a man could hope, she will never feel enough for him anymore. She will never be as perfect as Meredith is, or that's what she thinks. What? Francois asked her a little bit in panic, realizing what's going on with her mind. He looks at her and feels her emotions, and her saddened face make his heart shiver. "Look at me, Leia." He commands her and lifts her chin so that now she is looking straight in his eyes. "Between me and Meredith was nothing romantic. She was my student at the beginning. Are we clear?" "You are not lying to me?" she asked, almost crying. "I would never do something like this, Leia," he said, visibly annoyed. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And he is hurt by her reaction. "I am sorry," she said and held him in her arms. "I am sorry, but I know that I am not so beautiful and elegant and smart and perfect as she is, and—" "Leia Cassell," Francois growled at her, making her startle. "I will tell this only one time, and you better do to put it in your mind, because next time I will not be so calm. There was nothing between me and Meredith. She and her family saved my sister. She suffered because of my family and was kidnapped with Vivi. She is just a friend, my only friend actually, because until I met her, I never had a friend, or Vivienne." And Francois puts his palm on Leia's face and caresses her cheek. "She is not Prefect, Leia, you are. When I saw you for the first time, I was so shocked that I can't even explain to you. You are perfect, Leia. You are beautiful, the most beautiful woman I ever saw. You are strong and a perfect athlete and warrior, and I always was impressed by women that can fight side by side with men." "You do?" Leia asked and started to smile at him. "Yes, I really do," and he kissed her, putting his arms around her waist. "I never liked sophisticated women, those elegant women that all day have nothing else to do than looking in the mirror and trying to attract all the looks. I was with those women, I will not lie to you, but I never intended to be with them forever." And Leia looked at him and placed her legs around his waist. "So you like me? I think that my body speaks for me. Don't you think so?" And he kissed her directly until she couldn't breathe anymore. "I love you, Leia Castle. You are my wife in human laws and werewolves' laws. You are mine. In this world, I never met someone to satisfy me more than you do. All this time, I was just thinking how marvelous you are and that I am just so weak, while you are so strong and perfect. I was so afraid that one day you will get bored dragging me after you all the time." "I wasn't upset for protecting you," Leia whispered. "I liked every minute with you in bed, in this tiny house, in the training room. I will never get bored being with you. Meredith will not let Max to hurt me because she knows that in this world other than her and Vivi, I had none until I met you. We promised each other after the attack that we will protect each other no matter what. With your previous fighting skills, you wouldn't be able to fight, not even a mosquito." Leia laughed. "So you are mocking me now?" Francois asked, raising an eyebrow. "Qui moi?" the little brat of his mate asked, fussing in his lap and making him even more hardened than he was. "You've just told me a few minutes ago that it is not good to provoke an alpha, and now what are you doing?" Francois asked and took her in his arms and got up with her. "I was mated with a handsome guy who was just a simple werewolf until today, and suddenly I found out that he is an alpha. I feel cheated," she said, blinking a few times at him. "You do?" And he started to laugh. "And why is that?" "Because I am," and she kissed him on his neck, right where her mark stays. "I want to meet the alpha on you, Francois," she whispered. "You will," he said, but stopped with her in his arms in the middle of the room. "But just to be clear, my past is history. Are we clear?" he asked in a very commanding way. "Yes, my alpha," she whispered, and Francois and Avi escaped a moan at the same time. "If you ever doubt my love for you again, I promise that you will get the greatest rebuke that you ever saw." And he used his alpha command, and that made Leia so aroused that she started to shiver in pleasure in his arms, just feeling him so strong. "You would have been a great alpha," she whispered. "You are so perfect, Francois," she whispered. "Then we are even. You are perfect. I am perfect. That means that we are a perfect match." And he lets his shorts fall on his ankles along with his boxers. He lifts her little skirt and places himself in, right there in the middle of their living room, while he just stay on his feet, with Leia coiled around his waist. "Oh my goddess," he whispered, feeling her contracting her walls around him, and he simply couldn't wait to go to their bedroom, and glued her to the first wall and started to rotate his hips so she would feel every inch of him. He used all his alpha power this time, because just knowing what he is made from, made him so confident that blew Leia's brains and made her cry in pleasure as she never did. "I love you, Francois," she cried. "I love you too, chérie," he whispered and started to laugh. "Shit, I like this Alpha thing. You must teach me how to use it." "Oh, darling," Leia laughed. "Be sure I will." For the first time since they met, the things were clear between them. There was no more fear, no more panic and insecurities around. The past was left behind. Their personal enemies were gone, the real nature of their relationship was relieved, and they were more in love than before. Who said that the truth will make us free was right? They were just what they needed. They were just a perfect match, just as every match made in heaven. Author's POV. "So?" Sam asked the next day while they were having their breakfast. "What should we do with this alien Alpha?" And Luke choked with water hearing him. "Sam, leave my brother-in-law alone, or I will ask him to move your nose again," and he started to laugh. "Keep dreaming," Sam said, throwing him an ugly look. "He will start to train seriously," Max said, coming into the room with Theo on one arm and the other one around Meredith's waist. He sits in his place and pulls Meredith on one leg and baby Theo on the other one, making her lay on his abdomen and watch the whole gang. "Let me hold Ray," Lisa said, and took her and Max took advantage of the situation, and now Meredith is totally in his lap, feeling him how he reacts at her touch. "I will not train with this brute," Sam said. "Oh," Luke started to laugh. "Our beta is scared?" "I am not." He almost screamed, but he annoyed me yesterday when he objected in front of Max. He didn't want to. His wolf was the one who stayed straight, and he acted like a real alpha, but that's something you will never know because you are just a beta. Luke mocked him. "Shitty gamma," Sam whispered. "Kara, sweetheart," Luke said, laughing. "Do you remember that I owe you dinner?" And Vivi looked scared at him, but Luke holds her hand and tells her through their mind link how he lied to Sam that he will take Kara away from him when he was undecided about her and rejected her. And she just pouted, playing like an actress. "You are still in love with her?" Vivi asked, and everyone became pale. "I will kill you," Sam growled. "She is mine," and his twins woke up and started to cry hearing him so furious. "Sammy, love," Kara said, taking his hand and placing herself in his lap. "He is just mocking you. I am sure that if you tell him that you will train with Francois, he will leave you alone." "No," and Sam holds her too tight in his arms that poor Kara can't even breathe. "Those two have teamed up to take you from the... First, this Frenchie showed you his small weenie, and now his brother-in-law wants to take you away from me. I don't have a small dick," but Leia just puts a hand over Francois's mouth. "They know. Just shut up, please." And looking at them, she said, "If you two are so afraid to train him, I will do it," and she winks at him. "I am the best female warrior. Pete Silverstone will help, and he will take all the beat. Is the perfect way to show his loyalty," she started to laugh. "He will become Francois's punching bag." "Are you for real?" Luke asked her. "I am not afraid of Franco." "Me neither," Sam said, offended. "Then what's the problem?" Max asked, looking at them. "How can he be an alpha?" Sam pouted. "Oh my goddess!" Grandpa Cruz said, "He is jealous," and every eye in the room was on Sam. "I am not, but it is not fair," she said. "Why was the goddess so good with him?" he asked. "He said that we are animals at the beginning, and now she is the strongest animal of our kind." "He's not," Max said. "I beat him." And looking at Meredith, he laughed again. "And Mer can beat all of us." "Then she should train him," Sam said again. "You are impossible, Sam," Max said, and looking at Meredith, he kissed her with a lot of passion. "We will all train, and the problem is solved." And as soon as breakfast was done, they went to the training room, where all the warriors were looking for him. "Bring Pete Silverstone here," Max said to one of his warriors, and watching Sam, he continued. "Did you trace his phone?" "Yes, since we caught him a few days ago, his phone stood with me." "And?" Carter asked, coming closer. "That fucking Manganiello insists to find why was Meredith so strong, and asked about Mark Dickens. He tried to call Pete a few times. And right then they saw Pete coming in the training room. "Alpha," he said, bowing his head. "I hope that those days made your head clear. Choose today whom you want to serve. If you want, you can stay here, just as my wife said. Also, if you want to serve your father, you are able to do it, but you will die today." "I want to be here, Alpha," Pete said. "I will do anything." He is sincere, Meredith whispered, and Max looked at her, squeezing his eyes. You read his mind? He asked through MindLink. Yes, Max, and he really wants to stay here. Your family made him love this place. Call Manganiello, Max said and put the phone in Pete's hand. Call him here and tell him that you couldn't call him because we caught Mark and you needed to act in secret because you felt that we were watching you. And Pete do not hesitate and calls Michelle Manganiello almost in an instant. Why the fuck didn't you answer my calls? They could hear Manganiello yelling at his son. They caught Mark, father. I needed to lie low for a few days or so until things calmed down. And he looked into Max's eyes. Manganiello asked, not caring about Mark not even a second. Yes, father. Meredith Cruz was so strong just because she was a royal is nothing else. I hear her talking with her husband. Is kind of like a power, because it seems that the royals sometimes have powers. Sometimes? Manganiello laughed. You are so stupid. They always have powers. That's why we are hunting them with so much pleasure. And he just stayed for a few seconds. Petra, are you sure there is nothing else I should know? No, father. She is just a regular royal, Pete said and closed his eyes, praying to the goddess to help him not to be exposed. You are my eyes there, Petro. Do that and all will be well. You will come back and live here with me. Manganiello said and ended the call. Do that and he will kill you in the next second. He will not need you anymore, Carter said. I know, Alpha, and Pete looked at Max and then at Meredith. I swear to you that I would rather die defending you, my Luna, than to go back there. This is my home and I want to live here as your pack member than to go back as my father's son. After Sam and Luke, you are our top warrior. You will train with us, but in the fight you will never stay close to me or my wife, Max said. I will do everything you want, Alpha. Just let me prove to you that in my heart there is only one place where I want to be. Meredith takes Max's hand and whispers, In this case, it's time to kick some ass, and she winked at Pete, making him relax. Let's go. Author's POV. Damn you, Francois, Sam cried, sprawled out on the training mat. Sorry, man, and Franco just walked away from him. He is like a bull. Max doesn't hit so hard. He knows that we are not a match for him, but this jerk just uses all his force. She said that I can, so I did it, Francois said, pointing to Meredith. Will you stop crying all day, Sam? And this time Meredith is already annoyed. Next time you will fight with me, and I promise you that I will show you what force means. He was joking, Mer, Kara said, coming in with Elias and Isabel in her arms, but seeing her, Sam jumps on his feet as if that mat burned him. Kara! Sam suddenly yelled, and leaving Franco alone, he runs directly to his mate and took the babies from her arms. Why are you carrying them? What if you get tired? And he holds them, but his eyes are on Kara. Sam, you are overreacting, Vivi said. I am not. She made a lot of effort to bring them into this world. I've been there, and I know what I say. Why carry them again? She needs Samuel Jackson, Kara said, and looking ugly at him, she took Elias in her arms. Give my baby girl back, she growled at him. No, you are tired. And he stole Elias from her arms again and walked away with the twins while she just stayed there and looked at his back. Every time I try, he doesn't let me do anything. I feel like I will strangle him soon, and she walks after him, cursing him in her heart. Give me my babies, she yelled at him. No, and he put them on his shoulder, both of them, holding them with one hand, and turning around, he took Kara with the other hand and lifted her as if she was a koala. Sam, she screamed in panic, thinking that he will drop the kids. Stay still, woman, he said, and walked to the pack house with his arms full. I will punish you for defying me this way. I told you to take care of you. Why do you work so much? Sam, she said in the end, holding him in her arms. This is not nothing. They are my pups. I love staying with them and carrying them all day. Can't you see how sweet they are? Because they look like you. And he kissed her and took her to their condo to spend time together, being deeply in love with each other. But meanwhile, in the training room, the gang was laughing hard. You would say that Sam was on his period. All day long, he mocked Francois, and he wasn't pleased with anything. Leave him alone, Max said. He is just stressed with everything that happened in the last weeks. It's not easy to digest all we went through. and he looked around and saw Theo coming in Lisa's arms. "There's my favorite baby girl." He laughed and stretched his arms and took her just to hear her saying, "Dada!" "What?" Everyone screamed in happiness and came in a rush closer. "Say it again, baby girl," Max said. "Dada! That's not fair," Meredith said, pouting her lips at Max. "I don't care," Max mocked her. "She is my baby girl. Dada!" Theo repeated again, seeing that everyone was fussing around her. "Those pups are so precocious that they are scary, man," Luke said, looking at her. "She is almost 4 months old and she is already saying Dada?" "Maybe she is like her mommy," Carter laughed. "With so many powers, it would not be strange to find out that Theodora is also gifted." "No," Max said in panic. "She needs to be normal, not to attract all the eyes on her. She needs to be happy. That's the only thing she needs to achieve in this world." And he looks at Meredith while he holds his sweet pup in his arms. "Mini-me," Max whispered in Theo's ear. "What would you say if I will take you and your mommy and go home?" And he kisses her forehead, and Theo just says again, "Dada!" "Let's go home, darling," Max whispered. "Our daughter wants to stay with us." "She told you that?" Luke asked, laughing hard. "Of course. It's a daddy-daughter thing. Watch and learn, Wolfie," Max said and walked away, holding Theo on his shoulder and Meredith by one hand. "I don't like this," Carter said to Lisa. "Since those babies came into this world, they have ignored us," and he frowned. "Are you for real, love? You are jealous of your granddaughter?" "Is not that, it's just that I feel old," Carter whispered, making Grandpa Cruz laugh hard. "Welcome to the club, brat," he said to his son. "You don't feel old for nothing, Alpha Carter," Luke said. "You are old," and he ran away from there instantly, while Vivi ran after him. "Those scoundrels," Carter said, disapproving them by nodding with his head. "Why did they all run?" Francois said, looking around. In the training room, only him and Leia and the old men are now. Pete was sent to the infirmary after Francois broke his leg by mistake. "I want to train. I really like this new side of me. Shit, I am damned strong," Francois said, making a happy dance. "You are, Franco, but I believe that they didn't go to play with their pups. They just run from you." And Leia laughs so hard that makes Franco's heart to skip a beat. "Shit," he whispered, and looking at Carter and Grandpa Cruz, he said, "Excuse me, Alpha, but this woman plays games with my mind. I need to have a talk with her." And he took her in his arms and also ran with her right to his house. "So are we alone now?" Lisa asked, looking around. "Yeah," Auntie Jen said. "Just as we planned." "Are you ready, Jen?" Carter asked, looking at her as she started to stretch her arms. "More prepared than ever," she simply said. "Evil is coming after our girl, and I need to be ready to fight too." "I never trained in my life," the poor woman said, "but Bradley gave me the strength to believe that I can do more." "Let's do it," Carter said and walked in the middle of the training room. "I am proud of you," Grandpa Cruz whispered, kissing her lips slowly. "I would have trained you by myself if this fucking cane didn't stood in my way. It's enough for me to know that you are here," Auntie Jen said and went after Carter, while Lisa sat near Grandpa. "She is the best, Father," Lisa whispered, watching the way Auntie Jen moves as if she has been doing this her whole life. "Yes, she is. I lost so many years with her because I was a stupid, but I will give her so much love and I will cherish her so much that she will forget how stupid I was." And he just looked at her as she learned everything that Carter showed her. This is a time of preparation, just as Auntie Jen said. Every pack member must realize that now is time to become the very best version of themselves. Your friends will believe in your potential, your enemies will make you live up to it. Author's POV. "What's with your face?" Meredith asked, seeing Max frowned. "MaxLine," he said, grumbling. "What can be so hard to have a proper secretary who can deal with my business?" Meredith just looks at him and she knows exactly why he is acting like this, but she can't help it and says, "We can ask James to send Veronica back if you want to." "Meredith Cruz." Max screamed like a panicked woman, and Meredith can't hold it anymore, and she is laughing her head off. "Why are you screaming like that, hubby?" She continues mocking him. "Did you just remember something about her?" And Max got up from his office, closed his laptop in a hurry, and came directly to the sofa where Meredith stays, making jokes about him. He lifts her in his arms and slips under her slim and fit body, so that now he is sitting on the sofa and Meredith lays in his lap and in his arms. "1," Max said and kissed his mark on her neck. "Call James and I will punish you. I can't wait for it." Meredith blinked at him. "Oh ho ho, not in that way, sweetheart. No more vigorous activities for you for 1 month." "You wouldn't dare," Meredith said, looking at him as if another head just grew up on his shoulders. "Believe me that I will. I will have blue balls and probably I will walk as if a carrot would be stuck in my ass, but I will do it. Mark my words. If Veronica comes back, you will suffer from my wrath." "You are not funny, Max," and Meredith is relaxing in his arms. "And you are?" But Max is far from being amused by her. 2. She was the stupidest secretary I ever had. I let her work for me for Sam's sake because she was causing problems everywhere. She wasn't even able to sort my emails. I was her secretary. "Oh, poor Alpha," Meredith said, caressing his cheek, and in a split second she pulled him by his ear. "Stop it, woman," Max cried. "I will look like a brown, long-eared bat." "You scoundrel," she said, looking at him. "I just remembered my first day here when I came back. You worked for her? I bet that you worked inside her, most likely." And she wanted to walk from him, but Max caught her and thinned his arms around her. "That was before I met you. After that day, I never touched her. I only wanted you and only you." "He's lying," Stark said. "He was undecided, and he was upset that you are a human. But he's right about not touching that stupid." "Traitor," Max growled. "Suck it," Stark said, laughing in his mind, while Meredith just squeezed her eyes at him. "Is there more that I should know?" And she just watches him, and he is sweating trying to explain himself. 3. Mr. Smith is looking for us, and I don't feel like going to MaxLine. He wants to see you too. It seems that a big deal came in the picture, and your dress from the contest went viral. "That was the perfect dress," Meredith said. "That dress even made our Gamma to accept my crazy human Frenchie friend as his mate. Of course it went viral." But then looking at him, she whispered, "I made that dress thinking of us, at the way in which I would like to look if one day you will be mine for real." "I am yours," Max said, pulling her closer to him and kissing her neck again. "For real and forever. You owe me a wedding, Maximilian Cruz." And Meredith said that, looking in his eyes. "We are legally married, and we had my Luna ceremony, but you still owe me that wedding. We have been married for some time, Mer, and we already have a child," Max said and kissed her. "I suppose that I can live with that in the end." Is not about the wedding, but deep in her heart, Meredith remembers how all the world was talking about her. The ugly woman, the unworthy woman to stand beside someone like Maximilian Cruz. Of course, now everyone knows that the truth was different, but deep inside her heart that still hurts. And seeing that she remained fixed and thinking about something, Max stated, 4. I don't care about what Mr. Smith wants to say. I want to be at home with you and our daughter. Max, we will go together to MaxLine and discuss with him. And Meredith wants to stand up, but Max growls at her. No, and puts his arms around her like a koala. With those jerks after you, you will go nowhere. But right then Artemis took the lead and starts. 1. She can go wherever she wants, and her eyes start to sparkle. 2. I can defend her, and she touches Max in his heart area, making him feel a little bit dizzy. 4. You need to calm down. There was never heard about werewolves with high blood pressure, and I don't want you to be the first one suffering from this. You skipped 3, Max said, and Artemis started to laugh. That part was Meredith's part, and she kissed Max's nose and let Meredith back. What's 3? Max asked, completely lost under her touch. I want to live a normal life, Max. Not fearing and watching over my shoulder at every step or staying hidden in my house. After everything that happened with Mark Dickens and Pete, I think that you should already know that shit can happen no matter how much you try to keep things in order. And your point is? Max asked, but he already knew what she will say. I will not hide anymore in this pack. In the end, they will come here and our dear ones will be hurt because we were scared to face Manganiello and his horde. But we don't know the future, Max. I can die or I can live. Everything is unpredictable. My parents died, but I am more than they were, and I want to believe that I am not what I am for nothing. So we are going to MaxLine together, he asked, looking in her eyes. Of course we will. What if you just hire a new secretary in secret and she will try to steal you from me? She jokes with him because she knows that he will never hurt her again. She knows his mind and his heart. You are impossible. He laughed and stood up and took her in the bridal style. Where are we going? To our bedroom, and he winked at her. If I am going to punish you, I must take you until I will feel intoxicated with you, to be enough for at least a month. And he made a funny face, looking like a broken man. My poor hubby, she whispered in his ear. Don't worry, I will ask James to hold Veronica in his pack. There is no need for such a punishment. In the end, the only one punished here will be you. What do you mean? Max asked, stopping in on his way to their condo. 5, Meredith whispered in his ear. You can't friend-zone me for a month. And why's that? She touched his arm, making him shiver under the millions of tingles. See, she said, laughing. That's why. I get it, he said, and bent to kiss her, but she walked away from him. But I am a good wife, and I support my husband even with impossible goals, Meredith said without looking at him, and started to walk in the opposite direction from their condo. Where are you going? And he ran after her. I will give you space to survive to this unhappy mouth. And she keeps going away from him to Max's horror. He pulls her hand, throws her over his shoulder, and ran directly to their bedroom with her. Lucky that Theo is with Mom, he whispered in her ear. Mr. Smith is waiting for us, Meredith whispered. He can wait, he laughed from that position and mind-linked Sam. Man, and he kissed Meredith's entrance. I need you to go to MaxLine and keep Mr. Smith busy until I will arrive there. I can't, man. I am in the middle of, and Max hears him moaning. Samuel Jackson. He growled, but he closed the mind link in an instant. Shit, I will have bad dreams about this, Stark laughed. Should we mind link Luke? It's at risk, and thinking about MaxLine, he mind links Francois. Can you go to MaxLine and keep Mr. Smith from the fashion contest busy for me? I am in the middle of something, Francois said. If you are having sex too, why the fuck did you answer to me? What? Francois exclaimed, and he took his phone out and sent Max a picture. What's this? Meredith asked, showing Max his phone display and making him growl for making him to take his head from his favorite place. What are you doing in a baby store? He asked Francois, and Max unzipped his jeans and took Meredith without losing another minute. I just felt the need to buy a crib. I want to sleep in it tonight, Francois said, very serious. You have 2 minutes to call Smith and tell him that I'll be late, then meet with him somewhere in the next 2 hours. You call him, Francois said, looking at Leia and putting a hand over the flat abdomen. I can't. I am super busy right now, and he started to do his number. Doing what? Francois mocked him. Making a baby for that furniture you chose, and he ended the mind link, leaving everything behind. You are so mean, Max. Meredith giggled, and she escaped a moan. But you know what? Tell me, sweetheart, he whispered, kissing her abdomen and imagining how it would be to see her tummy growing like a normal pregnancy and enjoy all the process. He envies Sam, Luke, James, and now Francois. When everything will be over, let's make another one. You promise? Max asked and stopped for a second. It's a pinky promise. And Meredith rolled over with him in their bed, and now she is riding him in all her splendor. In this case, I can't punish you. Now that's more like it, Mr. Cruz. And that's the last thing Max knows, because from there, Meredith took him to seventh heaven. Author's POV. Mr. Smith, Max said, coming in as an alpha as he is, making Mr. Smith bowing his head in front of him involuntary. Mr. Cruz, I see that you are a busy man, Mr. Smith said, and he looks at Meredith, who holds his arms and smiles at him politely. And you, Mrs. Cruz, are even more beautiful than I remembered. And the man took her hand and kissed her, making Max growl. What was that? Mr. Smith jumped, hearing him. What was what? Francois asked, amused, seeing him so panicked. I hear something like an animal. And Mr. Smith starts to look around Max's modern office. Oh, Francois says, laughing. That should be my phone ring. And he takes off his phone, and he mimics like he is playing on it and growls without opening his mouth. See? And he just smiles as if it was nothing. It's just a ringtone for my messages. Holy shit, it sounded so real. Mr. Smith said, but Francois just looks at Max and moves his head in a disapproving way. I must confess, the man started. I was surprised to met Mr. Castle here while I was waiting for you. I knew that he is France. Not anymore, Mr. Smith. I married one of Max Crew's relatives, and he almost laughed saying that, and now I am living here in Vancouver. The business in France is doing good. I will miss my classes at the university, but accepting that Vancouver is the perfect place to live for me. So you are here for good? And Mr. Smith looks at Francois and then at Max and Meredith. Holy guacamole! The biggest designer of the world is here, just next door as I could say it. And you are too, he laughs, pointing to Meredith. This is perfect. Tell me when you want to start teaching a class again, and I will arrange everything. And you too, Mrs. Cruz. I am flattered, Mr. Smith, but I think that this is not why you asked for this meeting. Teaching will be funny for Meredith, and she really wants to try this because seeing Francois in Paris, she always asked how it would be to have the chance to prepare future designers according to her vision. You are right, and the man opened his suitcase and put in front of them a draft. This is a great opportunity for you. And he doesn't need to say another thing that Mac already has the document in his hands and read it, min-linking Meredith and Francois while he is doing it. This seems too good to be real. What is this, Mr. Smith? Is it a test or some kind of trap? But Meredith touched his arms, calming him down. I read this for countless time, Mr. Cruz, and I didn't find anything questionable about it. I know how it seems. When the investor came to us and showed us his proposal, we had the same reaction. The Fashion Academy will never be involved in something which might be detrimental to our image. Who's the investor? Max cuts him. That's the only thing that is not clear to us. It's a corporate, not a single investor, and they asked for Mrs. Cruz after they saw her creation at the contest to create a fashion line for their shops. They asked especially for me? Meredith asked and looked directly to Max. Yes, or they will not sign with MaxLine. They want only Mrs. Cruz. She, and she alone, must one day be the designer of this project. Let us think, Meredith said, smiling at Mr. Smith and mind-linking Max and Francois, and also Sam and Luke, who are already here guarding the office. I am afraid that this is not possible, and that's it. Max stands up and wants to grab Mr. Smith by his collar, but Meredith just caught his arm. This is a trap, Max. I know, and this shitty human stays here and wants to trap us in it. I don't feel a bad aura around him, Max. Maybe he is forced to do it, or he is not realizing what he is doing, Meredith said. He might be a hunter. What, do you remember the contest theme? Francois stopped her. There is only one way to find out. And before Max or Francois said something, she looked at Mr. Smith and said, I accept. What's next? What? Max jumped from his seat. You are not? I am, darling, she said and tried to calm him. If this is a trap, next time they will try something closer to our home, and I can't risk that. We need to keep everything far from Theo, Grandpa, Kara, and her babies, far from everyone that counts for us. But this is too risky. We don't even know who's behind this. Max yelled in her head. So what's next? Meredith asked again, this time looking at Mr. Smith. They want to meet you in 2 days in Hamilton. Impossible, Max yelled with a loud voice this time, scaring Mr. Smith to death. Isn't Hamilton a little bit too far from here, Mr. Smith? Francois asked him and makes in his mind 1,000 plans about how to kill someone as famous as Mr. Smith and get away with it, because now he is more than sure that this guy is putting a trap. I'll be there, Meredith simply said. Give us the address and the hour. Darling, Max started, but Meredith said loud enough so that Mr. Smith could hear her. It's a 20 million contract, darling. You saw it with your eyes. This is good for our business, and she kissed him. Now if you will excuse us, we have another meeting, Mr. Smith, and she simply showed him the door, inviting him to leave. You will not regret this, Mr. Smith said. I am already doing it, Max growled, using the mind link and making Meredith smile. As soon as Mr. Smith opened the door, he came face to face with Sam and Luke, Howard giving him some hard looks, and the man almost peed on him. Why the fuck did you accept something like this, Mer? Sam asked, furious. You will put yourself in danger. They are tempting you in a place far from our home. Exactly, this is why I'm doing this, and she takes out her phone and calls her dad. My favorite daughter, Landon Quinn said, laughing. Your only daughter, Dad. Meredith's laugh relaxed as if nothing happened before. "What's up, sweetie?" Landon said. He knows his daughter too well. She is calling them every evening and speaks with them on camera, showing Theo. This is something else. Something happened. "Is James around?" Meredith said. "Can you put it on speaker, please?" "Hi, Mer," they could hear him. "What's going on?" "It started," James's Meredith said directly. "They took the first step. They are tempting us in Hamilton." "What? That's on the other side of the country," James growled. "Exactly. And Max is damned furious. I told her to stay away, but she agreed to go there." And he gives her an ugly look. "That's not a bad thing, but we must have an advantage. They are counting on the fact that we will be far from home and have no place to hide." Landon said, "Because he already sees the scenario. That's why I called you." And Meredith goes to Max and signals him to sit on the sofa. She just stays in his lap and holds him in her arms, making him calm finally. "I need for you to call all the alphas in the area, and not only those, but especially on them. The meeting with those strange people will be in 2 days. I need to meet with them tomorrow and ask for their help, Dad. This is not a fight for only one pack. Those jerks will kill innocent people if I will just stay and wait for them to catch me." "I can do that," Landon said. "I will do that too," James said. "What's the nearest town from Hamilton? The hunters will probably be there. I need to find a place to meet those alphas." "We will meet them in Niagara Falls," suddenly Max said. "There is a lot of water, so our smell will be masked. Ask them to be there tomorrow evening. We have only one chance to do this properly." "We will not let them touch you, Mer," Landon and James said at the same time. "Neither of us," Francois said, growling, and Sam and Luke approved him. "Let's do this," Meredith whispered. "Let's end this madness." Author's POV. "I'm not okay with this, Meredith," Max said, and he called her on her full name. He is damned furious right now, and he can't even look at her. "Max," she whispered, leaving her blazer on their bed and walking to him. He just stays in front of the window, looking outside, with his hands on his chest and cursing the whole world. "Max, don't act like that," she whispered and came behind him, but he moved away from her, and if he could, he would strangle her. "I suggest you to stay away from me," he said without looking at her, and he starts to take off his suit, grabs some shorts and a shirt, and walks directly to the bathroom, leaving Meredith alone. "This scoundrel," Meredith said with tears in her eyes. "How can't he understand why this is a must?" "Because he is too afraid that this will end bad," Artemis said with a weak voice. "But even if I die, all those people I care about will live, Artemis. Why is he not able to understand that I could never live if someone will die because I was a coward?" Meredith just looked around and closed her eyes. "Max could die too, you know," she said in the end. "Or Dad, or James, or one of the boys." "What are you saying?" Artemis asked, and all her senses were activated. "The thing is that I can't protect them if they are with me. We don't know what we will face tomorrow." "And your suggestion is?" And this time, Artemis already knows what's in her mind, so before Meredith to answer, she simply said, "Max will never forgive you for this. I don't need his forgiveness. I need to know that he will live." And she took back the blazer and left the room. She went directly to Pete Silverstone's room, and without knocking, she entered directly and commanded him, using his Luna command. "Give me your phone." "Luna, I didn't." He started thinking that she is suspecting him for something, but she just growls at him and says, "Now, Pete, give me your phone because I don't have time for this." And she snatched the phone from his hand and ran outside the packhouse, transformed herself, leaving Artemis to have the lead and leaving behind everything she loves. She just runs as hard as she can from Vancouver to Mount Tantalus, and as soon as she passed the pack's boundary, she opened the phone and texted Manganiello. "Change of plan. I suppose that you are already in Hamilton. I will be there at 6, but we will meet at Devil's Punch Bowl Conservation Area. You will not touch any of my pack members, and you will leave them alone." And she takes out the phone SIM and throw it and destroy the phone, because she knows that Sam probably put a tracking system on it. She looks at her hand and caresses the bracelet that Max gave it to her on her birthday, her Luna heirloom, and she takes it off and places it to a safe place where she hopes that Max will find it. "It would be a shame to lose something so valuable," she whispered. She looks back one more time, and with tears in her eyes, she just continues her run. All night she ran as if there were no tomorrow. "We didn't even say goodbye to Theo," Artemis whimpered suddenly, "because I would have stayed there. How can I leave her?" And Meredith bursted in tears. "And Max, he is probably so scared right now," Artemis started. "After some time he will understand. Maybe he will have the chance to find a second mate, someone normal, not like me. Since he met me, his life has been complicated." "But I love him," Artemis said. "I love him too, don't forget that. I loved him before you had the chance to meet him, so don't start with that." And Meredith growled at Artemis. "Mer," Artemis said and suddenly stopped. "Please, Artemis, keep running. I can't do this without your help." "Is not that," she whispered and sniffed the area. "We are so close to Dad Pack," and she just stood there for a few seconds. "Do you think that we should take a look?" "No, James will feel us. Just run, Artemis, and stop with this emotional train wreck. I can't focus. This is not you. Artemis is strong and rational." "Shut up, Mer. This is probably my last night on this earth and you are scolding me? Then focus and take care to return to what we love, but stop being like this. I feel like strangling you with my bare hands." "You are mean, Meredith Cruz," Artemis said, cursing her in her mind. "I heard you," Meredith said and growled at her again. "Run now, or I will break your legs, Artemis Lycana." "All right, but just to be clear, you were a bitch today, and I am really angry right now." And Artemis started to run again. The run until they reached Saskatoon, and from there, they took the first airplane. "Mer," Artemis said after some time, when she finally stood on her place in the airplane. "Not again, Artemis," and Meredith closed her eyes. "I need to sleep, or tomorrow they will kill me before I have the chance to move my fingers." "I am sorry," Artemis said. "I got scared. I am scared, you know, but keeping my beloved ones safe is more important. And this time, there is no sign of malice in her words. Let's sleep. We have 5 hours of silence. Let's use them wisely." But right there, in the middle of the plane, right when she thought that nothing could happen, a strong light made her open her eyes. "Mother," Artemis whispered. "What are you talking about?" Meredith said and put a hand over her eyes because she can't see anything. But when she felt a hand over her head, caressing her hair lightly, she opens her eyes and remains with her mouth open. "Moon Goddess, I was expecting for you to call me Mother, but I suppose that this will not happen, at least not today. What happened? I had a plane crush? Am I dead?" Meredith looks out the plane windows just to see that they are still in the air, but the Moon Goddess starts to laugh. "That's why I like you so much. You make me laugh, Meredith. And since you appeared in this world, the werewolves become more animated. I am afraid that this funny and animated world will end tomorrow, Mother," Meredith said, smiling. "Ah, you are bribing me, daughter. Is not nice at all." And the Moon Goddess took her hand in her hand. "You did well trying to protect your dear ones. Your parents did the same thing with you, and they sacrificed themselves for you. But Meredith, this is something else. This fight that will start tomorrow has an additional stake, and I want you to know that nothing is what it seems to be. I want you to remember tomorrow that love is the only thing that will cure our world." "I already know that, Mother," Meredith whispered. "I'm guided by that in everything I do." "I will be watching you, daughter," the Moon Goddess said. "Don't make me sad tomorrow. I'll try my best." Maximillian Cruz's POV. "I suggest you stay away from me?" Stark asked, and he is so furious with me right now that you could say that he is possessed by a demon. Why would she expose like that, huh? Tell me if you are so smart, Stark. Why would she risk everything? And I punched the glass wall from the shower so hard that immediately it went to pieces and my hand was full of blood. "Shit! You fucking bastard!" Stark growled. "If she is upset because of you, I will break your legs." "Which are also your legs," I said and exited the shower. I took a towel wrapped around my wound. "I am damned scared, Stark. I'm so scared that I will lose her tomorrow, and this is something that is killing me. Only the thought that Manganiello could do something against her makes me go crazy." "I am scared too, and this time Stark is not growling at me anymore. But this is not a reason to speak with her like this. You just rejected her, you stupid jerk. Go and talk with her." "She will cut my balls," I say laughing. You won't be needing them anymore if you don't go and speak with her right now, because you will be dead, Maximilian Cruz. And I think that I just saw a new level of fury at Stark. I bet that he is foaming at the mouth right now. Shut up, Stark, and I take a deep breath. Of course I will talk with her. I feel like crap for talking with her like that. I was just furious because she did that, giving me no chance to say no. It was only her decision. She didn't give me the chance to protect her. Go now, please, Stark howled. I need to know that she is fine and that she is not hating us because of your words. I open the door of the bathroom and the first thing I notice is that she is not here. Mer. I mindlink her crawling. Where is she? Mer? I asked again, but there was no mindlink open. Meredith, I yell. If this is a joke, I will be fine, but I am sure it is not because she will not be like that. I know her. No matter how upset she is, she will never ignore me. Holy shit, this can't happen. And I ran directly to Theo's room. She is sleeping, but Mer is not here. Meredith, I call her again, but nothing, so I have no other chance, but I mindlink Sam and Luke. Tell me that Meredith is with you, I said commandingly. She's not. I thought that she was with you. And Luke asks without a second thought, what did you do to her? We had a fight, I simply say, and right when I was ready to leave my floor to search for her in the pack, I came face to face with Pete. Alpha, he said, almost crying. Can you tell Luna that I didn't do anything, please? What the fuck are you talking about, Pete? I say, pushing him to pass him. She came to me and took my phone, and she was very upset. Pete said, and my heart stopped right there. No, Meredith, you didn't. What did you say? I asked, and turned around and looked directly in Pete's eyes. She came to my room and commanded me to give her my phone. I tried to explain to her that I didn't do anything, but she was furious and took my phone. She can search everywhere, she will not find any. But I am not interested anymore in what he is saying, and I mind-linked Dad and the boys, and when they found me in my office, they looked in panic at me. What the fuck happened with you? Dad asked. Meredith left me. What? She left me! I yell and hit everything around, breaking in pieces all the furniture, the book, my laptop. Even my windows are now in pieces. She left me, and I start to tremble, and that's the last thing I know because after that, the darkness took me in his arms. Max, I hear Dad calling me. Brat, open your eye. Grandpa said with a lot of calm, and I started to blink. He's coming back. Let him breathe, Dad said. A lot of steps are moving around me, and when I open my eyes, I see that I am laying on my office floor. Why am I laying on this floor? I need to find Mer. Did you find her? I ask while I find the strength to stay on my knees and my head down. Tell me that she is back. Find who, Max? Dad asked. What is going on here? But I am not able to say another word, and the panic got me for good right now. Meredith, I whispered. She left me, and I started to cry. I cry so hard that I feel that the entire pack feels my emotions, and they start to panic. Mom comes in a rush in my office, and also the girls. Who died? Vivian asks, and that's the last drop. Why are you looking like that? I start to yell. Find her. She left me and went alone after Manganello. And I start to break everything around me again, and everyone is just looking at me with pity. We will talk later about why she left you. Grandpa said, and looking at Sam, he said, Bring your laptop, Sammy. Do your magic and find her. If she is wearing the bracelet from your grandma, we will find her. She took Pete Silverstone's phone. Can you track it? I ask, trying to breathe, but I just can't do it. I can track any device if it's open, and I see Sam opening his laptop and looking at something. James installed this software in my laptop too. This should work. And he does a little typey type on the keyboard and looks at me, he said. I found her. And then looking at Grandpa, he starts coughing. You will not like this. Where is she? I asked, growling. Mount Tantalus. Let's find her. I command and signal everyone to follow me, but I just realized something. Grandpa, you will stay here and call Landon and James. You will not come and risk your life with those hunters. Meredith would kill me if something happened to you. And you, and I look at Sam, stay here and watch her position. Search everything you can about her. I will, man, he said, even if I know that he is not agreeing with that. Let's go, Stark. Let's find her. And that's the last thing I said before to transform in our wolf form and run to Mount Tantalus with Dad and Luke and all our warriors. All, including Pete. Author's POV. What did you do to her? Landon said, and jumping in the air put Max down in one single move, shocking everyone. In his youth, he was the strongest and the most powerful alpha in the US and Canadian continent, and there was none that could be a match for him. Now he is almost in his 50s, but he is still damn strong. She would never leave like this. I know my daughter. She would never leave her daughter behind if she was fine. Bradley told me that she was fine when she came home, and I saw her a few hours ago. She was fine. She was ready to confront Manganiello and to meet with the rest of the alphas, so I am more than sure that you did something. And he caught Max by his collar and beat him. The fact is that Max could beat him, or at least fight with him as an equal, because he feels remorse for the way he talked with Meredith. He knows that his father is right. He did something. We had a fight about what she decided by herself that she will do tomorrow, and he just fell to his knees. I told her to stay away from me, and she just left me. You did what? Carter asked. You kind of rejected her, Max, and cursing he said. She must be heartbroken, goddess, and he wanted to punch Max, but Luke held him. We must find Mare, and after that you can beat him as much as you want. I am sure he didn't want to hurt her. He was probably upset, and as I know him, he didn't even realize what the fuck was saying. He's right, James said. All the time he didn't say anything. He was just looking at his best friend, and he knew that not even the most thoughtful beat will not be enough to match with the pain and the remorse Max feels right now. So he didn't say anything. He was just feeling sorry for Meredith and her pain and for Max. If something bad happens to her, I will kill you, Landon said, growling and pushing Max to the ground. James comes near and gives him a hand. Let's go, Max. Let's find her. I am sorry, Max whispered. I know, man. I know. And he patted him on his shoulder. Fucking shit, man. Luke suddenly cursed. What happened? But Luke doesn't say anything, just shows the Meredith bracelet. What about my phone? Pete asked, looking at Pete. This one? Luke asked and showed him some pieces from what was once his phone. We have hit a dead end, Carter said, sniffing the air. She was here for sure. We could track her, but that could be a dead end again, and we are losing precious time. And all men were looking one at each other, and the silence took control over them. What if? Pete Silverstone said after some time and looked in Max's eyes. My father's shelter is just 4 miles away. If she called him, he would probably attract her there, or he followed the original plan that you talked about. And the point is, Luke asked, the point is that he would never leave the shelter unguarded, and he trusts only my younger brother with that. He will help us if he is there. A hunter would never betray his gang, Landon said. What the hell are you trying to do? Are you trying to looking to crack down on us? And he starts to walk to punch Pete in the face, but James steps between them and stopped him. What's wrong with you, Dad? Did you come here to throw punches? Or are you here to find Meredith? And he holds him. Why would this brother help us? James asked. Because he is just like me. He is forced to follow our father. All we want is a peaceful life. That's all. He wants a family. He wants to leave with humans like him, not to live in a fucking forest with a gang of psychos. Let's go, Max said in the end and looked at Pete. Help us with this task and I will never doubt you. And hearing him, Pete's heart became so fervent that he started to run directly. Just follow me. But as soon as they arrived in the area where the hunter's shelter was, 4 hunters stepped in front of them with arms. Are you nuts? One of them yelled at Pete. Why did you bring those animals here? But before anyone else says anything, a bog commotion was heard behind them, and a huge growl made the whole forest resound. Animals? Suddenly the boys heard Francois coming from behind, and while he walked, looked at Max disapprovingly and said, That hurt, Maximilian. You didn't call me to help you. I forgot, man, Max whispered. It's nothing personal. Nothing personal, my ass. Now I am angry, he growled, and looking at the hunters he asked, Who are you calling an animal? And he ran directly to one of them and took his head off, shocking everyone. Catch the rest, Max commanded, and it took them 5 minutes to annihilate those 4 hunters. I bet they never saw such a crowd in their life, so many alphas in a square meter. Francois said and started to laugh. And that's how the hunter became the hunt. You are not funny, Francois, James said. Stop it. But I am damned furious, James, he said and looked at Max with a lost of resentment. He knows what he did and he is sorry. Stop focusing on him for the goddess' sake. He is already suffering and he is more panicked than you are. My sister is his Luna. If he will lose her, he will never be the same. So just stop whatever you are doing here. You are not punishing him right now. James said, annoyed. You are limited Meredith's chances, making him weaker than he is right now. And looking at Pete, he commanded, Call your brother. Dean, Pete started to yell. Come out. It's me, Pete. Everything will be all right. You are lying. A childish voice could be heard from the shelter. I am not. I would never hurt you. Just come out. Everything will be all right. You promise? The boy asked. When have I ever lied to you? Pete asked, and he smiled and started to walk and open the door. Holy shit, Carter said. It's just a kid. And he looked in shock at the young boy who was guarding the shelter. He is my little brother, Pete said. Dean, and he is only 14. He hates being here. Help us, Max said, and I guarantee that I will help him live the life he dreamed. I want to leave this place, the boy said. I want to live in Australia. I heard from my father that there is no trace of werewolves. I am sorry to take your dream away, but your father was misinformed. There are werewolves too, but I can help you to live as you wish. Just help us. Where is Dad? Pete asked. He has been in Hamilton since yesterday. He called us an hour ago, and he requested additional reinforcements up in the Devil's Punchball Conservation Area. He will meet there with that female wolf he was looking for. How many reinforcements? James asked him and looked at Max. There must be at least 100 hunters with him by now. He called everyone from US and Canada, the boy said. Max looked at him and then at one of his warriors and commanded, Take the boy and bring him to our pack. I can't leave a child alone in this forest. I am not a child, the boy said, but Max just smiled at him. You are, but you are a brave one, little one. And looking back at the warrior, he said, Ask the girls to send him to Pete's room and give him some clothes and some food. Also, talk with Sam and tell him to be at Niagara Falls tomorrow morning. Ask him to call everyone, every alpha he knows. Tell him that we need reinforcements too. This is not just a fight, man, James said and looked at Max and then at his father. No, it is not, and Max started to walk away from the shelter. This is war. Author's POV. Niagara Falls is not just a beautiful place, it is one of the few places where werewolves swore that they will not live. Why? Firstly, because of the noise. They really hate the avalanche of water that never stops. Secondly, the tourists. Summer or winter, it doesn't matter. They are always there. So that is a big no again. And in the third place, the place is haunted. You could say that there are no ghosts in the world, and I could agree with you. But some people said that there are no werewolves in the world, and we know for sure that they are, so never say never. I hate this place, Sam said and looked around. So many stories, horror stories, that I get goosebumps just thinking about it. I chose this place exactly for that, because we all hate this place, and it is the last place where Manganiello would think that we will come. Do you think that they will help us? Francois said, looking at the empty clearing that surrounded them. Yeah, they will, Max said, letting his head tilted back and closing his eyes. And they will do it not for me, not for James, but for my father, for my grandpa, and for London. Those three saved a lot of people years ago, and they are respected and cherished among our own kind. They are here, James said and came near Max, who took his alpha attitude, while Landon and Carter stood at his left and right side. What is this? Carter asked and looked at Landon, but Landon just looked back at him and then at James. Bloody hell, I know, he said. James, who did you call? Everyone I knew in Canada and my friends in Seattle, but those, and he pointed at the crowd that came closer and closer to them. I've no idea who they are. There must be at least 100 alphas that surrounded them, most of them having no relationship with Max or James's families. Alpha, one of them said, bowing in front of Landon and then to Carter. We heard what happened and we came to help you. But, and Landon can't gather himself, who did you find out? People say we live in an age of information overload. The man laughed. Is enough for one of us to know something, and that information will go around the world. Thank you, Landon said. You must be the husband, that Alpha said, smiling at him. I am, and just as my father said, and Max looked in Landon's eye, calling him like that. Thank you for everything. You have nothing to thank me for. I've been looking for your wife since she was just a little baby. And hearing him, Max took a step back and looked at this Alpha. I thought that she died, and at some point I'd given up the search for her, but yesterday the news that a royal woman was hunted by Manganiello reached my ear, and here I am, ready to rescue her. But why? James asked, coming near Max. Who are you, and why are you looking for my sister? Because I was her guardian. I should have saved her back then, but I failed miserably. When I found her parents, they were dead, and the baby girl was gone. I will never be able to thank you for raising her and helping her to become the powerful woman she is today. We will help you too, the rest of the Alpha said. But why? James asked again. Because we cherish your values. Look at this world. Look where we are today. We destroyed the system created in the past. We lost the royal lineage. She is the best thing that our race could get. A royal is a blessing. We didn't protect them back then, but now we know that we were wrong. She is a royal. She must live. She is a primordial wolf too, Max said and watched their every reaction. Alpha, in what world does something like that exist? A young Alpha asked. In my world, Max said, smiling at him. We talked enough, he continued. Let's make our strategy path. My wife ran to confront Manganiello alone. Knowing her, she did it to protect our family, so she doesn't know that we are here. This behavior is typical of a royal. She will always put the others above them. It's in her blood, and the man looked around. They will meet at Devil's Punch Bowl somewhere around 6 p.m., Francois said. I have no idea what that place is, but it sounds like crap. Because it is like that, another Alpha said. It's on my territory, and if those jerks come here, they will pay through the nose for daring to act like this. And he growls, and it mind-linked his men. Will be a fight 1-1, Max stated. If you are in this, you must know that there will be losses. You can die, I can die, my family members too. Are you with me in this to the end? And he emanates such a strong aura that everyone bows their heads. We will. We will not lose the last royal for being cowards. We will follow you, and if we die doing it, so be it. I can't believe this, Sam whispered, looking around. Neither I, Luke whispered. You should, Carter said, mind-linking them. This is normality. In our world, we should look after each other, not fight for power. Those like Castellano have no place in this world, and in the end they lost themselves in their struggle. But this, and he shows the crowd that gathered here. This is the way our world should look. Meredith did that, Luke whispered. She brought them together. Us, not them. Carter corrected him. Let's go and take our positions, Max said after they talked, and he looked at everyone as they left one by one to the target location. Max's heart was so small, and a lot of things were running through his mind, and he didn't even realize when London approached him. I know that you didn't want to hurt her. I know that, but it doesn't matter. And he put a hand on his shoulder. Is not the first time you break her heart. In the past, it was not a surprise. But now you are mates, Maximillian, Landon said. You are mates. I love her, father, Max whispered. I know, but I will beat you again and again if you ever have the guts to act the way you did. It doesn't matter if you are angry or not. She is your mate, and she has no fault. She did the right thing. You were selfish thinking that by protecting her, you would have saved her. I know that now, Max said, and looked in Landon's eyes. Hurt her again, and I will take her with me. She deserves the best in this world, not your shit. I am the best in this world for her. I was created especially for her. It seems that even the gods can make mistakes. Isn't it what you said when you found out that she is your mate? I will bring her back, Max said, almost growling at his father-in-law. Show me, Landon said, and turned his back to Max and started walking while Max is damned furious right now. Did you make him nervous? Carter asked Landon. Yes, man. He will break everything in his way now. Your plan worked. And Landon laughed through their mind link. That's more like it. And Carter just watched his son as he was taking some arms with him. Now we have a real chance. Author's POV. Tell me everything you know about hunters, Pete, Max said while the rest of the gang and all the Alphas that came looked at him. They will feel us when we will come closer to them. My father can feel a werewolf from 1 mile away. Father? An Alpha from Mexico asked. Yes, Alpha, Pete said with dignity. I am Michelle Manganiello's son, and everyone stood on their feet ready to kill him, but Pete said, I am a werewolf, and I hate my father. All I want is this to end and serve my Alpha. And he looked at Max, without caring that on his back some of the Alphas were making plans to kill him. The hunters have an additional sense, if I could name it this way. Is not the smell, it is something I can't explain in words, but I would say that is similar with the mate bond. Their entire being reacts when they meet a werewolf. The more powerful a werewolf is, the more turned on the hunter becomes. So what are you telling us? James asked. If we wait for them, there will they know? Yes, and they will run. And Pete thinks of something, but Landon is faster than he is. What if we'll find a human to help us? Someone crazy enough to risk his life for some money, but to be our eyes and ears there. That could work, they heard a man saying somewhere in the back. My daughter is a witch, and she could protect herself if something is not going right, and she doesn't need your money, Alpha Quinn. Manganiello has senses for witches too? The man asked Pete, fearing for his daughter's safety. No, Alpha, he has a crush on werewolves, and everyone relaxed a bit hearing him. And they prepared, took weapons, looked on maps, and stood far enough from the place where Meredith will face Manganiello so that their presence would be a surprise. In the evening when the time came, the witch sent the alarm. They are here, Alpha, and the royal wolf too, but they all heard her on speaker. She is the most beautiful wolf I have ever seen, Dad. Hide yourself, Max said, and signaling to everyone they encircled the place. They know that you are here, the witch said. They panicked and looked around for a place to run or hide. Just hide, Max and her dad commanded. I can't. She needs help, Dad, the woman cried. They will kill her. And Max's heart just stopped. Stark almost died and everything went back. You didn't hear anything, Carter shouted in his face. You must move and save her. Max, Sam and Luke and Francois yelled, and that was the last straw. Carter punched him in the face, making him become focused again. Save her, stupid, Carter shouted at him. Max looked around at all the Alpha that came with him, and jumping in the air, he let Stark take control. Holy goddess, the Alphas said. He is huge, and felt a little bit complexed by his stature. But when Francois transforms himself and lets Avi run after Max, they are even more shocked. Carter, James and Landon follow them, and also the entire crowd, and in the end they reach the place where Meredith is. They are in shock. Right there, above the punch bowl, is something like a meadow, and there in that open space, Meredith is fighting with at least 20 hunters at the same time, while Manganiello just stays and watches her with astonishment. Holy fucking shit, the Alphas said, and without losing another second, they throw themselves in the middle of the hunters, and it is really, as Max said, a fight 1-to-1. Meredith, Max growled, seeing her encircled by hunters, but she is so focused that she is not able to speak right now. She is fighting with 20 hunters, but she killed another 20 at least. He mindlink her. I am sorry, he whispered. Max, she cried from the middle of the hunters, while Max tried to reach to her, killing hunter after hunter, until he came face to face with Manganiello. I'm so sorry, I was a jerk. I'm so sorry for what I said. And he looks into Manganiello's eyes, who takes out his knife and wipes his blade on his shirt. Nice fur, Manganiello laughed. I will make a nice hat with it. Max whispered, looking straight in Manganiello's eyes, knowing that this could be the end. I love you. And that made Meredith stop, and turning her head, she sees Max attacking Manganiello, who jumps over Max and digs his knife in Max's back. No! Sam, Carter, Luke, everyone yelled, but Meredith felt that she would die. She looked at all the hunters that encircled her like some fucking hyenas, and beyond them she only sees Max, bleeding, and Manganiello trying to him again. And that's the point where the mind went crazy, and any normal human would pray for something to happen. Moon goddess, she yelled and revolted. What's so good about being a royal or a primordial wolf if I am for no use right now? Are you fucking mocking me? And she runs directly to Manganiello, killing in her way everyone, while the rest of the Alphas remain with their mouths wide open. They came here to fight, and yes, in less than 10 minutes, Meredith killed in fury half of those hunters. Give me my power, Moon Goddess. Meredith yelled, and jumping in the air, she hit Manganiello with Artemis's paws in his head and his back, making him fall to the ground. "You will regret not accepting my proposal," Manganiello said. "We would have been a great couple. You would have liked me," and he lifts himself from the ground. "I like you dead!" Meredith growls at him and watches Max, who starts to crawl from there. Manganiello is waving his knife around trying to intimidate Meredith, but she is completely furious right now. James and Francois, she commands them. "Help Max. Take him from here." And hearing her, Manganiello tries to reach Max again, but this time Meredith is prepared, and as soon as he touches her, Meredith jumps in his head and transforms in human form. She circled her arms and legs around his neck and suffocate him. "Help Max," she shouted again, and he held Manganiello like this until they take Max away, and only when she feels that he is safe, she lets Manganiello go. "You have some guts for a woman," Manganiello said, holding his neck with his hand. "More than your parents. They weren't a match for me, just as your Alpha was down from the first touch." "I will kill you," Meredith said, but this time she is smirking at him, because Artemis is the one who is controlling her. "Keep dreaming, woman," Manganiello said, and looking around he sees that at this moment he is alone. All his hunters are dead. He sees Pete and Carter's side, and he knows that his own son sold him. "You and me," Meredith said. "I win, you will die. You win, I will die." And hearing her, Max wants to stand up, but the wound made by that knife is very deep as he is just whispering. "No mer. You and me, Manganiello," Meredith repeated, ignoring everyone. "You and me." And this time it was Manganiello who said it. "Till death." Author's POV. It was all like a click. You know what I'm telling you about? That moment when the world stops moving around you and the movements freeze, everything disappears, and in the center of everything is only you. You just stay there, like a very bored spectator, analyze everything. Meredith just looks around her and she can't ask herself, "Artemis, what the hell is going on?" I will honestly say that I have no idea. And Artemis activates all her senses, fearing that there is some magic around. "Max." Meredith whispers, remembering that he is wounded, and she runs directly to where he lays on the ground, helped by Sam and Luke. He is looking in her direction, and he just stays like a statue. His eyes are so scared that it breaks her heart. "Oh, Max," she said, and tears started to flow down her face. "I am here. Don't be scared. Everything will be all right." And kneeling near his wounded body, she kissed his lips. "Please, just get well." And she looks around again. Everything is static. "I don't get it," she whispers. "This is not normal. Did I die? That jerk didn't even touch us. We must be alive." And Artemis makes Meredith go in front of Manganiello and growls in his nose. "I think he is the one who's dead." And she growls again. "Stop it, Artemis. Just focus." But just as she said that, someone touched her arm and she jumped in the air, turned and flexed her arm ready to punch the person who was behind her. But there is no one. "So you yelled at me. You even threatened me and cursed me, and now you are at the next level. You want to punch in the face the moon goddess." She hears a voice behind her. "Shit," Meredith whispered, and she turned a little, closing an eye. "Shit, shit, shit," she continued and slapped her head. "So, I can go back to heaven?" the moon goddess asked, laughing. "Look, I am sorry, but I am here in the middle of a very shitty situation, and I must kill this jerk and go back to my family." And she is damned furious. "You asked for help, Meredith. You asked for powers. Are you ready to have them? So you will help me?" And she is just looking again at Max. "Save him. This is the only thing I want from you, to know that he will live." And she wipes her tears. "What about you, Meredith?" the goddess asked, watching her closely. "Of course I want to live too, but if you need to choose, choose him." "Oh, Meredith, what am I going to do with you?" the moon goddess asked. "You are already beyond powerful. You can't even imagine. You are two wolves in one, don't you see it? A royal and a primordial. You didn't even try your force, and you are asking for more?" And the goddess laughs. "I want to break this jerk in pieces. He killed my parents. He hunted me like an animal, threatened my family and my friends. I just want to break him. So do it." The goddess simply say it. "Now?" And she looked at the statue of Manganiello and wanted to end this, but in the end she said, "It's too simple, goddess. I want him to suffer." "That's more like it." And she touched Meredith's face. "You can do it, darling. have trust in you and in Artemis. He is not a match for you. He was for Mom and Dad. They were already weakened by the hunting. They hid him for 6 months. It was complicated, but you can change everything. I told you last time we talked that nothing seems what it looks like. This is your chance, Meredith. I just want you to help Max. Help him and I will be able to focus and end this. You are annoying, Meredith Cruz, the goddess said, smiling. But fine, I will heal him. Now please, Meredith said and pointed at Max. Jesus, the goddess yelled, and she walked to Max, touched his wound, and he was healed. Now you are fine? Can we end this? And the goddess came again closer to her. Thank you. And Meredith bowed her head in front of the goddess. I like the bold, Meredith, so this is not needed. You are my daughter. Sometimes we have arguments in our family, but we don't hold grudges. Are we clear? The goddess jokes with her. We are. And Meredith went in front of Manganiello and looked at him. This man is the perfect soldier. He is perfect in any way. Handsome, tall, good trained, smart, but is just the wrapping. The interior is broken. There is nothing. Are you ready? The goddess asked. Why is he so mean? What did I do to him to make him hate me so much? You did nothing. It is just his sick head. And the goddess started to walk away. End this, Meredith. I have great plans, and this is keeping me in place. And the goddess disappeared. What plans? Meredith asked. I want to go to Bali. She heard a voice from the sky. She took a step back and looked at Manganiello, who suddenly started to laugh. Till death! He yelled again just from the place where the movie stopped before the goddess showed up. Whose death? Meredith asked, mocking him, and she hears Max yelling at her to stop, but using her command she puts everyone in their places, even Max. Stay still, she said. What an impossible woman! Max growled, and he looked down at his wound and saw that he was miraculously healed. What the? And stopping in his tracks just looks at Meredith, who is smiling at him. I love you. She mind-links him and punches Manganiello directly in his face, because the jerk tried a dirty move while she was not watching him. So you are cheating, Meredith said and punched him again, this time facing him. Let's try another way, and she smiles at Manganiello, but her smile is a diabolical smile that made Manganiello fear for the first time in his life. No one punched him, never in his life. He killed her parents, and he thought that with her will be the same. Oh, Pete, Meredith said. You didn't tell him? He seems a little bit confused. Tell me what? And Manganiello takes a step back, trying to think of a way to end this. I am not just a royal, and she starts to walk to him, while he continues to walk with his back. I am a primordial wolf too. Primordial are an invention, Manganiello shouted. Well, surprise! And she jumps in the air and transforms, letting Artemis stay in wolf form in front of Manganiello, and if he was scared before, now he is damned dead. Go away, he shouted at her and took a stone and hit Artemis in her head, but she feel almost nothing. You killed my parents, Meredith said using Artemis, but Manganiello is not able to articulate anything else. And for that your punishment will be death. And she jumps on him and she is ripping his left arms, making him scream in pain. You tried to kill my husband, and she rips another arm. And if you ask me, the punishment is again death. Manganiello unbalanced and collapsed to the ground. Please, go away, he cried. I didn't know what you are. What would have changed if you would have known? And she transforms in human forms and hits him in his chest, breaks through his flesh, and she holds his heart in her hand, squeezing it. Don't faint, you fucking jerk, she growled at him while she is riding him, and hold his heart. I would have killed you again and again for all your crimes, but I can't. I would have liked to make you live all your crimes on your own skin, but again I can't. Unfortunately, I can kill you only once, so now, just before ending your pointless existence, mark my words. And she bends a little and slaps him to open his eyes because he almost fainted. Manganiello looked in her eyes and he whispered, Please, don't kill me. Oh, she whispered, looking sorry for him. Okay, I will let you live. And she gets up to the shock of everyone, but after 2 steps she elongates her claws and in one move she detaches Manganiello's head from his body. Ups, I lied. Author's POV. What the hell was that? And Alpha asks, looking slack-jawed at Meredith. Holy goddess, that's not possible. We came here to fight and kill that jerk who hunts our brothers all over the world, and she just killed him with 2 punches? Another one asked Max. That's my mate, Max said with a lot of pride, and he ran directly to Meredith and lifted her in his arms, forcing her to put her legs around his waist in front of all these alphas. I love you, Meredith Cruz. And he is not waiting for her response. He just kissed her. He kissed her with passion. Will you forgive me for being so stupid to talk with you like I did yesterday? No, I will not, Meredith said calmly. Actually, and she just watches his reactions. Max's heart stops. You can't leave me, Max said in a very commanding way, making everyone around to laugh, and an alpha from Europe just says with a very funny accent, leave him, please, and choose me. But Max has no sense of humor, and he wants to leave Meredith there for a moment and punch the alpha that just spoke. Maximilian Cruz does not see a joke, and the alpha took a step back, but James interfered and stops Max. No one will take her away from you. Are you nuts? He was just mocking you. And looking at that alpha, he said commandingly, stop joking like that, or he will kill you for real. His sense of humor stops at Meredith. But Meredith just signals to Max to let her walk on her own feet, and going in front of the alphas, she said, I know you guys came a long way, and I appreciate that. I almost can't believe it that you risked your life for someone like me. Is it true what we've just seen, or was it an illusion? Her father's neighbor, who has known her since she was a baby, asked, about me killing Manganiello, or about the fact that my wolf is special? And Meredith rests her head on Max's shoulder, while he rests his arm around her waist. Both, but especially the last part. I know you, Meredith. You were raised on my knees because Landon is a good neighbor. You were human all your life. It seems that I wasn't, Alpha Carson, and she smiled at him. What are you going to do now? Another one asked. Is there something that I should do? She laughs. I just want to go home, to see my daughter that I miss so much and live in peace for the rest of my life. We will all do that, because you killed all the hunters in the US and Canada, someone said laughing. Or maybe they are from the entire world, because besides Manganiello's gang, we haven't found any other hunter. We owe you a lot, Luna Cruz, a young alpha whispered, and hearing him, Meredith's face was like a Christmas tree full of twinkling fairy lights. It's the first time when someone calls her Luna Cruz and she likes it. So that's all? Yes! And this time Max is the one who spoke. My Luna must be exhausted after all that happened. I will take her home. Who wants to stay here a little bit more is welcomed, the alpha who lives in the area said, and he already mind links everyone except Max and Meredith's people, asking for an urgent meeting. What happened here can be left like this. Thank you all, Meredith said, and she already knows that they are planning something, but right now she doesn't care. All she wants is to be with Max. If they try something too, she will put them down one by one later. Come here, and Max bends a little. What are you doing? Meredith looks around and sees a lot of amused faces. Jump on my back, you must be tired. And seeing that she says nothing, he commanded, Jump, Meredith, I will carry you. Are you nuts? I am not 5, people will look at me. And seeing that she is so stubborn, he grabbed her arms and pulled her to him, throwing her over his shoulder, with her ass in the air. Maximilian Cruz, she shouted with all her heart, but he continued to walk until he reached his car. You are horrible, she said, pointing her finger to him. What would all those people think about me? And she is pouting her lips. That you are his mate, Francois says, coming closer. See? And Max winks at Francois, but he is not even finishing what he just said that they saw Landon and James running. The plane is waiting for us, James yelled. Lori is giving birth, and I am not there. Shit! Meredith pushed Max in the car, jumped into his lap, while Francois, Luke, and Carter occupied the rest of the seats, and she told Sam, Drive now! She sees James driving like a crazy the other car, and when they arrived at that private airplane. At the airport, they left the cars in the middle of the road with open doors and jumped in the airplane. Calm down, man, Francois said to James. You have a little E more, and you're making a pop. You should shut up, Franco, James said. First have your own baby, and then we will speak. What makes you think that I'm not having a baby already? Francois says, raising an eyebrow at James. I am Francoise Castle. When I touch a woman, she is already pregnant with me. Oh my goddess, James yelled and started to laugh. You're nothing but a dandy. No, you're worse. But he stopped right there and James started to curse. What happened? Meredith asked, and she was already on her feet walking to James's seat. Shit! 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 And James starts to cry so loudly that scares everyone because he never cried in his life. Oh my goddess, Sam said, tell me that Lori didn't die giving birth to his pup. What? And James looks at him in horror. Of course not, but she just gave birth and I wasn't there. And he cried so hard that everyone thought that he was mourning someone. So I am an auntie? Meredith whispered. And I am again a grandpa, Landon said, giving Carter a windmill high fives. My Luna gave birth to our baby girl and I missed the moment. It's all my fault, Meredith said. No, Mare, Francoise said and came closer to her. That's better. Knowing James, he would have fainted seeing Lori in pain, but James just wants to punch Francoise. Meredith jumps from her place and protects Francoise, making him catch her in his arms. Let my Luna alone, Max growled. Take her, man, Francoise said. She was the one who jumped on me. Max is so furious. He just took her back and everyone wants to say something to her or touch her. He wants her only for himself, so he takes her in his arms and kissed her temple. You know what, man? Francoise said, and this time he is the definition of a scoundrel. You should put her to take a pregnancy test. I just touched her, and everyone looked at him in disbelief. I will ban you someday from my pack, Max growled. No, you love me, Maxie, Francois said, and threw himself back on his seat, and closing his eye, he simply whispered, What a wonderful day. Author's POV. Where is she? James cried like a baby as soon as he arrived at Crescent Moon Pack. Where is Lori? But he was stopped by Landon. Will you calm down? He said, catching his arms. In this state you will scare the poor woman. You don't get it, Dad, he said. She was alone, she suffered, and I could have helped her, holding her hand at least, to calm her wolf, but I just missed the most important moment of our life. It's my fault, Meredith whispered, coming closer. I am so sorry, James, but seeing her like this and hearing her Max step between them. Will you stop victimizing yourself? And he is damned serious. You, he said commandingly and shocking everyone. Lori loves you, and you didn't miss this because you were drunk in some bar. You were saving your sister's life. And turning his face to Meredith said in a more calm voice, And about what you just said, darling, you have nothing to blame yourself for, and caress her face with the back of his palm. But, she wants to say, but nothing. He did what was right to do. I don't have siblings, but if I had, I would have ran to the end of the earth to protect them. And looking at James while he takes Meredith at his chest and kisses the top of her head, he says, Now, go. You were in a rush earlier and kissed Meredith's hair again. We will come there too, but I think that you would like a few moments alone with you, Luna. Thank you. Man, James said and ran on the packhouse stairs and looking at Max, he said, Just to know, and he turns his back. I love you, man, and he ran inside the house. That was strange, Luke said, looking at Max. Was not, and Landon starts to laugh. James is always emotional. He is a fantastic alpha, and he is the way he is because he has a big heart, and he starts to laugh so hard. You don't know what a puppy face he had when he brought Meredith home when he found her in the forest back then. He was crying with all his heart to not send her back to her parents, to keep her because he loves her so much already. Hearing him, Meredith just smiled. He is the best dad, she whispered. The boys arrived at home, Sam said, and Pete said that our girls are just fine. I still can believe that he is Manganiello's son. And Landon is a little bit worried about this aspect. And now you have that boy in your pack too, his little brother, who is a 100% hunter. I trust him, Dad, and if he will prove unworthy, I will kill him with my own hands, but I have a good feeling about him, and about that boy too. But while they were talking about everything that happened in the last 2 days in front of his bedroom, James is wiping away his tears. Mom, Lori said, smiling at Olivia Quinn, will you tell him to come in because at this rate we'll find him passed out in front of my door. You know he wanted to be here when your pup was born. And she just bends a little and kisses the little one's head. I will send him in, and in no time she opens the door. James was there with puffy eyes, wiping his tears with the sleeves of his shirt. Mom, and can't even find his words to say something else. Just go, James. What are you doing here? Olivia asked amused, remembering Landon when James was born. Is she mad at me? And he can't even dare to look inside. She must be. I let her alone. Just go and see her. And she pushed him in, but he stayed like a fool with his back at Laurie, resting his forehead on the door. James, Laurie said in a very commanding way. I am so sorry, my love, he whispered, bursting in tears again. Look at me, you fool, she said, and this time she is damned annoyed. Turning around, he looks at her with some puppy eyes just to see her smiling at him. Come here and stop this childish nonsense, she commands him using her Luna command, and as soon as he turns, James sees at her chest the tiniest little pup, moving her little arms and her legs. Oh, my goddess, he whispered and forgetting about everything, he just came and sit in bed near Laurie. I am so sorry for not being here with you. But hearing him, Laurie starts to laugh so hard. Even if you were, you wouldn't be able to see her coming in this world if you were in your office or somewhere around the pack, so it doesn't matter. And James is very confused. What is she talking about? Stallion, his wolf, asked. I don't understand. And he looks at his baby girl, who is an exact replica of her mom. She was here in less than 10 minutes. I didn't even have time to realize what was going on. And she raised her eyebrow. Do you get it now? I am fine, and it doesn't matter. The only thing that counts is that she is all right, and that Meredith is safe. I love you so much, James said and kissed her. I know, and giggling, Laurie just said, you will be here at the next pup. There will be another one? He asked, laughing. A dozen of pups, and Laurie puts the little one in his arms. Just look at her. And seeing her, James remembers the moment he found Meredith, and his heart melted. My baby girl, he whispered, and looking at Laurie, he asked, Can I choose the name? Oh, please. I gave birth to her. Now is your turn to struggle and try to find a name. But she is joking, of course. Lauren Meredith Quinn, he said. After the two most loved women in my life. What about Mom? Laurie asked him, laughing. The next one will wear her name, but James can't take his eyes from his baby girl. I love you, Laurie, he whispered to his mate. Goddess, I love you so much. Stop it, James, or you will make me cry. Go and tell your sister and our friends to come here. But she is not even finishing what she was saying that Meredith is already opening the door. No need, she laughed, I heard you. Stop reading our minds, Laurie pouted. We needed to know if you killed him, and she rushed closer and looks at her niece. Meet Lauren Meredith Quinn, James said, looking in her eyes. James, she whispered and walked directly to him and took him in her arms and started to cry. What would have happened to me in this life if you didn't love me from the first moment? But seeing her like this, Max came closer and caressed her back. Some things are meant to be, darling, he whispered. It was meant to be found by Grandpa, to bring you here, to grow in this fantastic family, and in the end to be mine. And he takes her from James' arms and he tells him smiling because now he understands what James meant earlier. I love you too, man. But from the door, they heard that sassy French anybody's Alpha. Hey, what about me? What about you, Francoise? Max and James asked at the same time. I feel excluded from the group I want to belong to. And he wiped some imaginary tears, making Laurie and Meredith laugh. Oh. And Sam mocks him. Poor Francoise wants some love. It starts. Carter whispered to Landon, who looked at his men, who were acting like some 5-year-old boys. Let's give him some love, Luke said and caught him and started tickling him. Stop it, you morons, Francoise said, laughing hard. No, we want to show you how much we love you, Frenchie, Luke said. And until Landon and Carter didn't save Francoise from their hands, they didn't let him alone. And also, later in the evening, when they were all in the plane in their way to Vancouver, Carter just looked at Sam, Luke, and Francoise, how they were laughing like they were friends since forever. He looked at Max, who was holding Meredith in his lap, and sleep with her in his arms, and he couldn't stop himself from mind-linking Grandpa Cruz. Dad, he said in a strange voice. What's up, son? Grandpa asked, a little bit agitated by his voice. We are almost in Vancouver. Carter said, unable to take his eye from his son. Ain't what's wrong? Grandpa asked, and he stood up looking at Auntie Jen. That's the problem, Dad. And this time he starts to laugh. Can you believe it? Everything is just perfect. Author's POV. I should punish you, Grandpa Cruz said, pointing his cane to Meredith. I am sorry, Grandpa, she said, and went to him and took the old man in a warm embrace. You even took off the bracelet I gave you, he said, pouting at her and making her smile. And you know exactly why, and this time he looked him in the eye. I thought that I was protecting you doing this. Protecting my ass, Vivi cried out. We almost died here having a stroke because of you. I'm sorry, sweetie, Meredith said, smiling at her. Don't smile at me, Meredith Cruz, Vivi cried. I was so stressed. If my baby Wolfie will be agitated when he is born, it will be all your fault. And let me guess, Max said, laughing. You are the embodiment of calmness and tranquility. Of course I am, Vivi said, blinking her eyelashes and making everyone laugh. Look, Meredith said, I am really sorry, but at that moment it seemed the only option. I promise that I will never do something like that, and looking at Grandpa Cruz, she asked, Can I have my bracelet back? Only if you promise that you will never take it off again, Grandpa said, still pouting his lips and making Auntie Jen look amused at him. I promise, and Meredith even raised a hand smiling at him. Swore to me, Grandpa shouted. Dad, that's enough, Carter said, but Grandpa wouldn't even budge. All right, I swore. Meredith said, and Grandpa immediately takes the bracelet from his pocket. He has been waiting for you since he heard that you are in the airplane, Auntie Jen said. He was really scared, sweetie, and hearing her, Meredith just kissed both of them. I love you too, Grandpas, she said, making them smile. The girls run and took her in their arms, and while Vivi and Kara were very vocal, Leia just told her, I understand your reason, but please, think in our hearts, Mare. Everyone loves you in this pack. Not everyone. Meredith laughs thinking about Max's former lovers, but Leah just raised an eyebrow. Believe me, everyone. Max took care to take anyone who had grudges against you to leave this pack. He did it after our attack. You are loved here. Just keep this in your mind. You spoke like a Luna, Sam joked. But she is right, Mer. I know that. And looking around, she asked, Where is my daughter? And Lisa immediately brings Theo and placed her in Meredith's arms. Max lets her hold her, but he signals everyone to leave them alone. On a normal day, he would never let them speak like that with Meredith, but they are right. She needs to know how much she values in their lives. He rested his arms around her waist and led her to their room. Are you mad at me too? She asked him when she saw the way he looks at her. I was, but now you're back in my life, and I am not anymore. And he helped her sit in their bed and adjust the pillow on her back so she can rest with Theo at her chest. Let me help you, he whispered, and lifted her shirt a little so that their daughter could start to eat her meal. She missed you too, he whispered, and caressed her little head. She missed her milk dispenser. Meredith laughs, but just a look from Max, and she closes her mouth. I already promised, she tells him. You better keep your word, or next time I will put some handcuffs around your hands and you will never leave this room. You are so savage, Mr. Cruz, she said, but his heart skipped a beat, remembering the way she talked to him when she came back from France and started to work at MaxLine. And you are too sassy, Miss Quinn, he said, smiling at her. You even robbed me for $5 million. And he bends and kisses her lips while Theo continues to eat. Just because you were a scoundrel and you acted like the Lidero Supremo, and this time Meredith is the one that kissed him. We fooled around a lot, and Max just sat near so that now she can rest her head on his shoulder. We did, but in the end we reached our destination, Meredith whispered. I just feel strange, Mer, Max said. Is it really all over? I hope so. There is no more Veronica, no more Castellano, no more Manganiello and his hunters, and she just thinks of the alphas that stood in Hamilton after they left, wondering what are planning. James said that Castellano acts properly in his pack and that he takes care of Veronica and baby Amadeo, she said. You asked about them? And this time Max looked at her like she just raised another head. Of course I did, and she just takes a sigh. I don't hate her. Her mind is just lost. Maybe in another family she would have had another life. Sam was raised in the same family, Max said immediately. You know what I meant, Max, and she smiled. Even Beta Craig found his mate in the Crescent Moon pack. Can you believe it? and this time she is laughing. The ways of the goddess are so messed up. Accepting them all, our enemies are dead. And this time Max closed his eyes thinking at Meredith's words. That means that we can do whatever we want, Max. And she takes Theo from her breast and placed her in the bed because the little one is already sleeping soundly. She sits in Max's lap with her legs bent on either side of Max's body, and she puts her arms around his neck. We have struggled so much since I came back. How long has it been since we started to love each other for real? And Meredith caresses his beautiful face with the tip of her finger as if he is the most precious thing. It's been 6 months, 18 days, 8 hours, and looking at his watch he smiles and says, watching her, and 6 minutes. It's time to learn how to live normal, darling. And Meredith lifts her bottom a little and kissed him tenderly, but when she sits back, she stays exactly on his bulge, making him escape a moan. Define normal. Max laughed and pulled her closer to him, so close that now she is almost glued to him. I want to rebuild our nest in Tofino, and she winked at him. I lived so many gorgeous moments there, and you owe me 1 weekend per month there. You promised. I will rebuild it, but this time we need more bedrooms. And he points to Theo, who is sucking her little finger now and giggles in her sleep. About that, and this time she is damned serious. I want more pups. No, you will never suffer by giving birth, Max said seriously. Look at her, Max, and Meredith is visibly emotional. I want more pups like her. And with tears in her eyes, she said, and I want to know that I am pregnant this time. I will go to the doctor, and I will enjoy every second of this experience. I want to hear the baby's heartbeat, to see him or her growing. So this is not negotiable, Max laughed. Oh, it is. You give me more babies, or I will rape you and make them by myself. All right, and Max laughs loudly. More babies for us. What else? I want to work again, she whispered. About that, we must find Smith, Max said, and break his legs. We don't, because that is what I was going to say next. No more revenge, Max. No more fights. I am just sick of it. Not even a little kick in the ass? And Max is just joking, and when he sees the way Meredith is watching him, he kisses her directly. I want that too. Now, he said, and the scoundrel on his surface, of course encouraged by Stark. In which way do we start this normality? And he puts his hands on her hips while he moves under her body and makes her feel him. I would start. And she seemed to be thinking about it. But Max gets out of the bed, takes Theo in his arms and runs with her in her bedroom and places her lightly in her crib. Baby, I need you to be real quiet. Daddy is going to make you a baby sister or brother. And hearing him, Meredith starts to laugh from the door. What are you doing here, Max? I am bribing her. Can't you see? And he slowly kissed her forehead and then took Meredith in his arms and ran directly to their bedroom. I like all your proposals, darling, Max whispered. Do you have any preference? Yeah, let's make those babies. And that's all he was able to say, because as soon as he took her, he knew that this day was the day when his life changed forever. Author's POV. Sweetheart, Carter mind-linked Meredith the next day in the morning. Can you take Max with you and come to the training room? Your father is here. What? She asked and jumped from the bed. What's going on? Max asked, grabbing her arm and pulling her back in bed, making her sit over his naked body. My father is here, she whispered. Something happened, and her heart almost stopped saying this. What do you mean he is here? And Max helped her to get out of the bed, and both of them ran to the closet and took something on them without taking a shower. Max, and Meredith already has tears in her eyes. What if this madness is not over yet? What if we made plans for nothing? And she touched her lower abdomen, closing her eyes. Hey, look at me. And Max pulled her to his chest and lifted her chin and kissed her lips. You have me, no matter what's going on. You have me, and you will always have me no matter what. I am yours forever. Am I clear? We are together in this. I am scared for the first time in my life. I am scared. And she looked at him, but Max just pulled her and placed her head at his chest. Everything will be all right, Max whispered and bent a little to kiss Meredith, but he stopped when someone knocked on the door. May I come in? They heard Kara from behind the door, and Max opened the door for her just to see her, holding her babies in her arms. Sam said that I should come and look for baby Theo because you need to be at the training room, and she is blinking at them, visibly nervous. She is sleeping, Max said. Theo is in her room, and thanking Kara, they left. It took them 10 minutes to reach the training room, and those minutes were the most difficult moments they lived, because when they were under assault, they knew the enemy, but no, this is just too much. We are together in this, Max said again, holding her hand in his hand as they stood in front of the training room. Together, Meredith whispered and let Max push the door. In front of them, Landon, Carter, Grandpa Cruz, and James are staying serious, but at the same time with some happiness glowing on their faces. Just beside them are Luke, Sam, and Francoise. Even if Francoise has no status in the pack, being so powerful and so close to the boys made him worthy to stay with them, and no one can contest that. He is a damned alpha. He is almost as powerful all Max is, and he is just a newborn. But when they look around, Max and Meredith saw the training room. That looks a lot with a stadium where can stay at least 200 people. The entire stadium is full with alphas. Some of them were in Hamilton with them, but the others, they didn't know them. "What is going on?" Meredith asked her father. Landon came closer, and he looked at Max and then at Meredith. "Nothing dramatic," he told them to calm them. "You can't say that," Meredith said. "I feel like a criminal on a court trial." "What is going on, father?" Max asked Landon, but Grandpa Cruz talked before Landon to answer. "They want your mate. That happened. And let me tell you, for the first time in his life, Max poops in his pants. He went completely white, and if Meredith wouldn't be there to hold him, he would have fallen on the floor. "Will you shut up, father?" Carter said and came to Max, taping his shoulder. "No one will take your mate. He was just joking," and gave an ugly look to the old man. "What are you doing, old man?" he asked Grandpa. "Do you want to start a war here?" "They are here for you, Meredith, but not to take you away from Max," and he said that looking in his son's eyes. "You should listen to them," Landon said. Coming closer and turning around, he signaled one alpha to approach. "Luna Cruz," the man said, bowing in front of her and making her feel strange for doing this, and she bows a little too, making the man blush and look down in the ground. "What is going on, Max?" she asked through their mind link and came closer to him, holding his hand tight, but Max just looked in her eyes, perplexed. "Luna, we are here with all the alphas in the world. Yesterday some of them met you, and after you went home, they called the rest of us and told us what they saw. I assure you that I am not a danger for any of you," Meredith said sweetly, making the man smile. "We know that you are not," and looking around he sighed. "We searched for you. After your parents had you, some of us searched for any trace of you. We wanted to protect them and you, but we didn't know that your parents hid in Canada. So when Bradley found you, he had no idea that we were looking for you. We searched in Europe because it was the last place where your parents were seen, but we searched in vain. Just after many years, we found out that they were killed here, and the first thought was that you were killed too. So we lost the faith and thought that the greatest blessing we could ever receive as werewolves was lost." "I don't understand what you are talking about," Meredith said, growling a little and cuddling on Max's chest. "We made a mistake 200 years ago. We let the royals leave our world and live alone. Back then we thought that we don't need them, that we can do it by ourselves. We thought that we are strong and we are Luna Cruz, but not as we should be." And all the alphas stood up. "We didn't even try to protect them. We thought that if we will let the hunters to hunt the royals, they will not focus on us anymore. But when we heard that even your parents were gone, we lost our hope. The remorse took our hearts. We should have done more for them." "Look, Alpha," Max said. "You've lost me," and he started to laugh. "And I suppose that my Luna is confused too. What the fuck are you talking about?" And all the alphas looked at him with their mouths open, because he spoke with a lot of confidence, without giving a shit or fearing anything. "We want you back," the alpha said, and all the alphas approved. "Are you kidding me?" Max asked, looking at them. "Mark my words, she is mine!" And he growled at that alpha, making him shiver, because after he mate with Meredith, after she marked him without realizing, Max became stronger than any alpha around. He was already one of the most powerful in the world, but having her beside him transformed Stark. But he didn't notice that, because he was never looking for more power. All he wanted was Meredith. "You are at package, Alpha Cruz," the man said. "We already know that wherever she goes, you go too." And this time the Alpha laughed. "Your father already told us that this could go wrong and you could break my legs before to finish what I need to say." But this time Meredith is the one who raised her voice. "My husband is right," and she looks straight in his eyes. "Cut the crap," and she signals him to start talking. "I said that we want you back, but the reality is that we need you. Losing your royals permitted those like Manganiello to terrorize us and kill us like some fucking animals. Only he alone, without counting the members of his gang, killed over 2,000 werewolves." And hearing that, Meredith face twitches in pain, thinking at the drama that jerk created for nothing all over the world, just for fun. "I know that we made a mistake a long time ago. We lost hope, but now we found it again. Please, take your place back and rule. We swear that this time we will protect the royal family, but we need guidance and we need to know that in this world exists a law even for those of our kind. People like Manganiello must be eliminated, and we don't have the strength alone to fight with them. People like Alpha Castellano must know that in this world, no matter how strong you are, you will pay for your sins." "Are you nuts?" Meredith said, looking at them, while Max just looks at the whole audience. "You are asking a lot from my wife." He said in the end, and leaving them perplexed, he just said, "She will think about it." But Landon and Carter and as well Grandpa Cruz stepped in and said, "There is nothing to think about, Max." And looking at Meredith, he said, "This is your destiny, sweetheart. This was the reason why your parents died defending you." "But I don't want to leave any of you," Meredith whispered. "You can live wherever you want, Luna Cruz." And with pleading eyes, the Alpha said, "Even here in Canada, there are lots of places in this world that were held by your family. We will give it back to you." "I don't know," Meredith whispered, and looking in Max's eyes, she said to him, "I don't want this, Max." "But Dad is right, Mer," and he kissed her lips. "It's your destiny." "Still, I don't like it." Max caressed her cheek and whispered, "I am here, no matter what. Just remember that." And he kissed her again. "Together," she whispered. "Together." Author's POV. As soon as all the Alphas left, Max gathered everyone in his condo, in his private living room. Even the girls are here, wondering what is going on. The boys are serious and no one speaks. "Who died?" Vivi asked, but the girls just looked at her while their mates continued to stay mute. "I don't want this. I didn't ask for this," Meredith said in the end. James whispered, "It's your destiny." "No, James, is it not?" she said with tears in her eyes. "I can build my own destiny, with my own thoughts and decisions. I don't need a gang of alphas to come and tell me that suddenly I am their queen and that I need to live somewhere else. They don't deserve me. They abandoned my family." And she bursted in tears. "What?" Kara asked, jumping from Sam's lap and almost dropping the babies on the floor. "What queen? No, you can't leave us." And she starts to shiver, scaring Sam. "Take the babies," he shouted, and Leia and Francoise jumped from their seats and grabbed Elias and Bella from her hands. "What is going wrong with her?" Sam yelled, and he felt that he would die right here and right now, seeing Kara completely pale and fainting in his arms. "Kara!" Everyone shouted, but she didn't respond. "Make room," Meredith commanded, and coming closer, she caressed Kara's face while Sam is holding her at his chest. "Hold her at your chest, Sam. She had a panic attack." And she sits on her knees in front of Kara, while Sam sits on the sofa and arranged her head so that now she can hear his heartbeats. "She will be fine," Meredith whispered and holds Kara's hand. "Why the hell would she have a panic attack?" Sam asked, and tears started to wet his beautiful face. "Because Meredith saved her," Lisa said, and some soft tears started to flow on her cheeks too. "Kara lived through so much tragedy in this pack, and no one cared about her. I tried to speak with her and to help her when she was just a poor Omega in our pack, but she was too scared to speak. She had countless panic attacks, at some point only seeing Veronica or Margot, and she was collapsing. I should have known since then that they were the ones that were abusing her." "I didn't know," Sam said, and looked at her. "She was far away from Kara she is now. Because of Meredith, she became stronger. She gave her wings, and coming closer and caressing Kara's hair, she simply said, "Of course she would panic if she thinks that she lost her protector." They heard Kara's sweet voice after some time. "Please don't go," and she opened her eyes, but Sam put her head again at his chest. "It doesn't matter if she will leave this pack or not. Wherever they will go, we will go too," he said and kissed her head, willing to leave everything behind just for Kara's sake. "You promise?" Kara asked, looking in his eyes. "Your happiness is the only thing that counts in this world for me. I don't need anything else beside you and our pups." "You should accept their proposal, Landon said. "But even if I accept that, we will need help and a lot of people to help us rule. It's not enough to be called a queen or a king, and who will help us?" "I will," Sam said. "Kara and I will follow you." "What about the new moon pack?" Meredith asked, searching for reasons to refuse. "We can't let this pack without an alpha." "Shit, she's right," Sam said and looked at Kara. "Francoise will be the new moon pack alpha," Max said suddenly. And everyone looked at him as if he just teleported himself from another planet and he was speaking the monkey's language. "Are you crazy?" Francois said and jumped from his seat. "I know nothing about how to lead a pack. You are one of the greatest businessmen of this world. You are a tycoon, man. Dad will teach you, and Leia too. She is a Luna material, if you ask me. In this pack, only and Mom are over her level. She will help you." "He needs an beta and gamma," Meredith said, being sure that this will make Max to think again. "Luke will be his beta, and this time, Max showed her that he has an answer at her every question." "I will help Francoise too," James said. "He is my friend and he is like my family after everything that happened in France. He is powerful, he is an alpha, he is a genius in the human world too and has a lot of relations and resources. He is the most natural choice for the alpha position. Just between ourselves, he will beat any werewolf that will challenge him to a duel for the alpha position." "Max," Meredith said, and looked at him, and she wanted to tell him again that they can't leave this place. "Together, darling, that's what we said," and he pulled her into his embrace. "Oh my goddess," Grandpa Cruz suddenly said. "I will live in a palace." "What?" everyone asked in shock. Even Carter and Lisa looked at him as if he was out of his mind. "I am coming with you too," he said, and he jumped in happiness. "Sweet Jen, we will live in a palace," and he took his mate closer. Carter said, "You are going nowhere." "That's what you think," and looking at Auntie Jen, he took her hand and said, "My sweet love, let go and pack your luggage," and he left the room in a big rush. "Is he for real?" Carter asked, looking after him. It was like his legs were hurting, and now he is running like Speedy Gonzales. But Landon starts to laugh. "Oh, goddess, just wait to tell Olivia about this and she will pack too," and he slaps his forehead. "Give me that list with the royal properties," Max said. "This is insane," and Landon puts a list that the Alphas gave to him. He looks at every location name, and after a few pages, he just smiles and puts a name in front of Meredith's eyes, and her face suddenly becomes brighter. The fact is that she has nothing against being a queen. She knows that this is her destiny. But she just can't leave everyone behind. She can't leave her friends and her family. She just got all this heaven she have here in New Monpack. "Is this place really one of the royal properties?" She asks and takes from Max's hands D-Location's description, and she looks at it in awareness. "I had no idea, but it seems it is," Max said, but Vivi jumped from her seat, looking in Meredith's hands and also having no idea where that place was. She asked, "Where the hell is Tofino?" And she pouted her mouth. "You are not going to Italy, Meredith Cruz." "Tofino," Sam said, laughing with all his heart. "Not Portofino." Luke put some duct tape on her mouth. "You mate speakers only dumbest things." "I don't care," Vivi said. "She is not going anywhere more than 1 hour from here," and she starts to cry her heart out. "Hey," Meredith said, smiling at her, "then this place will be perfect because it is in our pack territory." But Meredith just looks at Max and smiles. It seems that in the end, everything came in his place. Every puzzle piece found its place in the big picture. And Max just came near Meredith, took her hand and looked at her while everyone watched them. "What am I going to do with you, Meredith Cruz?" He lifted her chin just a little, so that now he can look directly in her crystal dark blue eyes. He arranges her hair after her ears, and holds her hands on his heart area. You came into my life almost 6 years ago and filled my head with jitters. I was so scared that I will never be able to get rid of you. And he just smiles. What a foolish man I was! And he pecked her lips because he could do this all day and never get tired of it. A few months ago, you came back and you knocked me down with your attitude. I never worked to impress a woman, but you put me at work, and I was furious at the beginning because Stark wanted you with all his heart while I was still confused. Until one day, and that day I realized that the human Meredith Quinn will be enough for me. But surprise! Meredith giggled. I was more than Meredith Quinn. You were my everything, Max whispered while the gang was just watching them melting in their seats. As Meredith Cruz, you rock my world, impressing me every day and finding out who you were in reality. You made me realize that in this story, I was the one unworthy. I was the one that was weak. You are far from being weak, Max, Meredith said, and this time she is the one that pecked his lips. I love you, Meredith Cruz, Max whispered. You gave me the world. So we are moving to Tofino? Meredith smiled at him. We are, but I will still rebuild our nest, Max said through their mind link and winked at her. What did you tell her? Sam asked, but Max ignored him and started to laugh. I love you so much, he said, and putting a hand under her ass, he lifted her in his arms, and she simply put her legs around his waist and her arms around neck. Can you imagine those two? Francois said, having an entire castle just for them to fuck. But Leia puts a hand over his mouth. Shut up, Francoise, she said. You better imagine yourself having this huge condo for yourself, she continued through their mind link. Dad, Max said, and both Landon and Carter came closer. Call the Alphas and tell them that we made up our minds. If we will live in Vancouver Island and that territory will return to the heritage of the royal family, they can keep the rest of the properties. We don't need anything else. Just that island is already mine. So you will accept to be queen and king? Landon said, smiling. Max looked again in Meredith's eyes, and after a few seconds, both of them turned their heads to Landon and Carter, while Max was still holding her in his arms, and they said in a single voice, Yes, Father. Holy guacamole, Luke said and collapsed on the sofa. This is real, and Francois sits near him looking at him shocked. I am doomed, he whispered. You are not, Sam said. You, Leia, Luke, and Vivienne are a family. This is a gift, and if you don't get this in your mind, we will take Luke with us, because I will really miss him mocking me all day long. I can't process this, Luke said, and Vivi came and sat in his lap, and for the first time she just sat there still and put her head on Luke's chest while he caressed her little tummy. Are you sure that you will be close from here? That you are not going to Italy? She said in a whisper. 20 minutes with the helicopter, 1 hour ride with car and boat. We don't have a helicopter, Vivi said, pouting her mouth. I will buy you one, Francois said, smiling at her, and just stood there, while Leia also came and sat near, resting an arm around his waist. This is real, James said, smiling at them. It is my friend, Max said. This is the happy ending of our tumultuous story. I don't like the endings, Kara whispered. I love them. Meredith whispered from Max's arms and rested her head on his chest. Look at the sun. Every day he comes to an end just to come back the next day brighter. And smiling, she told them, is just as Joybell C once said, ends are not bad things, they just mean that something else is about to begin. And there are many things that don't really end anyway, they just begin again in a new way. Ends are not bad, and many ends aren't really an ending. Some things are never ending. Author's note, the happy ending is here, but the epilogue is just around the corner. 1 week later, holy guacamole, Vivi yelled and jumped in Luke's arms. Will you stop, Viv? You are pregnant for the goddess' sake. And he ran to catch her because as soon as she put her foot down the helicopter, she sprinted to the royal packhouse as if there were some Christmas promotions, and she won't find anything if she doesn't hurry up. Vivienne Navarro, Luke yelled, seeing her like that. Cassell, Francois said, coming from behind, while he was holding hands with Leia. They had their Alpha and Luna ceremony, to the shock of the entire pack that is still processing the fact that Max is not their Alpha anymore. What? And Luke keeps an eye on Vivi, but he can't stop from looking at Francoise as well. She is still Castle, if you forget that. You didn't marry my sister, and I'm really glad that she forgot about this because otherwise I will need to search for a beta. Luke just stays there and watches Vivi as she hopping around when she met Kara and Meredith. Shit, and slapping his forehead, she said, I forgot completely. And Francois and Leia go past him laughing at him. Shame on you, Luke. It is the first time the whole gang's here. Max and Meredith came to Tofino 4 days ago, and just as they talked, Sam and Kara, and as well Grandpa Cruz and Auntie Jen came with them. Carter and Lisa will move here too, in a few months, after they will be sure that Francois learned everything is necessary about New Moon Pack. The Alphas wanted to offer them a bigger castle and even more properties around the world, but they wanted just the Vancouver Island, and chose to live in a pack house in Tofino that is not very big, but is like a fairy tale one. The splendid construction looks a lot with Bold Castle, being placed right on the shore, over some majestic cliffs from where you can see everything around. The place is just wow, and as soon Vivi saw it, she went mute for the first time in her life. Marble from Italy, fine silks and tapestries from Europe, rugs from the Orient. Guest rooms in the 8-story, 145-room castle were to be warmed by fireplaces, and massive crystal chandeliers arrived to illuminate the hallways and ballroom. Luke, she whispered, I am moving here. But he just came closer to her and pulled her to his chest. He whispered in her ear, You could move here, darling, but who is going to love you as much as I do, caress your back and your feet when you are tired and kiss you when you are moody? It's so beautiful here, she whispered, and he kissed her again. Coming here, I just realized that I owe you a wedding, and he kissed her earlobe. With everything that happened, I forgot completely. Vivienne lifted her eyes and smiled at him while he was ready to meet her worth. I don't need one. We are fine just the way we are. And saying this, she whispered, Bend a little, please. I want to kiss you, and with this balloon attached on me, I can't jump on you anymore. But I want to marry you, Luke said, and entered the castle with her, holding her waist. Vivi stopped right there and smiled at him. You really want to do this? You can't escape from me if you are marrying me. And she started to laugh, but Sam came from an office and looked at them and laughed in their faces. Please take him, Vivienne. This way I will be sure that he is not dreaming of Kara anymore. What? And Vivi has a little and kills him. He is joking, love, don't mind him. And he is all sweeting looking at her and then at Sam. Tell her that you are joking. But I am not, Sam said and left, laughing. He missed mocking Luke. You! Vivienne shouted at him and dragging Luke after her. She exits the castle, went directly to a guardian, and looking to the parking lot she commands. Give me the keys to that car. But, and the man starts to blabber, give me those fucking keys or I will beat you. And she snaps the keys, pushes Luke in the car and starts to drive to the center of Tofino. Viv, stop the car. What the hell is wrong with you? And he tries to hold the wheel, because this car is a little bit too big for Vivi and she can barely see the road. So you were dreaming of Kara? She said, gritting her teeth. No, he was just joking. He wasn't. She cried and the pregnancy hormone hit her directly this time. That's why you didn't marry me, but let me tell you, you are mine. And Luke just watches her with his mouth wide open. Viv, are you nuts? He asked with calm. I am. And she is parking the car, opened the door and goes directly to Luke's seat, opening his door too and tells him, Get out now. Vivienne, Luke whispered. Don't make me kick your jewelers here, Luke Navarro. Get out of the car now. She growled at him and she almost grabbed him and he dragged him outside the car. Cody, he whispered to his wolf, our mate is not normal. Holy guacamole, Cody exclaimed. What are we doing here? And hearing him, Luke starts to look around. She brought him to the city hall. Are you marrying me? He asked, laughing and trying to pull her to his chest. No, I am divorcing you, she said, punching him in his chest. We are not even married, so I am free. And he jokes with her, turning his back, but as soon as he does that, Vivi runs after him and slips the stairs, falling on her tummy. And this time was really hard. Oh my goddess! Luke yelled, seeing her completely pale, and he takes her in his arms and wants to run to the first hospital, but Vivi stops him. I am fine. Stop it, please. You are not, he said, growling at her. I am. I just got scared, and pushing him a little, she just went a few steps further from him and stood back on the stairs. I am stupid, she whispered. Luke didn't say anything. Say something, Cody growled at him. She really is stupid. What can I say? But he goes closer, and leaning near, he takes her hand in his hand and commands her. Look at me. I thought that we already cleared this, but it seems we didn't. And he looked into Vivienne's green eyes and arranged her strawberry hair that now looks like a crow's nest and said, I wanted you from the first second I saw you. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, but there is no one in this world beside you that can make my heart beat like you do. Stop fooling around and put it in your head. I am yours as well as you are mine. And he stood up and gave her his hand. Let's go and marry and then go back to the royal packhouse because Sam yells in my mind, because he thinks that you killed me. You are so sweet, Lukey, Vivienne said, pouting her lips and blinking at him. Shut up, Vivienne Castle. And he pulled her to his chest and dragged her to the city hall and made her an honorable woman. And as soon as they took their marriage certificate, he brought her a wedding ring. Now you are mine, he said, and he helps her sit in the car. Luke, Vivienne whispered and stopped him when he was ready to start the car and drive back. What happened? And he is damned scared right now, because she is very serious. I love you. And she was so serious saying that Luke couldn't process what was happening. I know you do. And he caressed her face and pulled her in his lap. No, I really, really love you. And she looked at him, right in his blue eyes and smiling. I know that I am stupid sometimes, but I had some trust issues. And she feels her eyes becoming watery. I just want you to know that from now on I am with you 100%. I will be a perfect mate for you. I will do. Firstly, Luke stopped her. You are stupid, but you are my stupid, and this is the thing I like at you the most. So don't you dare know being stupid anymore, and he pecked her lips. Secondly, I am more stupid than you are, and he pecked her lips again. Thirdly, you are already perfect, so no thank you. I don't need to see you struggling to become something that you already are. And in the fourth place, I love you too. Luke, she whispered, but this time smiling at him. If I am stupid and you are stupid, do you think that our baby boy will be stupid too? I really hope so, and they both started to laugh. Now let's go back and mock Sam. But as soon as they arrived back, they found the whole gang in Max and Meredith's living room looking at them. So, Max asked, did you do it? Do what? Luke just watches them and has no idea what is going on. Did you marry my sister? Francoise asked. How do you? And Luke squeezed his eyes and looked at Sam. Jerk. Meredith, Kara, Luke said. Can you cover your baby's ears? I need a word with this. This scoundrel, Vivi said. They are too young to understand your shit, Max said. Sist, he heard Theo saying. What? And Meredith looks at him and he wants to strangle him. My baby girl's second word is shit. I will kill you, Max. And she wants to beat him, but Theo claps her hand and happily says, Mama! And right there she has a little bit and faints. She said, Mama, and she runs to Lisa and takes her baby from her arms and starts to kiss her, while Theo giggles. Man, and Sam is completely boomed, just as I said. Today, those baby pups are too precious. I know that they are growing faster than human babies, but yet, she said, shit. Sist! Theo said again, I will kill you. Both Max and Meredith said and start to walk to Sam, but Theo clapped again from her little hands, and as if she is telling the biggest news, she giggles. Dada mama sist! Holy shit! And Francois stopped right there, because Leia covered his mouth with her hands. She just said that she has two shitty parents, and Francois starts to run while Max went after him, and catching him, he kicked him in the ass. Dada! Theo said again. That's my granddaughter. Grandpa Cruz shouted, I told you that she looks like me! And suddenly Max looked at Meredith and burst in laughter. We are doomed, he said, but he took Theo from Meredith's arms and concluded, we have an old perv in this family, and as if it was not enough, now we have a baby perv. Dada! Theo said and caught Max's face with her tiny little hands and tried to kiss him, but she just gave him a head in his mouth, making him to shed a tear. Dada! That's my baby girl, he said proudly. We need to hide her tomorrow at your crowning ceremony, or everyone will know you as Maximilian Cruz, the shitty king of werewolves. James said, laughing with all his heart. I will stay with her, Grandpa Cruz said, and Auntie Jen approved because this is their greatest happiness, to play with Theo. Theo looked at them and stretched her arms to Grandpa Cruz, happy because she just made everyone laugh. They stood there all night, laughing and remembering all the stupid things they did, and promised each other that no matter what, the gang will never change and that they will always stay like this. And the fact is that now everyone has his own paradise. Max holds Meredith in his lap and looks at Theo, how she sleeps in Grandpa's Cruz arms. Kara and Sam have their arms full because Elias and Bella and some stinky fatty babies that you can kiss all day and are the sweetest thing ever. James holds Lori on one leg while he supports Lauren on his arm, and Leia and Vivi sit in their mates' laps while they caress their pregnant bellies. In front of this, Carter looks at Landon and laughs. Our plan succeeded, old friend. He tells him through their mind link, and even upgrade into this royal family. Who would have thought that they would reach this way? It is more than we ever hoped. Yes, they are just perfect. Hey, dickhead, someone yelled in the middle of the training room. Holy shit! Khan, the sexiest wolf ever in the royal pack, growled. I am going to kill her, Elias said, and turning around he sees Theo blinking at him, and he almost falls from his own feet. Every time he is trying to woo a girl, miraculously Theo and Bella appear and ruin everything. He loves Bella with all his heart, being his twin, but Theo brooked her head. Yes, that's what he is saying daily. If she wouldn't be such a good friend with Theodora Cruz, he is sure that she would have been a perfect little girl. But no, she had to have as bestie the one and only, the princess of the werewolves, the absolute perv and scoundrel girl that ever existed. She's just like that great-grandfather of hers, man, Can said, gritting his teeth. No wonder she didn't find her mate, and who'll be able to stand her? And he looks at the sky and raises a prayer. Thank you, goddess, because you protected our race and left her mateless. And looking ahead, he sees her coming to him. Elias Samuel, Theo said and put her hands on her hips. You are fooling around again? Fuck off, spoiled brat, Elias said, and putting an arm around that werewolf girl that he is trying to woo, he starts to walk away from Theo. Elias, this is not what Mom and Dad told you to do. When a girl is talking to you, you must be chivalrous and charmant. Acting like this, tonight when you will find your fated mate, she will run and hide. Who would like to love a brute like you? You better shut up, Bells, Elias said. Besides you and this beauty, he said and kissed the girl who was blinking at him like a stupid. I see no other girl here. And regarding the part with the fated mate, whoever will be, that girl will eat from my palm. I am the best of the best, only this bitch brothers are better than me, but I am older, so yeah, I am every woman's dream. Oh my goddess, Theo said. Are you disillusioned? I want to beat her, Khan said. I really, really want to break her legs. I hope that our mate will be from another pack and we will have a chance to leave this place and never see her again. But I like this royal pack, Elias said sincerely. Only Theodora Cruz is the one that disturbs my existence. And he looked at her again. Too bad about that beautiful face of hers. And without looking back, he takes that girl with him and starts to kiss her. You brother is a piece of shit, Theo said. Nia, he got too much attention when he was little, and now thinks that he is the center of the universe. But from this night, he will need to find a way to let his pride and start to love for real, not just to fuck every single girl in this pack. Kara and Sam are so sweet, and you are too. So are your little brothers. How the hell did he become a jerk? And she exits the training room, but when she turns her head, Theo sees Elias with that girl suffocating each other in a monstrous kiss. You could say that they are eating each other, not kissing. Look at them, Samara, Theo's wolf, said. Horrible. But something in her triggered, and being deeply annoyed by Elias, just when he was ready for more action, she shouted, Elias Samuel. Oh shit, he cried, falling in his knees and holding his friend while he tries to zip his trousers back, because right now a lot of people saw him and he can't do anything. Make you daddy proud, Elias. He and Kara made 4 fantastic kids, and he failed only with you, but you can show him that you can do better. Oh my goddess, Bella said. He will kill you this time. Theo just turns her head and starts to walk away from there, that while Elias starts to curse her and swear that this is the last time he will let her mock him. He pushed the girl away from him, leaving her half naked, and started to walk directly to the royal packhouse, full of jitters. "Hey, sweetheart," Kara said from the living room. "What's wrong?" "I hate her, Mom. I really hate her." "What are you talking about?" she asked and looked at Meredith. "I'm sorry, Auntie Mer, but she is too much. Keep her away from me tonight or I will strangle her." "I hope you didn't fight with Theo again," Meredith said, and she didn't even finish when Max and Sam came in with their younger boys. "I can't even fuck a girl without being disturbed by her and Bells. I can't stand it anymore." "But you shouldn't even do that, you fool." And Kara looks at him with some killing eyes, and then looking at Sam, she whispers, "He is just like you," and she is almost crying. Sam came to her and took her to his chest. "I will talk to him until it is not too late. I will explain to him how much it will cost him later, all these stupid fooling around. I promise he will never do the same mistakes I did, losing so much time with you." But as soon as he said that, Theo and Bella came in. "Ha!" Elias shouted and ran to his room. "Sweetie," Meredith said, "I asked you to leave him alone." "I can't, Mom. He is a man whore, and I can't stand it to see him like this. He should be a model like Dad and Uncle Sam, but he is just a jerk. We were best friends when we were kids, but since he discovered that he has a teeny weenie, that's all he knows. He's a dickhead." "Theodora Cruz," Meredith said in a very warning way, "you are a princess." "Let my sweetie alone," Grandpa Cruz said. "She can mock whoever she wants," and the old man signaled to her to come closer to him. "Are you ready for tonight?" he asked her. "We will have a big party here to celebrate Elias and Bella's birthday, and a lot of young men will come from other packs. Maybe it will be a lucky night, and you will find your mate too." "Or Newt," Max said. "She's just fine without a mate. She can stay here. She doesn't need a mate." "Dad is right," Theo said. "I don't need a mate, but she is damned annoyed saying that. Of course she wants her mate. It's been 2 months since she turned 18, and her mate is nowhere to be seen. So she went to her room, sulking and pouting, and she just says, 'I hope that his mate will be the stupidest girl in this pack.' Just as he is. The goddess was so good to him and made him so perfect, but his brain is broken. He doesn't deserve a fine mate. Please, goddess, give him the meanest girl possible." "That would be you," Samara laughed. "For him there's nothing worse than us." Theo stops and looking in the mirror she asks, "Us? Are you crazy?" And she starts to laugh. "He would rather kill me than accept me as his mate. We are not an option for him." And looking in her closet, she took out a dress for the party. "We have 2 hours to prepare," Samara said. "Let's rock, girl." The truth is that in this pack and anywhere in this world, everyone loves Theo. Maybe because she is the oldest child of Max and Meredith, but she was always in everyone's hearts. She is sassy as her mother, strong and direct as her father, sometimes perverted as Grandpa Cruz, but at the same time she is the sweetest, and behind all this, she has a big, big heart who longs for love. She took her charmeuse deep V-neck aligned dress in a marigold color. The dress is simple yet sexy, from satin-like, very glamour with a plunging neckline, spaghetti straps, and an envelope skirt featuring pockets. Her long, dark brown hair is caught in a messy bun, and she has only a thin necklace at her neck and some simplistic earrings, because she likes to be simple. She is just like her mother. Less is more, as she always told her. She exits her room, and in the lobby she came face to face with Elias, who stopped in his track and looked at her mesmerized. But remembering how she mocked him just a few hours ago, he ignores the pull he feels and said a simple but also killing for Theo's heart word, "Bitch!" And he turned his back and left, leaving Samara howling. "What's happening?" Theo asked, putting a hand on her chest because she felt a deep pain in her heart. "I don't know, but I think we are doomed, Theo," Samara said. "I think that he is our mate." "Are you nuts?" Theo looks after Elias and thinks about all the fights they had in the last 3 years, since he started to change into a jerk. It can't be, and she simply walked after him, watching him from a distance, as he is kissing girl after girl, without caring that in just a few minutes he will face his mate. "If he is our mate, he will reject us for sure," Theo whispered. "And I can't stand it, not tonight. I will ruin Bella's party and I need to go away from here." she said, and she feels a pull to Elias that makes he realize that her wolf is right. He is her mate. Just a few moments and he will know it too. But where should we go? Samara asked. Dad? Theo said through their mind link, can I go to your nest, please? What happened? And Max turns his look and sees her in the door of the ballroom, so perfect and beautiful. I just want to be alone. They will find their mates, and this is making me feel strange. Just tonight, I need to be alone. Go, he whispered and looked after his beautiful angel, how she was leaving the party. But Max was not the only one who saw her, and the sadness in her eye made Elias feel so uncomfortable that he almost went after her, pulled by Can, but he ended up kissing another girl. Bella found her mate, and her joy was so big seeing that it was Luke's son, Paul. The boy is 1 month younger than her, but his wolf appeared last year, even if it is not something normal, and all the gang wants to see what destiny he will have, because let me tell you, he is just brilliant. He is a lot like Luke. He was the perfect child. Elias just looked around. She is not here, he whispers. Our mate is not here. She is, Can said, I feel her fragrance. Sniff the air, Elias, and you will feel it too. So? Sam asked, coming closer to his son. She is here? Did you find her? And his eyes are glowing in happiness for his son. I feel her here, but I can't see where she is. Her smell is everywhere. It's confusing. Ely, Sam said. It doesn't matter who she is. Don't make the mistake I did rejecting your mother when I met her. Look at me. And he lifted his chin. It doesn't matter who she is. Am I clear? Let your wolf find her. Don't fight with the mate bond. And he placed a hand on his son's shoulder. What if she will reject me? He asks, still looking around. Don't let her do something like that. And Sam smiled, because he already knows what is happening. Here is only one girl who is missing. If Elias's mate would have been here, she would have jumped on him until now. What if? I made some mistakes and she hates me, Elias said, and he starts to think that maybe. Oh, my goddess, Can shouted. Find her, I need to know. I need to eliminate this possibility. She will cut my balls if she is our mate. She will boil them and cut them into pieces and force us to eat them. We are doomed if she is our mate. And Khan now is almost peeing on himself. I need to go, Elias said, looking at Sam. Go, but remember what I told you. And he gives his son an embrace. Where is he going? Max and Meredith asked. To find his mate. She left the party earlier, he said, smiling at them. Impossible. Only Theo left the party earlier because she was not feeling well. What? Meredith said and looked at him. Max, are you nuts? Where is she? She just arrived at our nest, and pulling her to his chest, he whispered. This is so perfect, darling. If they weren't mates, I would have asked Grandpa to find a way to force her mate. They are just perfect. There is no need for that, Max. The goddess plans are better. Elias left his own party, and as soon as he was outside, his mate's fragrance became more subtle. Can you find her, Can? And his heart is small like a flea. Yes, I am the best tracker. I will find her no matter how much time it will take. I am scared, he said. I was more than sure that I will not find my mate tonight. It seemed so impossible to me. I fuck up royally, man. We both did, Can said. Let me focus, and he looked to the shore area and started to walk after her. Elias! Suddenly one of his whores called him and jumped in his arms. I have a gift for you, she said and tried to touch him in his, but Elias caught her hands and pushed her a little without harming her. There is no need, and he looked around. Suddenly this girl's smell makes him feel sick. Did you find your mate? The girl asked. Whoever she is, I can be better. I can offer you more. Elias just watched her. Why did I sleep with this girl? Elias asked. Fuck me if I know, and Can would beat himself for the way he acted with Theo. Shit, Dad was right. He turns around and starts to walk. You are a jerk, the girl shouted. Fucking impotent, she said and left him alone, but Elias just took a deep breath and said, You are a man, Elias Samuel. If she will reject you, will do just as your dad said. You will resist and never accept her rejection. You will fight to make her forgive you. And he slapped himself twice. Focus, he commanded himself and started to walk to the shore. And as he leaves the forest that is between the castle and Max's nest, and he steps on the beach, his nostrils are full with the most magnificent perfume. Gardenia, he whispered. She smells like some gardenias. Of course that Theo felt him too, because his smell hit her directly, and all her being was yelling to turn around and mark him. But she knew that he was probably here to reject her, so she just stood there. "We can do it, Samara," she said to her wolf. "We can resist his rejection. We will not show him how hard it is for us." "But I want him," Samara whispered. "Well, is not enough." And she just stood there, curled up with her knees to her chest, watching the waves and the way the moonlight was playing with them. She just stood there, expecting a rejection. But behind her, Elias was almost hit by lightning. With her back at him, her hair was now down, flapping in the wind. And in this light, her dress seemed like some amber fire. She was so thin and so delicate. "She is so beautiful," Khan said. "Go to our mate, Elias, please." "She will cut my neck," Elias whispered. "At least you will die looking at her, you fool," Khan said. "Just go. I am dying here." With every step Elias did, Theo's heart skipped beat after beat, and when in the end he just stood beside her without saying not even a single word, she kept her breath. "Why is he silent?" she asked Samara. "I don't know. Maybe he just wants to give us the perfect rejection." And she didn't look at him at all. But Elias did the same thing. They stood there, side by side, watching the waves, the moonlight, and the falling stars. And when their silence was disturbed by some semi-palmated plovers, Elias just smiled, because he felt that those birds were singing for them, and he just stretched his arms and caught Theo's hand in his hand, holding it tight. No one of them said anything. They just stood there and warm tears flowed on their face, but in silence, while they felt the tingles between them. Next morning, Max and Sam took Meredith and Kara and came to see if they killed each other, but they just found them sitting down on the sand. They were sleeping, holding hands, while Theo's head was resting on Elias's shoulder. Max just kissed Meredith. "I love you," he whispered, trying not to wake their kids. "This is all because you took me back years ago. All this happiness we lived is just because of you. We all worked together." Meredith said and looked again at Theo and Elias. "Do you think that they will be fine?" Kara asked, but Sam pulled her in his embrace and kissed her lips as he said, "Yes, there is no danger here. It's only love. They will find a way to forgive each other. Love always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails." End. Author's note: thank you for choosing to read this book. Your support means a lot.